In a realm of 7 boundaries, where myriad paths converge in fierce competition, a solitary figure ventures forth to rescue his beloved. Transforming into a butterfly, he weaves through the treacherous webs of fate, where life and death are sacrificed for a love that captivates all. With the gaze of Medusa, he casts a petrifying spell, while the gentle smile of his beloved ignites hope. Clad in exquisite garments, she dances gracefully, captivating the world around her. Despite the relentless torment of malevolent spirits, a shared smile between them brings forth a light akin to that of celestial beings. The chaotic realm, filled with demons, deities, and spirits, trembles in response to their bond. Awaiting the day of their triumphant return, they shall ascend the clouds and shatter the heavens. Chapter 1. The Emperor of Battle breaks through the void, the mysterious passage of a new continent. In the Gamma Empire, within the city of Wutan, following the conclusion of the Great War of the Twin Emperors, Xiao Yan and Sun Er, accompanied by Kai Lin, celebrated a grand wedding. Their love was witnessed by countless souls across the Doqi continent. The ceremony was both romantic and magnificent. Thereafter, rumors spread that Xiao Yan roamed the continent with the 2 women, seemingly vanished from ordinary sight. Yet, only a select few knew that Xiao Yan was the sole wanderer, while the 2 women secluded themselves to challenge the realm of the Dou Emperor. Since then, Wutan City has ascended to become a first-tier metropolis, and the once modest Xiao family has flourished exponentially, not for any other reason but for the emergence of a formidable powerhouse from their lineage. Emperor Yan, Xiao Yan, atop a familiar cliff, a slender figure dressed in black reclined on the grass, idly chewing on a blade of grass, savoring its faintly bitter taste. It seems that everything began to change from the moment I encountered my master here all those years ago. The figure mused with a gentle smile. Upon closer inspection, this seemingly frail silhouette bore an uncanny resemblance to the terrain. Indeed, it was none other than Emperor Yan, Xiao Yan himself. In the rear mountains of Wutan City stood the young man, a paragon of strength on the Doqi continent, the legendary figure who had rescued the central continent from the clutches of the Soul Heaven Emperor, thereby averting a calamity. Time has flown by, and it has been decades since the fabled War of the Twin Emperors. Following Xiao Yan's victory over the Soul Heaven Emperor, the Doqi continent rejoiced for an extended period, celebrating the brilliance of its talented individuals and the emergence of another Dou Emperor. This aura? It seems I am nearing the culmination of my journey. Decades have truly passed in the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan remarked as he rose from the grass, observing the subtly trembling space before him. Curiously, the patch of grass beneath him remained unyielding despite his repose, appearing even more verdant than its surroundings. From the fractured space, a graceful figure emerged, her elegance captivating as she gazed at the man in black. Have you succeeded? Xiao Yan turned to face Sun Er, whose delicate visage bore a hint of crimson, and he smiled softly. Indeed, thanks to you, Brother Xiao Yan, for opening that mysterious dimensional passage and drawing forth the essence from within. Otherwise, it seems no one on the Doqi continent would have been able to ascend to the realm of Dou Emperor, Sun Er replied, her moon-like eyes fixed upon him. Subsequently, Sun Er and Xiao Yan embraced each other tightly. Xiao Yan gently wrapped his arms around Sun Er's slender waist and sighed. When your father entrusted you to my Xiao family, it seems he has lost both a wife and a soldier. You have always been the hero in Sun Er's heart, she replied, gazing at the mountains behind Wutan City, feeling a wave of nostalgia. Indeed, everything began here. This place holds her cherished childhood memories. Meeting her brother Xiao Yan, he has always been the hero in her eyes. As Xiao Yan and Sun Er nestled together, their gazes locked, Xiao Yan leaned in to kiss her charming cherry lips. Sun Er was initially startled, but did not shy away, allowing the man before her to act on his desires, as a warmth began to blossom in the mountains of Wutan. Ahem, ahem, are we interrupting something? 2 middle-aged men emerged from the void, their faces radiating paternal affection as they looked down at the couple. Although the 2 appeared largely unchanged, their aura was now incomparable to the past, hinting at their status as Dou Emperors. Father, Elder Zhu Kun, Sun Er said, a hint of crimson gracing her cheeks as she addressed the 2 in the sky. Ha! No need to be concerned. Sun Er is already married to you, fulfilling one of my wishes. However, you young men are truly something. Initially, I merely entrusted Sun Er to your Xiao family, hoping to obtain a piece of the soul jade from the ancient emperor. Yet who would have thought that I would end up losing both a wife and a soldier? He chuckled. Nevertheless, thanks to your assistance, I have finally broken through the barrier of Doshang. So, I suppose it benefits you as well, Gu Yuan said, looking at the affectionate Xiao Yan and his beloved daughter with great satisfaction. A father who wouldn't wish for their daughter to find happiness with her true love. Ha! Xiao Yin echoed with a smile, reflecting Gu Yuan's contentment. Kai Lin has also emerged from her seclusion. Just as Xiao Yin finished conversing with Gu Yuan, a surge of brilliant nine-colored light erupted from the depths of space, coalescing into a graceful figure that appeared before Xiao Yin. After so many years of seclusion, I have finally made a breakthrough. Kai Lin lazily stretched, her enchanting curves on full display. Then, adopting her usual regal demeanor, she remarked, "So this is the level of a Dou Emperor. It is indeed entirely different from that of a Dou Shang. How is Xiao Xiao?" Despite her formidable presence as the Queen Medusa, years of seclusion had made her long for her daughter, and she turned to Xiao Yin. Xiao Xiao is well, always by her teacher's side, receiving personal guidance, Xiao Yin replied, looking at Medusa with reassurance. The five of them laughed and chatted as they made their way from the mountains to the main gate of the Xiao family. "Do not worry, Yinner. I will take good care of everything here. A good man aspires to great heights. Go forth with confidence. The new world is unlike the Dou Qi continent, so exercise caution in all matters." A broad hand rested on Xiao Yan's shoulder. It was none other than Xiao Zhan, the current patriarch of the Xiao family. In the present day, the Xiao family is indeed flourishing, filled with descendants. Since Xiao Yan ascended to the rank of Dou Emperor, the activation of his bloodline power has benefited all those closely related to him, effortlessly enhancing their strength as if propelled by a gentle current. Within a mere few years, the Xiao clan has developed at an astonishing pace, rising to become the foremost among several prominent families, a feat largely attributed to the presence of Xiao Yan, the Flame Emperor. Quietly bidding farewell to the Xiao family, the five individuals understood that a Dou Emperor must ultimately depart from the Dou Qi continent. In an instant, their figures flickered and materialized in the central state. Atop the central state, an imposing mountain known as the Twin Emperor Mountain, which emerged during the legendary battle of the Twin Emperors, stands as a daunting challenge. This mountain is insurmountable, seemingly enveloped by a unique energy barrier that no one can breach. Forcefully point five Dou Emperors. This remarkable gathering of five Dou Emperors, beings that have been extinct on the Dou Emperor continent for millennia, now appeared atop Twin Emperor Mountain. At the peak of the mountain, the five who had just departed from the Xiao family found themselves in a grand estate. Within this estate stood a figure clad in black, hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the infinite void before him, devoid of any energy fluctuations. However, beneath that slender silhouette, even the heavens seemed to pale in comparison. You have long possessed the strength to challenge the Dou Emperor rank, but due to a lack of source energy, you have been unable to advance further. Once this issue is resolved, ascending to the Dou Emperor level will be a natural progression, Xiao Yin remarked with a smile. Indeed, even though I have entered the Dou Emperor rank, I still seem to be significantly behind you. What level have you reached now? Zhu Kuan inquired with curiosity, as he realized that despite his own ascension, he could still not gauge Xiao Yan's strength. It appeared that the latter had made further progress over the decades of cultivation. During your years of seclusion, I have sensed a subtle enhancement in my abilities. However, there are no records of Dou Emperors in the Dou Qi continent. So, I am uncertain, Xiao Yan replied, a hint of helplessness in his tone. The Dou Emperor is indeed the pinnacle of power in this realm, and what lies beyond is shrouded in mystery. Yet he comprehended that he was now far stronger than when he first ascended to the Dou Emperor rank, and that the strength of beings like the Soul Emperor would pose no hindrance. To him, perhaps there are answers in that other realm. Throughout your period of seclusion, my intuition has grown stronger, and it seems the Dou Qi continent is beginning to reject me. There is a persistent voice calling me from afar, Xiao Yan mused, lifting his gaze to the endless void. That I am curious about the voice you speak of, or perhaps this other unknown world. Zhu Kuan exclaimed, a spark of enthusiasm igniting in his eyes. In this world, they're already among the strongest, yet in that mysterious plane, it may only be the beginning of their journey. Are you intrigued? Xiao Yan smiled. Are you not as well? Zhu Kuan replied with a grin. Xiao Yan nodded thoughtfully, taking a deep breath before lifting his gaze towards the boundless void. A radiant smile gradually illuminated his face, a visage that had not graced him in many years. Subsequently, his figure slowly levitated above the vast expanse of the Dou Qi road. Squinting at the infinite emptiness within the passage before him, the tranquility in his eyes, which had remained undisturbed for years, suddenly ignited with fervor. He murmured, "These decades of cultivation have nearly made me forget the thrill of battle." Ji Yuan and Zhu Kuan hovered close by, their eyes filled with fervent anticipation as they gazed at the dark passage ahead. In hushed tones, they inquired, could this be the passage to another great road? Xiao Yan furrowed his brow slightly before nodding in affirmation. If that is the case, Then let us embark. As Xiao Yan's form ascended, the ethereal sky above abruptly surged with dense clouds. In an instant, the heavens within a radius of tens of thousands of miles darkened, causing countless powerful beings to lift their heads in astonishment towards the Twin Emperor. Mountains, where they sensed an overwhelming surge of terrifying energy. Under the watchful gazes of innumerable eyes, the infinite void surrounding the Twin Emperor Mountains began to distort violently. The thick clouds writhed and ultimately transformed into a pitch-black passage, emanating an aura that sent shivers down one's spine. This was the gateway to another realm. Gazing at the abyssal passage resembling a black hole, Xiao Yan flicked his fingers, sending 4 beams of light into the hands of Sun Air and her companions. Let's exchange our soul jade and inscribe our soul marks upon them. This way, should any mishap occur, we will be able to ascertain each other's fates. Additionally, take these medicinal pills with you. The unknown world can be daunting, and we must prepare adequately to face any unforeseen circumstances. As he spoke, 4 storage rings appeared in Xiao Yan's hands, each containing several 9th-grade golden pills, crafted during their seclusion while striving for the Do Emperor. Rank, his alchemical skills had now reached a level that could rival even the highest tier. These numerous healing potions were all crafted by Xiao Yan, the foremost alchemist of the Do Chi continent. The 9th-grade golden pills were unparalleled on the Do Chi road, for they were forged by the hands of a Do Emperor, far superior to ordinary golden pills. While speaking, Xiao Yan's expression grew somber. The enigmatic world ahead instilled a sense of danger even within him. Observing the passage, he could feel a faint pressure emanating from it, compelling him to exercise utmost caution. When we enter the passage, stay closely behind me, and do not stray apart. In times of crisis, preserving one's own safety is paramount. Even in the worst-case scenario, if we become separated, possessing the Soul Jade will make it much easier to locate one another, Xiao Yan instructed, turning to Kai Lin and Sun Air. With a serious tone, no one could predict what awaited them in that mysterious realm. Although they were unmatched on the Do Chi continent, the same could not be said for that unknown territory. He could not bear the thought of leaving Sun Air and Kai Lin alone in such an unpredictable world. Understood, Kai Lin and Sun Air nodded in solemn agreement, fully aware of the gravity of Xiao Yan's words. Let us proceed. Once all matters were addressed, Xiao Yan took a deep breath, refraining from uttering further words. Grasping Kai Lin and Sun Air with each hand, he transformed into a streak of black light, dashing toward the dark abyss with the swiftness of lightning. Behind him, Gu Yuan and Zhu Kuan exchanged a knowing glance, steeling themselves to follow closely behind. Countless gazes were fixed upon the meteoric arcs slicing through the sky, as some individuals seemed to grasp Xiao Yan and his companions' intentions. Consequently, innumerable figures knelt upon the land. Farewell, Flame Emperor. Farewell, Alliance Leader. My dear child, the world that awaits you exceeds the Do Chi continent 1,000-fold in splendor. When I ascend to the Do Emperor realm, I shall visit that realm as well. By then, you must carve out a territory for your master to enjoy. Elder Yao from the Tianfu Alliance remarked, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he watched Xiao Yan gradually fade from view. Father, Mother, Sun Air, I will seek you once I reach Do Emperor, Xiao Yan declared, even as tears welled in his eyes at the sight of his family's departure, despite his formidable Do Saint status. Xiao Yan, you must not perish. You still owe me elixirs, Zi Yan implored, acutely aware of the profound assistance Xiao Yan had provided her. Had it not been for him, an end is but a beginning a new world, perhaps. Anticipation stirred within Xiao Yan's heart as his fervor reignited. Let it be me, Xiao Yan, who ventures forth into this uncharted territory. Chapter 2. The mysterious passage within the pitch-black passage, several faint glimmers resembling tiny figures shone as they progressed forward. The darkness enveloped them, and despite what seemed like an eternity of flight, no end was in sight. Damn, this passage lacks any fighting energy, and it appears that some substance within the darkness is slowly devouring our vitality. Xiao Yan intently probed with his spiritual force, his voice low and serious. It is known that a Do Emperor has already achieved a small realm and can draw upon the abundant spiritual energy of the world to replenish themselves. A space devoid of such energy undoubtedly instills unease even in a Do Emperor. Damn, why is this passage so lengthy? Gu Yuan could not help but exclaim. He knew that in the Duki continent, his Do Emperor's strength allowed him to traverse thousands of miles in an instant. Yet now, after what felt like an eternity of flight, they still had not reached the end. A sense of apprehension began to surface in Gu Yuan's heart as he hastily glanced at Xiao Yan. There seems to be light ahead. The exit should be just beyond. However, everyone, tread carefully. I have an unsettling feeling about this place, Xiao Yin remarked, his gaze fixed on the expanse before him. The power of his imperial soul extended, quietly revealing two distant points of light. He then cautioned Sun Er and the others to proceed with caution. As they drew closer to the exit, two diminutive yet eerie glimmers gradually emerged, reminiscent of ferocious beasts awakening from a long slumber. Wait, stop. Look, this passage seems peculiar, Xiao Yin cautioned, gesturing towards the two small points of light near the exit of the passage. Gu Yuan, Zhu Kuan, Kai Lin, and Sun Er followed Xiao Yin's. Observing how the previously pitch-black passage was now contrasted by those faint glimmers of light, which appeared oddly out of place. This thought barely lingered in their minds for a minute when suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Initially distant and indistinct, they soon realized that what lay ahead were, in fact, a pair of eyes. The prolonged gaze elicited an involuntary shiver of dread among them. It has been a millennium since a Dou emperor appeared in the Duki continent. I never imagined that today would mark the return of such power. With the strength of U5, I shall finally be liberated. In the depths of the dark passage, a profound and powerful aura began to awaken. The eyes emitted a bizarre glow, merging with the vast darkness around them, exuding an ominous and unsettling presence. The enormous pupils were all that could be seen. Had they not been observant, they might have overlooked the hidden malevolence. Upon encountering the immense pupils, Xiao Yin was the first to sense the terrifying aura emanating from them, one that even surpassed his own. He immediately unleashed the three mysterious transformations of heavenly fire: the phantom transformation, the ethereal transformation, and the different fire transformation. The flames swiftly coalesced in his hands, for even with his strength as a Dou emperor and the might of his imperial soul, the gaze of those eyes sent a chill down his spine, let alone the others who had only recently stepped into the realm of Dou emperor alongside Sun Er. Who are you? Xiao Yin fixed his gaze intently on the enormous pair of eyes before him, one hand gripping them tightly while the other seemed to signal his companions behind him. Given Sun Er and Kai Lin's understanding of Xiao Yin, how could they not decipher the meaning of that gesture? They exchanged a knowing glance, preparing for the opportune moment to act. Prepare to meet your demise. It has been far too long since I have feasted on the power of a Dou Di. With the addition of your strength, I shall completely consume this wretched creature and liberate myself from this endless void. The voice echoed from all directions, yet before the others, only the vast eyes were visible, blending seamlessly with the inky darkness around them. We are the newly ascended Dou Di of the Douqi continent, here to traverse the passage to the new world. We did not intend to disturb your rest, esteemed elder. We take our leave. As the enormous eyes spoke, Xiao Yin released the hands of the two women. Concealed by shadows, he began to amass a terrifying force that was suffocating in its intensity. Sun Er and Kai Lin, witnessing Xiao Yan's actions and recalling his previous gestures, could hardly be oblivious to his intentions. Just as they were about to speak, they caught sight of the determination blazing in Xiao Yan's eyes. This is dreadful. We are so close to the exit. What should we do now? Gu Yuan anxiously observed the colossal eye and the glowing exit. You all go ahead. I will hold him off. I will find you through the soul jade afterward, Xiao Yin declared solemnly, and without further ado, he accelerated the cultivation of the terrifying energy within his grasp. We shall await you in the new world. Sun Er and Kai Lin understood the gravity of the situation. Faced with the immense eyes, even their recent ascension to Dou Di left them feeling powerless. Remaining would only burden Xiao Yin further. Xiao Yin, remember, your life belongs to me, Kai Lin exclaimed as she and Sun Er swiftly darted toward the exit. Seeing this, Gu Yuan and Zhu Kuan exchanged glances and followed suit, unleashing their full Dou Qi as they raced towards the exit. At the level of Dou Di, mere perception of the aura revealed the stakes involved, which explained why Xiao Yin insisted that Sun Er and the others flee first. Want to escape? The enormous eye spoke. I have waited for millennia. How could I let such delectable prey slip away? Boom, boom, boom. A seemingly inconspicuous beam of light shot forth from the colossal eye, pursuing Sun Er and the others, intent on obliterating the exit. Strangely, a flicker of black and white light danced at the center of the pupil. It seeks to destroy the exit. Hurry. Gu Yuan sensed the destructive energy emanating from the light, prompting the four to increase their speed to the utmost. As they approached the exit, ready to be thwarted, Xiao Yin immediately launched his offensive to buy them time for their escape. Vile creature, if you wish to obliterate the exit, you must first pass through me. Yellow Spring's finger. Yellow Spring's palm. He struck forth instantly to obstruct the attack. Wrath of the Yellow Springs. Seizing the moment when the giant eye was preoccupied with its intent to destroy the exit, Xiao Yin unleashed a soul attack directly aimed at the eye itself. Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus. Observing the unknown creature momentarily falter under his soul attack, Xiao Yin conjured a fearsome Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus, composed of 23 colors, radiating terrifying energy. Go. Xiao Yin exerted every ounce of his soul power to control the Buddha's fury fire lotus, striking fiercely at the location of the enormous pupil before him. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. As he beheld the four figures vanishing from sight, a sense of relief washed over him. And he murmured to himself, Sun Er, Kai Lin, you must wait for me. I shall undoubtedly seek you out. Not one to linger in verbosity. Xiao Yin immediately commanded the Buddha's fury fire lotus, radiating waves of annihilating energy, to launch an assault on the colossal pupil. Boom, boom, boom. The destructive Buddha's fury fire lotus struck the unknown entity, unleashing a terrifying force of devastation that rippled outward in concentric circles. As the aftermath of the battle settled, the true visage of the unknown creature began to emerge. Chapter 3. The anomaly of the cleansing lotus demon fire. Boom, boom, boom. The Buddha's fury fire lotus detonated upon reaching the pupil, unleashing a colossal shockwave that reverberated through the void, sending ripples capable of obliterating even the pinnacle of Dosheng power. The already unstable space began to fracture, giving rise to void-like anomalies within the realm. Cursed humans, this emperor shall make you pay dearly. The immense pupil bled, crimson droplets falling with an ominous sound that pierced the stillness of the space. The voice emanating from the pupil brimmed with fury. It had nearly captured its prey only to let them slip away. How could it not be enraged? Yet, it had significantly underestimated the destructive prowess of the Buddha's fury lotus. In its haste to prevent the four from escaping, it had underestimated Xiao Yan's assault, resulting in considerable damage. The gigantic eye seethed with rage as the entirety of its form gradually emerged from the depths. Gazing intently, Xiao Yan discovered that it was an extraordinarily massive golden dragon. Spanning 100 zhang in length, its tail writhed restlessly, exuding an aura that rivaled Xiao Yan's own. One of its dragon horns had been broken. Within dragonkind, a horn symbolizes status and strength significantly. The loss of a horn impacts a dragon as grievously as the loss of a limb does to a human. No wonder it blended seamlessly with the void, revealing only its enormous pupils. Xiao Yan came to a startling realization. Cursed, cursed, cursed. A mere human dares to harm me. The golden dragon roared, clearly incensed by Xiao Yan's actions. Just as Xiao Yan prepared to withstand the dragon's wrath, Xiao Yi emerged, playfully darting forward and swallowing the dragon's breath whole. Before perching on Xiao Yan's shoulder, she babbled at the golden dragon, and upon closer inspection, mysterious runes identical to those of the dragon appeared faintly on her forehead, even shining brighter than the dragon's. The golden dragon, previously seething with rage and poised to strike Xiao Yan with its claws, suddenly fell silent upon noticing the runes adorning Xiao Yi's brow. After several moments, white runes illuminated the dragon's forehead, and it began to roar continuously at Xiao Yi, seemingly pleading for help. Little E also chirped in response. Although Xiao Yan was uncertain about the unfolding events, Little E assured him that the golden dragon was conversing with her in the language of dragons. Suddenly, after what seemed like an exchange, the golden dragon let out a fierce roar. From its forehead, two streams of light, one black and one white, spiraled and then separated, revealing two shadowy figures. Xiao Yan sensed that the white figure emanated a forceful aura, reminiscent of Zhu Kuan, while the black figure exuded a cold, malevolent energy that was unsettling. The white figure gazed at Xiao Yan with pain, while the black figure glared at him with a face full of hatred, seemingly wishing to slay him. Damn it! Impossible! How could you possibly break free from my control? The black figure exclaimed in astonishment. I was so close to succeeding. If I devoured a few Dou emperors, I could have completely consumed your soul. It then mockingly addressed Xiao Yan. This must be your doing, right? After all these years, you remain so stubborn. Why not yield to us and enjoy endless riches? With your strength, aligning with us would be to your advantage. Endless riches? Do you think I covet such things? Do not presume I am unaware of your devious schemes. The white figure laughed heartily. The Golden Dragon King truly lives up to its reputation. After all these years, it has not assimilated you. However, today is the day it shall be resolved. I must thank this human lad. Had he not inflicted injuries upon you today, I would have had to pay a hefty price to consume you. Prepare to meet your end. The black figure revealed an evil grin. Although it was perplexed as to why the Golden Dragon King had escaped its control today, it recognized that the dragon was wounded, presenting the perfect opportunity. Without further ado, it unleashed a terrifying assault against the white figure. Pure Lotus Demon Fire, assist me. The white figure, previously in a stalemate with the black figure, now found itself at a disadvantage due to the injuries inflicted upon the Golden Dragon King from Xiao Yan's earlier attack. It urgently sought help from Xiao Yan, who, despite being oblivious to the situation, trusted Little Yi's grave expression towards the black figure and allowed her to engage. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan quietly prepared that he had acquired from the ancient emperor's legacy, bracing for any unforeseen circumstances. In battles of such a high caliber, only the obtained from the Dou emperor's legacy could prove useful. The black figure relentlessly launched attacks, and just as it aimed for the Golden Dragon King's vital spot, a milky white flame surged towards it, thwarting the assault. It should be noted that during Xiao Yan's battle against the Soul Emperor on the Douqi continent, he commanded all, and the essence of all still lingered within Little E. It can be said without reservation that Little E possessed the essence of 23, making her power formidable. The in Xiao Yan's hand surged uncontrollably towards Xiao Yi, who was enveloped by an array of 23 different, each darting towards its respective stone pillar, shrouding the dark figure within. Witnessing this, the Golden Dragon King unleashed its dragon breath with all its might, collaborating with Xiao Yi in an attempt to seal the ominous figure. A terrifying wave surged towards the dragon's form, while Xiao Yi and the Golden Dragon King devoted themselves entirely to sealing the dark presence. From the remnants of the battle, Xiao Yan discerned that this was no longer a conflict he could intervene in. Golden Dragon King, your physical form is destroyed and your foundation shaken. My mission is thus accomplished. In the next encounter, darkness shall surely triumph over light. The dark figure's words were abruptly cut off as it was consumed by its soul destined to be gradually refined. The passage lay in ruins, and both the Golden Dragon King and Xiao Yi were left breathless, prompting Xiao Yan to hastily rush over to assess the situation. I truly thank you this time, the white figure, known as the Golden Dragon King, said with a smile, despite existing solely in a state of soul. Chapter 4. The Mysterious Cave, the Tuashi appears. What brings you here? Xiao Yi, recalling certain memories, turned to the Golden Dragon King. There is no time for lengthy explanations. This space is on the verge of collapse. We shall discuss matters further outside. Follow me. The Golden Dragon King commanded, forming a gesture with his hand, which instantly manifested a miniature passageway amidst the shattered void. Having just endured a fierce battle, the Golden Dragon King was now further weakening as he tore through the fabric of reality. Go. Without waiting for Xiao Yan's consent, he directly merged his soul into the ring on Xiao Yan's hand. Boom, boom, boom. The space where Xiao Yan and the others had been was completely obliterated. Guided by the Golden Dragon King through the newly formed passage, within moments, an ancient door materialized before them. Xiao Yan sensed a familiar fragrance wafting from within the door, as the within him throbbed intensely, akin to the anticipation of a delectable feast. What is this? Xiao Yan gazed at the Golden Dragon King, his heart filled with astonishment. Let us proceed, Xiao Yi. I require your assistance to open the stone door, the Golden Dragon King said, drifting towards the entrance, murmuring incantations as mysterious runes from Xiao Yi's forehead detached and flew towards the stone door. Do not be anxious. I am aware you have many questions. Inside, you will find the answers you seek. The Golden Dragon King observed Xiao Yan's bewilderment and spoke hastily. The stone door gradually creaked open, releasing an overwhelming presence reminiscent of a slumbering dragon, compelling Xiao Yan to kneel in reverence, yet simultaneously invoking a profound sense of familiarity. Peering into the portal, Xiao Yan discovered a hidden realm beyond the ancient and simplistic stone door. Within, there were not many extravagant items, but the most striking feature was an elderly man clad in dark robes seated upon the stone steps. His visage bore no extraordinary traits, and if one overlooked his resplendent hair, he appeared much like any ordinary elder. At this moment, the elder exuded tranquility and serenity, yet an aura of devastation emanated from him as he sat within the flower bud. His aged face, with tightly shut eyes, slowly opened. The figure before Xiao Yan had been encountered numerous times. His legacy originated from this very individual. At this moment, Xiao Yan comprehended that this was indeed the true Tuashi ancient emperor. Disciple Xiao Yan pays his respects to master. With reverence, Xiao Yan clasped his hands and addressed the apparition of the Tuashi ancient emperor. After all, had it not been for the ancient emperor's legacy left behind in the Dou emperor's cave, Xiao Yan would not have attained his current stature. Furthermore, having inherited the teachings of the Tuashi ancient emperor, one could argue that he was, in essence, a disciple. Thus it was only natural to address him as master. You are quite clever, aren't you? The Tuashi ancient emperor remarked, his gaze falling upon the frail Golden Dragon King, eliciting a deep sigh. Before them, a flame bud began to bloom. I understand you have many questions. Sit down, and I shall explain everything in detail. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan did not hesitate. With a swift motion, he settled himself upon the blossoming flame. Anyone who ascends to the Dou emperor level in the Douqi continent would inevitably face expulsion from their realm. This expulsion could occur in a matter of days, or, at most, several decades, culminating in the necessity to depart for a new continental realm. The Tuashi ancient emperor gazed at Xiao Yin and continued before the latter could speak. I too have sensed this. However, why were the 5 of us attacked by the Golden Dragon King upon entering the passage to the new continent? Xiao Yin spoke gravely. If what you say is true, why were there assailants within the passage? Should there not be guides from the realm? You have misjudged it, the Tuashi ancient emperor replied, casting a remorseful glance at the Golden Dragon King before continuing. You are correct. Every individual transitioning from a lower realm to a new continent is typically met by a guide. However, the passage linking the Do-Chi continent to the new realm was largely destroyed during a great war millennia ago. Most guides perished in the conflict, and only a handful managed to repair the passage, which means that for the past 10,000 years, there have been no guides from our Do-Chi continent. As the Tuashi ancient emperor spoke, Xiao Yin noticed a flicker of disappointment in his eyes. With great power comes great responsibility. Xiao Yin quietly observed Xiao Yi, feeling a surge of emotion. But fear not. As long as I am here, you will not come to harm, he asserted with resolute determination. Let me tell you about that ancient war, the Tuashi ancient emperor began. The battle that raged a millennium ago was catastrophic, involving the finest from across the universe clashing against the malevolent beings from beyond the great thousand world. The conflict lasted an entire decade. Ultimately, all our pinnacle warriors sacrificed their lives, burning their very essence to seal away the vile extraterrestrial entities, thereby delaying their invasion and granting us a chance to counterattack. We ultimately inflicted heavy losses upon them, driving them from the great thousand world. That battle was a harsh lesson in underestimating the strength of the outer demons, leaving our realm grievously wounded. Do you wish to cultivate the true burning decision? The Tuashi ancient emperor gazed at Xiao Yin with gravity. Chapter 5, The Legacy. The True Burning Decision. Within the expansive stone door, several figures stood tall. The True Burning Decision. Xiao Yan's accomplishments on the Do-Chi continent are inextricably linked to the profound art of the burning decision. While his own efforts and perseverance have played a significant role, one cannot deny the pivotal influence of the burning decision, which possesses the duality of heaven and hell. Master, please enlighten me. Although Xiao Yin remained unaware of what his master truly meant by the authentic burning decision, he understood that strength was paramount. With the desire to resurrect his ancestors and seek his kin and beloved, he resolved without hesitation to accept the challenge. Boom. Suddenly, the ancient Emperor Tuashi produced a mysterious scroll, seemingly out of thin air. Through this scroll, Xiao Yin felt an unsettling agitation within his body, particularly from the deeper essence within him, as though everything was stirred by the very scroll before him. Master, what is this? Xiao Yin managed to suppress his overwhelming shock and inquired, trusting that his master would not bring him harm. This is the true burning decision, replied Tuashi calmly. The revelation of the authentic burning decision sent waves of astonishment through Xiao Yin. Previously, when he was on the Do-Chi continent, a fragment of Tuashi's soul had conveyed that his achievements were largely due to this very art. Moreover, Tuashi had mentioned that even he did not know who had originally created the burning decision. Now, presenting a scroll bearing the same name. How could Xiao Yin not be astounded? No wonder the within him had been so restless. More accurately, it was the deepest essence of the burning decision within him that was now awakened. In that moment, Xiao Yin felt as if the burning decision he practiced resembled a fragmented map, while the scroll in his master's hand appeared to be the most complete version. Do you not find this astonishing? Tuashi smiled knowingly at Xiao Yin, as if he could perceive every thought and movement of his disciple. The fragment of my soul left on the Do-Chi continent was but a remnant from when I ascended to the Do Emperor. After millennia, the memories and cognition of that incarnation were limited to my time as a Do Emperor. Due to the passage of time, my knowledge was correspondingly scant. The current form of me is the last and most complete essence of my soul retained in this realm. She explained to Xiao Yin. With clarity, Xiao Yin comprehended the implications of Tuashi's words. He realized why his master had hesitated during the transmission of knowledge in the cave. It was due to the incompleteness of his memories. The fragment of Tuashi's soul on the Do-Chi continent only retained his recollections from that era, which is why he had been unable to divulge much to Xiao Yin. After all, without the memories of the new continent, there was little to share. Furthermore, upon transcending the Do-Chi continent into a new realm, all prior memories had not been preserved in that soul fragment. The Tuashi before him now was the embodiment of the ancient emperor who had traversed the new continent, privy to many secrets yet unknown to others. Gazing intently at the ethereal black scroll held by the ancient Emperor Tuashi, Xiao Yin licked his lips and smiled, remarking that although he was uncertain of what the future held, it was undeniable that fate had intertwined their paths. With that, a radiant smile illuminated his handsome face as he seized the scroll without hesitation. His actions met with the slightly moved gaze of Tuashi. As soon as his palm made contact with the scroll, an intense, searing sensation surged through his hand. Puzzled, Xiaoyan looked at Tuashi. Despite having already consumed several types of extraordinary flames, this heat was not concerning. However, he was wary of any unforeseen developments, prompting him to glance at his master for reassurance. Relax, the flame decision is merely assessing whether you harbor any extraordinary flames within you. As possessing such flames is the fundamental prerequisite for truly mastering the flame decision, Tuashi elucidated, having perceived Xiaoyan's confusion. A small wisp of flame from the black scroll darted rapidly into Xiaoyan's body. Initially, it felt as though the flame was merely flitting about within him. But as time passed and he focused more intently, it appeared to be precisely as his master had described, conducting a thorough examination of his physique. When the flame reached the stone within his body that contained the extraordinary fire, it quieted down. At that moment, the secrets of his body were laid bare to this tiny flicker of flame, which discerned every detail with clarity. Understanding the situation, Xiaoyan was not anxious. Instead, he settled into a meditative position, allowing the flame to explore his being. After several moments, the flame withdrew from his body, and an astonishing spectacle unfolded. The scroll in Xiaoyan's hand suddenly radiated with dazzling brilliance, emanating an aura so profound that it made him revere it, as if it rendered the very heavens and earth pale in comparison. Even Tuashi and the meditative Golden Dragon King beside him felt their eyes moistened by this overwhelming presence. Following this, a torrent of information surged into Xiaoyan's mind. This decision is named the Flame Decision. It is categorized into 6 realms. The first is the burning of the foundation. The second, the burning of the soul. The third, the burning of the flesh. The fourth, the burning of the heavens. The fifth, the burning of the earth. And the sixth, the establishment of a world through the Flame Decision. This technique is the culmination of my utmost efforts, my most cherished creation. Its worth is incalculable. Those who acquire this technique will find wealth and peril intertwined, with a glimpse of paradise and a taste of hell. May the fated ones possess it to assist the vast world during times of great catastrophe. Remember this well. A long and ancient voice gradually resonated within Xiaoyan's mind. His gaze remained fixed on the void before him, as he recalled that the founder of the so-called Flame Decision bore a symbol on his forehead identical to his own, a clear manifestation of his clan's ancestral markings. I believe you too have sensed the ancestral markings. I can only reveal to you now that your master shares a profound connection with your Xiao clan. To seek out your kin, you must grow stronger. Tuashi inquired, observing Xiaoyan, who had just completed his meditation and was now opening his eyes. Indeed, an ending is merely a new beginning. The continent we inhabit, the Duki continent, can only be regarded as a lower realm. Once one's strength is sufficient, ascension to the higher realms is inevitable. In my earlier days, it was through the Flame Decision that I achieved my current state. From the remnants of various conversations, you must have gleaned some knowledge about the founders of the Flame Decision. You ought to refer to him as your ancestral master. The ancient Emperor Tua, she gazed nostalgically at the black scroll, bowing silently. Surely, he must be the pinnacle of existence in this vast world. Xiaoyan, having derived insights from the Flame Decision and the words of the deity, along with what he had heard from his master, began to piece together the truth. Since his master also owed his achievements to the Flame Decision, the voice that had just resonated in his mind must belong to his master Tuashi, his own ancestral master. What you surmise is indeed correct. I remember the time when I was but a flame born from the essence of heaven and earth, possessing nothing in this vast world. Upon my initial arrival in the Duki continent, my ignorance of mortal rules led to numerous troubles. However, I was fortunate to meet my master. Without him, I could not have attained my current state. Ahem. It is perhaps best that you remain unaware of certain matters for now. When the time is ripe, you shall come to know. The ancient Emperor Tuashi, clearly moved by nostalgia, spoke more than he intended, his benevolent smile and moist eyes betraying his longing for his master. Then, as if realizing he had been discovered by Xiaoyan, he quickly redirected his words. Now that you have acquired the complete Flame Decision, you have fulfilled one of my wishes, and when my master awakens next, there will be an explanation. The ancient Emperor Tua, she sighed deeply. However, there is one more matter for which I require your assistance, or perhaps it is a mission. Yet, for you, young man, it may be the most effective means of strengthening yourself. The ancient Emperor Tuashi suddenly regarded Xiaoyan and the Golden Dragon King with a solemn expression. I shall undoubtedly heed my master's command. Please speak, master. Xiaoyan replied respectfully, clasping his fists together. You must gather. The more, the better. This is crucial for the bloodline of your Xiao clan and the impending great battle. I cannot divulge more details, but little Jean will assist you. The ancient Emperor Tua, she instructed. Indeed, Xiaoyan sensed a hint of bloodline resonance within the fluctuations of the Flame Decision, affirming his master's words. Chapter 6. The Holy Flame Rankings. Furthermore, I have a request. Do you see the Golden Dragon King before you? The ancient Emperor Tuo, she spoke suddenly. His voice tinged with remorse. Tuashi, we are brothers. You need not bear such guilt. The decision was mine to make, and I have no regrets. The Golden Dragon King replied, his gaze unwavering and resolute even in his ethereal state. When our vast world retreated, had it not been for your leadership of the Dragon Clan, I would not still be standing here. Your kindness towards me has resulted in a betrayal of your entire clan, and I am truly remorseful. Let my disciple Xiaoyan atone for my transgressions. The ancient Emperor Tuashi lamented, his eyes filled with guilt and a hint of apology. My good brother, having you in this lifetime is the greatest fortune. This time, let my disciple protect you. The gentle voice of the ancient Emperor Tuashi resonated within the mind of the Golden Dragon. The Dragon King glanced at Tuashi, wishing to articulate something, yet ultimately refrained. The bond of brotherhood was understood without the need for words. Having reassured his dear brother, Tuashi turned to Xiaoyan, saying, these two arduous tasks are entrusted to you, Xiaoyan. We have faith in your success, and the day you succeed will be the day of our awakening. At that time, we shall forge glory anew and vanquish the demon race together. Tuashi gazed at Xiaoyan with anticipation. Consider this a reward from your master for your ascension to the Do Emperor. Golden Dragon, you shall reside within this ring and assist Xiaoyan henceforth. A seemingly unadorned ring fell into Xiaoyan's hand. This ring, known as the Emperor Flame Ring, contained an expansive space of approximately 100 zhang. Within it lay numerous elixirs, techniques, and combat skills I have acquired, alongside a spatial talisman for emergencies. Should you encounter an insurmountable foe, shatter it to escape swiftly, especially concerning the outer evil tribes. Furthermore, I have preserved a fragment of my soul within, containing the vital missions and secrets you may wish to uncover. As you gather the corresponding or attain the requisite strength, you will gradually learn. When your power is sufficient, you will sense it through your soul. Remember to safeguard this ring diligently. Tuashi solemnly instructed Xiaoyan. As Xiaoyan gazed into the vast interior of the ring, filled with an array of elixirs, scrolls, and materials, he was profoundly astonished. Typically, spatial rings offered only a few zhang of space, and even the finest crafted from special materials provided merely a dozen zhang. To auction such 100 zhang space on the continent would create quite a spectacle, though Xiaoyan was not foolish enough to consider selling it. He then solemnly assured, do not worry, master, I will protect this ring with my life. The outer evil tribes, it seemed, were equally loathed by his master. The dark figure he had previously encountered must have belonged to them, possessing formidable strength. Xiaoyan knew that he could not defeat such an opponent at his current level. But self-preservation was certainly within reach. You are still young, brimming with boundless potential. Both my master and I believe in you. My task is now complete. It is time for this soul to dissipate. The ethereal essence of Tuashi gradually transformed into a myriad of starlight, his face adorned with a look of contentment. Farewell, master. Xiaoyan earnestly bowed 3 times in respect to the place where Tuashi's soul had vanished. The Golden Dragon watched the dissipating spirit of Tuashi, murmuring, in that case, await my return. I too shall leave a profound mark upon this realm. After a considerable time, Xiaoyan, the first to regain composure, clasped his fists and addressed the Golden Dragon. Senior, what shall we do now? Nonsense. I am but a brother of your master. Do I appear so old as to be called senior? Address me as ancestor. The spirit of the Golden Dragon retorted, feigning annoyance. Ancestor. Yes, that is the spirit. With a hearty laugh, the Golden Dragon burrowed into the Emperor Flame Ring that adorned Xiaoyan's hand. Certainly. I believe that Tuashi has already informed you that the true cultivation technique of the burning decision has been inscribed in your mind. Allow me to elaborate further. Our Dragon Clan is indeed a formidable presence in this vast world, and in due time, you shall come to understand this truth. Although I have never set foot on your lower realm's Dochi continent, I have heard from Tuashi that the extraordinary flames in your realm are referred to as strange fire. In fact, we similarly designate these remarkable flames born of heaven and earth as sacred flames. The Golden Dragon King, residing within the ring, addressed Xiaoyan. Sacred flames? I wonder how they differ from my. Xiaoyan pondered, sensing a subtle distinction between the two. Indeed, you are quite astute. There exists a difference. The so-called represents ordinary flames, which generally possess limited intelligence. As long as one can withstand their ferocious power, they can be subdued. However, the sacred flames are a different matter altogether. They have undergone cultivation and possess wisdom equivalent to that of humanity. The mightiest of these sacred flames have even established their own dominions, becoming sovereigns in their own right. Listening to the Golden Dragon King's words, Xiaoyan felt a twinge of concern. Could such powerful sacred flames truly be devoured? Yet, It is not exceedingly difficult to subdue them, the Golden Dragon King chuckled, clearly perceiving Xiao Yan's trepidation. I see. However, Master, there is no need for you to bear excessive guilt. Who among the youth has not been reckless? Xiao Yan felt warmth enveloping his fingertips as he recalled his own youthful days at the Yunlan sect. There are a total of 36 types of sacred flames scattered throughout the vast world. While ordinary people know that they can be consumed as aids in alchemy, they remain oblivious to their role as the nemesis of the vile extraterrestrial evil races. Come, we must take our leave. I shall show you this grand world. The Golden Dragon King said with a playful glint in his eyes. Tuashi, how could I possibly disregard your request? Xiao Yan, standing before the Golden Dragon King, sensed the weight of the arduous battles that lay ahead, even as the king spoke lightly. If that day truly arrives, I shall do my utmost. Without further hesitation, he stepped forth from the ancient cave. The vast world, you say? Allow me, Xiao Yan, to greet you. His gaze was resolute as he looked towards the horizon. Chapter 7. The journey begins. Do-D continent. The passage from this cave to the new continent is still some distance away, and I assume you are unaware of the new continent's rules. Let me explain them to you in detail. The Golden Dragon King's gentle voice resonated in Xiao Yan's ears. Master, please proceed. Xiao Yan had been eager to inquire about this matter, and he was pleasantly surprised by his master's thoughtfulness. The continent we are heading to is known as the Do-D continent. Unlike the common magical systems found in novels, it is Do-Chi that reigns supreme here. On this continent, the cultivation of Do-Chi has reached its pinnacle after countless generations of effort, and due to its continuous proliferation, it has ultimately permeated everyday life. Consequently, Do-Chi has become intricately intertwined with the daily existence of humanity, rendering its significance on the continent irreplaceable. Due to the extreme proliferation of fighting spirit, countless methods of cultivation have diverged from this main line, each varying in strength and weakness. Upon conducting a comprehensive analysis, the continent of fighting spirit, where Xiao Yan previously resided, categorizes fighting techniques into 4 ranks and 12 tiers, namely, Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. Each rank is further divided into 3 levels: Initial, Intermediate, and Advanced. In contrast, the newly entered continent of Fighting Emperor has expanded the classification of fighting techniques to include 3 additional ranks: Immortal, Saint, and Divine, with each rank subdivided into 4 levels: Initial, Intermediate, Advanced, and Perfected. The level of cultivation techniques profoundly influences future accomplishments. For instance, a practitioner of an intermediate profound level technique on the fighting spirit continent would naturally possess an advantage over one practicing a superior yellow level technique of the same rank. The differentiation of strength on the Fighting Emperor continent hinges upon 3 primary conditions. First and foremost, one's inherent strength is paramount. Even if one practices a rare high-level heavenly technique, possessing only a 1-star fighting respect level would render it difficult to triumph over a fighting saint who cultivates an earth-level technique. Secondly, the technique itself plays a crucial role. Among equals, if one's technique is significantly superior, the advantages during a contest become readily apparent. Lastly, there is the concept of fighting skills, which are specialized abilities that manifest fighting spirit. On the fighting spirit continent, these skills are similarly categorized into 4 ranks, with each rank further divided into lower, middle, and upper levels. On the Fighting Emperor continent, the classification also encompasses Immortal, Saint, and Divine ranks, divided into lower, middle, upper, and peak levels. The Fighting Emperor continent is replete with myriad fighting skills. However, most commonly circulated skills are typically around the earth level. To obtain more profound techniques, one must join sects or the fighting academies present on the continent. Moreover, some techniques derived from fortuitous encounters or ancient legacies, paired with corresponding fighting skills, exhibit enhanced power when combined. It is through these 3 conditions that one can discern the true measure of strength. In summary, possessing a higher-tier fighting technique undoubtedly brings significant benefits in the future. However, advanced fighting techniques are seldom accessible to ordinary individuals. The techniques prevalent among the common populace are generally limited to earth level. More formidable families or smaller sects may possess heavenly level techniques. Beyond the heavenly level lies the immortal rank. But such profound techniques are typically available only to transcendent powers and great empires. As for the saint rank, it has not been seen for several centuries. Theoretically, it is exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to acquire advanced martial arts techniques. However, exceptions exist. The vast expanse of the Do-D continent is home to myriad races. To the north lies the formidable barbarian tribe, renowned for their immense strength and ability to merge with beast souls. While the southern regions host various highly intelligent families of magical beasts, alongside the infamous dark races known for their cunning and malice. Due to the continent's vastness, Many unknown recluses may choose to conceal their lifelong creations upon nearing the end of their lives, waiting for a fated individual to discover them. A saying circulates in the Dochi continent. If one day you fall from a cliff into a cave, do not panic. Take 2 steps forward. Perhaps you shall become a formidable warrior. This sentiment is not unfounded, as the history of the continent spans nearly 1,000 years, filled with tales of individuals who have ascended to power through fortuitous encounters. Consequently, this has led to a multitude of dreamers lingering at the precipice, prepared to leap in pursuit of unparalleled martial arts, though most return with broken limbs. In essence, the Dochi continent is a realm brimming with miracles and the potential to create them. Furthermore, it is essential to understand that not everyone on the Do-Di continent possesses the strength of a Do-Di. Much like your own Do-Chi continent, it requires diligent cultivation to ascend to higher realms. However, the Do-Di continent, being a superior plane, boasts of far more potent spiritual energy than your lower realm, thus enabling its inhabitants to cultivate at a faster pace. Generally, most ordinary individuals can attain the level of Do-Zun, while those with exceptional talent may reach Do-Sheng. As for Do-Di, it is not as common. Only small family factions, royal families, or significant sects possess such power. There are also some hidden, ancient beings of extraordinary strength, yet in the grand tapestry of existence, even formidable families may have individuals of immense talent serving as Do-Di. The currency of the Do-Di continent comprises gold, silver, and copper, with 100 copper equating to 1 silver and 100 silver to 1 gold. In summary, the hierarchical structure of the Do-Di pathway is as follows. Ascending from the lowest to the highest, we find Do-Di, Do-Xian, and Do-Shun, each level divided into 9 stars, ranging from 1 star to 9 stars. Each star is further categorized into early, middle, late, and perfected stages. Beyond the 9 stars lies the concept of 9 transformations, achieving unity through the number 9 to step into the next realm. The elevation of Do-Di levels necessitates considerable time. Typically, it takes an ordinary person 100 years to progress from 1 star to 2 stars, 500 years from 2 stars to 3 stars, 1,000 years from 3 stars to 4 stars. And the transition from 4 stars to 5 stars relies on one's own fortune. Alchemists are classified into grades. The 1st to 3rd grades yield emperor-grade elixirs, while grades 4 to 7 are deemed immortal grade, and grades 8 and 9 are classified as saint grade. The legendary 10th grade is said to produce divine elixirs, yet it remains merely a myth, as no one has ever witnessed such a creation. Each grade from 1 to 10 is further divided into 3 tiers: heaven, earth, and profound. Regarding spiritual strength, at the emperor level, souls are categorized into 3 realms: Lingdong, Ruxu, and perfection. At the immortal level, souls are divided into entry, comprehension, and fusion, while the saint level encompasses treading void, transcendence, and entering saint. The divine realm lacks detailed subdivisions. Martial arts techniques are classified into immortal, saint, and divine grades, with distinctions of low, middle, high, and perfected levels. The levels of martial skills are similarly categorized into immortal, saint, and divine tiers, each further divided into low, middle, high, and peak levels. As for the beast hierarchy on the Do-Di continent, it is divided into 3 main tiers: emperor, immortal, and divine, with each tier further encompassing 10 ranks. It is rumored that when a beast breaks through to the 10th rank of the emperor tier, it can transform into a human and begin its cultivation anew. Given the longevity of these beasts, they have the liberty to make such a choice. However, ascending beyond the emperor tier incurs the wrath of the heavens at each stage. A single misstep could lead to severe injuries or even downfall. Thus, transforming into a human can effectively circumvent this peril. Legends suggest that a beast, upon taking human form, may even ascend to the status of a fighting god, though the veracity of such tales remains uncertain. Listening to the Golden Dragon King's account, Xiao Yin felt his mind buzzing, overwhelmed by the abundance of information. He too began to anticipate this new continent, a fresh beginning, perhaps. With a confident smile gracing his lips, he gazed at the sky beyond the passage. Chapter 8. The Mysterious Woman. The vast expanse of sky and land unfolded before him, the azure heavens occasionally resonating with the calls of distant birds and beasts. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a slight distortion in the fabric of space, from which emerged a slender young man standing amidst the clouds. Who else could it be but Xiao Yin himself? Is this truly the Do-Di continent? The richness of the spiritual energy here is indeed remarkable. Floating in the air, Xiao Yin meticulously absorbed the essence of this new land, realizing that the spiritual energy was exponentially more potent than that of the Do-Chi continent. No wonder it is referred to as a higher realm. Master, where shall we go next? The Golden Dragon King did not hinder Xiao Yin, allowing him to revel in the atmosphere of this new continent. The Dodi continent is divided into 4 relatively independent nations: North, South, East, and West. Our next destination should be the northernmost region, which is notably the weakest among the nations on the Dodi continent. I have some personal matters to attend to there, and it is said that a holy flame resides in that area. After all these years, I wonder if it still exists? The Golden Dragon King pondered nostalgically. A holy flame? Xiao Yan felt a familiar fervor ignite within him, reminiscent of his initial quest for the "Let us descend." Much of this continent's sky is governed by the nations, with strict prohibitions against aerial travel. We would attract unwelcome attention otherwise. The voice of the Golden Dragon King echoed from within the ring. Realizing the truth of the matter, Xiao Yan promptly descended towards the ground. You so young. If you reveal the location of the treasure house, we might let you go. Otherwise, just look at your delicate skin. My brethren here would not spare you. The leader, a man with a fierce countenance, addressed a seemingly defenseless woman before him, casting a lecherous glance at his malicious companions behind him. I have no knowledge of any treasure house. I am merely a servant of the Mu family. How could I possibly know? The woman appeared utterly wronged, her voice barely rising above a whisper as she gazed at the menacing expressions surrounding her. Ask the Mu family? We are from the Mu family, and their patriarch claimed on his deathbed that you had taken the map to the treasure house. What more do you have to say? The leader bellowed at the woman. If you wish to kill me, then do so. There is no need for such elaborate excuses. The young woman discerned that the person before her was merely conjuring numerous excuses to end her life, and there was no treasure map to speak of. Act now. Strip her of her garments and search for the ring. The group of subordinates behind her gazed hungrily at the woman, captivated by her delicate features and flowing tresses, her slender waist and fair skin eliciting salivations from the onlookers. Truly, they were lower than beasts. The young woman caressed the lone adornment on her hand, the only keepsake left to her by her mother. Her eyes then steeled with determination. She would rather shatter like jade than remain whole like a mere tile. A resolute glimmer igniting within her gaze. Xiao Yan, head eastwards. I sense a familiar aura, faint yet palpable. We must hasten, urged the Golden Dragon King from within the ring. Those who evoked such a familiar sensation were either former foes or bygone friends. Clearly, in this borderland, no formidable presence would linger, indicating the latter. He thus shouted at Xiao Yan. Boom, boom, boom. Just as the woman was about to fall prey to the malicious hands of the crowd, she resolved to protect her virtue. Xiao Yan arrived just in time. Xiao Yi, perceiving the ill intentions of those around, felt a surge of anger, and in an instant, her ethereal flames erupted, incapacitating all but the strongest of foes. Unbeknownst to Xiao Yan, since their journey to Dodi continent began, the mysterious runes on Xiao Yi's forehead had gradually humanized her, allowing her to express emotions. Despite her rare utterances. Who are you? Demanded the leading man, his expression darkening as he regarded Xiao Yan, who stood on the brink of death, dismissively. This girl is our target. If you seek to play the hero, you've chosen the wrong person. Brothers, attack. Young sir, be cautious. Their leader is a 6-star Do Saint. The woman, grateful for Xiao Yan's intervention, understood the formidable strength of her pursuers and wished to shield him from unnecessary peril, hastily warning him. Yet, to her astonishment, in the blink of an eye, the scattered remnants of her assailants were obliterated by Xiao Yan. The remaining leader, trembling in fear, pleaded for mercy. This is a healing pill. If you're not afraid of being poisoned, take it. It will alleviate your wounds. Xiao Yan offered a healing pill and a topical ointment to the resolute girl, his gaze softening at the sight of the blood trickling from her calf. As he disregarded the menacing figure before him and the remnants of his subordinates, his band of brothers, though somewhat lackadaisical in their training, were still a cadre of Do Saints, often undertaking tasks under the leadership of their 6-star Do Saint to make ends meet. Strangely, however, upon Xiao Yan's appearance, his own Do Chi seemed to congeal, particularly in the presence of that pearlescent figure, which sent beads of cold sweat cascading down his brow. Thank you. After speaking, the young girl did not hesitate. She grasped the medicinal pill from Xiao Yan's phone and swallowed it whole. As she applied the remedy to her wound, it solidified within mere seconds, and she felt a gentle warmth mending her injury. This was undoubtedly a high-grade elixir. The young woman marveled internally. Why are so many of you pursuing a defenseless girl? Xiao Yan inquired with a smile. Young hero, please spare us. We are but homeless wanderers, forced into this predicament. Our intention was merely to collect some money from the Mu family, but upon our arrival, we found their residence in utter ruin, a scene of devastation. Even the remaining servants were not spared. We were threatened by mysterious figures. Having heard rumors that she possesses a treasure map, the man said. His eyes filled with terror as he glanced at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan recognized the truth in his words. One does not lie when engulfed by sheer fear. Thank you for saving me. The girl, moved by the situation, knelt before Xiao Yan and bowed her head. Rise, There is no need for such formalities, Xiaoyan replied. Though he was unaware of why the golden dragon fish urged him to rescue this one-star doe saint, he sensed there was a reason behind the golden dragon king's wishes. Kind sir, let us spare him. They too are victims of circumstance. I have never known my parents. Since I can remember, the only clue to finding them has been this ring on my finger. Despite my current weakness, I will avenge the Mu family for their kindness towards me, she declared, clenching her tiny fist with determination. Speak your mind, Xiaoyan said, intending to depart now that the immediate issue was resolved. However, he noticed the girl hesitating, as if she had more to say. Kind sir, I know you are a good person. With the Mu family destroyed, I am left with no one. Although it may be presumptuous, might I accompany you? I can wash clothes, cook, and I wish to investigate this matter further. I will remain by your side until I fulfill this wish, she said, her eyes glistening with hope as she gazed at Xiaoyan, her last lifeline. Indeed, with the Mu family's demise, she had nowhere else to turn. To be weak is to be bullied. To be weak is to be unable to protect what one cherishes. To be weak is to be incapable of seeking one's true parents. I must grow stronger. The girl looked at Xiaoyan with unwavering determination, reminding him of his younger self. Chapter 9. A journey together, one nation, two pavilions, three valleys, for sects rise. I agree to your request, Xiaoyan said resignedly. He too was traversing the continent in search of strength, burdened by responsibilities and mysteries yet to be resolved. Bringing this girl along could be a hindrance, and just as he contemplated rejecting her, the Golden Dragon King advised him, take her with you. You will surely be grateful for this decision in the future. With this vague yet compelling counsel, Xiaoyan acquiesced. Kind sir, my name is Qing Yuan. May I know your esteemed name? A girl named Qing Yuan joyfully inquired of Xiaoyan. Initially, Qing Yuan was not one to trust the pills and acts of assistance from strangers. For such hypocrites could be far more perilous. She had heard of such individuals during her time with the Mu family. However, what perplexed Qing Yuan was that ever since Xiaoyan's appearance, she felt an unprecedented sense of warmth emanating from him, as if a voice within her urged her to follow the man before her. Thus, without hesitation, she consumed Xiaoyan's pill and implored him to take her in. Qing Yuan, you need not call me benefactor. It is merely a trifling act. My name is Xiaoyan. Trusting in the Golden Dragon King, Xiaoyan candidly revealed his name to Qing Yuan, believing that in this new continent, it posed no issue. Furthermore, from the Golden Dragon King's words and his astonishment, Xiaoyan sensed that Qing Yuan was quite extraordinary. Very well, Xiaoyan replied, somewhat resigned. He was acutely aware that he was not a virtuous man. Had it not been for the Golden Dragon King's intervention, the girl might have already met with a grim fate. Nevertheless, having resolved to assist Qing Yuan, he would not allow her to experience the pangs of homelessness once more. Benefactor, do you have a destination in mind? If not, we could investigate the Mu family's matters now. Qing Yuan beamed with delight at Xiaoyan's agreement to shelter her. Qing Yuan, are you familiar with the circumstances around here? Xiaoyan inquired. I have ventured out alone to traverse the world, intending to visit a nearby city to procure some pills and maps for unforeseen circumstances. Observing Qing Yuan's eyes slightly reddened, Xiaoyan awkwardly continued. To investigate the Mu family's affairs, it is essential to understand the various powers in this continent. I know, exclaimed the girl, her earlier sorrow transformed into a smile. Qingcheng, located at the foot of the Monster Beast mountain range, is also the furthest boundary of the Xianling continent. As a border town adjacent to the Monster Beast mountain range, Qingcheng is renowned for its limited prosperity within a 100-mile radius. Given Xiaoyan's current speed, reaching Qingcheng would take merely a few minutes. However, Qing Yuan's injured ankle slowed their pace. Xiaoyan, why are you alone? Are you out here to travel, given your formidable prowess? Qing Yuan inquired with lively curiosity, reminiscent of a child full of questions. I suppose so. By the way, Qing Yuan, what notable factions exist in this Xianling continent? Xiaoyan asked her, aware that navigating an unfamiliar land necessitated knowledge of who could be offended and who could not, to avoid unnecessary troubles. He had initially intended to ask his master, the Golden Dragon King, but lamentably, as the Golden Dragon King himself would say, he could hardly recall the names of these minor cities. The Xianling continent is divided into two primary factions, humans and monster beasts. As for the monster beast factions, I am not well versed. Regarding the human factions, they are overtly categorized into one nation, two pavilions, three valleys, and four sections. Of course, there are also some equally formidable factions that are little known to the masses. Qing Yuan pondered for a moment before speaking. In the Xianling continent, the strength of national governance has reached its zenith. After the royal family established its dominion over this realm, powerful factions emerged, yet they all remained subservient to the royal authority. Naturally, these formidable forces harbored dissatisfaction towards the royal rule. However, following their attempts at rebellion, the dissenting voices gradually waned. for it is said that the royal family is guarded by celestial beings. As for the three valleys, they are known as Dan Valley, Nightmare Valley, and Astrology Valley. As the name suggests, Dan Valley is a treasure trove of rare herbs and spiritual materials. Legend has it that the founder of Dan Valley discovered a land exceptionally suited for the cultivation of such treasures, hence establishing the valley. Although Dan Valley may not possess overwhelming strength, it boasts formidable alchemists and an abundance of rare resources, thus forging numerous alliances. Nightmare Valley specializes in the mastery of the soul, transcending the ordinary. While its inherent power may be mediocre, it possesses the ability to launch soul attacks, inducing temporary disorientation in adversaries, allowing for fatal strikes. Astrology Valley, the weakest among the three, harbors the unique ability to foresee and predict the future, utilizing the power of the cosmos in battle. Lastly, the four sects, each rich in heritage and legacy, consist of the Poison Sect, Sword God Sect, Bright Church, and Solomon Sect. The Poison Sect, as its name implies, comprises individuals who wield poisonous energy or those who, for various reasons, cannot cultivate conventional energy. The sect leader, a formidable figure afflicted with a cursed body, initially faced persecution from the Empire due to his lethal abilities. In a twist of fate, the Empire compelled him to establish the Poison Sect, providing refuge for those who practiced poison energy and were often scorned and ostracized. Thus, the leader's influence within the sect is profound, and although the sect has remained underappreciated, it has not engaged in egregious acts since the leader's ascendance. The Bright Church is renowned for its close combat techniques, allowing practitioners to conceal their presence and strike at opportune moments. Once revealed, they exhibit tremendous explosive power and instantaneous control, delivering devastating blows to their foes. Hence, the church has earned a reputation as a hidden assassin's guild. The Solomon Sect is reputed to be a sanctuary for all extraordinary talents and peculiar arts, yet it is also the most enigmatic of the sects, remaining discreet with few rumors, whether good or ill, circulating about it. Having succinctly outlined the power dynamics of the Xianling continent, Qing Yuan gazed expectantly at Xiao Yan, reminiscent of a young girl who hopes for praise after performing a good deed. Chapter 10. The Gathering of Treasures. I know you are formidable. Let us enter the city, Xiao Yan said, taking Qing Yuan's hand and leading her towards the city gate, oblivious to the faint blush adorning her face, unaware of her thoughts. Stop right there, barked several burly men stationed at the city gate. Routine inspection, remove your hat. Very well, they are not the ones. Allow them to pass. The checkpoint at the entrance was exceedingly stringent, meticulously scrutinizing passers-by, as if searching for something elusive. Who knows? The murderer who dared to annihilate the Mu family must have some form of support. Be cautious as you venture out. It is rumored that this killer is still within the city. As Xiao Yan and Qing Yuan stepped into the city, they were met with hushed whispers from passers-by. Qing Yuan, do you know why the Mu family met such a tragic end? Xiao Yan inquired, his curiosity piqued. I'm not entirely certain, Qing Yuan replied, a touch of sorrow in his voice. I recall that the family head had come into possession of something significant, despite the Mu family's indifferent treatment of him. Qing Yuan felt a twinge of sadness at their demise, recognizing the kindness they had shown him in providing refuge and nurturing him. An innocent man bears no guilt. But possessing something precious can lead to peril, Xiao Yan offered in consolation, gently guiding Qing Yuan towards the apothecary. Just as Xiao Yan contemplated settling into an inn, he realized he was devoid of funds, making it difficult to broach the subject with Qing Yuan. Instead, he suggested, let us first head to the auction house for elixirs. I need to procure some medicinal herbs. Upon hearing this, Qing Yuan felt a pang of envy but accompanied Xiao Yan to the auction house. The bold characters of Zhubao Yuan loomed impressively on a grand sign, exuding an air of prestige. Zhubao Yuan was the largest auction house in Qingcheng, specializing in elixirs and medicinal herbs, and it was the preferred venue for alchemists to auction their potions and seek high-grade elixirs. To avoid recognition, Xiao Yan and Qing Yuan donned cloaks that enveloped them completely as they entered. The moment they stepped inside, they were greeted by invigorating aromas that were all too familiar to Xiao Yan. The fragrant scent of high-grade elixirs wafted through the air. How may I assist you, gentlemen? A shrewd-looking man approached them with a smile. Although many patrons appeared at the auction openly, individuals like Xiao Yan were not uncommon, prompting the man to approach them without hesitation. Greetings, I wish to auction some elixirs and also inquire about some rare herbs, though I am uncertain if you possess them. Xiao Yan replied, deliberately lowering his voice. What grade of elixirs do you intend to auction, sir? As for the herbs, rest assured, Zhubao Yuan has an extensive selection. The man responded, quickly discerning Xiao Yan's intentions. May I ask what grade of elixirs you wish to auction? The man inquired, scrutinizing Xiao Yan closely. 9th grade golden elixir. Ah, what is the matter? Is the grade I'm offering inadequate? Sir, Please, come this way. I shall summon our chief executive immediately. Kindly wait a moment. The man was evidently taken aback by the mention of a 9th-grade golden elixir. It was well known that although the Do-Di continent was rich in spiritual energy compared to the Do-Chi continent, the path to becoming an alchemist was arduous, devoid of shortcuts, rendering alchemists exceedingly rare. It was no wonder that the man attending to Xiao Yin was so astonished, as he typically dealt with elixirs of around the 6th grade. Greetings, I am Zhang He, the chief executive of Zhubao Yuan and an imperial-grade alchemist. Are you indeed here to auction a 9th-grade golden elixir? A slender middle-aged man named Qing, he stepped forward. This is the 9th-grade golden elixir I wish to auction, along with some healing potions. Additionally, here is a list of the herbs I require. I hope the chief executive can assist me. Xiao Yin displayed remarkable courtesy towards Zhang He, as Zhang He received the numerous bottles of 9th-grade golden elixirs and a note detailing various medicinal herbs transmitted by Xiao Yin. A tremor of surprise coursed through him. Transmitting objects from afar? A Do Emperor? Qing He contemplated his next steps. Please wait a moment, esteemed sir. I shall return shortly, he said, clasping his fists in respect before attempting to depart. Hold on, Zhang He, Xiao Yin interjected, to be candid. I was in such haste to leave that I did not have the opportunity to bring any currency. Therefore, I seek to sell these elixirs promptly to acquire the herbs I require. Upon hearing this, Zhang He considered, are you truly intent on proceeding in such a manner? I had initially planned to inform you that the prices would rise significantly. However, if that is the case, I shall arrange for the swiftest auction and fetch the herbs from the warehouse. I shall return shortly. With that, he hurriedly exited, as Xiao Yin watched Zhang He depart. A striking young woman with delicate features and an alluring figure entered cautiously, holding a tray of exquisite tea. Clearly, she had been instructed to attend to Xiao Yin, and sensing his composed demeanor, she exhaled in relief. Although she had been directed to cater to this distinguished individual, she felt compelled to accommodate any special requests. Reassured by the knowledge that he was not of a demanding nature, Xiao Yin scrutinized the room within the gathering of treasures, noting its simplistic structure, yet sensing an almost imperceptible pressure that hinted at an underlying formation. It must be an array, he mused, surprised to discover such protective measures in place. The Golden Dragon King suddenly spoke, having remained silent since guiding Xiao Yin and Qing Yuan, only to re-emerge with words after a considerable time. Esteemed sir, if the elixirs you left are auctioned for a total of 5 million, and after deducting the 150,000 for the herbs listed on your note, along with a 10% handling fee, you will have 3 million remaining. All of which is on this card, Zhang He conveyed, not daring to underestimate the significance of Xiao Yin, especially after witnessing the 10 exquisite 9th-grade golden elixirs he had produced. Clearly, this individual was of equal standing. He presented a striped crystal card and a mid-level storage ring. The striped crystal card, reserved for those above the Do Emperor rank, hinted at the possibility that this enigmatic figure before him might indeed be a Do Emperor, capable of refining 9th-grade golden elixirs. Such duality inspired profound respect. Since there is nothing further, I extend my gratitude to the esteemed chief steward and bid you farewell, Xiao Yin said, taking the items from Zhang He as he prepared to leave the gathering of treasures. Please, sir, allow me to caution you, Zhang He urged. Recently, troubles concerning the Mu family have stirred the city into a frenzy, and there is a curfew in place. I advise you to exercise caution, as it is rumored that the perpetrator specifically targets alchemists. Zhang He understood that cultivating a favorable impression with such a high-ranking alchemist would be advantageous, even if they could not be directly allied. Thank you for your warning, esteemed chief steward. I take my leave, Xiao Yin replied, clasping his fists in gratitude. Master, what is the identity of this individual? How could he so generously produce such an abundance of 9th-grade golden pills? Moreover, what is his intention behind procuring so many high-grade medicinal materials? The man inquired respectfully of Zhang He. I cannot ascertain his identity, but his prowess as an alchemist is undeniably formidable, possibly on par or even superior to mine. The aura of spiritual energy emanating from him is remarkably potent. As for the purpose of the medicinal materials he seeks, I am equally in the dark. However, it would be prudent to refrain from delving too deeply into the affairs of such a person. Focus on your own responsibilities, Zhang He advised slowly. Chapter 11. Journey to the Alchemist Association. Upon exiting the treasure-gathering source, Xiao Yin took Qing Yuan to a guest house to settle in. Xiao Yin, why did you purchase so many elixirs? Qing Yuan, evidently astonished by Xiao Yin's lavish expenditure, hurriedly inquired in the solitude of the guest house. Of course, they are for you to consume, Xiao Yin replied nonchalantly. Huh, to consume? I do not require elixirs, Qing Yuan said, perplexed as she gazed at Xiao Yin. It is known that in the Do-Di continent, the elixirs commonly circulated among the populace are predominantly below the 9th grade. Given that Xiao Yan had just auctioned off 9th-grade golden pills, it was clear that he was a powerful figure with considerable expertise in alchemy. The thought of having Xiao Yan concoct elixirs for her made her feel somewhat uneasy. Do not worry, since you have chosen to accompany me. Things cannot remain as they were in the past. Regardless of previous circumstances, this marks the beginning of your new life, Xiao Yan declared. Retrieving the elixirs he had just auctioned and handing over a common Do Chi card containing 100,000 coins to Qing Yuan. Here, take this money. Spend it as you wish, and if it is insufficient, we shall address that later. No, that is unnecessary, Xiao Yan. Qing Yuan stammered, at a loss for words. Thank you, Xiao Yan. A wave of emotion washed over Qing Yuan, causing her eyes to well with tears. Never before had someone treated her with such kindness since her birth. Girls should not always weep, Qing Yuan. Remember, one's birth and circumstances do not define a person. The tides of fortune shift. Do not belittle those who are young and impoverished. Rest assured, I will assist you in locating your parents, Xiao Yan reassured. Having noticed a hint of insecurity in Qing Yuan, the night passed without further conversation. Xiao Yan selflessly offered his bed to Qing Yuan, who had been in a state of anxiety for far too long and deserved a restful slumber. Exhausted, she climbed into bed and soon drifted into a deep sleep. Xiao Yan, mindful of her fatigue, stepped outside to focus on cultivation. The night swiftly elapsed as he dedicated himself to solidifying his realm and familiarizing himself with the abundant Do Chi of this land. Just as he was about to step into the inner room to cover Qing Yuan with a blanket, he caught sight of her delicate face, where 2 small dimples appeared, as if she were dreaming of something joyous. As I previously mentioned, if you wish to uncover that matter, you must concoct the foundation strengthening pill and have Qing Yuan consume it. The answers you seek will naturally reveal themselves. However, considering her current condition, there may only be a month at most, so you must act swiftly. The Golden Dragon King continued to speak in riddles, observing Xiao Yan's bewilderment. Today, a selection of medicinal herbs was auctioned off from Jibaoan, and combined with what the master left behind, we are nearly complete. However, we are still lacking a single magic core. What should we do? Xiao Yan asked, perplexed. Having just arrived in the Do Di continent, he was still unfamiliar with the powers of the magical beasts. It would be unwise to hunt a magical beast without understanding the situation. Indeed, acquiring a magic core from an imperial-grade beast is no simple feat. I checked Jibaoan earlier and found no signs of such a core. It appears that the search will be quite challenging. Tomorrow, I shall visit the Alchemist Association. Alchemists in the Do Di continent are exceedingly rare. Even a first-grade imperial alchemist like you must be highly sought after in this small town of Qingqing. A high-ranking alchemist can navigate any situation with ease, he chuckled, as if a brilliant idea had struck him. The Alchemist Association, you say? A smile crept onto Xiao Yan's lips as he recalled his identity as an alchemist. He had advanced to the rank of alchemist capable of concocting imperial-grade elixirs while in the Do Chi continent. But he had forgotten this due to the absence of a clear assessment system there. As the morning sun bathed the earth, a beautiful day began anew. Brother Xiao Yan, where are we headed? Qing Yuan, having rested well, appeared revitalized, her flowing hair captivating under the sunlight and gentle breeze. We are off to the Alchemist Association. We are missing an essential herb for your elixirs, so let's try our luck, Xiao Yan replied as they walked toward the association, addressing Qing Yuan's myriad of questions. Oh, an imperial soul, how rare it has been to encounter one, remarked an elderly man with white hair, sensing Xiao Yan's soul power, before vanishing from sight. The so-called soul impact involves confining soul power within a certain range. Exceeding this range has no effect, while soul power falling below the threshold becomes subject to a restrictive force, rendering progress impossible until one retreats to break free. Hee, young friend, you possess keen insight, having seen through our association's trivialities at a glance. Please, come inside, greeted an elderly man with a warm smile, his hair as white as snow. Xiao Yan sensed a power within this man that was no less formidable than his own, yet he felt no fear and strode forward with Qing Yuan. President, what brings you out here? Were we not enjoying tea inside? Another gentle-faced elder inquired of the white-haired man who had just emerged. Greetings, President. I am here to register for the alchemist assessment, Xiao Yan said, holding Qing Yuan's hand as he addressed the elder before him. Was it you who just emanated imperial soul power? The white-haired elder asked once more. What level of alchemist do you wish to assess? He scrutinized Xiao Yan carefully, unable to discern any clues. This elder, named by Su, was the president of the Qingqing Alchemist Association and a 4th-grade imperial alchemist himself. Standing beside Bai Su was Bai Ruo, the vice president of the Alchemist Association. Due to Bai Ruo's inherently playful nature, his alchemical skills were merely at the 2nd tier of the emperor grade. Additionally, the two were brothers, with Bai Su achieving the 1st tier of the emperor grade. Xiao Yan spoke in a flat tone, as if discussing a matter of little consequence. What? You, young man, actually wish to undergo the assessment for the first tier of the Emperor grade? Bai Ruo exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at Xiao Yan. Did he not understand the gravity of his ambition? To aspire to become a first-tier Emperor-grade alchemist at such a young age was utterly audacious. Oh, follow me. Bai Ruo commanded promptly, preparing for the assessment of the first-tier Emperor-grade alchemists, ensuring that entry and exit from the association was strictly prohibited. He also summoned the members of the association to observe. Bai Ruo had initially assumed Xiao Yan intended to assess for the 9th-tier alchemist, as it was not merely possessing an Emperor realm soul that granted one the right to test for the Emperor grade. However, this turn of events proved to be rather intriguing. Do not disappoint me, Bai Su thought quietly, observing Xiao Yan's calm demeanor. Chapter 12. The first round of assessment begins. A grand gesture. Bai Su led Xiao Yan and Qin Yuan into the inner sanctum of the Alchemist Association. This is a secluded haven within our association, a small world established by a formidable celestial combatant. Here, you may confidently concoct your elixirs without concern. Have you comprehended this? Bai Su smiled gently at Xiao Yan, clearly indicating that this young man had captured the president's interest. Achieving an Emperor realm soul at such a tender age promised a remarkable future. Understood. May I commence the assessment? Xiao Yan inquired, observing President Bai Su meticulously explain the process to him, while Vice President Bai Ruo nodded in agreement, occasionally adding his own commentary. He could not fathom their intentions, nor could he guess that a crowd of Alchemist Association members stood behind him, eagerly anticipating his performance in the assessment for the Emperor grade. Merely witnessing the process would be immensely beneficial. The assessment begins. Bai Su's declaration silenced the sparse figures around him. It was an extraordinary opportunity to witness an assessment for the Emperor grade alchemist, prompting the onlookers to watch Xiao Yan intently. For the first round of the assessment, Spirit Cultivation, Bai Su announced. Here, we provide 2 sets of alchemical formulas, though you may also utilize your own prepared recipes. Bai Su smiled knowingly at Xiao Yan. 2 sets of formulas? Are you out of your mind? Vice President Bai Ruo exclaimed, fully aware of the priceless nature of a single Emperor-grade formula. Even a mere inscription of such a recipe held immense value, and now, presenting 2 sets left Bai Ruo, feeling somewhat pained. You will understand in due course, Bai Su replied to Bai Ruo. Goodness, what a grand gesture. To offer 2 sets of Emperor-grade formulas right away. Xiao Yan marveled internally, recognizing that Emperor-grade formulas were invaluable treasures. Although the formulas before him were inscribed, their worth was staggering, especially when considering the accompanying materials required for these 2 sets of recipes. Are you astonished now? Do not assume that the members of the Alchemist Association are fools. Had you not just revealed your Emperor realm soul? Do you think the president would present such exceptional formulas to you? Since he has presented such an excellent prescription, it is evident that he intends to subtly bind you to his cause. Should any issues arise within this association, you will find it difficult to extricate yourself. These individuals are quite astute, remarked the Golden Dragon King with a chuckle from within the ring. Regardless, we stand to gain without incurring any loss, as we have fortuitously acquired 2 imperial-grade prescriptions. Any matters that arise can be addressed in due course. Xiao Yan, perceptive of Chairman Bai Su's intentions, offered a knowing smile. He slowly approached, unfolding the 2 scrolls of prescriptions. The fire transformation pill not only unlocks the utmost potential of fire attribute martial techniques, but is also said to possess life-sustaining properties. Its ingredients include ice snow ginseng, royal bamboo leaves, and fire cloud spring water. The shaping pill, as it is rumored, allows magical beasts to evolve into human forms upon reaching a certain level of strength or consuming extraordinary worldly treasures. Although a 6th-tier shaping pill can assist magical beasts in transforming into humans, it may result in a decline in their strength or instability in their foundation, severely affecting their cultivation post-transformation. In contrast, the shaping pill effectively addresses this issue, not only enabling magical beasts to assume human forms, but also perfectly preserving their bloodlines and powers, ensuring no detriment to their cultivation speed. It is even said to allow magical beasts to effortlessly switch between their beastly and human forms, which is why it is highly sought after by them. Its ingredients are earth lotus, blood emperor leaves, and ice snow flame fruits. If you have made your decision, we can commence the first round, Bai Ruo stated, observing Xiao Yan as he carefully contemplated. Master Ancestor, which one should we choose? Xiao Yan inquired, momentarily at a loss. The shaping pill. This elixir is of great significance. Let us concoct it now while we have sufficient materials before seeking the ingredients for the vitality rejuvenation pill, the Golden Dragon King replied thoughtfully. The shaping pill? That is comparable to some 2nd-tier imperial-grade elixirs. Even some 2nd-tier imperial-grade alchemists might struggle to concoct it. Is this young man out of his mind? The various members of the association watching Xiao Yan's assessment began to murmur among themselves. To think it is this elixir, rivaling second-tier imperial grade. If he passes the assessment, I shall no longer need to implore the chairman, a silver-haired girl mused as she observed Xiao Yin. After a moment of reflection, Xiao Yin recalled Master Ancestor's words about the rare fire being an uncommon entity on the Do-Di continent. Yet Master Ancestor had never clarified it fully. Never mind. Let the flames be unique. After all, this is the Alchemist Association, and they cannot possibly compel me to engage in research, can they? Utilizing the extraordinary fire to refine imperial-grade elixirs should yield substantial benefits. With a plan in mind, he hesitated no longer and summoned Xiao Yi. She bounded onto his shoulder, enveloped in a swirl of milky flames, chirping incessantly as if to express her displeasure at being neglected for so long, wearing an expression of grievance. All right. Let us first concoct the elixir, and you may accompany Qing Yuan afterward. Xiao Yin quickly reassured her upon noticing Xiao Yi's discontent. At his words, she chirped happily, and the surrounding milky flames intensified, reflecting her delight. Since the appearance of the milky white flames, the atmosphere surrounding the gathering had instantly become sweltering, causing beads of sweat to form on the foreheads of those present. Is that a fire sprite? The onlookers marveled at the terrifying flame energy emanating from the petite figure of Xiao Yi. A woman clad in black, with silvery hair, covered her mouth in disbelief, exclaiming that it was indeed a fire sprite. Beside her, the previously smiling President Bai Su now wore a look of astonishment, quickly calculating in his mind. How is it possible that this young man possesses a fire sprite? Vice President Bai Ruo's earlier displeasure had transformed into sheer incredulity. Chapter 13. The Emergence of Xiao Yi. The Fire Sprite. This is undoubtedly a remarkable cauldron. After Xiao Yin summoned he filled the assessment-provided cauldron, discovering that not a single flame escaped, all perfectly contained within. Burning fiercely, he couldn't help but exclaim. An accomplished alchemist requires 3 essential elements. First, powerful spiritual energy, which allows for perfect control over the intensity of the flames, ensuring that the medicinal properties of the materials are fully refined without any waste. Second, a high-quality cauldron. A good cauldron retains the flames effectively, accelerates the refining process, and enhances the quality of the elixirs produced. Even the cauldrons listed on the Heavenly Cauldron rankings can manifest extraordinary phenomena upon the emergence of certain elixirs. Third, powerful fighting spirit, which represents the alchemist's own strength. The higher the rank of the elixir, the more time and precious materials are required. Only with substantial strength can one successfully navigate the complexities of high-tier alchemy. Otherwise, insufficient power could lead to catastrophic failures, or even worse, the destruction of both the elixir and the alchemist. With these 3 prerequisites, combined with continuous learning in alchemy, one can aspire to become a competent alchemist. To rise to the ranks of a high-tier alchemist, Xiao Yin summoned Xiao Yi, who seemed to intuitively grasp his intentions, immediately beginning to conjure flames within the cauldron, looking utterly adorable. Witnessing this, Xiao Yin smiled knowingly, preparing to start crafting the shape-shifting elixir, entirely unaware of the commotion outside among the president and the audience. A fire sprite. What is that? The students present voiced their confusion. The so-called sprites are mystical beings born from the essence of heaven and earth. On the Do-Di continent, they are categorized into 5 elemental types: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. From birth, they possess intelligence comparable to that of humans and wield formidable powers. It is said that the greatest strength of a sprite lies in its capacity for growth. The silver-haired woman gazed at Xiao Yin with deep envy. Furthermore, it is rumored that the elemental sprites are uniquely gifted, with limitless potential in their future. Sprites are known for their sincerity and simplicity. One must earn their recognition to become their companion. The enhancement and combat boost provided by a sprite to its partner can only be described as terrifying. As Yuru concluded her explanation, the audience erupted into a flurry of excitement, filled with envy and exhilaration, for they had witnessed a fire sprite firsthand. Xiao Yin absorbed every word, realizing that he must inquire about Xiao Yi with his master after the assessment concludes. Speak, and focus intently on controlling the flames. Those who can join the Alchemist Association are certainly not of dubious character. They are, in fact, individuals deserving of profound respect. The strong command admiration from all. Not to mention someone like Xiao Yin, a prodigy blessed with both formidable strength and extraordinary fortune. Indeed, Yuru's words resonate deeply. It is astonishing that this young man possesses not only an imperial soul, but also such a rare fire spirit. President Bai Su smiled at the silver-haired woman named Yuru. An imperial soul? The silver-haired beauty, Yuru, was once again profoundly astonished. She had long understood that although the Do-Di continent is home to many gifted individuals, the profession of alchemist remains scarce, and high-ranking alchemists are even more exceptional. A powerful alchemist must possess a robust soul to adeptly control the flames and execute the intricate and tedious process of alchemy. Thus, a strong soul inherently signifies a powerful alchemist. President, once this assessment concludes, I must meet this young man, Yuru declared with unwavering determination. Her gaze fixed resolutely on President Baisu. Are you still unwilling to relent? Baisu inquired, noticing a flicker of disappointment in Yuru's eyes as he spoke. While Xiao Yin is indeed endowed with a rare fire spirit, he began, only to halt abruptly at the intensity of her gaze. Very well. I shall make arrangements for you to meet him once the assessment is complete. Thank you, President, Yuru replied excitedly. Bowing respectfully before lifting her head to gaze proudly at Xiao Yin amidst the evaluation arena. In the assessment venue, Xiao Yin observed the flames within the cauldron, which had reached a scorching pinnacle. This heat seems just right to commence the refinement of the elixir. With that, he deftly flicked his fingers, sending various medicinal herbs into the cauldron. Xiao Yi, too, was nearby, mimicking Xiao Yan's actions with admirable enthusiasm. Once the herbs were introduced, Xiao Yan divided the flames into 3 distinct portions. Each part of the flame, as if assigned a specific task, proceeded to refine the earthly lotus, blood emperor leaf, and ice flame fruit respectively. Alchemy requires singular focus. One cannot divide their attention, as such folly may lead to the ruin of the elixir or worse, calamity. This is a tenet every alchemist learns upon entering the craft. What exquisite control of the soul! Baisu marveled at Xiao Yan's alchemical technique, noting his remarkable ability to simultaneously refine the materials. It is worth mentioning that even Baisu, during his own alchemical endeavors, must concentrate his soul to ensure thorough refinement. Dividing the flames in such a manner demands considerable skill and energy, a feat not attainable by all. Time swiftly passed, and several hours later, the earthly lotus, known for its formidable hardness, began to yield. Even Xiao Yi, a remarkable fire spirit, required the relentless heat to gradually strip away its layers, revealing the rich crimson energy of the lotus seeds within. Following this, as if scripted by fate, the blood emperor leaf responded to the refinement of the earthly lotus. With a sudden crack, a leaf fell away, unveiling a blood-red bamboo grove. To the astonishment of all present, a delicate leaf descended from within the grove, slowly transforming into a vibrant green liquid. The exterior of the ice and snow flame fruit is remarkably resilient, having undergone a meticulous refining process. As the shell of the fruit was gradually transformed, a layer of golden crystals emerged, which, under the relentless roasting of the fire spirit, soon succumbed to the heat and morphed into a pool of liquid. The onlookers gazed upon the 3 pools of liquid amidst the flames, each exuding an intangible yet potent energy. They understood that the first step had been accomplished. Now, the true challenge lay ahead, merging these 3 disparate liquids. It appeared that the division into 3 had indeed been quite taxing. Next came the fusion. Xiao Yan, observing the 3 unyielding pools within the cauldron, sighed in resignation. Under his deft guidance, the 3 pools of liquid slowly began to converge. Boom, boom, boom. Just as the 3 pools drew nearer to one another, a terrifying energy erupted violently within the cauldron. It was as though each force, representing its own domain, fiercely resisted unification. Oh no, is the cauldron about to explode? What will you do now, little one? Baisu murmured, watching Xiao Yan's predicament with concern. Explode the cauldron? Impossible. Suck it in. Chapter 14. The 9-color pill. A rain of pills falls from the sky. In the space surrounding Xiao Yan outside the cauldron, as he bellowed, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth visibly divided into 3 streams, rushing towards the 3 pools of medicinal materials within the cauldron. With the influx of vast amounts of spiritual energy, the previously stagnant forces began to soften, even showing signs of potential fusion. Oh! With the unique power of the fire spirit, the violent elements within the 3 medicinal materials were eliminated, and coupled with the influx of spiritual energy, the forces of the 3 materials reached a harmonious balance, allowing for seamless fusion. Truly remarkable. Baisu, observing Xiao Yan's masterful technique, spoke to the perplexed members of the association, his admiration for Xiao Yan unmistakable in both his gaze and tone. The elimination of the violent elements must be attributed to the flames. This young man's fire spirit is indeed exceptional. What a formidable talent he possesses. Baisu mused inwardly, then turned to the vice president, Bai Ruo, whispering a few words. Bai Ruo hurriedly left the assessment area, her demeanor suggesting urgency. Don't think you can compete with me. The silver-haired woman, Yuru, remarked coldly, having discerned the underlying circumstances as she watched the departing vice president. As Baisu stated, Xiao Yan was harnessing the residual devouring power of the void-swallowing flame within Xiao Yi to eliminate the violent elements from the 3 medicinal materials. He was also gathering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to replenish the energy of the three substances, achieving equilibrium that would facilitate an effortless fusion. Time passed swiftly, and as the crowd marveled at Xiao Yan's exceptional alchemical skills, the fusion of the pills gradually commenced. Xiao Yan, who had previously kept his eyes partially closed, now slowly opened them, his expression grave as he focused intently on the cauldron. Within the rising flames existed three forms, each resembling either liquid or powder, seemingly inconspicuous, yet radiating a profoundly powerful and pure medicinal essence. The spiritual energy in this small realm had nearly reached saturation. It was time for you to be complete. It is time to commence the fusion into a pill. Xiao Yan meticulously controlled his soul power to decompose the energies of the three materials, achieving a harmonious balance, before unleashing the flames upon the medicinal herbs. Clearly, he was initiating the amalgamation of the herbs. Xiao Yan directed the flames to gradually assault the three pools of liquid. The essences of the three herbs, having undergone the tempering and equilibrium of the natural spiritual energy, no longer repelled each other as they had initially. Instead, they began to slowly merge together. Success! Xiao Yan exclaimed with joy. Initially, he had approached this endeavor with a mere experimental mindset, and had thought that even if this attempt failed, he still had two more opportunities. Although the devouring power of the void-devouring flame could indeed eliminate the violent elements within the herbs, this was all merely theoretical for Xiao Yan. To his astonishment, the herbs began to perfectly fuse, thereby validating his theory, and how could he not be thrilled? Next came the waiting for the herbs to fully amalgamate into a pill, followed by the impending tribulation of pill lightning. With that, Xiao Yan sat down, fully aware that even after removing the violent elements from the herbs to facilitate a smoother and quicker fusion, the process was still a time-consuming endeavor, especially given the imperial-grade pill he was crafting. Alchemy is an exceedingly time-consuming affair, particularly for the concoction of such high-tier pills. It is not uncommon for the process to extend over 10 days or even half a month. The members of the association present, who were observing and learning, understood this situation well, and thus did not exhibit impatience during the lengthy wait. Most of those able to witness the event were individuals of some standing and strength within the association, and this requisite patience was a virtue they possessed. Under the watchful gaze of countless expectant eyes, time quietly slipped away, and within the briefest of moments, 5 days had passed unnoticed. The onlookers recognized that the initial phase of refining the powers of the herbs had been accomplished, and what lay ahead was the formation of the pill and the welcoming of the tribulation of pill lightning. The so-called pill lightning tribulation refers to the phenomenon that occurs when a pill exceeds the 8th rank, resulting in celestial anomalies. This calamity is commonly referred to as the tribulation of pill lightning. Many alchemists seek the assistance of formidable protectors while concocting high-tier pills. For the tribulation of pill lightning is exceedingly ferocious. A single misstep could lead to the obliteration of both the pill and its creator. Everyone present was acutely aware of the ferocity of the tribulation of pill lightning, especially considering that the pill Xiao Yan was crafting was of imperial grade, which would render the terror of the lightning even more perilous. Let us hope you do not disappoint us. A powerful alchemist is certainly formidable, yet the tribulation of pill lightning is no trifling matter. The silver-haired woman, Yu gazed at Xiao Yan with a hint of concern. Strangely, I have a feeling that this lad will craft it flawlessly, and I sense he harbors some secrets. Just watch his performance closely, Baisu remarked. Having discerned Yu's apprehension, the silver-haired woman glanced at Xiao Yan and then at Baisu, appearing to ponder deeply. Amidst the somewhat heated atmosphere, a low rumbling thunder suddenly resonated across the horizon, prompting countless gazes to shift upwards. There, in the sky, an ominous cloud had appeared, and within it, a deep rumbling of thunder echoed, a clear indication that the tribulation of pill lightning was forming. Oh, what is this fluctuation? Baisu gazed at Xiao Yan, a hint of amusement flickering in her heart. He was indeed an impressive young man. It is widely acknowledged that if an 8th-grade elixir can summon the 9-colored elixir thunder, it signifies an ascension into the realm of 9th-grade elixirs. One can only wonder what the appearance of an imperial-grade elixir would entail. Xiao Yan, undistracted by external matters, meticulously controlled the fusion of the medicinal materials. With a sudden shout, he opened his eyes and declared, "It is done." At last, the fusion was successful, and a towering green beam of light surged skyward, piercing through the ominous clouds overhead. The thunderclouds in the sky began to shift. An incredulous gasp erupted from the spectators, and all eyes from the association were fixated on the stormy clouds above Xiao Yan. Indeed, as the clouds roiled, the originally colorless elixir thunder began to change. Witnessing this extraordinary scene, the onlookers were left utterly speechless, as Xiao Yan had truly achieved the impossible. What a remarkable feat! In the distance, on a stone platform, Yuru felt her heart finally settle at this moment. Her delicate hand patted her heaving bosom, and a radiant, enchanting smile blossomed upon her cheeks. He had genuinely succeeded. The colors of the thunder clouds danced vibrantly. 1 hue, 2 hues, 9 hues. In an instant, the clouds transformed from colorless to a vibrant 9-colored thundercloud. But that was not the end. As the 9-colored elixir thunder manifested, a mesmerizing fragrance wafted from the cauldron, followed by a downpour of liquid resembling raindrops. Elixir rain. The sky was filled with the spectacle of 9-colored elixir thunder and cascading elixir rain. The spectators beheld such a grand display of alchemical prowess for the first time, and the members of the association felt their internal fighting spirit and even their souls rejuvenated, as if they had undergone a sublime transformation. What a spectacle! The 9-colored elixir thunder and the elixir rain heralded the emergence of an imperial-grade elixir. Bai Su laughed heartily as she beheld the celestial phenomenon. What will you do in the face of the 9-colored elixir thunder? This is no ordinary 8th or 9th grade thunder. Chapter 15. Welcoming the imperial elixir thunder. Welcoming the elixir thunder also serves as a trial for alchemists. As they concoct various elixirs, they must inevitably face the test of the elixir thunder. The imperial-grade elixirs are extraordinarily powerful, invoking the forces of heaven and earth, intent on destruction. If the alchemist fails to protect the elixir, it will be obliterated. Thus, receiving the elixir thunder and preserving the elixir is also considered a final trial for the alchemist. As the quality of the elixirs rises, so too does the intensity of the elixir thunder. The 9-colored thundercloud, indicative of an imperial-grade elixir, should not be underestimated, even by ordinary 4-star Do emperors. Yuru's delicate brows furrowed slightly, yet her eyes betrayed a flicker of concern. The might of the 9-colored thundercloud was indeed formidable. Although she held confidence in Xiaoyan, who possessed extraordinary treasures, the 9-colored elixir thunder was not easily refined. A moment's lapse could lead to disaster at this critical juncture. Amidst the myriad of concerned gazes from the association members and Yuru, the person at the center of attention, Xiaoyan, merely smiled. He lifted his head to glance at the 9-colored thunderclouds above, and the smile on his lips deepened. This phenomenon was indeed a veritable elixir for the heavenly demon puppet. A light chuckle escaped Xiaoyan's lips as he raised his hand. The ring on his finger emitted a faint glow, and a brilliant silver figure materialized before him. His master had been tirelessly working within the ring to repair and enhance the heavenly demon puppet, which had limited the assistance provided to Xiaoyan. However, at the very moment he completed the alchemical potion, his master successfully finished the restoration and enhancement of the puppet. The mere thought of the golden demon puppet, capable of rivaling a 5-star Do Emperor's terrifying strength, quickened Xiaoyan's breath. This time, I shall rely on you, he said softly, patting the puppet's body. With a smile, he suddenly raised his gaze to the thunderclouds above, which rumbled ominously as if looking down with disdain upon insignificant creatures. Come forth. Let me witness the true power of your imperial-grade 9-colored thunder. As if responding to Xiaoyan's boisterous laughter, the tumultuous 9-colored thunderclouds began to churn more violently. The deep rumble of thunder resonating incessantly, while magnificent bolts of lightning darted through the clouds. It appeared as though a destructive force was about to descend upon these insignificant, arrogant ants. Suddenly, amidst the swirling thunderclouds, a massive contraction occurred, and a 9-colored bolt of lightning surged forth like a colossal python, tearing through the fabric of space with a terrifying crack, hurtling towards the stone platform where Xiaoyan stood. Go! Observing the unleashed assault of the 9-colored thunder, Xiaoyan chuckled, pointing a finger into the void and commanding the heavenly demon puppet with a firm voice. As the command echoed, the resplendent puppet, with its entire being glowing, stomped its foot against the ground, propelling itself skyward. To the astonishment of the onlookers, it charged directly into the formidable bolt of lightning. A collective sigh swept through the square at this sight. It seemed inevitable that failure awaited them. From the crowd's perspective, the puppet could barely contend with a Do saint. How could it possibly withstand the might of an imperial-grade 9-colored Dan? Sighing softly, Yuru's expression suddenly shifted, as she noticed that the heavenly demon puppet, struck by the 9-colored thunder, not only remained intact, but was also gradually mending its damaged form. The dented chest, which had been struck by the thunder, began to rise once more. Is the puppet absorbing the power of the Dan thunder? As the crowd watched in astonishment, their eyes widened in disbelief at the increasingly radiant heavenly demon puppet. Such an extraordinary puppet was unheard of. No wonder he dared to challenge the assessment of an imperial-grade alchemist at such a young age, Bai Su remarked, observing Xiaoyan, who was skillfully controlling the puppet as it absorbed the Dan thunder. Boom, boom. The resplendent thunder in the sky roared like a colossal dragon, rampaging across the heavens. unleashing brilliant bolts of lightning that cascaded down in a dazzling display, ultimately striking the body of the celestial puppet midair. The thunder clashed fiercely upon the terrestrial puppet's form, radiating a magnificent silver lightning that transformed into countless slender electric serpents, continuously coursing along the puppet's skin and penetrating deep within its being. The vibrant power of the thunder surged into the celestial puppet, swiftly fortifying its skeletal structure and reviving its previously desiccated flesh. To the onlookers below, the celestial puppet appeared akin to a deity of thunder, suspended in the sky, surrounded by a Tinjong radius of flickering lightning. The sheer magnitude of this display evoked a tingling unease among the spectators. On the stone platform, Xiaoyan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing as the celestial puppet effortlessly absorbed the onslaught of 9-colored thunderbolts directed at it, rendering him remarkably at ease, requiring neither effort nor strain to manage the troublesome, thunderous tribulation. Above in the heavens, the thunder reverberated incessantly, and the tumultuous 9-colored thundercloud resembled a machine of lightning, continuously spewing forth an array of increasingly potent and resplendent bolts, all striking the terrestrial puppet. The tempest of the 9-colored thundercloud persisted for nearly 10 minutes before gradually subsiding. During this interval, nearly 100 immensely powerful bolts of lightning erupted from the clouds. Fortunately, these thunderbolts inflicted no harm upon the celestial puppet, instead bestowing upon its surface a faint crimson sheen that began to envelop its form. Indeed, the 9-colored thunder was remarkable. Xiaoyan, with keen eyes, was the first to notice the flickering crimson glow on the celestial puppet's body, a wave of delight washing over him. Though the crimson hue was faint, Xiaoyan felt an immense satisfaction, fully aware of the colossal thunderous power required to evolve the celestial puppet into a golden puppet. This 9-colored thunder was truly a potent elixir. With a few more occurrences, it could seamlessly reach the tier of the golden puppet. However, even in its current state, the celestial puppet could hold its own against a 2-star Do Emperor, Xiaoyan remarked, observing the gradually diminishing power of the 9-colored thunder with a sense of fulfillment. Yet, how would one tame the thunder tribulation of the medicinal elixir? Moreover, the subsequent soul tempering of imperial-grade elixirs was no trivial matter. Chapter 16, The Final Assessment. Soul tempering. As the thunder of the medicinal elixir dissipated, the medicinal rain slowly faded as well. Success! Xiaoyan bellowed. The 3 pools of liquid within the alchemical cauldron had already merged together, and as Xiaoyan shouted, a dark crimson elixir gradually took form, birthed from the cauldron. The intricately crafted dark crimson elixir remained still for a few seconds before suddenly erupting with an overwhelming surge of battle energy, attempting to break free from Xiaoyan's grasp. What seemed like an ordinary and intangible force concealed within it a tremor that could make the very soul shudder. One must understand that the ordinary 8th-grade elixirs already possess a degree of sentience, while the 9th-grade elixirs embody a corresponding spiritual essence. As for the imperial-grade elixirs, they possess wisdom that is not inferior to that of humans from the moment they are birthed, yearning to break free from Xiaoyan's control and exist within the world. Observing the restless dark red elixir within the cauldron, Xiaoyan was acutely aware of its turmoil. With the successful descent of the 9-color elixir thunder and the ensuing elixir rain, how could failure be an option at this final juncture? He promptly seated himself in a cross-legged position and closed his eyes, for Xiaoyan understood that to achieve perfect control and compel this unruly imperial-grade elixir to submit, he must exert control from the very soul. He aimed to conquer it with the might of his spirit, forcing it into submission, what President Bai Su termed soul tempering. Only a select few comprehend that elixirs exceeding the imperial grade possess intellect akin to that of humans. At this stage, only through the tempering of the elixir's soul can one comment, transforming it into a true imperial grade elixir. The essence of soul tempering is a battle of souls. The soul energy contained within imperial-grade elixirs is immensely potent and can inflict severe trauma upon any alchemist. However, in the face of Xiaoyan, this imperial-grade elixir was evidently courting its own demise. Xiaoyan possessed an imperial-level soul and had already trained his spirit, further aided by the extraordinary flames. Boom, boom, boom. The dark red elixir spiraled above the cauldron, emanating visible waves of soul energy. The energy morphed into a colossal, serpentine form, writhing and coiling, flicking its tongue as it sought the opportune moment to strike with lethal precision. This was a serpent formidable enough to rival a 4-star Do Emperor. The onlookers could feel the terrifying aura radiating from the serpent. Soul tempering also serves to enhance the alchemist's control over soul energy, enabling unexpected assaults. Xiaoyan, seated with his eyes closed upon the steps, summoned his vast soul energy to contend against the imperial-grade elixir. Threads of immense soul energy unfurled from within him, coalescing into a gray energy dragon beneath the watchful eyes of the crowd. The dragon roared defiantly at the serpent, seemingly declaring war against the manifestation of the imperial-grade elixir. What level of soul mastery does this young man possess? One must not underestimate the soul energy of an imperial-grade elixir. If necessary, I shall intervene. After all, this boy has already accomplished quite a feat. The future of the Alchemist Association depends on him. As they gazed at the standoff above, it became evident that Xiao Yin was at a disadvantage in this soul contest. The dragon was relentlessly assailed by the serpent, and it began to show signs of hollowing, as if it could be obliterated at any moment. Witnessing Xiao Yan's plight, the spectators gasped in astonishment. The materialization of soul energy requires immense control, and the toll on one's soul energy is staggering. Moreover, this was not merely the materialization of soul energy, it involved utilizing that energy to launch an attack. Should the energy dragon sustain significant damage, the repercussions would exponentially rebound upon Xiao Yan. Thus, President Baisu's concerns were warranted. Considering the young man's achievements at such a tender age, he must be preserved, for he embodies the future of the Alchemist Association. The great battle in the sky rages on. After being so arrogant for so long, it is time for it to come to an end. With eyes that suddenly snapped open, Xiao Yin bellowed loudly while sitting with his eyes closed. It is over. A nearly transparent giant dragon erupted forth with a terrifying energy beam from its mouth, hurtling towards the serpent. The dark red serpent, transformed from the elixir, seemed to realize that this formidable energy was beyond its capacity to withstand, and hastily attempted to flee. Yet, having endured for so long, how could Xiao Yin grant it such an opportunity? With a resounding strike, he unleashed the Yellow Spring's fury against the fleeing serpent's phantom. This was indeed the combination of three techniques: the Yellow Spring Finger, the Yellow Spring Palm, and the Yellow Spring's Fury, all obtained from the Yellow Spring Demon Saint. Ever since Xiao Yan ascended to the rank of Do Emperor, even these heavenly ranked techniques wielded formidable power, especially the soul attack technique, Yellow Spring's Fury, which had proven remarkably effective each time Xiao Yan employed it. Time passed in the blink of an eye, yet that fleeting second was sufficient. A knowing smile graced Xiao Yan's lips. As the momentary suspension of the serpent caused by the Yellow Spring's Fury came to an end, the terrifying energy from the dragon's mouth reached the serpent, with the two attacks connecting flawlessly, leaving the serpent no chance to retaliate. Bang, bang, bang. A series of sounds emanated from the serpent, which had once been a magnificent creature but was now shattered in an instant. The previously restless elixir within the cauldron also fell silent. With the soul of the imperial-grade elixir defeated, it naturally succumbed. With a sigh of relief, Xiao Yan held the warm elixir he had just extracted from the jade vial and bowed respectfully to President Baisu, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him. Qing Yuan, who had been silently observing Xiao Yan's alchemical process, hurried over to support him. A stream of Do Qi emanated from Qing Yuan's body, and Xiao Yan felt his nearly exhausted Do Qi rapidly replenished, even invigorating his soul. In contrast to his earlier exhaustion, Xiao Yan was astonished. This Do Qi was unlike anything he had ever encountered. However, it was not the time to inquire further within the Alchemist Association, so he turned his gaze to President Bairua. Splendid, truly splendid. Young Xiao Yan's alchemical skills are indeed remarkable. President Baisu declared to the gathered students and association leaders. I announce that you, Xiao Yan, have successfully passed the assessment for a first-tier imperial-grade alchemist. You shall also become the youngest elder in our Alchemist Association. An elder? It is said that the elders of the Alchemist Association are at least of second-tier imperial grade or possess strength exceeding 5-star Do Emperor. Yet, judging from Xiao Yan's alchemical methods, this elder title is well-deserved, murmured the onlookers. I apologize, President, but I may not have the time to fulfill the role of elder in the Alchemist Association, Xiao Yan said awkwardly, glancing at the crowd. What did you say? Bairua exclaimed in anger. Vice President, calm down. This boy has grown accustomed to a free and easy life, unaccustomed to such constraints, which is why he may disappoint you. President, Xiao Yan said apologetically to Bairua. Ha, you truly are a handful. Baisu quickly interjected, restraining his impatient brother Bairua, reminding him that haste makes waste. Young friend Xiao Yan, allow me to assure you that you need not worry. The esteemed elder of the Alchemist Association in Qingqing is merely a titular position. There is no obligation to remain within the association. Furthermore, the elder enjoys a prestigious status wherever they may go, making the procurement of elixirs and medicinal herbs exceedingly convenient, Baisu said with a smile. Baisu, a cunning fox, was intrigued by Xiao Yan's youthful accomplishments, which prompted the invitation. What say you, young Xiao Yan? Very well, I shall join. But let it be understood that it is only in name, Xiao Yan responded, recognizing that joining the Alchemist Association as an elder would indeed provide him with considerable assistance. You little rascals, why aren't you hastening to your alchemical practices? After watching for so long, what insights have you gained? Go into seclusion at once. Look at young Xiaoyan. Now look at yourselves. Bai Su bellowed at the members of the association gathered below the steps. The group, initially feeling a hint of discontent and deeming it unfair, had no choice but to disperse, acknowledging Xiaoyan's exceptional capability that had earned him the president's favoritism. Then it is settled. I shall register you forthwith. Crafting imperial-grade elixirs indeed requires considerable resources. Bai Ruo, please escort them to the lounge for a brief rest. Bai Su instructed while speaking. Follow me, Bai Ruo replied, not daring to contradict, and led Xiaoyan and his companion to the lounge. This is the place. Please rest for a while. The president will be here shortly. If you need anything, just call for me. Bai Ruo said as they entered a rather exquisite room and then busied herself with other matters. Hello, Xiaoyan. My name is Yu, and it is a pleasure to meet you, came a sweet voice as Xiaoyan and Qing Yuan entered. They were greeted by a girl with flowing silver hair and delicate hands extending towards Xiaoyan with a smile. Qing Yuan, did we enter the wrong place? Xiaoyan inquired, perplexed, glancing at Qing Yuan, who seemed equally bewildered. Wait, you are not in the wrong place, Yu quickly interjected, noticing their intent to leave. She had anticipated a pleasant introduction with Xiaoyan, but his unexpected demeanor caught her off guard. Miss Yu, is there something you require of me? Xiaoyan asked, scrutinizing the girl before him. This was the lounge of the Alchemist Association, a space accessible only to the influential or those of extraordinary capability. I shall be direct. As you suggested, I seek your assistance, Yu stated candidly. To pass the examination for imperial-grade alchemists, one must possess extraordinary attributes, which I certainly do. I require your flames, more specifically, the fire spirit you harbor for a certain endeavor, which pertains only to my family matters. The Yu family is prepared to offer you a satisfactory reward. Moon Ru gazed at Xiaoyan, her eyes filled with emotion. Time was not on her side. She had to locate the fire spirit for her father while also seeking the truth behind the murder of the Mu family, and concocting the foundational nurturing pill for Qing Yuan. She pondered the significance of her master's words and the secrets surrounding Qing Yuan, leaving little time to assist with Moon Ru's family matters. Moon Ru's anger flared, her battle aura surging forth. A two-star Do Emperor? Xiaoyan exclaimed in astonishment. While a two-star Do Emperor posed little threat to him, he was taken aback to learn that the woman before him wielded such strength, indicating that her presence here was a testament to her power rather than mere nobility. What do you intend to do with your meager two-star Do Emperor status? Xiaoyan summoned his soul power to shield Qing Yuan, addressing Moon Ru firmly. Calm down, both of you. Let's keep the peace, Bai Su, the president, rushed in after finishing her registration, fully aware of the volatile nature of Moon Ru. Refrain from using your battle aura, Moon Ru. Communication is essential, and it seems your time is limited. With a huff, Moon Ru settled down. I apologize. I failed to manage my emotions. The thought of my father's limited time and discovering someone with a fire spirit was meant to lead to a fruitful conversation, but being outright rejected incited my frustration. Hence my earlier outburst. Thank you, President. If there's nothing further, we shall take our leave, Xiaoyan suggested, still uncertain about the situation with the woman before him. Please, Xiaoyan, I beg of you to help me. My father is on the brink of death, and I've learned from the ancient texts that only the fire spirit can save him. Moon Ru implored as she knelt before Xiaoyan, her desperation evident. Her father's past affection weighed heavily on her heart, compelling her to seize this opportunity without hesitation. Xiaoyan, you should assist her. She is indeed a person of unfortunate circumstances, Bai Su remarked, observing Moon Ru's uncharacteristic humility for the sake of her father. Xiaoyan, please help her, Qing Yuan added, visibly moved by Moon Ru's display of filial piety, advocating for her in a moment of compassion. Rise. Since both the president and Qing Yuan have spoken, I, Xiaoyan, am not devoid of empathy. However, I cannot fully commit. I can only agree to try, he said, witnessing the tears welling in Moon Ru's eyes, her voice trembling. He empathized with her plight, recalling the significance of his own father in his life. President, could you assist me in keeping an eye out for an imperial-grade would attribute magic core? Xiaoyan asked as he helped the emotionally shaken Moon Ru regain her composure, leading her to Qing Yuan for comfort. Imperial-grade magic cores no longer differentiate by attribute. Any core from an imperial-level magical beast can be refined. However, these cores are generally scarce and sought after. I will keep an eye out for you in the coming days, Bai Su replied with a calm demeanor. In that case, let us visit the Moon family, Xiaoyan suggested. Lead the way, Miss Moon. Xiaoyan was not one to procrastinate. Once the assessment concluded and he assured Yu, he promptly set off. Are you leaving so soon? Chapter 18. Journey to the Yu family. encountering enemies on the way. Yu, still grappling with her sorrow, found it hard to believe her ears upon hearing Xiao Yan's words. Indeed, I have passed the assessment as well. The lack of magic cores hampers my ability to concoct elixirs in the short term. Moreover, as you mentioned, your father's time is limited. It is prudent to check on him and perhaps see if I can find some magic cores along the way, Xiao Yan elucidated. Thank you, President Bai. We shall take our leave, Yu said, her spirits lifted by Xiao Yan's decisiveness. After bidding farewell to President Bai Su, she and Xiao Yan exited the association. Be cautious on your journey. Qingcheng has been tumultuous lately. I wish for your father's swift recovery, President Bai Su expressed with concern. In Qingcheng, 3 major forces resided: the Alchemist Association, the Yu family, and the Lei family. The Alchemist Association maintained a stance of neutrality, while the relationships between the other 2 families were amicable, developing the city together with minimal conflict over the years. As the trio traversed the bustling streets, Qing Yuan glanced around, while Yu, having found hope in Xiao Yan's possession of a fire spirit that could save her father, walked in a daze. Eager to return home, Xiao Yan followed closely behind, vigilant for any unforeseen incidents. Hey, watch out. Xiao Yan hurriedly reached out to prevent Yu from colliding with another person. Are you blind? How dare you bump into us? A figure in black growled menacingly, flanked by several companions who eyed Yu and Qing Yuan with a predatory glint, their expressions lecherous. Well, we've already done so much. We are not lacking this opportunity. The henchmen behind the man in black stared hungrily at Yu and Qing Yuan, their intentions clear. Very well. Let us make this quick. The man in black, resigned, crushed a scroll-like object, summoning a secluded space that enveloped them. Bang! Bang! 2 subordinates lunged at Yu and Qing Yuan, their strikes imbued with a compressive force, aiming to incapacitate them in one swift motion. A 1-star Do Emperor? Xiao Yan murmured, assessing the strength of the 2 assailants. Suddenly, Xiao Yi emerged from within Xiao Yan, unleashing a torrent of flames towards the attackers. The terrifying heat incinerated the 2 men into nothingness. They got what they deserved. This flame is extraordinarily formidable. Since we've already established enmity, you shan't escape. The man in black slowly removed his cloak, revealing his true visage. An aura of malevolence radiated from him. Upon closer inspection, his white hair hinted at the consequences of some arcane cultivation, evoking a sense of unease. The ominous energy emanating from the figure made Xiao Yan feel a tinge of dizziness. This aura must be at the pinnacle of a 4-star Do Emperor, he remarked, observing the black-cloaked man before him. I apologize for the trouble. I will hold him off. You 2 must flee. You possess the fire spirit, the key to saving my father. I shall protect you with my life, Yu said, her brow furrowed, biting her lip as she spoke earnestly to Xiao Yan. Rest assured, having made a promise, I shall not falter. Furthermore, I have no inclination to hide behind a woman. Xiao Yan gazed at the resolute Yu, seeking to comfort her. How could he allow this 2-star Do Emperor to confront the 4-star Do Emperor, cloaked in black? Once the final words were spoken, it was time to embrace death. Fear not, for after your demise, I shall subject you to 1,000 torturous cuts before extracting the fire spirit from your being. As for your 2 female companions, I shall treat them with utmost care. Ha! The man in black laughed heartily, within the confines of this small space. Unless one possessed the strength of a 5-star Do Emperor, it was impossible to breach the barriers surrounding them. Furthermore, engaging in battle within this space would enhance the black-clad man's abilities while severely diminishing Xiao Yan's strength, thus emboldening him to roar defiantly. Corpse Demon Bone Hand. The black-clad figure launched an attack at Xiao Yan, his palm hurtling forward with alarming speed, emanating a sinister power, as if otherworldly forms flickered within the palm's grasp. Great Heaven Creation Palm. Encircled by the ethereal flames, Xiao Yan unleashed an attack, an embodiment of his profound understanding drawn from the otherworldly fire. Its potency rivaling that of heavenly ranked martial techniques, perhaps exceeding them. As their palms met, the malevolent and disquieting aura of the corpse demon bone hand clashed with the fierce energy of the ethereal flame palm. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of intense energy rippled outward. Though their earlier clash appeared unremarkable, discerning eyes noted that with the aid of the ethereal flames, Xiao Yan clearly held the upper hand, while the man in black found himself at a disadvantage. Yu had long believed that Xiao Yan excelled solely in alchemy, lacking prowess in combat, as many alchemists required protection in battle. However, witnessing the fierce confrontation between Xiao Yan and the black-clad man, she realized her misjudgment. Xiao Yan was not merely accomplished in alchemy, but was also formidable in actual combat, stirring within her a newfound admiration. Xiao Yan. That man in black is the murderer who attacked the Mu family. Qing Yuan faintly recalled that the same evil presence had enveloped the night of the Mu family assault. So, you are indeed the culprit behind the Mu family's tragedy. How unfortunate for you, since you covet my fire spirit. Let us see if you possess the capability to claim it. In that case, do not leave. Stay and atone to the Mu family. Upon hearing Qing Yuan's words, Xiaoyan addressed the man in black. Originally, he had intended to seek revenge against the Mu family's assailant after resolving Yuru's matters, fulfilling her wish. Serendipitously encountering him now saved considerable trouble. Yet, this aura feels rather peculiar. Is it the presence of the Outer Evil Clan? The Golden Dragon King, having engaged in countless battles against the Outer Evil Clan, was all too familiar with their essence and was immediately filled with rage. Can you handle this? The Golden Dragon King inquired slowly of Xiaoyan. Heavenly Fire, 3 mysteries, transformation. Clan patterns, arise. The terrifying energy ripples gradually subsided. How is this possible? A 4-star Do Emperor? The black-clad man exclaimed in disbelief, as the strength he had once relied upon crumbled under the weight of Xiaoyan's roar, filling him with a sense of dread. This lad possesses an utterly terrifying enhancement. Chapter 19. Battle against the pinnacle of the 3-star Do Emperor. Indeed, you possess an abundance of secrets, my young friend. First, the elusive fire spirit. Next, this terrifying technique that amplifies your strength in such a short span. And then, that peculiar flame. My intrigue in you continues to grow. Although the cloaked figure was momentarily astonished, the might of a Do Emperor cannot be undermined by mere techniques. After all, external forces are ultimately just that, external. Yet, techniques are still external forces, and they do not equate to the true pinnacle of a 4-star adept like myself. Allow me to demonstrate the true power of a 4-star peak. Everything you rely upon will ultimately crumble before absolute strength. Let me shatter your dependencies. The cloaked figure sneered at Xiaoyan, who retorted, you certainly have a penchant for excessive chatter. If this cloaked figure is indeed the perpetrator behind the massacre of the Mu family, then he must not be spared. An overwhelming torrent of battle aura emanated from the cloaked figure, coiling like a colossal dragon above his head, roaring with immense power. Qing Yuan and Yu Ru sensed a terrifying wave emanating from the energy dragon. Xiaoyan quietly brewed something within his palm, gazing intently at the cloaked figure before him. Xiaoyan, if this proves too much, we should retreat. Yu Ru, well aware of the power disparity among Do emperors, understood that even the slightest difference could be monumental. Her words were not merely a plea for Xiaoyan to save her father. They were rooted in a deeper concern for his well-being. She felt a twinge of guilt, recognizing that it was her presence that had drawn trouble upon them. Since we have encountered him, we might as well resolve this. Besides, if we do not provoke them, they will inevitably come for us. Xiaoyan seemed to perceive Yuru's thoughts and responded. High-ranking alchemists possess delicious souls. The flavor of the Mu family was unforgettable. Yet I believe you will be even more delectable. The cloaked figure's twisted visage gazed greedily at Xiaoyan. You are the ones responsible for the Mu family's demise. Are you not? Xiaoyan inquired, fully aware of the answer. In any case, you are all destined to die. What does it matter if you know? The Mu family meddled in matters beyond their grasp. Thus they reaped what they sowed. The cloaked figure clearly believed victory was assured, taunting Xiaoyan and his companions as a victor would mock the vanquished. Matters beyond their grasp, you say? I am quite curious about what you refer to. Why not hand it over to me? Xiaoyan replied with a hint of malice. Ha! You are in no position to make demands while struggling to survive. The cloaked figure derisively mocked. It seems it is you who is in peril. Gold demon puppet, rise. A puppet comparable to a 2-star Do emperor? You truly are a treasure trove. Before the cloaked figure could finish his sentence, the golden puppet, with its gleaming fists, charged toward him. Boom, boom, boom. The fists of the cloaked figure collided with those of the golden puppet. With a single blow, the cloaked figure was forced back several steps, struggling to regain his footing. While the puppet stood with its lifeless, grayish eyes and motionless, bronze-colored body, poised to strike. Evidently, after enduring the baptism of the 9-colored thunder. Although it has not yet fully evolved to the level of a golden demon puppet, the current golden demon puppet possesses formidable strength in its physical form, not yielding in any aspect. This does not preclude the possibility that the cloaked figure has not exerted their full power. How could this be? This puppet exhibits peculiar characteristics. The cloaked figure initially underestimated the strength of what should be a mere 2-star Do Emperor puppet, believing it to be merely an obedient corpse. However, after exchanging a punch, the cloaked figure discovered that this puppet was enveloped in a formidable force of thunder. What appeared to be a simple fist was, in fact, shrouded in the might of thunder, launching an attack with tremendous force. No wonder it forced the cloaked figure to stagger back a few steps before regaining their footing. The battle between the golden demon puppet and the cloaked figure raged on, and as they observed the puppet's struggle to persist, Yu Ru and Qing Yuan bit their lips in anxiety, fully aware that if the golden demon puppet were to fall, it would signal the arrival of Xiaoyan. The Wrath of the Yellow Springs. Xiaoyan had finally completed the fusion of the Buddha's Wrathfire Lotus. With a delicate lotus seed hovering in the palm of his hand, radiating an aura of terrifying power. Just as the cloaked figure reveled in their apparent advantage over the golden demon puppet, Xiaoyan had merged the Buddha's Wrathfire Lotus. Yet he did not hasten to strike. He understood that formidable opponents like the cloaked figure would sense the impending force of destruction. In an instant, a soul attack was launched. If the soul attack succeeded, it would momentarily incapacitate the cloaked figure, making it the perfect opportunity to unleash an assault with the extraordinary Fire Lotus. Xiaoyan was confident that at that moment, a single strike would determine the outcome. As the wrath of the Yellow Springs approached while the cloaked figure savored their triumph over the golden demon puppet, the air crackled with tension. With a sudden cough, the cloaked figure spat out blood but did not falter. Damn it! Had he failed? Xiaoyan murmured as he observed the cloaked figure. Coughing. The cloaked figure remarked on the formidable nature of the soul power, expressing relief for having prepared countermeasures against soul attacks when dealing with alchemists like them. The solitary ring upon his finger shattered, clearly indicating that much of Xiaoyan's soul attack had been mitigated by the ring's protective power, resulting in minimal damage to the cloaked figure. Is there truly no way out? Then embrace death. The cloaked figure bellowed, as the dragon coiling above him solidified and roared towards Xiaoyan. The dragon surged through the air, its power sending shivers down Xiaoyan's spine. In response, he slowly raised the Buddha's Wrathfire Lotus towards the dragon. For some unknown reason, the cloaked figure suddenly cried out, and Xiaoyan recognized this as a symptom of a soul attack. In that critical moment, Qin Yuan exerted her fighting spirit, releasing a beam of white light that struck directly at the cloaked figure. The soul attack initiated by Qin Yuan was even more potent than Xiaoyan's wrath of the Yellow Springs. What secrets does Qin Yuan possess? Despite Xiaoyan's myriad of confusions at this moment, the crisis was not yet averted, and he could not allow this fleeting opportunity to slip away. He raised the Buddha's Fury Fire Lotus in his hand and hurled it fiercely at the black-clad figure, who had fallen into a momentary stasis due to the soul attack. The terrifying dragon he had just conjured instantly dissipated. Boom, boom, boom. The Buddha's Fury Fire Lotus struck the very spot where the black-clad man stood, unleashing a cataclysmic force that ravaged the sky above, scattering fighting energy like confetti. The searing heat and overwhelming destruction evaporated all of the black-clad man's subordinates, while Xiaoyan enveloped Yu Ru and the unconscious Qin Yuan in a formidable protective shield. Xiaoyan gasped for breath, his gaze fixated on the epicenter of the explosion. Whispering to himself, I hope you survive. You must let Qin Yuan exact vengeance upon his enemies. Chapter 20. The Demon Clan? The Buddha's Fury Fire Lotus had always been Xiaoyan's ultimate trump card. During his time on the Duki continent, he had harnessed the burning decision to forcibly fuse Various into a diminutive yet potent lotus seed, waiting for the perfect moment to deliver a devastating blow to his foes. Since inheriting the legacy of the ancient Emperor Tuo Shi and acquiring the formidable power of the first-ranked, the fusion process had become significantly smoother, amplifying its destructive capacity. Although Xiaoyan possessed the Emperor Flame Ring left by his master, filled with an array of medicinal pills, herbs, and combat techniques, upon arriving at the Do Emperor continent, he found himself lacking both the time and suitable environment to study diligently. Thus, when facing powerful adversaries, his repertoire of formidable combat techniques was limited, compelling him to rely on the ferocious strength of Fuse to strike decisively. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying waves of chaotic energy rippled outward, creating a vast pit where the black-clad man once stood. As the residual smoke gradually dissipated, a fragmented silhouette slowly emerged before the onlookers. The black-clad figure, who had once looked down upon Xiaoyan for resorting to secret techniques to amplify his power, never anticipated that this seemingly insignificant ant could unleash such a horrifying assault, nearly leading to his demise. This Xiaoyan before him was truly infuriating. How could a peak 4-star Do Emperor be reduced to such a pitiful state? Dark, viscous blood seeped from the black-clad man's hands and feet, and the stench of blood wafted through the air, unmistakable even from a distance. You little brat, how dare you force me into such a wretched condition? Today, I shall slay you to appease my demon clan. The black-clad man bellowed, his face twisted in a grotesque grimace as he confronted Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan, observing the black-clad man's contorted visage, instinctively prepared to strike. For even in such a severely weakened state, the aura emanating from him was more potent than before. Years of combat experience had taught Xiaoyan that this indicated the black-clad man was ready to unleash his ultimate move, even if it meant mutual destruction. All souls, heed my command, sacrifice. The black-clad man, with the remnants of his strength, produced a bag with a solitary hand and shouted. Instantly, ethereal forms began to soar from the bag, ascending into the sky. Let yourself be engulfed in this darkness. Ha! As the words escaped the cloaked figure's lips, its already ghastly form ignited with a fierce blaze. Xiaoyan sensed an aura of annihilation emanating from the figure's actions, compelling him to halt his impending offensive amidst the swirling malevolent energy. Waves of pitch-black essence drifted skyward from the cloaked figure's position, coalescing into a colossal silhouette. The figure's original visage loomed in the heavens, transformed into a monstrous embodiment of evil, its entire form obscured by countless heads, save for its own. Damn it, Master! What shall we do? Xiaoyan inquired solemnly. Indeed, the present situation transcended his comprehension, prompting him to seek guidance from his revered master, the Golden Dragon King. What? This is the soul control technique of the Corpse Demon clan. The Golden Dragon King exclaimed in astonishment from within the ring. Do not fret. Observe the lingering shadows at the sight of the cloaked figure. This indicates that the souls it collected have yet to fully merge with the ominous silhouette in the sky. Let us wait a moment longer. The Corpse Demon clan specializes in soul collection and puppet control, which bodes well for you. The Golden Dragon King chuckled. Master, why do we not rescue them and allow the malevolent shadow to merge? I fear Xiaoyan was not fully aware of the Golden Dragon King's formidable prowess, prompting his concern. Rescuing them is not out of the question, but from my observations, they appear to be deeply corrupted by the demonic essence, their consciousness likely fragmented. Furthermore, these souls understand that even in desperate resistance, they cannot escape devouring. However, if you were to liberate them, would it not be a significant boon for you? The Golden Dragon King regarded Xiaoyan thoughtfully. As for my strength, you need not worry. At my pinnacle, such insignificant creatures are hardly worth my concern. Even in their current spectral state, the Golden Dragon King emanated a powerful aura of dominance. While the Golden Dragon is not an alchemist, his comprehension of the craft is not inferior to others. Although enhancing soul power through such means may seem excessively cruel, it is preferable to see these souls liberated rather than enslaved by the demon race. They would surely be grateful to merge within you. After all, they are formidable beings from the vast world, which stands in opposition to the demon clan. Among these souls, some are weak, yet many are powerful, all now entwined within the ominous form above. Xiaoyan glimpsed a flicker of pleading in their eyes, as if beseeching him for release. They were indeed mighty beings of the vast world, unwilling to be subjugated even in death. As the final soul merged into the shadow in the sky, an overwhelming aura of malevolence radiated from it, causing the entire space to tremble slightly. Xiaoyan gazed at the immense demonic silhouette above, weighed down by a heavy silence. Beside him, Qin Yuan, having just unleashed a soul attack, had evidently exhausted all her strength and succumbed to unconsciousness, while Xiao Yi stood nearby, resembling a charming porcelain doll from a distance. Xiao Yi, Yuru, take care of Qin Yuan and keep your distance. Trust in me, Xiaoyan urged with urgency. Little Yi and Xiaoyan shared a profound connection, instinctively aware of Xiaoyan's intentions. She extended her delicate hand, pulling Yuru and Qin Yuan back, chattering away, as if assuring Yuru that there was no need for concern. Their master would manage the situation. They should trust their master, who seemed to have alleviated Yuru's fears, as her gaze focused on the frail man before them. Master, the demonic shadow has fully materialized. What should we do now? Xiaoyan inquired, awaiting the moment when the demonic figure was entirely condensed before posing his question. Chapter 21. Subduing the demonic shadow? The terrifying power of the Golden Dragon King. The next course of action was to tame it. The Golden Dragon King gazed at the vast demonic shadow in the sky, formed from numerous spiritual entities. The Corpse Demon clan's manipulation technique involved a specific point on the forehead of the corpse, a point not easily discernible to the untrained eye. Yet it served as the greatest bane. While the Corpse Demon clan's control method was fundamentally flawless, prolonged interaction revealed its only flaw. The control technique was essentially a formation, with the focal point binding all souls together. If one could dismantle this focal point, the demonic shadow before them would inevitably collapse. The Golden Dragon King communicated this to Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan exerted his soul power to search for the so-called focal point atop the demonic shadow's head, but found nothing. It appeared to be well concealed, requiring a precise strike to unveil it. With a plan forming in his mind, Xiaoyan harnessed his full fighting spirit, enveloping himself in strange flames, and launched an attack against the demonic shadow. Although the malevolent aura emanating from this shadow was even more potent than that of the recently encountered cloaked figure, reaching the level of a 5-star Do Emperor, its cumbersome nature and lack of intellect rendered it akin to a mindless war machine, emboldening Xiaoyan to confront it. The immense demonic shadow continuously radiated an aura of malevolence. Within this confined space, wherever it roamed, trees withered at an alarming rate, leaving no trace of greenery. Great heavenly creation palm. Xiaoyan shouted as he observed the looming shadow drawing nearer, striking forth with his palm. A colossal energy palm print surged toward the demonic shadow, encircled by the strange flames, accompanied by the sound of wind slicing through the air. With a mere flick of its hand, the gigantic shadow dissipated the energy palm print. Yet traces of the strange flames remained on its hand. Xiaoyan had deliberately maneuvered around the shadow's line of sight during his assault. He understood that the heavenly tier technique, Great Heavenly Creation Palm, would not inflict significant damage on a being of this caliber, comparable to a 5-star Do Emperor. But he was unprepared for the sheer ferocity of the shadow's defenses and reflexes. Xiaoyan's attack seemed to capture the attention of the demonic shadow. As it prepared to retaliate, it became evident that the flames on its arm were raging uncontrollably, eliciting a series of furious roars from the shadow. Clearly, it had sustained considerable harm, yet its clumsy form was powerless against the flames. It glared viciously at Xiaoyan, its eyes filled with an insatiable hatred, as if it yearned to devour him whole. Master, the flames have adhered to the demonic shadow's arm. What shall we do next? It was revealed that his venerable ancestor, the Golden Dragon King, had just secretly communicated with Xiaoyan, stating that as long as there was affixed to the demon shadow's arm, everything else would be left to him. Leave the rest to me, and pay close attention, he instructed. Although yours is not the holy flame, it is not far off. From my perspective, your, like the holy flame, embodies utmost yang and resilience, inherently restraining the sinister beings of the demon race. The Golden Dragon King elaborated to Xiaoyan. Temporarily relinquish control of your body to me. Xiaoyan grasped his ancestor's intent immediately and did not resist, allowing the soul of the Golden Dragon to take control of his body. It has indeed been many years since I encountered a member of the Corpse Demon clan, Xiaoyan remarked, his voice tinged with an unusual quality. Unperturbed by the imposing demon shadow before him, he stretched languidly, awakening an ancient and immense aura, one that contrasted starkly with the presence of the demon shadow. In the distance, Yuru could no longer withstand the malevolent energy radiating from the towering demon shadow and succumbed to unconsciousness. Though she was fortunate to have Xiao Yi by her side to tend to her. In life, you were once formidable beings in my vast world, tragically slain by the demon race. Yet, your souls are now manipulated by them. Are you truly content with this? Xiaoyan's voice thundered as he addressed the enormous demon shadow in the sky, exuding an aura and momentum that rivaled its own. Surely, you recall the immense suffering inflicted upon the countless creatures of my great world by the malevolent beings from beyond. Do you willingly aid them in their tyranny? Does the dignity of your strength permit such actions? At the moment Xiaoyan's impassioned declaration resonated, the colossal demon shadow, which had been advancing menacingly toward him, abruptly shifted. The once ferocious demon shadow, cloaked in numerous souls, began to resonate with a profound echo from the depths of its essence in response to Xiaoyan's words. This seemingly simple outburst was imbued with immense soul power, directly transmitting to each enslaved soul, igniting the last remnants of their reason and dignity as powerful beings. We will not be subjugated. The multitude of souls cried out in a chorus of indignation, as if proclaiming their refusal to accept their fate. The souls, resembling scales covering the demon shadow, began to thrash violently, striving to break free from its bondage. Many souls struggled to escape, akin to scales shedding from their bodies. Yet, the demon shadow, aware of the rebellion, unleashed a roar that echoed through the heavens, swiftly reasserting control over those souls that had nearly broken free. Increasingly, more souls began to break free and flee, although they understood that even if they escaped the demon shadow's grasp, they would have no chance to survive beyond. The humiliation of being enslaved by the demon race was a burden too great to bear. Which powerful being would willingly accept such a disgrace? The souls turned their gaze toward Xiaoyan, seemingly pleading for salvation, as they refused to be subjugated any longer by the demon race. It is time to put an end to this, Xiaoyan declared, rising and brushing the dust from his hands. The Golden Dragon King exerted control over Xiaoyan's body, seeking to awaken the reason and resentment of these souls. This served a dual purpose: to facilitate the elimination of the demonic shadow and to prepare the enslaved souls for subsequent devouring. In the sky, the colossal demonic shadow struggled violently against the spirits, as if its scales were on the verge of shedding. They understood that if they did not resist this final opportunity, they would remain eternally enslaved by the demon race. Once mighty beings in the vast world, how could they accept such a fate? Xiaoyan gazed at the self-absorbed giant shadow in the heavens and raised his hand, gently tapping the top of its head. Break! A resounding voice escaped Xiaoyan's lips. A seemingly diminutive beam of light surged towards the enormous demonic figure, yet within this slender column resided ancient and terrifying power. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosive sounds erupted from above the shadow's head. The once howling and malevolent creature was struck down by Xiao Yan's lethal blow. The light beam rendered the shadow momentarily dazed, having disrupted the formation's core. It was evident that this demon's corpse had been dealt with. In the sky, the demonic figure disintegrated, and countless souls surged forth from its grotesque body. They bowed to Xiao Yan, their eyes filled with gratitude for his salvation. Whether they could be subdued next depended on him. The Golden Dragon King, having spoken, relinquished control back to Xiao Yan. In the face of such a massacre, Xiao Yan chose not to be distracted. Instead, he looked up at the enormous shadow, clenched his palm, and summoned the Xianzhong Qi. With a fierce slash towards the shadow, a massive flame, several hundred feet in size, shot forth, cleaving the shadow open and revealing countless black chains entwined within. At the ends of these chains hung numerous spheres of soul light. Chapter 22. Reclaiming the Essence of Souls. Observing the multitude of souls. Xiao Yan felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. The demon race, much like the Soul Clan, had shamelessly exploited the powerful souls of others, capturing them as nourishment or energy providers for controlling corpses. It was utterly inhumane. With a gentle wave of his hand, a terrifying gust akin to a tempest swept through, causing the myriad chains enveloping the colossal shadow to shatter in an instant. The souls, previously like scales upon the shadow, slowly opened their eyes, gazing weakly and bewilderedly at their surroundings, having been drained of their scant energy by their fusion with the shadow. As they sensed the chains binding them from their very souls severing, an overwhelming wave of ecstatic spiritual resonance erupted. Though they could not comprehend the precise occurrence, they felt the taste of freedom. For countless years, they had been imprisoned in an endless dark void, and now they were tethered to the demonic shadow. Sometimes, even death had become a luxury. Let us depart. Do not allow the demon race to capture you again. Xiao Yan sighed softly as he looked at the souls, overwhelmed with joy and tears of relief. In the vast expanse of the sky, countless souls lingered, ultimately bowing before Xiao Yan and performing an immense act of reverence. Not a single soul departed. Instead, they remained motionless, gazing intently at him. The multitude of souls understood that their spiritual essence had already been corroded by the demonic clan, rendering any hope of restoration futile. Rather than succumb to despair, they chose to bestow upon the young man before them a chance at transformation. Esteemed elders, our world stands in stark opposition to the malevolent forces from beyond. I implore you to lend your support, and I shall dedicate myself to safeguarding our realm. Xiao Yan, not one to be easily deceived, observed the silent discourse among the countless souls above and bowed deeply, his voice resonating with fervor. The multitude of ethereal beings paused for a fleeting moment, realizing that this man not only saved them, but also possessed the extraordinary fire spirit. With a newfound resolve, the myriad of souls converged into pure streams of power, coalescing into a luminous orb before Xiao Yan. He regarded the orb with furrowed brows, sensing an exceptionally terrifying yet remarkably pure wave of spiritual energy emanating from it. Once you emerge, I shall reveal something to you. The hidden treasure left behind by the black-clad man who slaughtered the Mu family, came the voice of the Golden Dragon King from behind him. Turning to look, Xiao Yan saw the king descending from the heavens, seemingly searching for something in the deep pit created by the black-clad individual. Mental essence of the soul. Xiao Yan murmured, fully comprehending its significance. He paid little heed to the Golden Dragon King's words. The soul is the very foundation of life in our world. All existence possesses a soul, and within its depths lies the essence of the spirit, a fundamental source that births souls and represents one of the purest forms of extraordinary energy in the cosmos. Rest assured, I shall avenge your grievances, he uttered softly, causing the luminous orb of souls to emit a faint glow, as if myriad messages were emanating from within. Xiao Yan quietly absorbed this information, realizing that the orb contained an abundance of powerful spiritual essences, yet devoid of any sentience. Instead, it was filled solely with emotions of resentment and unwillingness left behind by those who had perished. While refining these emotions would prove to be a formidable challenge, Xiao Yan's words gently dissipated the hidden negativity, offering a form of solace to the souls. They were once formidable beings in life, and even in death. They sought to impart their strength to ensure that their killers did not escape unscathed. Although it appeared simple to resolve, it was evident that the demonic clan would never utter such words. They knew full well that Xiao Yan had avenged those who had wronged them. Sit cross-legged and carefully integrate our spiritual essences. The extent of your transformation lies within your fate, the multitude of souls seemed to convey to Xiao Yan. Thank you, esteemed elders. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan also sat cross-legged, adjusting his state in preparation to absorb this most exquisite essence of soul power. He positioned himself on a flat expanse of ground, where a luminous sphere, approximately half a foot in diameter, gently hovered before him. Its soft and pure radiance emanated continuously, illuminating the surrounding blades of grass, causing the previously withered plants to flourish into vibrant green. The purity of this soul essence was indeed remarkable. Yet it was a burden for those predecessors, Xiaoyan murmured. Xiaoyan's gaze remained fixed on the soul sphere as he exhaled softly, then extended his palm to make contact with it. In that moment of connection, he could perceive the vast source of soul power that permeated the sphere. This sensation, even for one with Xiaoyan's imperial-level soul strength, brought an overwhelming warmth to his very core. The imperial-level soul is categorized into 4 stages: entry-level mortal, comprehension of the celestial, transcending the sacred, and perfection. The Golden Dragon King spoke slowly. As Xiaoyan absorbed the essence, the soul sphere wavered gently, releasing a series of crystalline sounds akin to water splashing, as exceptionally pure source soul power continuously flowed into Xiaoyan's spirit. Under this influx, the small ethereal form that emerged from his soul seemed to show a faint expression of rapture. Wrapped in this source of soul essence, he felt as if his spirit were immersed in a warm glow, reminiscent of a fetus in the womb. Layers of translucent and peculiar crystalline formations quietly manifested on the surface of his soul, appearing almost like a substantial figure, an extraordinary sight, indeed. This represented the power of the imperial-level soul. These layers of peculiar crystals served as a protective barrier against soul attacks, subtly enveloping the most vulnerable aspect of a person, their soul. Within the soul sphere resided an immensely terrifying source of soul power, which had been condensed from the million souls captured by the cloaked figure. In the presence of such boundless essence, even Xiaoyan felt a minute sense of insignificance. As more and more source soul power was absorbed by Xiaoyan, invisible waves radiated outward from him, gradually expanding. This intangible ripple rendered the area within 1,000 feet of the mountain peak eerily silent, as waves of invisible pressure surged forth. Had he succeeded? Chapter 23. The Yu Family. Boom. As the essence of the predecessor's soul spheres diminished, merging completely into Xiaoyan's being, the small space that had been isolated by the cloaked figure began to tremble violently. With a resounding crash, the alternate dimension began to fracture. Xiaoyan had long since awakened, exiting his meditative state. The soul essence he had absorbed was entirely stored within the sea of his spirit. As the Golden Dragon King had previously mentioned, Xiaoyan understood that the process of enhancing his soul power through the absorption of this essence required considerable time. He resolved to seek a safe haven within the Yu family to devise his next steps, knowing that failure could result in severe injury or even irreparable damage to his soul. Thus, he proceeded to securely store the absorbed soul essence within his spirit's ocean while contemplating his plans. With a determined resolve, he advanced to awaken the 2 women using the power of their souls. It was evident that Qing Yuan was utterly exhausted from the battle, unable to awaken in the short term, remaining in a state of unconsciousness. Conversely, due to a previous mild soul impact, Yuru gradually regained consciousness with Xiaoyan's assistance. Upon awakening, she immediately spotted a large pit in the distance and urgently inquired about the man in black, who was presumably the notorious murderer of the Mu family, recently discussed in Qingqing. However, what about the monstrous entity that transformed afterward? How did you deal with it? Faced with Yuru's barrage of questions, Xiaoyan felt considerable vexation. He could hardly admit that he had slain it himself, so he evasively replied, "I don't know. I was also unconscious when you fell, and it just fled." Naturally, Yuru found Xiaoyan's words hard to believe, but with the immediate crisis averted, she could not dwell on her doubts. Her foremost priority was to save her father. Despite just having experienced a life-and-death moment, Yuru remained composed as she led the way, fully aware that her father's time was running short. If they did not hurry, any misfortune that befell him would allow the dissenters within the family to seize the opportunity, leading to unimaginable consequences. Before reaching the street leading to the Yu family estate, Xiaoyan and Yuru devised a plan. Once inside the grand courtyard, they would split up. Yuru would take Qing Yuan to the lounge to rest, and then reunite with Xiaoyan, who would proceed directly to his destination. Thus, he gradually made his way toward the imposing manor in the distance. Along the way, Yuru had informed Xiaoyan that the Yu family was currently in turmoil, indicating that there were divisions within the clan. Only a select few loyal confidants were aware of her father's severe injuries, necessitating that the treatment be conducted discreetly. As they approached the magnificently imposing estate, Xiaoyan was taken aback to see a throng of individuals gathered at the entrance, all clad in the robes of alchemists, with gleaming silver ripples on their chests proudly signifying their identity and rank. "These are the younger members of our family, and they are certainly not worth mentioning," Yuru remarked upon noticing the alchemists at the entrance. On the bustling street, passers-by cast envious and reverent glances toward the group of alchemists, who whispered among themselves. In their eyes, Being an alchemist was a profession as noble as that of aristocrats. Follow me, Yu instructed, guiding Xiao Yin through a narrow path into the Yu family estate. Xiao Yin understood that Yuru's actions were clearly intended to avoid the watchful eyes of those aligned with the family's internal conflicts. Calmly trailing behind the maid, Xiao Yin's gaze swept across the opulent estate. The towering and grand structures prompted him to nod discreetly, setting aside everything else. The Yu family undoubtedly deserved its reputation as one of the three prominent families of Qingqing, possessing wealth that was truly beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. As he walked along the path paved with azure pebbles, Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly narrowed slightly. Within his spiritual perception, as they delved deeper into the Yu clan, he sensed powerful auras subtly concealed in various corners. In an unguarded moment, I lifted my gaze and casually glanced at a certain eve above. Where dark shadows lay concealed in the obscurity, their forms painted in black, obscuring the sharp tips of sunlight's reflection. They moved slowly within the estate, ready to strike at the slightest disturbance. The defenses were indeed formidable. Xiao Yan furrowed his brow, shaking his head in resignation as he looked towards the luxurious hall that appeared at the end of the path. Through the slightly ajar door, he could faintly discern a figure standing within. Father. Yu had just escorted Qing Yuan to rest before hastily making her way to join Xiao Yan, instructing the maidservants to leave. In the ancient chamber remained Yu, Xiao Yan, and a middle-aged man whom Yu referred to as her father. Oh, my ailments are not to be cured so quickly. There is no need for such exertion, the middle-aged man demurred, yet his eyes glimmered with gratitude. For his daughter had tirelessly sought out healers for him. Though their efforts had been in vain, he felt deeply moved by her intentions. Xiao Yan observed the man before him, whose complexion bore a yellowish hue, indicating poor health, and he murmured to himself, a 5-star Dou emperor. Indeed worthy of being the head of the family. He stepped forward, summoning the fire sprite, Xiao Yi, to ascertain the nature of the affliction that Yu claimed could only be cured by a fire spirit. As Xiao Yi was summoned, the temperature in the once tranquil room surged dramatically, and Yu's previously indifferent gaze widened in astonishment. A fire spirit? Chapter 24, Purging the Poison. Yu's exclamation prompted her to turn and behold the formidable high-temperature flames swirling around Xiao Yi. Glancing at her daughter, a flicker of relief crossed her face. Years ago, while hunting in the Monster Mountain range, she had been wounded by the 9 nether fire from a creature comparable to a 6-star Dou emperor. Strangely, this fire was said to be indestructible, and despite numerous attempts, she had been unable to eradicate its lingering essence, which continued to devour her vitality. Now, with her days numbered, she had scoured ancient texts in search of even a glimmer of hope. It was rumored that fire spirits or sacred flames were the sovereigns of heavenly fire, and obtaining one might hold the key to curing the 9 nether fire. The middle-aged man, who had been languishing on the bed, fixed his gaze intently upon Xiao Yi. Young friend, you are truly remarkable to possess such a celestial being. If that is the case, I entrust my life to you. Rest assured, come what may. A resolute voice echoed within the room. Xiao Yan approached the adjoining chamber, the soft light casting a gentle glow. He gently pushed open the door to the inner room, which was spacious. At its center lay a large bed, upon which a gaunt middle-aged man reclined, surrounded by several busy maidservants. Upon hearing the door, they turned their attention towards him and hastily departed. As he drew closer to the bed, Xiao Yan's gaze swept over the figure, noting the pallid grayish hue upon Yu's face. A stark contrast to the stillness that seemed to carry an air of impending mortality. Indeed, the gravity of the situation was palpable as Xiao Yan cast a glance at the middle-aged man's visage, which seemed to teeter on the precipice of death. In a hushed tone, he remarked, "Yes, such a venomous fire that can devour vitality is not something even a 6-star Dou emperor would dare to triflingly engage with. The fact that my father has endured for so many years is already pushing the limits of endurance." Behind him, Yu followed closely, her heart aching as she looked at the man before her. Shaking her head, she cautiously implored, "Xiao Yan, I beg you, do everything in your power to save my father." Her eyes were tinged with redness, and her voice seemed to have lost its usual strength. "Rest assured, it shall be manageable. I am about to commence," Xiao Yan responded. "Just ensure that no one disturbs me." He understood that the only way to expel the affliction was to envelop it with spiritual energy and guide the into Yu's body. Hence, a tranquil and undisturbed environment was paramount. Any interruption while channeling spiritual power could lead to catastrophic consequences. Beside him, Yu nodded appreciatively, fully aware that Xiao Yan's willingness to assist stemmed largely from his ties to the president of the Alchemist Association. Her gaze was fixed intently on the tall, indifferent young man beside her. "I have no alternative but to follow the method you suggested, employing to enter the body and gradually expel the venom." Xiao Yan assessed the situation and shook his head, speaking calmly. That seems exceedingly perilous, Yuru murmured hesitantly in response. There is less than a 50% chance of success. Within the quiet confines of the room, Yuru seemed to whisper softly, occasionally glancing at the two individuals beside the bed. As time elapsed, watching her father's face glisten with sweat and the tendons on his arms pulse. A sense of urgency and unease blossomed in her eyes. Her father had borne the weight of the family for far too long, enduring countless hardships. How could she not feel anguish at his suffering? Xiaoyan's expression remained serene as his fingers trembled slightly against Yu Yu's back. A pale white flame, carefully enveloped by spiritual energy, began to cautiously infiltrate the latter's body, gradually employing intense heat to drive out the insidious that had invaded and affixed itself to the bones. The milky flame encased the dark bones, and although they appeared to be in close proximity, a minuscule gap existed between them. The temperature of the was fearsome. Should it come into direct contact with Yu Yu's bones, even a Dou Emperor would suffer severe injury or even death in an instant. The searing heat radiated from the flame, slowly roasting the ebony bones. As the pale flames continued their relentless assault, tendrils of black mist quietly emanated from the bones. Just before they could escape, they were swiftly enveloped by the pale flames, which, with their terrifying heat, began to reduce the toxic mist, which even Dou Emperors regarded with gravity, to nothingness. However, as Xiaoyan utilized it to incinerate the black mist, he remained oblivious to the unfolding events. As the dark mist began to dissipate, an inexplicable shadowy substance gradually intertwined with the milky flames, leading to an utter silence. The soft sounds of distress indicated that little Yi had discerned the toxins attempting to cling to her flames, and she hastily employed her formidable powers to expel them. As time silently passed, the ebony skeletons enveloped by Xiaoyan's milky flames began to visibly regain their normal hue. At this moment, Yu Yu was drenched in sweat, his middle-aged visage appearing as if he had aged decades, his face twitching as he gasped for breath, the sound escaping through clenched teeth. What a relief. It has been ages since I felt such exhilaration. My young brother is truly remarkable. Yu Yu sensed that the nine nether fire, which had long laid dormant within him, was gradually yielding before Xiaoyan's controlled milky flames, as if it were instinctively gripped by fear. This fire spirit is indeed formidable. Just as Yu Yu intended to scrutinize Xiaoyan closely, he felt the nine nether fire being pressed into a confined space, causing him to clench his fists tightly. The veins on his arms bulging like small serpents, his voice hoarse and trembling. Behind him, Xiaoyan was also drenched in sweat. The prolonged control of the executed with such precision placed a significant strain on his soul power. Having not fully recovered from his earlier confrontation with the cloaked figure, he found himself somewhat fatigued. Upon hearing Yu Yu's trembling inquiry, he nodded slightly and whispered, "Stay calm. I have now concentrated the nine nether fire into one point. Once I expel it, our task will be complete." Yu Yu, upon hearing this, gritted his teeth and persevered, the sound of grinding teeth echoing as beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead. The pain was evidently excruciating, the flames searing deep into his bones. With a series of coughs, he expelled several mouthfuls of black blood, which radiated a searing heat and was quickly enveloped by little Yi's milky flames upon contact with the ground. Ha ha ha, what a relief. After expelling that blood, Yu Yu realized that the nine nether fire, which had been lurking within him, was now entirely expelled from his body. Father. Upon seeing her father's complexion regain some color, Yuru could not care less about Xiaoyan's presence in the room. She lunged toward her father, bursting into tears. "Daddy, I told you everything would be all right. Look, you're fine now, aren't you?" Chapter 25. Mundane Affairs of the Yu Family. Ha ha ha. Yu Er, a refined young lady, still crying so pathetically. Does she not fear the ridicule of others? Yu Yu was evidently elated by the healing of his long-standing ailment. He knew all too well that his precious daughter had tirelessly worried over this matter for years, constantly searching for remedies, and it seemed they had finally found a solution. Yu Yu embraced his daughter, allowing her to weep for a while, before gently saying, "All right, cease your tears. You must understand that my dear friend Xiao Yan has expended as much mental and spiritual energy in healing me as I have. Should you not escort him to rest?" Yuru suddenly realized that Xiao Yan was still within the confines of the room. Did that mean her earlier display of tears had been witnessed by him? Oh, how mortifying. Her cheeks flushed crimson, wishing fervently to vanish into the ground. "Come, I shall lead you to a place of rest. Father, do take care of yourself." With a fierce glare at her father, implying that he too should rest after his recent illness, she opened the door and guided Xiaoyan out. Having reached the age for marriage, Yuru had previously devoted herself entirely to seeking a healer for her father's condition, neglecting other considerations. Now that her father's health was nearly restored, she found herself with time to ponder other matters. The young man before her not only saved her father, but was also a first-tier imperial alchemist and a 3-star Doe Emperor. Such a remarkable youth caused her heart to flutter like a startled deer, as few among her peers had ever stirred such feelings in her. Here you shall rest well. I will come to summon you when it is time for a meal. I shall take my leave now, so as not to disturb your repose, Yuru said, leading Xiao Yin into a spacious chamber. As she slowly withdrew, Xiao Yin climbed onto the bed and succumbed to sleep, for he had endured considerable strain in recent days, both physically and spiritually, necessitating a thorough rest. The first rays of morning sunlight illuminated the room as Xiao Yin awoke, stretching languidly. He had rested well the previous night and felt prepared to enter seclusion today. He promptly exited the chamber and made his way toward the hall. Spare me, clan leader. I swear I am innocent. It was all orchestrated by the third elder. I am truly wronged. A diminutive man pleaded, kneeling before you in the hall. What further excuses do you have, third elder? For years, my hidden ailment has plagued me, diminishing my strength. I am unaware of the misdeeds you have committed behind my back. Now that my affliction is lifted, it is time to rectify this family. With those words, Yu exuded an overwhelming aura of a 5-star Doe Emperor, causing a palpable pressure to envelop the gathering. Seize them and take them away, disposing of them according to clan regulations. Yu commanded. They truly deserve it. They have brought this upon themselves. Voices of agreement echoed in the assembly hall, as many supported the clan leader's decisions, believing that such family pests served only to tarnish the clan's name and should be replaced by those more capable. Has our friend Xiao Yin awakened? Yu's initially stern expression softened into one of warmth upon seeing Xiao Yin. He smiled, aware that his daughter seemed to harbor unique feelings towards the young man, and as a father, he felt compelled to assist her. The clan leader is most gracious. Following yesterday's events, I sensed the faint traces of a breakthrough. I have come to request the use of the clan's cultivation chamber for my seclusion, Xiao Yin replied, cupping his hands in respect towards Yu. Are you on the verge of a breakthrough? This is quite a matter. Of course, it is not a problem. Yu, clearly in high spirits due to his recovering from injuries and the purging of his family's internal strife, laughed heartily. The breakthrough is indeed a rare opportunity. Thus, there is no time to waste. We shall proceed now, said Xiao Yin. Why are you still standing there? Take Xiao Yin, my young friend, to the seclusion chamber. Yu instructed his distracted daughter. It was evident that ever since his recovery, Yue had been utterly captivated by Xiao Yin, her expression betraying a mix of bewilderment and excitement, almost as if her very eyes were about to leap from their sockets. Ah, such is the nature of daughters, he thought, a sigh escaping his lips, yet his heart brimmed with genuine joy. As they traversed the shadowy path, Xiao Yin beheld the sight of the elegantly clad Yuru, her appearance meticulously curated, with a hint of tension etched upon her visage. Do you have something weighing on your mind, Lady Yu? He inquired hastily. It's not exactly a burden. I am merely delighted that my father's ailment has improved. Yuru replied, though her response skirted the essence of his inquiry. Despite her father's lengthy counsel the previous night about the necessity of pursuing love, she found herself ensnared in thoughts of Xiao Yin, who, at such a tender age, had already achieved the rank of a 3-star Doe Emperor and was a first-tier alchemist of imperial caliber. The prospect of sharing a future with such a promising figure left her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. We are nearly there, just ahead, she announced. This morning, I visited the girl accompanying you. She seems to be utterly exhausted in spirit and will require ample time to recover. I shall take good care of her while you are in seclusion, so you may focus entirely on your training, she assured him. They reached the end of the narrow path, and in a bid to dissipate the awkwardness, Yuru swiftly changed the subject. In that case, I am most grateful. Lady Yu, Xiao Yin replied, gazing upon the modest stone door that awaited them. Under Yuru's guidance, he gently pushed it open, stepping inside with a wave of his hand. Hey, Xiao Yin, is that girl your wife? As Xiao Yin stepped across the threshold, Yuru, mustering her courage, posed the question. It was only natural for her to ask, for they appeared to be perfectly matched in appearance. Was she doomed to miss her chance with this man who had captured her heart? Watching Xiao Yin enter the stone chamber, she found the courage to voice her thoughts. She is, in a sense, my sister, came a languid voice from within the chamber. Xiao Yin assumed her gratitude stemmed solely from his efforts to heal her father, unaware of the deeper sentiments swirling within Yuru's heart. Then, in a whisper meant only for herself, she vowed. I had already resolved that if I could heal my father, I would marry you, even if only as a concubine, no matter what the future holds. I am bound to you now, Xiao Yin, you cannot escape. Thank you, Xiao Yin, she murmured, her heart stirred as she departed the path. Ensure that no one disturbs the training chamber, and take good care of that girl, he commanded, sealing the door behind him. Chapter 26. Absorbing the essence of the soul unbeknownst to Xiao Yin, the thoughts of the woman outside the stone door were of no concern at this moment. His immediate priority was to absorb the essence of the soul stored within his sea of consciousness. Thus, he stepped into the narrow passage beyond the stone door. Before him lay a spacious training chamber, featuring a few stone steps and a training platform. It was evident that this chamber was regularly maintained by servants, imparting a sense of cleanliness. After carefully inspecting the stone room, he proceeded to set up a defensive energy seal at the entrance before sitting cross-legged. It was no wonder Xiao Yan exercised such caution. Although he had rescued the head of the Yu family, it was prudent to thoroughly inspect the secluded training chamber. Any unexpected incidents during his retreat would be undesirable, a lesson learned from years of traversing the Duki continent. Master Ancestor, is this sufficient? Xiao Yan inquired, gently stroking the ring on his finger after completing his examination. Indeed, it is wise to remain vigilant, replied the Golden Dragon King, manifesting from the ring and standing before Xiao Yan. Very well, let us commence. First, release the essence of the soul you have gathered in your sea of consciousness. Absorbing and refining it will facilitate your mastery of combat techniques, the Golden Dragon King suggested, producing 2 scrolls in his hands. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan nodded, settling into a meditative posture and channeling his entire soul force. Streams of pure white light began to emanate from his forehead, coalescing in front of him. Although these soul essences were stored within his own sea of consciousness, their release proved to be somewhat taxing. Natural treasures are meant for those who are destined to obtain them. It seems you are indeed in harmony with this essence, the Golden Dragon King observed, watching the ever-growing sphere of soul light before Xiao Yan with a sense of satisfaction. Once the light sphere had fully materialized, Xiao Yan gazed at the luminous orb before him, exhaling gently. He then extended his hand to touch the sphere. In that moment of contact, he could feel the vast power of the pure soul essence within the orb, a warmth enveloping the area between his brows. Summoning Xiao Yi, waves of milky white flames, radiating an intense heat, began to encircle the soul light sphere. The purifying lotus flame possessed remarkable properties for cleansing the impurities of the world. This process of refinement continued for several hours, illustrating the immense magnitude of the soul power involved. Eventually, Xiao Yan gradually dispersed the flames, and Xiao Yi evidently reaped significant benefits, settling down to rest beside him. All preparations were complete. Gazing at the ethereal soul light orb before him, resembling crystal. Although it had diminished in size by several tens of times, the purest essence of power contained within remained as formidable as before. With a slow exhale of relief, Xiao Yan deftly gestured, and the soul energy from his brow surged forth, transforming into a human figure that mirrored his own, seated before the soul light orb. With mouths slightly parted, they both exuded a powerful suction towards the soul light orb hovering in midair. As this force manifested, the soul light orb quivered slightly, and subsequently, an essence of soul origin, significantly purer than before, began to radiate outward, enveloping Xiao Yan's spirit. It flowed through his mouth, nose, and every pore, continuously merging into him. As more of the soul origin was absorbed, the crystalline layer that had formed on the surface of Xiao Yan's soul expanded immensely and solidified. This transformation persisted for the span of 20 days. Boom. At last, the final fragment of the soul light orb, lingering in the air, entered Xiao Yan's mouth. In the tranquil stone chamber, a remarkable sight unfolded. 2 Xiao Yan stood before each other. The aura and appearance emanating from their bodies made it impossible to discern who the true Xiao Yan was, as both exuded the presence of a 3-star Do Emperor. Their visages indistinguishable, lacking any discrepancies. Success. As the 20 days swiftly passed, Xiao Yan's heart soared with joy upon opening his eyes to see his perfect doppelganger, whose strength and aura mirrored his own. The Dragon King spoke. The imperial realm of the soul is categorized into 4 levels: the entry-level mortal, the comprehension level celestial, the transcendent level saint, and the perfected level. Your previous soul power was merely at the threshold of the imperial realm, but through this absorption of soul origin, you have ascended to the mortal level of the imperial realm. Do not underestimate your mortal level soul power, in terms of soul strength alone. Even a 6-star Do Emperor would find little difference compared to you. Moreover, you must have sensed the profound transformation that has occurred upon entering the mortal level. The Dragon King observed the elated Xiao Yan, continuing, as you are aware, entering the imperial realm of the soul allows one to manifest their soul in a form that can aid in battle. Previously, you had just stepped into the imperial realm and had not stabilized your powers. Now, however, as a mortal level soul, you possess a doppelganger that is not inferior to your own strength. This doppelganger is a manifestation of your soul power. Its strength will rise with yours. But remember, this doppelganger is a condensation of your soul power. Its fate is intertwined with yours. Should it sustain irreparable or overwhelming damage, the repercussions will reflect back upon you exponentially. The Dragon King spoke gravely to Xiao Yan. Before his master could elaborate, Xiao Yan had already deduced some aspects. With this revelation, he began to formulate plans, recognizing that the soul power attack and this doppelganger would serve as a formidable trump card. Oh, take a closer look at your own aura, the Dragon King remarked, a hint of astonishment evident in his gaze directed at Xiao Yan. Have I broken through? Xiao Yan responded, equally perplexed. Originally, Xiao Yan was considered to be at the late stage of a 3-star Do Emperor. Unexpectedly, after absorbing some of the purest soul power, his strength inadvertently ascended to the pinnacle of a 3-star Do Emperor. This turn of events, while surprising, is not without its advantages. In recent days, he has been consistently confronting enemies beyond his rank, which has imposed a considerable burden on him. However, the benefits of such battles are manifold. Thus, the enhancement of his strength through the absorption of soul power seems only logical. Am I truly at the late stage of a 3-star Do Emperor? Xiao Yan mused, carefully sensing the Do Qi within him, and indeed, it was so. Master, now that I have successfully absorbed the soul power, it is time for you to impart the Do techniques you spoke of, is it not? Xiao Yan grinned as he gazed at the 2 scrolls in the hands of the Golden Dragon King. He was acutely aware that in this realm of formidable Do Emperors, he was already struggling to cope with heavenly-level Do techniques. He certainly needed some skills for self-preservation. Your burning decision is now a high-level heavenly technique, with both the supply and absorption of Do Qi being commendable. However, the 6th tier of the burning decision requires the consumption of sacred flames to evolve, and what you are currently lacking is Do techniques. The Golden Dragon King, recognizing Xiao Yan's thoughts, shook the 2 scrolls in his hand. Since you wish to learn, I shall teach you. Xiao Yan watched as the Golden Dragon King released one of the scrolls floating in the air, eagerly reaching out to catch it. A low-level immortal-level Do technique, the 7th layer Breaking Heaven Ruler. Despite the seeming proximity of heavenly and immortal levels, the actual power of Do techniques varies greatly. Heavenly techniques mobilize the forces of heaven and earth for personal use, while immortal techniques transcend these forces, rendering them inaccessible to others. A Do Emperor is fundamentally a symbol of controlling the powers of heaven and earth. To be unable to do so would be akin to losing a limb. Indeed, this is a technique that utilizes a ruler as its weapon, perfectly complementing the ancient ruler of exotic flames in your possession. The Golden Dragon King remarked as he looked at Xiao Yan. First, summon your ancient ruler of exotic flames. To practice this technique, you must refine the ruler first. Just as Xiao Yan was about to unroll the scroll, the Golden Dragon King hurriedly interjected. Boom. Upon closer inspection, this space was not particularly vast. It was barren and devoid of vitality. Xiao Yan's gaze swept across the area, and then suddenly fixed on a certain point in the void. There stood a figure with hands clasped behind its back. This figure was remarkably unremarkable. Xiao Yan could hardly detect any aura or signs of Do Qi emanating from it, resembling an utterly ordinary person. Yet, this visual perception only deepened Xiao Yan's gravity of thought. To appear in such an extraordinary place, how could this be an ordinary individual? If his instincts were correct, this figure should be the true master of the 7th layer Breaking Heaven Ruler. This location must be a hidden memory space within the Do technique. The figure was not a true powerhouse, but rather a fragment of memory from its past life. Observing this figure, Xiao Yan contemplated deeply. With his current experience, he was no longer easily startled. After a moment of reflection, he began to discern the essence of this shadow. As Xiao Yan had anticipated, the figure did not cast a glance in his direction. Shortly after the former entered this space, a voice, as tranquil as flowing water, resonated within the realm. The 7-fold sky-breaking ruler, a low-level celestial technique, is the culmination of my lifelong efforts, merging the techniques of 100 schools. This ruler technique emphasizes the concept of creation, shattering the heavens and fracturing all things. Mastery of the 7-fold technique is equivalent to a sacred-level skill. Each of the 7 layers is immensely powerful. When they overlap, their might reaches the level of sacred techniques. Upon hearing the voice, which seemed to narrate its own tale, Xiao Yan's eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance. The fact that the 7-fold ruler could rival sacred-level techniques was profoundly shocking to him. The creator of this technique truly deserved to be called a formidable powerhouse. The original heavenly-level techniques were already extraordinary and transcendent, and those who could obtain the secrets I guard are indeed fated individuals. Since you have acquired the fire ruler, it must have been tempered by the fire spirit essence. Remember, the 7-fold sky-breaking ruler can only be successfully executed using the tempered ancient fire ruler, otherwise, you will face backlash. Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback by these words, and then he pondered. It turned out that the strange aura surrounding the ancient fire ruler in his hands was indeed the fire spirit essence refining his ancient fire ruler. Truly, as a celestial technique, It required such a process to gain the complete legacy of martial arts cultivation. On the surface of the lake, the Golden Dragon King calmly raised the ancient fire ruler in his hand. The unique patterns that had previously intrigued Xiao Yin now emitted a fiery red glow. As the ruler sliced through the void, the surrounding space became somewhat illusory and blurred. Grasping the black ruler, now resembling the fiery hues of sunset, the mysterious figure let out a low, resonant shout, and his form suddenly moved. Stepping gently into the void, a phantom appeared, illuminated by the setting sun, leaving a heart-shocking impression. Staring at the shadow in the void, Xiao Yin was momentarily speechless. He had not expected the mysterious figure's speed to be so terrifying. As the phantom gradually dissipated, the figure of the mysterious person appeared as if teleporting beneath a colossal waterfall, measuring over 10 zhang in width. Compared to the hanging waterfall, the figure's diminutive form resembled an ant on a scroll, hardly noticeable. Yet, this seemingly insignificant figure now emanated a might even more fearsome than the waterfall itself. The tremendous wind pressure generated by the crashing waterfall did not budge the frail-looking old body in the slightest. Suddenly halting in mid-charge, the figure executed a 180-degree rotation in the air, and the light emanating from the black ruler intensified. In the end, the brilliance was so overwhelming that Xiao Yin had to squint his eyes. Celestial technique, sevenfold sky-breaking ruler. With a sound akin to thunder, a tremendous explosion erupted, followed by a surge of scorching heat that nearly engulfed the entire space. Boom! Across the expansive surface of the space, countless water columns shot skyward, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Amidst the towering columns of water, a brilliant crimson radiance suddenly materialized, causing the water to dissipate instantaneously, replaced by a swirling mist. With a resounding crash, the red glow darted across the lake's surface like a startled swan, generating waves that soared 10 meters high before crashing heavily onto the cascading waterfall. Boom, boom, boom. Covering his ears, Xiao Yin gaped at the might of the attack, swallowing hard after a moment, his gaze abruptly shifting towards the waterfall. Yet, the enveloping mist obscured his vision entirely. A fierce gust of wind swept across the lake, swiftly dispersing the vapor in the valley, and the enormous waterfall gradually revealed its true form. Staring wide-eyed at the unveiled cascade, Xiao Yin remained momentarily stunned before slowly closing his eyes to take a deep breath of the cool air, a wave of dizziness washing over him. The waterfall's immense flow had seemingly been severed, revealing a gaping chasm on the colossal rock behind it, measuring over 10 zhang in length and 3 to 4 zhang in width, shining blindingly. At the edge of the chasm, countless fine fissures crept across the stone wall, resembling a climbing tiger. After lingering in suspension for over 20 seconds, the waterfall's torrent resumed its gentle descent, while the colossal scar on the rock gradually concealed itself. Observing the rapidly expanding black halo within his vision, Xiao Yin inhaled deeply, yet remained composed, bowing respectfully towards the figure within the dark aura. This is the simple technique of the, to those destined, remember my name, 7 feet of the wandering immortal. A gentle voice reverberated in Xiao Yan's mind like the thunder of awakening spring, as the figure within the black halo grew fainter, ultimately fading into oblivion. The final vestige of a bygone formidable being dissipated in this realm. Xiao Yin nodded silently, allowing the black halo to surge forth and tear his body asunder. Chapter 28. Cultivating the Sevenfold Breaking Heaven. How do you feel? The Golden Dragon King inquired as Xiao Yin emerged from his peculiar state. Having just learned that Xiao Yin had entered a different dimension, choosing not to disturb him, as such experiences were essential for inheriting combat techniques. 7 feet of the wandering immortal. Master, this technique is truly powerful, Xiao Yin replied, his eyes slightly dazed, clearly imprinted with the method of the sevenfold breaking heaven in his mind. And it is particularly suited for you. The Golden Dragon King chuckled. Your eternal of is the hardest in existence, tempered by for millennia, rendering it as solid as iron, imbued with the unique firepower of. In the future, your sevenfold breaking heaven will only amplify your strength. Master's words ring true. In that case, let us not delay any further. I shall commence with the first level of cultivation, Xiao Yin exclaimed, marveling at the might of the technique. The gradually materialized in Xiao Yan's hands, appearing notably heavier after the recent tempering. Though the weight was negligible to Xiao Yan, it had indeed become burdensome. Upon careful reflection, the ancient fire measuring stick seemed to have gained the ability to suppress his fighting spirit after the unique tempering by the venerable 7 feet Yuxian. This inevitably reminded Xiao Yan of the Xianzhong stick from the Duqi continent, which bore striking similarities in function. After a moment of contemplation, he did not hesitate. He grasped the ancient fire measuring stick with both hands, preparing to exert himself and commence his cultivation. The sevenfold breaking heaven stick emphasized swiftness, ferocity, and precision, striking quickly to approach the target, attacking ruthlessly for a decisive blow, and aiming accurately to hit the vital points. The Golden Dragon King gently imparted wisdom by his side. In response, Xiao Yan sat cross-legged, meticulously absorbing the cultivation insights of the first stick of the sevenfold breaking heaven. According to the teachings of the venerable 7 feet Yuxian, the first stick required a resonance between the stick and oneself to unleash its maximum potential. How could I create this resonance? Xiao Yan pondered while caressing the ancient fire measuring stick, feeling a gentle warmth emanating from it. Ancient fire measuring stick, he murmured softly. Suddenly, he closed his eyes, channeling all his fire-attributed fighting spirit into the ancient fire measuring stick. As the immense fire-attributed energy surged, the stick vibrated and emitted a humming sound, as if greeting Xiao Yan with delight. Success. Initially puzzled about how to induce resonance with the ancient fire measuring stick, Xiao Yan realized that since it was a product of the extraordinary fire, its affinity for it must be remarkably high. This led to a scene of triumph that left him quite pleased. Feeling the resonant hum radiating from the stick, he rose to his feet. Firmly grasping the ancient fire measuring stick, with powerful fighting spirit enveloping it, the surface adorned with swirling, multicolored flames. The stone chamber fell into an extraordinary silence, as if the very energies of the world had come to a standstill. Standing still like a statue, Xiao Yan exuded an astonishing aura through the ancient fire measuring stick. Sevenfold breaking heaven stick. First stick. 3-step wandering stick. With a sudden movement, Xiao Yan seemed to teleport, taking the first step forward as the stick transformed horizontally. Then the second step, moving quickly again, the stick now vertical, and finally the third step, once more propelling forward, the stick radiating an overwhelming presence, causing the very void of the stone chamber to crack. As the 3 strikes landed in the empty space before him, the entire stone chamber appeared to freeze in that moment, a chilling aura reminiscent of the abyss emanating from where the stick struck, sweeping forth like a tempest. Each step taken and each strike made brought forth immense destructive energy, shattering the very fabric of space. This was accomplished even while Xiao Yan deliberately suppressed his power. Had he unleashed his full strength, the stone chamber would likely have been unable to withstand such formidable force. This celestial-level martial technique was indeed fearsome beyond measure. Feeling a resonance between the ruler and himself, Xiao Yan nodded in satisfaction. The sevenfold sky-breaking ruler's combat technique was precisely what he required at present. Not only was it powerful, but it also felt intuitive to wield. Crucially, much like the profound heavy ruler, this ancient fire ruler could suppress his own strength. Although the ancient fire ruler constrained his power, it was only when the ruler of ancient fire fell away that Xiao Yan would truly showcase his formidable prowess. Indeed, quite impressive to unleash such a formidable offensive on the first attempt. The Golden Dragon King remarked approvingly to Xiao Yan. Days passed, and 5 days swiftly elapsed, during which Xiao Yan diligently practiced the first technique of the sevenfold sky-breaking ruler. Based on your current mastery of the technique, you could contend with a 4-star Do Emperor without much difficulty, perhaps even delivering a fatal strike, the Golden Dragon King asserted. Over these days, he observed Xiao Yan's earnest dedication to mastering the first technique of the sevenfold sky-breaking ruler. It became evident that the young man possessed a commendable understanding of the technique, likely stemming from prior experience with similar combat arts. Achieving such progress in merely 5 days truly earned Xiao Yan the Golden Dragon King's esteem. Once this lad reaches the 7-star Do Emperor rank, he should be ready to explore that, the Golden Dragon King thought, feeling a newfound confidence in Xiao Yan. As Xiao Yan prepared for one final practice session, an idea sparked within him, prompting him to take action. In the tranquil stone chamber, the natural essence of the world seemed to come to a standstill. At Xiao Yan's commanding shout, the stable space of the chamber was shattered by the ancient fire ruler, and he nodded in satisfaction as he slightly altered the ruler's appearance, resting it on his back, before mending the fractured space. After all, this was someone else's training room. He could not return it in a dilapidated state after borrowing it for his own practice. Look at this lad. The Golden Dragon King chuckled heartily at Xiao Yan's cautious demeanor, unable to conceal his deep-seated pride, as if marveling at the young man's commendable character. Well then, since the repairs are complete, we are nearing the end of our seclusion, Xiao Yan said, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. However, you seem to have forgotten something that transpired earlier. Do you recall the figure in black? As the Golden Dragon King spoke, Xiao Yan noticed a pitch-black scroll in the Dragon King's hand. Is that the one who murdered the Mu clan? Xiao Yan inquired, astonished by the Golden Dragon King's smiling visage. Indeed, at that time, my ancestor eliminated that shadowy figure through my hands, while I was gathering the scattered souls. It seemed my ancestor had discovered something. However, I was too weak at the time to remember it clearly. Now, prompted by his ancestor's words, A profound curiosity surged within Xiao Yan. It was clear that the black-clad figure had mentioned the Mu clan's entanglement with something they should not have touched, and that so-called forbidden object was likely no trivial matter. Is this the object the black-clad figure referred to? Xiao Yan gazed, somewhat dazed, at the dark scroll. Indeed, this is what the black-clad figure spoke of, and I believe it is also the cause of the Mu clan's annihilation, the Golden Dragon King replied slowly. In this world, countless wonders abound, yet the adage that an innocent man may suffer for possessing treasures is well understood by all. Without sufficient strength, the possession of such treasures, if known to others, only invites peril, as exemplified by the numerous cases like that of the Mu family. Here, you may attempt to unlock it with all your might. The Golden Dragon King declared, casting a pitch-black scroll to Xiao Yan, evidently wishing for him to grasp its secrets. As Xiao Yan held the scroll, an inexplicable surge of trepidation coursed through him, yet when he endeavored to open it, the scroll resisted all his efforts. Realizing its extraordinary nature, Xiao Yan was not disheartened. He promptly summoned his formidable soul energy to confront the scroll. A faint tremor emanated from his grasp, indicating the failure of his attempt. This suggested that the dark scroll repelled his soul energy, leaving only two possibilities. Either the creator of the scroll possessed a far greater soul power than Xiao Yan, or a unique method was required to unlock it. Unyielding in spirit, Xiao Yan called upon the fiery entity Xiao Yi, directing its flames towards the scroll. Yet, despite the scorching onslaught, the scroll remained unresponsive. Confounded, Xiao Yan turned to the Golden Dragon King, pondering how such an unprecedented phenomenon could exist. Do not despair. If you could easily unravel this scroll, it would not have drawn the attention of the demon clan, the Golden Dragon King reassured him, observing Xiao Yan's frustration. Master, do you possess a method to unlock this scroll? Xiao Yan inquired, confident that his revered mentor could devise a solution. I could indeed open it, but be aware that the profound opportunity contained within would no longer belong to you. The Golden Dragon King replied with a sly smile. A great opportunity? Xiao Yan was baffled, unable to comprehend what such an opportunity could entail when he could not even open the scroll. Enough of your complaints. It is entirely normal for this scroll to be unyielding, as unlocking it requires the power of sacred flames. Thus, we must first prepare the elixir that can absorb the sacred flames, the Golden Dragon King elucidated, his tone deliberate. From my experience, this scroll likely embodies the legacy of an unparalleled master. Only sacred flames can unlock it? A legacy? Xiao Yan gazed intently at the dark scroll, his lips pursing in thought. Once we have resolved matters here, let us seek the sacred flames. With one of those, combined with your unique fire, we shall surely uncover something extraordinary, the Golden Dragon King remarked with an inscrutable glint in his eyes. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Xiao Yan felt as though he were ensnared in a scheme devised by the Golden Dragon King. Now, do not dwell on your dismay. There are still matters that require your attention. Have you forgotten about the foundational essence elixir? The Golden Dragon King gently reminded him. Xiao Yan, filled with curiosity, contemplated the secret behind the esteemed Qing Yuan that his master so highly regarded. Xiao Yan listened to the Golden Dragon King as he spoke of Qing Yuan, understanding that his venerable master would not deceive him given his astute perception. Yet, what secrets lay within Qing Yuan? Curiosity piqued. Xiao Yan decided it was time to emerge from his seclusion. He rose, brushed off the dust from his attire, and slung the somewhat tarnished ancient fire measuring ruler over his shoulder, making his way slowly towards the exit of the stone chamber. The sunlight is indeed warm. As Xiao Yan stepped out of the chamber, he was greeted by the morning light, which bathed him in golden rays, instilling a sense of ease in his body after prolonged hours of cultivation. Master Xiao, you have emerged from your retreat. A refined young woman, bowing respectfully, addressed him. The young lady instructed me to wait here for your return and to escort you when you emerged. Then I appreciate your guidance, Xiao Yan replied politely, offering a smile to the young woman. As they traversed the secluded path, the maid remarked, Master Xiao is truly young and accomplished. It is no wonder the young lady is so captivated. What do you mean by that? Xiao Yan was perplexed, unsure of why the maid would speak to him in such a manner. Oh, forgive my boldness, Master Xiao, but is it not evident? It is rare for the young lady to be so enamored with a man over these past years, the maid responded slowly. Xiao Yan was taken aback, realizing the implications of her words and understanding why Yu Ru had inquired so before his seclusion. Sighing internally, he mused, the world is filled with infatuated souls. Yet I am already bound by family ties, and I fear I can only disappoint Miss Yu. To be honest, Xiao Yan was not one to indulge in frivolous emotions. His feelings for Yu Ru were merely those of friendship. He had never anticipated such complexities, leaving him quite troubled. Upon entering the family hall, Xiao Yan found Yu Ru and Yu Yu engaged in a discussion. Young friend Xiao Yan has emerged from his retreat. It seems your strength has grown once again. Yu Yu exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Clearly, under the formidable presence of Yu Yu, the head of the Yu family and a 5-star Dou emperor, it was difficult for Xiao Yin to conceal his prowess. Fortuitous, indeed. However, it matters not, Xiao Yin replied with a smile. During your seclusion, the young lady Qing Yuan awakened once, but since then has remained in a deep slumber. Despite our efforts in seeking numerous healers, none have succeeded, Yu Yu continued. However, there have been hints regarding the imperial-grade magic core. It is said that the beast ruins are about to open, and rumors suggest that the imperial-grade magic core lies within. Beast ruins? What are those? Xiao Yin inquired, curious about this unfamiliar concept. Chapter 30, The Beast Ruins. Everyone, you may leave. Yu Yu commanded, leaving only himself, Yu Ru, and Xiao Yin in the hall. Yu Yu, observing Xiao Yan's confusion, smiled and explained. The Beast Mountain Range is renowned in the vicinity of Qingcheng on the Mystic Spirit Continent. For reasons unknown, it is shrouded in an intense chill. The cold mist obscures the sky and sun, and should one recklessly dart about, one would surely become lost within it. Moreover, the mountain range houses numerous formidable and exceptionally bloodthirsty magical beasts, making encounters with them quite troublesome. The magical beast ruins are nestled within this very mountain range. It is said that within these ruins lie celestial-grade combat techniques and countless elixirs. Yet more importantly, there is something peculiar about this site. Those who ventured inside have mysteriously vanished, leaving their fate unknown. Are not magical beasts and humans sworn enemies? How could we humans dare to claim a stake in the ruins of the magical beast mountain range? Xiao Yin inquired, perplexed. My young friend Xiao Yin, you are unaware that the magical beast ruins within the mountain range are actually remnants left by a powerful being. It is rumored that this being harbored a deep loathing for magical beasts and established prohibitions, preventing both magical beasts and those of the 5-star Dou Emperor level from entering. Furthermore, the imperial-grade magic core that you seek is also located within. Yu Yu alleviated Xiao Yan's concerns. Father, what treasures could the magical beast ruins possibly contain? Yu Ru also chimed in. Yu Yu smiled faintly and replied, long ago, countless powerful beings perished in this world. The blood of Dou emperors fell to the earth, transforming into sites of ruins, imbued with various mysteries and opportunities that beckon countless talents to compete fiercely for them. For those who can obtain the imperial blood, they may rise to become emperors, establish a holy foundation, and thus experience tremendous fortune and opportunities. In the future, they may even condense an imperial fetus, open a domain of laws, and perhaps glimpse the profound mysteries of the emperors. Upon hearing Yu Yu's aged voice, Xiao Yin felt somewhat bewildered, as all of this seemed to surpass his understanding. What does it mean to be an emperor? Xiao Yin managed to ask, for the very term seemed to resonate with immense significance, causing a stir within his essence just by utterance. Yu Yu contemplated for a moment before responding with a smile. That concept may be too distant for you. You only need to know that in this world, emperors are the strongest beings closest to transcending into immortals. A single drop of an emperor's blood can transform into an ocean. When that emperor fell, his blood and remnants scattered across the land, giving rise to various places of ruins. In our Xianling continent, there exists such a site in the magical Beast Mountain range outside the city. Xiao Yan's pupils involuntarily contracted. After much discourse, they had finally arrived at the crux of the matter. Yu Yu continued with a smile. Currently, in the vicinity of Qingcheng, 5 cities are preparing for that site. Almost all the young prodigies are diligently training for the opportunity. It is said that the young master from Wuqing has been laboring for years in pursuit of this goal, clearly intent on obtaining it. The other prominent families have also mobilized their most gifted offspring, all striving to seize the great fortune that resides within the ruins. Once such fortune is acquired, the Xianling royal family will surely take notice and extend their invitation to you. The Xianling royal family? Xiao Yin asked, bewildered. He was aware of the Xianling continent, for it was the name of the realm he inhabited, yet the so-called Xianling royal family was unfamiliar to him. It is not surprising that you are unaware, as only a select few possess such knowledge. With a gentle smile, Yu Yu remarked, to put it simply, the Xianling royal family is the sovereign of the Xianling continent, their powerful influence casting a shadow over the world, while you are but mere ants beneath them. Xiao Yin offered a wry smile, acknowledging the vastness of this realm, which was entirely beyond his reach at present. Nonetheless, this revelation enlightened him to the formidable nature of the relics. Even the prodigies from the grand cities like Wuqing coveted them, which spoke volumes about the immense fortune and opportunities they harbored. However, Xiao Yin pondered. Given the significance of these relics, wouldn't the various factions dispatch their strongest warriors? He suddenly inquired. If those cities were to send forth Dou emperors, or even stronger beings, then not even the mightiest young talents would stand a chance of contention. Yu Yu chuckled. If those powerful beings fear being slain by lesser individuals due to the suppression they would face, they would likely be hesitant to enter. He fixed his gaze on Xiao Yan, a glimmer of light flickering in his murky eyes as he continued, "Young friend, if the great fortune of that sacred relic were to fall into the hands of prodigies from other cities, I dare say your chances of acquiring an imperial-grade magic core to aid others would diminish significantly." Pausing for a moment, Yu added, "Of course, with your current strength, competing with that individual would also pose considerable difficulty. What say you? Do you possess the audacity to covet that great fortune?" His expression held a semblance of amusement, as though he eagerly anticipated Xiao Yan's response. Xiao Yan, however, closed his eyes briefly and took a deep breath. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes, which now shone with an intense brilliance. The prodigies from Qingcheng already had the upper hand over him, and should someone else seize the fortune within the relics, the secrets of Qingyuan would remain beyond reach. One slow step leads to another. Xiao Yan sought to catch up and heal others, seizing every opportunity that arose. Although the relics attracted numerous powerful beings and esteemed families, making him feel at a disadvantage, since the day he completed his training in the Burning Decision, he had never lacked in courage. Thus, Zhou Yuan turned to Yu, who sat before him, and solemnly clasped his fists in respect. "Zhou Yuan, I thank you for your guidance, senior." He felt fortunate to have encountered Yu here, as it ensured he would not miss the chance to grasp great fortune. This so-called opportunity, I, Xiao Yan, shall not let slip away. After speaking, a radiant smile adorned his face. "Ha! I knew you were no ordinary person. How could one with the fire spirit's essence be mundane?" Yu continued, "Moreover, this time, my young lady also requires certain items from the relics. I have already entrusted the map to her, so I must ask you, young friend Xiao Yan, to take good care of her." Yu spoke calmly, "Prepare yourself, and depart soon." With that, he strode out of the hall, leaving Xiao Yan and Yu gazing at each other. "I must trouble you once again," Yu said, gracefully waving her hand with a gentle smile as she bowed to Xiao Yan. "Thank you, Xiao Yan." Understanding her sentiment, Xiao Yan also smiled as he exited the hall. Chapter 31, The Departure. On the following day, before the Grand Hall of Wuqing, numerous servants gazed skyward. A magnificent crimson aura surged from the towering pavilion, resembling a radiant sun, emanating an intensely scorching wave that warped the very air around it. "Farewell, young master. May you return victorious," echoed the voices below. Whoosh! The red energy surged forth like a fiery cloud, and upon this fiery plume stood a tall figure, hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor imperious. He paid no heed to the throngs bidding him farewell, instead directing his gaze deep into the estate, towards a particular chamber. "Woody, I shall prove to you who the true son of heaven is." Jinwang City. Beneath a solitary peak resembling a blade, a figure emerged from the mountains, step by step. As he drew nearer, it became evident that he was a young man clad in a gray robe. However, his eyes were obscured by a black cloth, exuding an aura that sent shivers down one's spine. On his back rested an ancient black sword, seemingly devoid of a blade, yet subtly radiating an astonishing sword energy. As he walked, the stones beneath his feet cracked silently, their fractures smooth as mirrors. He lifted his head, his obscured gaze seemingly fixed on a distant location. "The ruins," he murmured, his voice raspy. "I require a worthy opponent to hone my sword. That martial fanatic Ning Cheng and Wu Yu of Wuqing should prove to be a fitting rival." At his words, the black sword behind him trembled slightly, as if eager to engage with the elite among his peers. In the city of 10,000 beasts. Roar! A deafening beastly roar reverberated throughout the city, and the inhabitants beheld a colossal winged beast flapping its massive wings, soaring into the sky. Upon this winged creature sat a delicate young girl, her long green hair flowing, her eyes sparkling with vivacity, embodying a whimsical charm. Perched on her tender shoulder was a small ice-blue bird, chirping excitedly, its eyes seemingly infused with boundless chill. "Hee, Xiaoan, we can finally go out to play," the girl exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. "I've heard that the ruins are quite entertaining, and many formidable individuals will be there. Hee. Among our peers in the city of 10,000 beasts, none can match us. I hope those fellows won't be too dull. Let us go," she cried. And the winged beast let out a low growl, its wings thrumming as it surged forward, riding the winds. Boom! In a martial academy, violent energy erupted explosively, sweeping across the terrain and sending several figures tumbling helplessly. The scene inside the academy was one of chaos. "Haha, you are all too weak. This is so boring. Tell my father that I am heading to the ruins. Staying here is utterly uninteresting." Amidst the chaos, a solitary figure stood firm, his robust physique resembling a towering iron edifice. His gaze swept across the scene, brimming with an insatiable thirst for battle, akin to a ferocious beast. With a wide grin, he let out a hearty laugh, and without a moment's hesitation, he stomped his foot, launching himself skyward. After a few leaps, he vanished from sight. As the onlookers watched his departing silhouette, a collective sigh of relief escaped them, followed by an eruption of cheers. This monster had finally departed, and they were free from his torment. Those unfortunate souls heading to the ruins were bound to face misfortune. Once ensnared by this madman, their fate would be sealed. To the north of Qingchong, in the snowy domain of the aristocracy, a gentle voice from a maid echoed outside a fragrant pavilion. "Miss, the time has come. The master has sent me to inform you that you may set out." Within the pavilion, on a soft bed, a delicate figure lay enveloped in a thin quilt, which, despite its slightness, accentuated her alluring curves. Upon hearing the voice, the occupant sat up, the quilt slipping away to reveal her flawless, jade-like skin. Her long hair cascaded forward, obscuring the breathtaking fullness of her form. "Come in," she beckoned, raising her enchanting face, which sparkled with an irresistible charm akin to that of a mischievous sprite. The maid cautiously entered, and upon beholding the seductive figure on the bed, even she, a woman, could not restrain her gaze from wandering over the strikingly voluptuous silhouette. The maid fetched garments and assisted her in dressing. The black gown enveloped her, further accentuating her exquisite figure, long and curvaceous. Her mere silhouette was sufficient to captivate all eyes in the vicinity. "Miss, the master insists on securing fortune," the maid reminded her with a hint of exasperation. What fortune could possibly surpass the ease of finding a good husband? The woman in the colorful skirt replied with a playful blink and a melodic laugh. "All right, let us depart." However, she did not linger in jest. With a graceful wave of her hand, her form flickered in and out of sight, and within mere breaths, she vanished into the distance. The maid gazed in awe at her ethereal agility, unable to suppress her admiration. Mrs. Agility ranks among the finest in the realm of Xianling. This was a grim and desolate land, a burial ground where bones lay piled high within the mountains, and the very atmosphere was thick with the pall of death. Suddenly, a sound pierced the silence, and a procession emerged, their movements stiff and bodies tinged with an eerie bluish hue. Their eyes were vacant, and upon closer inspection, it became evident that they bore no semblance of life, resembling the living dead. They carried a grand palanquin, its pale frame adorned with grotesque, blood-like patterns that exuded an unsettling aura. A chilling wind howled, lifting white curtains. Beneath the fabric, a young face devoid of color appeared, his eyes a haunting gray, as if shrouded in the essence of death, evoking an unsettling chill. The 100 ghosts carry the palanquin. As the white litter receded, a cold, resonant voice echoed distantly. "The king of hell walks, the living should take heed." Across the vast expanse of the Xianling continent, numerous renowned prodigies have emerged from various regions, all with a singular aspiration directed towards the central ruins. Consequently, the entire Xianling continent has become a focal point of countless gazes, as everyone yearns to witness the spectacular clash of these proud young talents. Regardless, the ruins have undeniably become the epicenter of attention across the continent. Chapter 32, The Beast Tamer Girl. The once tranquil Beast Mountain range outside Qingcheng suddenly buzzed with excitement, for it was widely known that the hidden ruins within the mountains were about to be unveiled. "Let's pause here for a moment. I need to procure some provisions for Xiao Yi," a man shouldering a dark, hefty measuring stick remarked. After a day of travel, Xiao Yin and Yuru arrived at a supply point on the outskirts of the Beast Mountain range, waiting for the opening of the ruins. Ever since Xiao Yin discovered Xiao Yi's identity as a fire spirit, he had concocted a 6th-tier transformation pill to prevent others from recognizing her. Now, transformed into a small beast, Xiao Yi appeared exceptionally adorable yet fierce. Curiously, Xiao Yi exhibited an insatiable appetite for fire attribute pills and herbs, prompting Xiao Yin's actions. He caught Xiao Yi from his shoulder, and the two shared a moment of mutual gaze, ultimately leading Xiao Yin to sigh resignedly before advising Yuru and turning to procure supplies in another area. At this supply point, various healing potions and necessities were available for purchase. In the supply area, Xiao Yin summoned a maid and listed his requirements. After she requested him to wait briefly while she prepared, Xiao Yin settled down, holding Xiao Yi, who wore an expression of disdain in her transformed form, while he waited idly. However, during this interlude, Xiao Yin suddenly sensed an unusual gaze directed at him. He furrowed his brow and turned, only to be momentarily taken aback. Not far behind him stood a charming girl with emerald hair, her wide eyes fixated upon him, a glimmer of drool trailing from her mouth. Xiao Yin found himself perplexed by the girl's attention and was about to rise when she approached swiftly. It then became clear that her gaze was not upon him, but rather on Xiao Yi nestled in his arms. "What do you want?" Xiao Yin inquired warily, scrutinizing the green-haired girl. Wiping the drool from her lips, her strikingly expressive eyes radiated in intense fervor as she gazed at Xiao Yi. In a sweet, melodious voice that sent shivers down his spine, she implored, "Big brother, please sell me this little beast. No matter the price or cost, I am willing." "Sell Xiaoyi." Xiaoyan frowned slightly before resolutely responding, "Not for sale." He shook his head decisively, fully aware of the ferocity contained within the small creature in his arms. He was certain that if he were to consent, this little beast would likely retaliate with a swift and brutal attack. The green-haired girl, upon encountering Xiaoyan's refusal, became visibly anxious and hurriedly exclaimed, "Mister, please sell her to me. I can offer 5 million gold coins. Even a celestial rank combat skill would suffice." Her gaze, filled with fervor, fixated on the little E in Xiaoyan's arms, as if she could discern the true nature of the creature before her, recognizing its extraordinary essence that others could not perceive. 5 million gold coins. A celestial rank combat skill? Xiaoyan was clearly taken aback by the girl's audacious offer. It is worth noting that 5 million gold coins is no trifling sum, and the celestial rank combat skill is indeed a priceless treasure. He scrutinized the girl before him. Her fervent eyes suggested she was not merely boasting, but genuinely capable of producing such a vast amount of wealth. Nevertheless, Xiaoyan resolutely declined. Not only was it out of hunger, but the bond he shared with little E, having accompanied him for so long, had already evolved into a brotherly affection. Moreover, little E possessed the identity of a fire spirit, and, to put it another way, the potential she harbored was limitless, even in her juvenile phase. She could rival a 3-star Doe Emperor. What might she become in the future? Repeatedly rebuffed, the green-haired girl was now stamping her feet in frustration, beads of sweat forming on her fair forehead. She glanced down at her smooth, jade-like hands, which bore a radiant pattern on the back, pulsating with an intense warmth. This luminous symbol was capable of sensing the bloodlines of source beasts. The more formidable the bloodline, the greater the heat it emitted. The intensity she felt now was unprecedented, even surpassing her experience with Xiao Han, who was imbued with a fragment of the Ice Phoenix bloodline. This implied that the small beast before her was, in terms of bloodline strength, even more potent than her own Xiao Han. For her, this was an irresistible allure. As Xiao Yin observed the pattern, a sudden realization struck him. The transplantation technique from the Mo family on the Duki continent involved transferring unique attributes onto oneself, such as eyes or limbs. This thought rendered him more vigilant towards the girl before him. Seemingly sensing his apprehension, the clothing around her shifted, and a small ice-blue bird emerged from her neckline, its eyes glimmering with an icy aura as it gazed at Xiao Yan. The surrounding air began to exhibit signs of freezing. Upon the appearance of the ice-blue bird, Xiao Yan's gaze sharpened, his spirit trembling in recognition of the formidable threat it posed. He cast a grave look at the bird, which was evidently not ordinary. This girl, too, was far from simple. Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed in caution. One capable of carrying such a powerful beast could not be an insignificant figure. In Xiao Yan's embrace, little Yi's previously squinted eyes opened slightly, surveying the ice-blue bird. Her jaws parted slightly, revealing a flicker of dark energy, and a low growl emanated from her throat. Clearly sensing the latent hostility the ice-blue bird directed at Xiao Yan, the emerald-haired girl was visibly intimidated by the formidable Xiao Han, her small face falling in disappointment. It seemed that a direct approach would not suffice, prompting her to cast a pitiful glance at Xiao Yan. A thought flickered through Xiao Yan's mind as he tenderly caressed the little E in his arms, but ultimately, he shook his head and replied, "Since you can discern its exceptional nature, you must also understand that it is priceless. I shall not sell it, so please abandon such notions." After speaking, he noticed that the maid had prepared all the items he had purchased earlier. He paid with gold coins, stored the items in his spatial ring, and turned to leave. "If you won't sell it, then I shall follow you," the determined girl declared defiantly. Chapter 33, The Opening of the Monster Ruins. Xiao Yan soon realized that the girl was trailing behind him, so he intentionally took a few twists and turns with Yuru to shake her off. I'm so frustrated. How did I lose her? That little beast is truly impressive," the girl exclaimed, stamping her feet in anger at her misfortune. According to Yuru, the monster mountain range outside Qingsheng was also known as the Ice and Snow Mountain Range, which was arguably the most majestic and towering mountain range Xiao Yan had ever encountered. Even the monster mountain range of the former Jaimar Empire paled in comparison. Dense clouds and mist enveloped most of the mountains, rendering it nearly impossible to discern what lay within. Moreover, within that mist seemed to reside an immense energy, and beneath the weight of such power, even Xiao Yan felt a chill. It was no wonder that no one dared to fly into the high skies. The path above was nothing short of a dead end. Standing aloft and gazing down at the entrance of the mountain range, observing the throngs of people like a dense sea of black, Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel a prickling unease. Although he understood the allure of this so-called grand opportunity was substantial, the sight of such a massive crowd left him awestruck. The challenge of obtaining a meager chance amidst this multitude was indeed daunting. With a wry smile, Xiao Yan led Yu Ru and the little E on his shoulder to a secluded spot where they descended. They leapt from the peak and, in a flash, appeared atop a tree outside the ice and snow mountain range. A quick glance revealed that many individuals were seated cross-legged on the treetops surrounding them. Due to the perpetual shroud of mist and the presence of formidable monsters within, there were only 3 safe entry points into the ice and snow mountain range, and the location they occupied was one of them. However, that entrance was now overrun by the crowd. As Xiao Yan marveled at the vast scene, a clear and resounding cry of a crane suddenly echoed from the distant sky, drawing the attention of countless gazes. Following the sound, Xiao Yan beheld a magnificent energy crane, its body adorned in a spectrum of colors, swiftly soaring towards one of the 3 entrances of the ice and snow mountain range. The sunlight illuminated its vibrant plumage, reflecting a dazzling brilliance that was truly breathtaking. Has the seal finally begun to weaken? Xiao Yan mused, observing the energy storm at the entrance. The ensuing moments were once again spent in anticipation, and as this wait extended over nearly 3 days, the energy within this realm suddenly surged with vigor. At the very instant the energies of heaven and earth began to shift, Xiao Yan, seated atop the tree, abruptly opened his half-closed eyes, an unusual brilliance flashing across them. Is it finally about to commence? The vast mountain ranges, shrouded in mist, resembled an ancient beast on the verge of awakening, as deep, rumbling sounds emanated from the heights, accompanied by an overwhelming tide of energy. Amidst the dense fog, the colossal surge of energy surged forth rapidly, eventually producing sounds akin to crashing waves. A sight that left many in awe, marveling at the wonders of nature. The grand tide of energy, in its tumultuous motion, soon broke through the mist, spreading out with a thunderous rush, startling some figures lingering in the sky who hastily retreated. For if they were to be enveloped by that terrifying energy tide, even formidable Dou emperors might not escape unscathed. The immense tide of energy shimmered in a myriad of colors, resembling an expansive, vibrant river under the sun, magnificently arching across the sky. Yet beneath this splendor lay a perilous threat. Waves of dazzling energy continuously surged forth from the mountains, and in this moment, many could perceive that the energy within the icy peaks was growing increasingly turbulent and formidable, as if the mountain itself had transformed into a magnet, drawing in the surrounding energies of heaven and earth. Faced with such a magnificent spectacle, even Xiao Yan could not suppress his astonishment. With his exceptional spiritual perception, he was acutely aware of the terrifying level of energy contained within the colorful tide. Indeed, this was the Dou Emperor continent of the higher realms. Such a spectacle was rare to behold elsewhere. With a light chuckle, Xiao Yan rose to his feet, directing his gaze toward the icy mountain range, where the energy had amassed to an astonishing degree. Here, although the time spent cultivating might not be long, the results would surely be remarkably fruitful. It was no wonder that, despite knowing the immense opportunity was beyond their grasp, so many were drawn to this place, likely hoping to seize the chance to cultivate within the mountains. Shifting his gaze from the mountains, he finally settled upon the entrance, where a vast sea of people had begun to stir restlessly. In any scenario, being the first often bestows unique advantages, and even within the icy mountain range, it was likely that those who entered first would reap the greatest benefits. Thus, everyone aspired to be the most fortunate among them. Observing the throng, Xiao Yan smiled slightly, a flicker of excitement igniting in his eyes. The upcoming competition for this grand opportunity was somewhat beyond his expectations. He anticipated that this contest would be rather exhilarating, and he was eager to witness the capabilities of the younger generation near Qingcheng on the Xianling continent. To what heights could they truly ascend? What is the extent of the disparity between myself and them? Suddenly, as Xiao Yan's thoughts swirled within, a cacophony of tumultuous footsteps and thunderous shouts erupted. Instantly, a massive sea of people surged forward, transforming into a torrent that rushed into the mountains. Yu Ru, enter the ruins and stay close to me. We shall first head to your destination. As for the fortuitous opportunity, there is no need to rush. Although this immense chance possesses great allure, it also harbors deadly threats. Xiao Yan stated solemnly. Yu Ru, aware of Xiao Yan's intentions, felt a surge of emotion and nodded, replying, I will follow your lead. At that moment, the entire periphery of the ice and snow mountains erupted with fervor, for all present understood that the so-called great fortuitous opportunity would vanish if one were late. A thought can lead to paradise or hell. The monumental chance lay before them, and perhaps the incomprehensible allure of the Xianling royal family stirred the hearts of all gathered. Chapter 34, Initial Confrontation. Within the ice and snow mountains, the temperature plummeted, and thick fog enveloped the area, infused with a somewhat violent energy that severely restricted visibility. Amidst the tranquil mountains, Two figures broke through the thicket and swiftly descended, revealing youthful faces, Xiao Yin among them. "We shall go this way," Yuru directed. Xiao Yin and Xiao Yi responded promptly, understanding that their immediate priority was to reach the location Yuru mentioned. The great opportunity could wait. "What is it that Miss Yuru seeks on this journey?" Xiao Yin inquired curiously. Although Yuru's father, Yu, had mentioned that she was searching for something within these ruins, he was still unaware of the specific item in question. "I am in search of the moon crescent green fruit," Yuru replied, her teeth slightly clenched. "The moon crescent green fruit?" Xiao Yin furrowed his brow. "My father has expended considerable resources to gather intelligence, indicating that this ruin contains not only opportunities left by some predecessors, but also numerous treasures, including the imperial-grade magic core you require. Our Yu family has inherited a legacy since ancient times, but we lack this crucial medicinal catalyst, the moon crescent green fruit," Yuru explained, her lips gently biting down as she spoke. Despite her father's repeated admonitions to keep this from Xiao Yin, she felt no compulsion to conceal it. Given that he had rescued her father, the moon crescent green fruit, that is indeed a valuable item. You may not know this, but aside from certain extraordinary treasures of heaven and earth, there are also special medicinal substances whose effects include receiving legacies or breaking seals. We refer to them as catalysts. The moon crescent green fruit is a rare treasure, symbolizing the moon. It seems this young lady, Yuru, possesses some noteworthy background. Otherwise, such an ancient legacy would not be within her grasp. A voice echoed from within the ring belonging to the Golden Dragon King. As they gradually approached the fork in the path, following the map's guidance, they entered a mountain range. The map indicated that the moon crescent green fruit was concealed within. It appeared that others had already ventured ahead, as some ferocious magical beasts had been swiftly eliminated. Indeed, he is a remarkable figure among the youth within 100 miles of this verdant city. Xiao Yin cast a glance ahead, a smirk forming in his heart, and then turned his gaze to his surroundings, his brow furrowing involuntarily. The energy mist was exceedingly dense, and the Tianmu mountain range was vast. Reaching the depths where the crescent green fruit lay would be no small feat. "Do not worry. Let us follow them and allow them to lead the way," Xiao Yin reassured as he discerned the apprehension in Yuru's heart. All right. Yuru understood that overthinking was futile, and she immediately restrained her aura, preparing to act in concert with Xiao Yin. As Xiao Yin furrowed his brow, a graceful figure suddenly glided into the mountains. Her enchanting gaze swept across the landscape, and she was instantly captivated by the silhouette of someone not far ahead. "Stop!" The woman in the colorful skirt snapped sharply as she noticed Xiao Yin's intent to leave. To her command, Xiao Yin feigned ignorance, quickening his pace instead. Suddenly, a piercing sound broke through from behind, and Xiao Yan's expression turned frosty as he deftly sidestepped. A vibrant silk, imbued with a fierce gale, shot past him, ultimately piercing through a towering tree ahead. Though the silk appeared to be mere fabric, it subtly shimmered with a metallic luster, indicating it was far from ordinary. Observing Xiao Yan's peculiar evasion of her attack, the woman's eyes sparkled with intrigue. With a flick of her delicate wrist, another silk burst forth from her sleeve, coiling through the air like a venomous serpent, intricately entwining towards Xiao Yan. Irritated by her relentless pursuit, Xiao Yan pivoted sharply, his arm darting out with lightning speed to seize the incoming silk. Verdant flames flickered to life in his palm, swiftly racing along the silk, transforming into a fiery line directed at her. As the fire line surged forth, the woman's expression turned icy, and a torrent of azure and silver energy erupted, merging like a tempest with thunderous might, surging along the silk to collide with the flame. The ensuing explosion reverberated through the tranquil mountains, the shockwaves dispersing much of the surrounding fog. A crater over half a meter deep formed on the ground. At this moment, several individuals had begun to infiltrate the mountains. Upon hearing the commotion, they hastily approached, and upon recognizing the renowned Miss Foam, they were taken aback, their astonished gazes shifting to the unfamiliar man opposite her. Anyone capable of engaging her in combat could not be an ordinary individual. Is that the fusion of wind and lightning attributes? The name of the Miss of Wind and Thunder City truly lives up to its reputation. Despite enduring such a fierce energy onslaught, the colorful silk remained unbroken. Xiao Yan's gaze remained fixed on the woman in the colorful skirt as he spoke slowly. He had not anticipated that this woman possessed a physique embodying two attributes. While this type may not be as rare as the fabled Calamity Poison Body, it is still quite uncommon. In truth, Xiao Yan himself could also be classified as having a dual attribute physique, embodying both fire and wood, albeit predominantly fire, with only a trace of wood. This is a necessity for every alchemist. A dual attribute physique is generally not conducive to cultivation due to its lack of purity. Xiao Yan's case is somewhat fortunate, as the wood energy within him is minimal. Yet the woman before him not only managed to cultivate this duality, but also seamlessly fused the two types of energy, resulting in a formidable surge of power capable of shattering the nine heavens thunder prison array of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion. The woman in the colorful dress fixed her beautiful gaze on the slender figure of the youth before her and suddenly smiled, extending her flawless jade-like hand while softly saying, "In times of need, one relies on friends. Let us become acquainted. I am Fengyi." At her words, the surrounding onlookers were taken aback. They were well aware of the lofty pride of this young lady from Wind and Thunder City, who was now willingly extending her hand to a stranger. "Greetings. I am Xiaoyan." Xiaoyan reciprocated the gesture, their hands clasping tightly, both unable to suppress a smile at the corners of their mouths. "An imperial-level soul, indeed. I was not mistaken. Likewise, Miss Fengyi, your imperial soul is equally impressive." Upon finishing their exchange, they instinctively released each other's hands. "Let us move on, Yuru." Xiaoyan called to the girl beside him. It was truly a rare encounter with someone intriguing, though it seemed his soul power might surpass her own. However, merely possessing formidable soul power would not suffice to be her partner. "Let us follow them. I am curious about why they would forego such a splendid opportunity," the woman in the colorful dress declared. "But miss, the head of the family has instructed us to prioritize opportunities," a companion cautioned. "Let me reiterate. Follow them." The colorful-dressed lady frowned slightly, but proceeded to follow Xiaoyan and the others. Chapter 35. The True and False Crescent Jade Fruit. Venturing deeper into the mountains, they unexpectedly discovered a serene lake, upon which rested a small island. Standing on the island was a crystalline plant, exuding an enchanting fragrance. "This must be the place, right?" "Yes." As Xiaoyan and Yuru continued their journey, they noticed the number of people dwindling. "This mist is toxic." Xiaoyan quickly realized the reason for the diminishing numbers as he discerned the nature of the fog. "Here." He handed Yuru a medicinal pill, then unleashed his imperial soul power, carefully probing the lake. Typically, places housing extraordinary treasures are guarded, so it is wise to proceed with caution. "Why haven't I detected anything?" Xiaoyan muttered to himself, before solemnly advising Yuru a few times and making his way directly toward the island in the lake. The body plunged into the crystalline lake like a fish breaking the surface, as Xiaoyan's gaze flickered to the milky white flames surrounding him. He could not help but swallow hard, for under the peculiar warmth emanating from Xiaoyi, the surrounding waters roiled as if boiling, continuously bubbling with milky white foam. From these depths, strands of deep violet liquid gradually emerged, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Yet, just as these violet streams were about to make contact with the milky flames, Xiaoyi froze them into delicate strands of ice, which then gently sank to the lake bed. Observing the incessant emergence of the violet ice threads around him, Xiaoyan felt a shiver run down his spine. He had not anticipated that this seemingly tranquil lake concealed such lethal venom. Time was of the essence. The toxicity of these liquids was severe. Although the protection of the strange fire could prevent them from entering his body, it exacted a considerable toll on his spiritual energy. Just as Yuru gasped in wonder, Xiaoyan's solemn voice resonated in his mind. Nodding hastily, he followed Xiaoyan's lead and propelled himself upward with a swift kick, breaking the surface of the water. He gazed toward the small island at the lake's center, exhaling softly before vigorously paddling with his arms, creating a trail in the water as he gradually approached. The damp clothing accentuated the exquisite contours of his figure, and even Xiaoyan, with his usual composure, could not suppress a gulp. Below his cherry lips, two mounds swayed enticingly, the delicate fabric clinging to his flawless skin, exuding an alluring charm. As he smoothly glided closer to the island, just when Xiaoyan felt a moment of relief, the once calm lake suddenly erupted in a tumult of spray. The unexpected turn of events tightened his chest, and he lifted his gaze, fixating on the source of the splashing water. In an instant, his pupils constricted. The water cascaded down, and at that moment, a colossal serpent, its body adorned with emerald scales and a triangular head, surged from the lakebed, its gaping maw ready to strike at Xiaoyan with ferocity, its diamond-shaped pupils brimming with primal menace. 3,000 thunder illusions. Just as the fearsome serpent's jaws lunged toward Xiaoyan, he executed a movement as swift as lightning, evading the creature's attack. Illusionary golden python. A voice of astonishment echoed from within the ring, belonging to the Golden Dragon King. "Master, what is that?" Xiaoyan also sensed an unusual power from the serpent's recent assault. The illusionary golden python is a formidable beast renowned for its mastery over spiritual energy. Its greatest strength lies not in physical prowess, but in its command of the soul. The illusionary golden python has attained such depth in its spiritual power that it can create perfect illusions, lulling its victims into a deep slumber from which they are reluctant to awaken. This is what makes it so terrifying. Fortunately, your spiritual energy is not weak, and with the protection of it cannot inflict significant harm on you. The volatile essence of thee is inherently the greatest nemesis of these dark, serpentine creatures. You may observe your fellow companions. They have all succumbed to this illusion now, the Golden Dragon King remarked, regarding the menacing serpent before them. I held it back. You hurry to retrieve the crescent green fruit. Xiaoyan gritted his teeth and addressed Yu. Although the illusionary golden serpent before him was comparable to a 4-star Do Emperor, he believed that, with the support of his, the battle would not pose significant difficulty. With that thought, he exclaimed to Yu, bang, bang, bang. He dashed fiercely towards the small island. Behind him, the sound of crashing waves erupted violently, a testament to the giant serpent's futile attempts to strike. Paying little heed to the oppressive aura trailing behind him, Xiaoyan harnessed the momentum of the impact, deftly evading several of the serpent's attacks. Finally, when he was merely 10 meters away from the island, he cast a glance back and saw the giant serpent opening its gaping maw, relentlessly pursuing him through the water. With a slight cold smirk, Xiaoyan flicked his fingers at the storage ring, causing a wooden plank to drop onto the surface of the water. Just before it could be corroded by the toxic liquid within the lake, Xiaoyan lightly pressed his toes against it, his body sinking slightly before he shot forth once more, swiftly entering the confines of the island. He performed a graceful flip in midair, crouched slightly, and landed steadily with his palms resting on the ground, gazing at the lake, which was gradually calming, and the giant serpent still lurking outside the island. Xiaoyan finally sighed in relief, turning to survey the small island. It was not particularly large, adorned with lush bamboo groves and a variety of flowers, exuding a vibrant and picturesque charm. Have you found it, Yu? Xiaoyan, having narrowly escaped the giant serpent, hastily inquired upon reaching the island. Yu, observing the translucent small tree bearing several round fruits, fell into contemplation. According to the information her father had provided, the crescent green fruit should not resemble this. Could it be that the crescent green fruit had mutated due to its environment? Ha ha, thank you both for leading the way. A hearty laughter echoed from the void, snatching away all the fruits from the small tree just as Yu was lost in thought. Upon closer inspection, beneath the pale veil on his cheeks, a youthful face devoid of color emerged, his eyes a ghostly gray, surrounded by an eerie aura of death that sent chills down one's spine. Farewell, until we meet again. With that, he vanished from the island. Just as Xiaoyan caught sight of the mysterious figure, ready to unleash his, he was gently restrained by Yu's small hand. The individual had not taken the crescent green fruit. Chapter 36, The Adventure Beneath the Lake. Xiaoyan was taken aback, then turned to look at Yu. I believe the true crescent green fruit should still be within this lake, Yu mused thoughtfully. Master, what shall we do now? Xiaoyan asked anxiously. Oh, you need to take a drop of your blood and throw it at the illusionary golden serpent, quickly. The urgent voice of the Golden Dragon King resonated from within the ring. Xiaoyan, not one to hesitate, bit his finger and hurled a drop of crimson blood towards the illusionary golden serpent. In that moment, the once formidable serpent seemed to freeze, as if its very blood had congealed. Seven-colored devouring serpent. The illusory golden serpent has submitted to Xiaoyan, as it clearly senses the aura emanating from him. The seven-colored sky-swallowing python is among the most formidable of the serpent clans, and the illusory golden serpent dares not act with arrogance. In the realm of magical beasts, bloodlines exert a dominating influence. Thus, upon realizing that Xiaoyan possesses the bloodline of the seven-colored sky-swallowing python, the illusory golden serpent's eyes widened in reverence towards him. Observing this display of deference, Xiaoyan commanded, "Lead us to the crescent green fruit," suspended in the frigid waters of the lake. Xiaoyan gazed in astonishment at the slowly flowing dark brown currents surrounding him. A massive bubble gradually formed beside him, and with a resounding pop, it burst, splattering some of the water onto his face, only to be instantly consumed by the layer of milky flames enveloping him. What is this? Why does the bubble harbor such intense heat? Is there an entire world beneath this lake? Xiaoyan mused, watching the colossal serpent plunge into the depths of the lake. Yu, wait for me up here. I shall follow it down. Without hesitation, Xiaoyan, shielded by the milky flames, dove headfirst into the lake, closely trailing the giant serpent. As he entered the water, an icy sensation enveloped him. But the protective embrace of the extraordinary fire seemed to separate him from the external pressure of the water. A chill lingered around him, yet he felt no true coldness. His hand, shielded by the extraordinary fire, easily scooped up some of the dark brown water, letting it flow gently between his fingers. Xiaoyan marveled at the surreal experience of such close proximity to the water. It sent a shiver down his spine, and he couldn't help but feel a creeping dread. The thought of being frozen into a statue should the protective flames suddenly dissipate made him shudder violently, his complexion paling slightly. Everyone, we must hurry, Xiaoyan urged as he followed the giant serpent deeper into the lake. However, The pressure of the water increased with each descent, and the air grew increasingly scarce, prompting him to furrow his brow at the serpent ahead. The illusory golden serpent seemed to comprehend Xiao Yan's urgency, quickly flicking its tongue and accelerating towards the lake's bottom. While my extraordinary fire can temporarily shield me, it consumes a significant amount of soul energy. If I lose the energy needed to sustain it, I would be crushed to ashes by the water pressure before being consumed by the currents. Therefore, I must not squander precious time. I must escape this magma lake before my soul energy is depleted, or my earlier thoughts of becoming an ice statue will indeed become a grim reality. As the giant serpent pressed onward, Xiao Yan's thoughts raced. 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters. Xiao Yan gradually felt his breathing becoming labored. Indeed, a normal person would struggle to breathe at 2,000 meters. The fact that he could reach 3,000 meters was a testament to his formidable physique and strength. Damn it, why are we not there yet? Xiao Yan gazed upon the immense serpent that continued to descend, cursing vehemently. At 3,000 meters, he was nearing the limits of human endurance. Any further plunge would lead him into a perilous domain, for below lay realms that transcended human comprehension, fraught with countless unknown dangers. A slight frown creased his brow. At 3,100 meters, the descent slowed significantly, hindered by the oppressive water currents and gas pressure from the lake's depths. Damn it, 5 minutes, he muttered as another 5 minutes slipped by at 3,200 meters. Xiao Yan sensed that his fighting spirit was fervently igniting, as if some unseen force was drawing him in. This phenomenon could only be attributed to a similar essence of flame. You old scoundrel, just 3 more minutes, he gritted through clenched teeth. Upon reaching 3,300 meters, the illusory golden serpent paused, seemingly entranced, and began to shed its skin. The serpent's initial black scales transformed into a brilliant gold as it ventured into the fiery realm, undeterred by the searing heat. Xiao Yan barely had time to catch his breath before a wave of intense warmth surged towards him. As he glanced around, he realized that at 3,300 meters, he had entered a world of molten lava, awash in vibrant crimson hues. However, with the sustaining presence of the little flame, he could discern his surroundings. He swiftly navigated through the depths, closely following the colossal serpent that burrowed deeper into the molten depths. In this realm of ice and fire, it was undoubtedly a rare treasure trove. The golden dragon king within his ring had been keenly monitoring Xiao Yan's condition, prepared to intervene at the slightest hint of danger. Yet, upon realizing the frigid lake water above and the blazing world of flames below, even the seasoned golden dragon was taken aback. Xiao Yan was well aware of the golden dragon king's concern. To become a formidable warrior, one must rely on oneself. Dependence on others is a path to mediocrity. The road to strength is devoid of shortcuts. Enough chatter, follow the serpent. It has thrived in this environment for years and surely knows it well. Do not lose sight of it, the golden dragon urged with fervent intensity. Heeding the advice, Xiao Yan dared not be complacent. Despite the myriad of questions swirling in his mind, and hurriedly kept pace with the serpent. Fortunately, the serpent seemed intimately familiar with the terrain, skillfully navigating through the currents before they arrived, allowing Xiao Yan to evade the surging streams of lava that followed closely behind. Chapter 37. The Seed of the Seven-Colored Healing Flame Flower. In this fiery realm, it appeared that no other creatures inhabited this space aside from the guiding, illusory golden serpent. It was no surprise, considering the harsh conditions, if it were not for the illusory golden serpent, a being that subsisted by consuming lava, no other magical beast, even those of the formidable Emperor Do level, could navigate this domain with such ease, untouched by its wrath. Just as Xiao Yan was about to plunge into the molten lake, a surge of milky flames erupted from within him, enveloping his body entirely. With a splash, the illusory golden serpent plunged into the magma, sending forth a cascade of fiery red droplets. Listening to the sound, Xiao Yan swiftly directed his gaze towards the undulating magma. Yet he saw not a single figure. Where could they be? Gazing at the scene that appeared almost as though it had been instantaneously evaporated, Xiao Yan could not help but turn to the golden dragon king beside him and exclaim. Looking at the utterly still magma lake, it seemed as though the illusory golden serpent, upon its descent into the molten depths, had been instantly reduced to ashes without a single cry for help. Follow it. The golden dragon king's face bore an expression of contemplation before he addressed Xiao Yan. Upon hearing the golden dragon king's words, Xiao Yan summoned his soul power to envelop himself in and without hesitation, leaped into the very spot where the illusory golden serpent had vanished. Initially, the temperature was indeed unbearable. Had it not been for Xiao Yan's body, tempered by the protective flames surrounding him, he might not have endured even a minute. Floating amidst the searing magma, Xiao Yan gazed in astonishment at the fiery red liquid flowing around him, when a gigantic bubble slowly emerged beside him. With a sudden pop, it burst, splattering magma onto Xiao Yan's face, which was swiftly consumed by the layer of milky white flames surrounding him. Following the path traversed by the illusory golden serpent for several minutes, an isolated space materialized. This subterranean world conceals yet another secret. Xiao Yan gazed ahead with a hint of astonishment. Before him lay a realm devoid of the molten heat, transformed into a silent little world. The sound of water droplets falling and an unknown staircase leading somewhere evoked a shiver down one's spine. Master, what is this? Xiao Yan inquired with a tinge of worry. Let us proceed. This is the place, the Golden Dragon King responded to Xiao Yan. With the upon his back and the Golden Dragon King's spirit perched on his shoulder, the two ascended the staircase step by step. According to Yuru's words, this should be the crescent green fruit. Without hesitation, Xiao Yan gathered every fruit from the tree before him. This is not the most precious. We must continue, the Golden Dragon King urged. Step by step, minute by minute. A pure white radiance enveloped this desolate realm. As Xiao Yan focused his gaze, he discerned a faint pink flower standing gracefully amidst the white light. The seven-colored healing flame flower? As Xiao Yan beheld this flower, the Golden Dragon King's voice resonated in his mind, filled with astonishment and delight. The seven-colored healing flame flower is said to bloom only in the most pristine corners of the world. It can only be claimed by those of genuine hearts and requires the blood of the angelic race. Otherwise, it cannot be subdued. The seven-colored healing flame flower is divided into 7 colors, rumored to be one of the treasures of the angelic clan, possessing the power to revive the deceased. Whether this is true remains uncertain, the Golden Dragon King mused as he gazed at the pink flower before them. Master, have we found it? Xiao Yan, upon hearing the Golden Dragon King's words, was filled with joy, astonished that such a precious treasure could be found so easily. Indeed, who would have thought we would encounter it here? It seems to be a matter of fate. Indeed, in the end, Qingyuan's girl has benefited. A glimmer of amusement flickered in the Golden Dragon King's eyes. Shall we take a look? Xiao Yan took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement within, and paid little heed to what the Golden Dragon King's ancestor had said. Let us proceed. I shall keep an eye on any unusual movements around you. The Golden Dragon King cautioned. As they approached the radiant white light, Xiao Yan could distinctly sense the temperature around him rising sharply, moistening his somewhat parched lips. Xiao Yan gritted his teeth and stepped forward once more, finally plunging into the embrace of the luminous glow. Upon entering the white light, the anticipated searing heat did not manifest as expected. Rather, the temperature around him curiously diminished. However, the depleted fighting spirit and even the soul power within Xiao Yan seemed to rejuvenate the moment he stepped into the realm of the pure light. There stood the pink flower bud, its petals divided into 7, accompanied by 7 azure leaves and a root that appeared as translucent as jade, exuding an aura of flawless perfection akin to the finest jade. The entire flower appeared crystalline and translucent, evoking an irresistible allure. As Xiao Yan drew closer to this sacred flame, the unusual fire enveloping him illuminated the previously darkened space, revealing a startling scene. Initially overlooked, it was only when the light shone upon it that Xiao Yan noticed 7 dark chains firmly binding the 7 azure leaves beside the flower. Ancestor, what is this? Cursed be it. The Golden Dragon King, upon spotting the 7 dark chains, could not help but curse vehemently. None harbored greater animosity towards the malevolent extraterrestrial clan than he. This petite pink sapling floated amidst the boundless darkness, akin to drifting duckweed upon the ocean, had it not been for the guidance of the illusory golden serpent. Even with Xiao Yan's capabilities, it would have been impossible to locate such a seemingly insignificant flower within such vast territory, not even to mention risking one's life. Ancestor, what shall we do now? Xiao Yan gazed at this extraordinary object within reach, yet felt helpless and dared not act recklessly. One misstep could lead to the destruction of the flower and himself. He could only inquire, for this was essential for both Qingyuan and his own future conquest of the sacred flame. Since fate has brought you to this point, it is indeed your destiny. Although the soul attachment may inflict some harm upon you, there is no other option. This is a treasure that one cannot seek by mere desire. Allow me to take charge, the Golden Dragon King spoke solemnly. An aura reminiscent of an ancient, awakening dragon emanated from within Xiao Yan. Chapter 38. Awakening the final power of the 7-colored healing flame flower. Watch closely. The Golden Dragon King spoke slowly, evidently addressing Xiao Yan. An ancient essence gradually radiated from Xiao Yan's body. Though not vast in fighting spirit, it was an aura that inspired reverence, as if a formidable being, having endured countless ages, was awakening, every glance and gesture imbued with the essence of time. The 7-colored healing flame flower, I never anticipated to behold you in my lifetime. With this, I am confident I can cultivate Qingyuan into a true angelic wing. The angelic clan has remained dormant for far too long. It is time to unveil their true strength. You were never meant to exist in this world, yet since you have manifested, it is imperative that your true power is unleashed, rather than concealed beneath the abyss of the earth. Allow me to guide you forth, to discover the angel that resonates with your essence, enabling you to shine brilliantly. The Golden Dragon King fixed his golden gaze upon the delicate flower before him, and at the moment he spoke, the pink blossom seemed to quiver ever so slightly. Now that you comprehend my intent, your cooperation is still required. Although the malevolent force of this chain is feeble, I harbor concerns regarding other matters, which, in my current ethereal state, I cannot resolve alone. The Golden Dragon King focused on the flower, which had stirred in response to his words. The seven-colored healing flame flower, truly a marvel of nature, radiated a pure white light as the Golden Dragon King spoke, evidently prepared to expend its final strength in a last-ditch struggle against the seven chains of evil. The Golden Dragon King, witnessing the flower's transformation, felt elated. After years of silence, it was indeed time for one final endeavor. He began to chant a mysterious incantation, and a vast whirlpool materialized around Xiaoyan. Another facet of the Golden Dragon King's power, devour, the seven-colored healing flame flower and the seven dark chains, exuding an aura of malevolence, were locked in a fierce battle, the black and white lights clashing with equal intensity. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes. The struggle raged on, with the white light gradually succumbing to the oppressive force of the black light. Go. Controlled by the Golden Dragon King, Xiaoyan surged forward as the incantation reached its completion, causing the whirlpool to expand and emanate an immense suction force. It lunged towards the dark light. The colossal whirlpool unleashed a tremendous pull upon the dark light. Just moments ago, the black light had reveled in its dominance over the white light, believing that once it consumed the latter, the seven chains would be reborn. Yet, who could have anticipated the sudden emergence of a whirlpool? A force that was the bane of evil? The dark light, akin to a creature confronted by a specter, hastily sought escape. The chains, which had securely bound the seven-colored healing flame flower's seven leaves, now exhibited a slight slackening. The immense golden whirlpool instilled a sense of dread, nay, terror, within them, for they understood that being consumed would lead to eternal damnation. The Golden Dragon King? Impossible. The figures formed by the seven chains, unable to utter further protest, were swiftly engulfed by the Dragon King's whirlpool. Crash, crash. The sound of the seven black chains, reminiscent of shattering glass, echoed as they vanished into the depths of the whirlpool, leaving no trace behind. Ah, it seems my concerns were unfounded, mused the Golden Dragon King as he observed the disappearing figures. The reason the Golden Dragon King sought to awaken the last vestiges of the seven-colored healing flame flower's power was twofold. On one hand, there was concern that besides the seven figures present, other forces might be at play, necessitating precaution. On the other hand, he aimed to devour these demonic entities to gradually restore his own strength. The extraterritorial evil beings are categorized by power levels, succinctly divided into 5 tiers: heaven, earth, sovereign, emperor, and king. In his prime, the Golden Dragon King could effortlessly contend with the emperor-level extraterritorial evil beings. However, in his current soul state, his strength had significantly diminished, rendering him only capable of confronting those of heaven and earth tiers. Should he encounter beings of sovereign level or above, he would be in dire straits. Fortunately, the 7 figures before him were of earth level, which accounted for the earlier display of overwhelming force. With a sigh, the Golden Dragon King relinquished control of his body back to Xiaoyan. What immense power! Xiaoyan exclaimed, feeling the strength emanating from the vortex. Master, but this power is of an evil nature. Are you certain that absorbing it directly won't pose a risk? Xiaoyan voiced his concerns. Indeed, once matters here are resolved, I shall enter seclusion to absorb this power, the Golden Dragon King replied. For now, let us focus on the seven-colored healing flame flower. Nodding in agreement, Xiaoyan approached the flower. The 7 dark chains, exuding a malevolent aura, shattered with a series of resounding cracks. The previously weakened 7-colored healing flame flower, constrained by the chains, experienced a remarkable resurgence the moment they broke, its once dim figure regaining some luster. Typically, such chains not only stifled the flower's growth, but also siphoned its energy. Had we not intervened, within 3 years, calamity would surely have struck, resulting in the emergence of 7 sovereign-level extraterritorial evil beings. The Golden Dragon King remarked gravely. Let us secure it for now. It is far too frail. Use your pure lotus demon fire to continually nourish it. The 7-colored healing flame flower is not only a miraculous entity, but also thrives on flames, particularly the purest of fires like that of Little E, which will greatly enhance its recovery, he advised, smiling at Xiao Yan's earnest efforts with the flower. Reluctantly, Xiao Yan complied with the Golden Dragon King's instructions. The ring gifted by the ancient emperor began to glow softly, and the seven-colored healing flame flower appeared before him like a delectable delicacy, prompting him to absorb it into the ring without a second thought for nurturing. Inside the ring, Xiao Yan had deliberately created a separate space for the flower, allowing the pure essence of the fire to continuously nourish it. Gradually, the seven-colored healing flame flower began to flourish, with its initial bud slowly sprouting a second bloom. It is time to depart from this place, Xiao Yan murmured to himself. Hey, little lady, with such delicate skin, tell us where Xiao Yan has gone. A bald man leered at Yuru. If you refuse to speak, don't blame us for being ruthless, he added, as Yuru found herself seized by the bald man. Chapter 39. An inescapable trouble. It turned out that Yuru had been waiting on the surface of the lake for Xiao Yan, and as she observed that he had not emerged for a long while, a flicker of concern crossed her mind. Oh dear, how could I have allowed Xiao Yan to descend into such a perilous place? She reproached herself. After a moment's hesitation, a glimmer of determination sparked in her eyes as she plunged into the waters below. Xiao Yan had ventured down to seek knowledge about the medicinal herbs for her sake. She could not remain indifferent. She needed to ascertain whether he had encountered any difficulties. 1,000 meters. This was Yuru's limit. As she descended to that depth, she realized that it was, astonishingly, a realm divided into two worlds. Above lay the tranquil lake, while below stretched a searing, molten world. However, as Yuru reached the lakebed, the exertion had drained her strength, rendering her vulnerable. Do not waste your efforts. I shall not divulge anything, she asserted defiantly. On the surface, Xiao Yan wielded the ancient fire measuring rod, which flowed with molten lava. Its tip pointed ominously towards the adversary. The energy above him roiled like a fiery cloud. Release that girl, Xiao Yan declared with gravitas, a fierce and tempestuous aura emanating from him. Having recently ascended to the pinnacle of a 3-star Do Emperor, he was intrigued to see how he would fare against a 4-star Do Emperor at the later stage. Muller, the bald-headed foe, noticed Xiao Yan and regarded him with a smirk. With his keen perception, he could discern Xiao Yan's current prowess, yet he felt no hint of trepidation. Before Muller even made a move, the oppressive aura he exuded already surpassed that of an ordinary 4-star Do Emperor. No wonder the young master of Qingqing has such a formidable bodyguard, Muller mused. His strength was undeniable. Among many prodigies, he stood out, and it was evident that he had reached the late stage of a 4-star Do Emperor, far surpassing his peers. This time, Xiao Yan would find it difficult to assert his dominance. On the lake's surface, Xiao Yan maintained a calm demeanor as he scrutinized his opponent's actions. Showing no sign of concern, his gaze fixed solely on Muller. The latter's displayed strength indeed exceeded that of an average 4-star Do Emperor at the later stage. Yet within Xiao Yan, a fervent desire for battle began to rise. Prior to his breakthrough to the late stage of 3-star Do Emperor, facing an opponent of Muller's caliber would have seemed daunting. However, the circumstances had now changed. Why have you taken my friend? Xiao Yan inquired. We had no enmity, and I had no intention of making an enemy of you. However, I have set my sights on the moonlight jade fruit, and I can sense that what was previously taken was not the genuine fruit. The true item must be in your possession, correct? The moonlight jade fruit in exchange for this young lady's life, Muller replied gravely. Somehow, Muller could sense an air of trepidation emanating from Xiao Yan and the ancient fire measuring rod. Let us see if you possess the capability, Muller declared. If so, then I shall take it by force. Prepare yourself. Heavenly Fire 3 Mysterious Transformations. Xiao Yan retorted coldly, his fighting spirit surging as his energy surged under the influence of the secret technique, revealing that he too had reached the late stage of a 4-star Do Emperor. As powerful as that bald-headed Muller, I shall make you aware of the stark difference between a true 4-star Do Emperor and one who relies on secret techniques. Muller, evidently observing Xiao Yan, mocked him. While secret techniques can indeed enhance strength in a short span, they inflict considerable harm upon oneself, impeding the progress of both soul and power. In Xiao Yan's grasp, the ancient fire ruler expanded, its vibrant tips converging, resembling a white spearhead glinting with a chilling radiance. The dark golden doqi enveloping the bald figure swirled around him like a tempest, reducing the surrounding rubble to mere dust. Muller gripped his spear tightly, his voice cold as ice. I shall demonstrate to you that as a mere 4-star Do Emperor, you are utterly unqualified to display such arrogance before me. With that declaration, the figure of Muller, wielding his spear, surged forward in an instant, flashing before Xiao Yan. As the spear danced, it transformed into countless streaks of crimson light, descending upon Xiao Yan with overwhelming ferocity, targeting his vital points with the focus of a warrior intent on combat. Muller's initial strike was fierce and ruthless, proving the reputation of a late-stage 4-star Do Emperor to be well-deserved. Yet, in the face of Muller's formidable assault, Xiaoyan let out a hearty laugh, devoid of any fear. With a tremor of the ancient fire ruler in his hand, he met the challenge head-on. On the tip of the ruler, 23 colors intertwined, emanating an immense heat infused with terrifying power, akin to a myriad of twinkling stars. Bang! The clash of spear and ruler echoed across the lake, producing a sound reminiscent of metal against metal, sparks flying. Each collision sent ripples of Do Qi dispersing, vibrating the air, while the surface of the water quaked violently. Clang! The weapons met repeatedly, both being forced apart by the impact. With a vigorous shake of his arm, Xiaoyan propelled the tip of the ancient fire ruler into a blinding white streak, launching it at an exceedingly sharp angle toward Muller's throat. However, just as it was about to strike, a spear shadow intervened, deflecting the white streak away. Muller's expression turned icy, with a mere thought. The white streak splintered into countless beams of light, each akin to a blade, cascading down to envelop every part of his body. What a peculiar weapon, Xiaoyan remarked, realizing that had it not been for that strange weapon, Muller would have surely been injured by now. Muller's gaze sharpened. Xiaoyan's ancient fire ruler was indeed quite extraordinary. The terrifying heat emanating from the ruler posed a significant distraction during combat, complicating matters for him. Nevertheless, Muller was no weakling. With a shake of his magical spear, torrents of red-hot magma surged forth, forming a blazing shield before him. Both Xiaoyan and Muller found themselves retreating simultaneously. Muller wore a countenance as still as water, his enchanted spear tracing long marks upon the ground, while Xiaoyan gracefully withdrew, surrounded by a multitude of flames that ceaselessly assailed him and the ancient fire measuring rod in his possession. Their previous exchanges had been fierce, yet each had successfully withstood the other's onslaught. Many spectators were captivated by the battle unfolding here, their gazes drawn to the mountain peak, where they suddenly sensed a shift. Realizing that the conflict was nearing its conclusion, I must concede, you are indeed formidable. However, the duration of the secret technique's enhancement must be drawing to a close, and it is time to conclude this game of cat and mouse. Prepare to receive my final strike. At that moment, Muller summoned his fighting spirit with utmost intensity. Xiaoyan's pupils constricted, his body brimming with terrifying power. In Chapter 40, titled A Clash of Powers, The Might of Celestial Techniques, amidst a chorus of astonished gazes, a crimson source of energy surged above Muller, coalescing into a colossal scarlet halo that vibrated ominously, exuding a formidable aura. As he beheld the crimson circle, Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes slightly. The massive red halo hovered menacingly above Muller, radiating intense and turbulent waves that cracked the ground beneath it, causing the temperature of the nearby lake to rise significantly. Onlookers exchanged glances of astonishment at the unfolding scene. Could that truly be a celestial technique? It was no surprise, given Muller's status as a lesser lord of the region, to master such formidable skills. Muller possessed numerous hidden cards. Xiaoyan found himself in peril. With Muller's strength augmented by the power of the celestial technique, even the most elite talents would need to proceed with caution. After all, a celestial technique had the potential to alter the very course of battle. Whispers filled the air, and the glances directed at Xiaoyan now carried a tinge of sympathy. Although he had displayed remarkable depth through his secret technique, he had ultimately failed to seize the moment, and with the technique's expiration imminent, only misfortune awaited him. In Moon Rue's eyes, a flicker of warmth ignited, as a crescent-shaped rune began to glow softly. She sensed the terrifying power contained within Muller's technique. Realizing that should Xiaoyan come into contact with even a fraction of that force, the consequences could be dire. Have faith, trust that I can handle this. Xiaoyan had also noticed Moon Rue's actions. Though he was unaware of the significance of the crescent rune, he surmised that its use would certainly come at a considerable cost. Moon Rue gazed at the ever-composed Xiaoyan, biting her lips slightly. For reasons unknown, she chose to trust him, and the glowing crescent rune gradually dimmed. Having previously dealt with the external malevolent forces, Moon Rue offered Xiaoyan a faint smile. Amidst the many sympathetic gazes, Xiaoyan's expression grew solemn. He stared at the immense crimson halo gathering above Muller, its violent energy surging forth, undeniably surpassing the capabilities of an ordinary heavenly technique. Moreover, Xiaoyan also realized that the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth had solidified at that very moment. Possessing mastery over celestial-level combat techniques, Xiaoyan mused softly to himself. This Muller truly posed a formidable challenge. Had he not yet broken through to the late stage of the 3-star Do Emperor, he might have genuinely considered retreating in the face of such an onslaught. However, the milky white flames enveloped his body in an instant, the fighting spirit continually gathering and surging forth from within him, howling around him before gradually expanding. resembling a milky white tornado that entwined him. The astonishing waves of energy released caused even the lake beneath him to tremble. Onlookers outside the lake, witnessing this scene, could not help but gasp in awe. Let me ask you again. Surrender the crescent green fruit. Otherwise, death, Muller bellowed, gazing at Xiao Yan as if he were a king passing judgment on a sinner. Xiao Yan, observing the imposing Muller in the sky, withdrew his fighting spirit, the ancient flame measuring rod in his hand emanating a profound power. With your mere strength, you are unworthy. Xiao Yan replied calmly, though we bear no enmity. Since you fail to recognize the gravity of the situation, you have brought this upon yourself. Celestial level combat technique, Demon Spear, Golden Wheel. Muller, wielding the Demon Spear, launched an attack from the sky towards Xiao Yan, stirring up thousands of feet of lake water. The terrifying aura of the Golden Wheel was fearsome even within a space dominated by powerful beings. As you wish. First step of the sevenfold breaking heaven measuring rod. 3-step floating rod. Xiao Yan shouted. The terrifying power of flames adhered to the ancient flame measuring rod. As Xiao Yan channeled it, the immense fiery force converged with his own fighting spirit, raising a colossal water column from the lake's surface. Bang, bang, bang. The ancient flame measuring rod collided fiercely with the demon spear. Boom, boom, boom. In that moment, the once tranquil lake surface was transformed into tumultuous waves by the forces of the two combatants. Xiao Yan, amidst this fierce battle, steadied himself forcefully, lifting his somewhat pale face and wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth. In his dark eyes, a hint of madness emerged. It was evident that the bald Muller before him was unleashing all his might. With madness swirling in his gaze, Xiao Yan spat out a mouthful of blood, his hands once again forming seals, as a massive ethereal shadow enveloped his body. As the phantom materialized, a wave of dizziness washed over Xiao Yan's mind. Yet he grit his teeth, once more urging forth his soul power to unleash the Yellow Spring's heavenly wrath. A terrifying soul shockwave surged forth, ultimately striking Muller, who had been diligently channeling the surrounding spiritual energy to replenish his combat techniques. In that fleeting moment, Muller's pupils dimmed, first from the celestial level combat technique, and then from the powerful soul attack. The cumulative impact was overwhelmingly devastating. A mouthful of fresh blood erupted from Muller's lips as he glared at the composed Xiao Yan before him, only to find the latter smiling maniacally. With a flick of his palm, a delicate fire lotus of 23 colors quietly materialized and was then forcefully cast upon Muller's body. Explosion. Bang. The eruption of the fiery lotus sent the bald-headed Muller hurtling thousands of feet away as he spewed forth blood in a frenzied manner, seemingly without concern. He had not anticipated that while he was ruthless, Xiao Yan was even more so, trading blows with him in a relentless exchange. Xiao Yan was truly formidable. Astonishingly, he triumphed over Muller, who was at the peak of the 4-star Do Emperor level, despite only being at the late stage of the 3-star Do Emperor level. The surrounding crowd murmured in hushed tones, clearly recognizing that the outcome of the battle had been determined. Young City Lord, are you all right? A fellow bald attendant hurriedly helped Muller to his feet. Muller's speed had been so swift that his entourage struggled to keep up, eventually arriving just in time to witness his battered state. Although Muller was injured, he had not lost consciousness. Instead, he glared fiercely at Xiao Yan, his expression filled with malice. We must leave. Xiao Yan understood the necessity of not pushing the conflict to the brink of life and death. Realizing that he should show some restraint towards Muller. Despite Muller's severe injuries, he had managed to avoid any critical damage. Breathing heavily, Xiao Yan remarked, "Are you all right now? Here, the crescent green fruit you requested." He presented 3 ripe crescent green fruits, which he had discovered at the lake's bottom. Although he had initially gathered more than 10, 3 was ample for Yuru, while he kept the remainder for himself. Yuru was astonished to see Xiao Yan remain composed in the face of Muller, ultimately emerging victorious. She was left speechless, her lips parted in disbelief. Let us proceed. It is time to explore the depths of the ruins, Xiao Yan suggested after taking a moment to rest. The spectators gradually dispersed, having witnessed the fierce confrontation between Xiao Yan and Muller, and their collective thought was singular. This Xiao Yan was not to be trifled with. Chapter 41. Journey to the Depths of the Ruins. Above the expansive surface of the lake, an invisible radiance hung in the air, as a vast and powerful surge of soul energy radiated outward like a tidal wave from its epicenter. In this moment, within the confines of the small mountain range, aside from a few exceptionally strong high-level magical beasts, the rest of the creatures felt an overwhelming pressure from the soul energy, causing their bodies to tremble involuntarily. Xiao Yan was indeed impressive. He could harness soul energy to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, thereby replenishing himself. Yuru gazed at Xiao Yan suspended in midair, filled with awe. Since first encountering him at the Alchemist Association, He had continually astonished her, especially after he saved her father, awakening within her a myriad of complex emotions. Although Xiao Yin sensed her gratitude, he attributed it solely to his intervention in her father's plight, never considering any deeper implications. As Yuru observed the invisible brilliance above, the vast soul energy made her ponder. Even her father, powerful as he was, would likely feel a sense of trepidation. Her father's strength was evident in his prowess. Yet when it came to the realm of the soul, neither of her parents could compare to the current Xiao Yin and the soul energy that spread like a tide. After several minutes had passed, the ethereal glow gradually dissipated, revealing itself under the gaze of Yuru. As the light faded, a shadowy figure emerged, bearing a pitch-black heavy ruler on its back. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Xiao Yin, though his physique appeared significantly improved compared to before. Recovered? Yuru expressed her joy. Xiao Yan's repeated acts of saving her surely transcended mere friendship. She mused, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. However, Yuru was also aware that, in this era, the concept of the soul was elusive and intangible for the strong. The power of the soul was colorless and formless, making it a formidable challenge to confront. Genuine humanoid souls were seldom witnessed. After all, even some Do Emperor-level experts found it arduous to manifest an ethereal soul into a human form that could endure over time. Shall we set off? Xiao Yin proposed, sensing the absence of any dragon-type magic cores in the vicinity. We must venture to the main hall and try our luck. His strength had returned. Xiao Yin had deliberately delayed his departure after the battle with Mu Lei to avoid unnecessary complications. Thank you for the moonlight jade fruit, Yuru said, gently biting her lip as she followed Xiao Yin. It was but a trivial effort, he replied with a smile. As time ticked away, more individuals gathered in the depths of the ruins. An ancient stone door slowly blocked the entrance to the grand hall. Those present were acutely aware that crossing this stone door would lead to boundless riches, along with celestial-grade combat techniques, secret methods, and rare treasures. This was the true wealth. Yet, they understood that the ruins imposed restrictions on their strength, rendering a forceful breach of the stone door futile. They could only wait for the seal to weaken before it could be slowly opened. Judging by the rate of its weakening, it would likely open within 3 days at most. Let us settle here for now. It seems we must wait, Xiao Yin suggested. Indeed, Yuru agreed. Though the ruins experienced day and night, nightfall soon arrived. In a vast forest, a flicker of firelight illuminated two figures, Xiao Yin and Yuru. Taste this, Xiao Yin offered, holding up a chicken leg to Yuru. The evening chill prompted him to start a fire, casually capturing a low-tier magical beast to roast for sustenance. Although a Do Emperor could withstand days without food, relying instead on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, one might as well indulge when the opportunity arose. Wow. I didn't expect your roasted meat to be quite delicious. Yuru elegantly tore off a piece, the familiar flavors igniting her appetite. Ha ha ha, after years on the road, one inevitably learns these things. Xiao Yin, far from being as refined as Yuru, devoured the roasted meat heartily. Suddenly, 3 leaves surged toward Xiao Yin and Yuru, propelled by overwhelming energy. Yuru, be careful. Xiao Yin, having traversed the world for years, naturally possessed a keen awareness that vigilance must never wane. In an instant, his surrounding ignited, reducing 3 leaves to mere nothingness. Yuru was evidently taken aback to encounter an attack at such a late hour. However, thanks to Xiao Yan's warning, she quickly assumed a combat-ready stance. Pray tell, who might you be? Sneaking about. At the very moment the mysterious figure made its move, Xiao Yan's spiritual power pinpointed the assailant's location. Reveal yourself. A plume of milky flame surged towards the position of the enigmatic figure, emanating an intense heat as if imbued with sentience, deftly navigating the trees of the forest to strike directly at the intruder. Have I been discovered? A voice echoed from the branches of a great tree. With a resounding thud, the mysterious figure leaped from the tree, landing within Xiao Yan's line of sight. Innocent bystanders bear the burden of the precious moonlight jade. It is a fine treasure, but lacking the strength to safeguard it could lead to one's demise. From the mountain emerged a figure, standing tall and imposing like an iron tower, his eyes glistening with a fervent desire for battle, reminiscent of a ferocious beast. He grinned broadly at Xiao Yin before. Without a moment's hesitation, he stomped his foot and soared into the air, bounding toward Xiao Yin. You needn't concern yourself with me. Xiao Yin replied coolly. Beside him, Yuru recognized the individual instantly. He was Yi Mu, one of the renowned prodigies of the 5 great cities of Qingcheng, known for his innate combat prowess. This man was also at the late stage of a 4-star Do Emperor. Yet, Xiao Yin felt no fear. With the Heavenly Fire 3 transformations and the celestial-grade martial skill of his soul attacks had a marked advantage against such foes. I come without malice today, merely wishing to ascertain whether the recent rumors regarding your formidable prowess are indeed true. As he spoke, Yimu scrutinized Xiao Yin closely before casually waving his hand in dismissal. Rather than the items you possess, I find it astonishing that you, relying on your late-stage 3-star Do Emperor strength, managed to defeat the mid-stage 4-star Do Emperor Mulei. You shall make a worthy opponent deep within the ruins. Chapter 42. The main hall opens. What could I possess that merits their attention? Xiaoyan pondered, perplexed. It must be your. Though these undead possess a cold and sinister nature, it is plausible they seek to conduct peculiar experiments with such extraordinary natural phenomena, the Golden Dragon King remarked slowly. Very well, we shall proceed step by step. A night passed in silence, and 3 days slipped away in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the seal upon the stone door before the crowd began to weaken, poised to open. Outside the stone door, a throng of people gathered, marking the end of 3 days of monotonous waiting. With a tumultuous sound akin to rushing water, the space before them warped dramatically. Amidst this cacophony, the fluctuations of that area grew ever more intense. Observing the spectacle, those with discerning eyes proclaimed, the stone door is about to open. Gazing at the increasingly illusory energy seal that trembled before him, a myriad of eyes in the crowd glimmered with a faint crimson hue. Even their breaths grew heavier, and the hands gripping their weapons tightened with an ominous resolve. A fierce contest over treasures loomed, promising a tempest of bloodshed. Xiaoyan couldn't help but reflect on this reality. His gaze narrowed as he focused on the ever-distorting space, where peculiar sounds echoed ominously. He sensed an extraordinarily terrifying surge of energy, wild and tumultuous, akin to a volcano repressed beneath the Earth's crust, ready to erupt with fervor. With a sudden cacophony, the twisted space momentarily solidified, followed by a sharp crack that resonated through the air. The distorted realm shattered like fragile glass, splintering into countless minute fragments. Charge forth. The ruins have been unveiled. At that instant, as the spatial seal shattered, a multitude of figures surged forward, their eyes glowing a fierce red, releasing low, greedy roars from deep within their throats, rushing towards the heart of the crowd like a swarm of locusts. As the stone door gradually opened, an ancient and desolate aura began to waft forth, instilling a solemnity among many. For numerous individuals, ancient artifacts held a sacred significance. Once the door fully opened, the creaking sound subsided, and amidst the gathered crowd in the plaza, no one dared to take the first step inside. Unfazed by the silence beyond the stone gate, Xiaoyan casually caressed his storage ring, a radiant smile gracing his lips. He had not anticipated that they were merely at the threshold of the ruins. The Golden Dragon King sensed the Dragon Core's presence. Outside the stone door, powerful figures occasionally rushed in, evidently those who had discovered the gate's opening. Witnessing the increasing number of strong individuals gathering, the first arrivals struggled to contain their impatience. Moments later, someone could no longer hold back and cautiously stepped through the stone door. The air was filled with anguished cries. Fall back. In stark contrast to the reckless surge of the crowd, Xiaoyan's expression shifted at the moment the space erupted. He swiftly grasped Yuru's hand, pushing off a tree trunk and retreating with great urgency. The elite from the 5 great cities also sensed the impending danger, reacting without hesitation to withdraw. As Xiaoyan and his companions retreated, figures on the towering trees suddenly began to back away in haste, clearly realizing the peril. Just as they were withdrawing, the fragments of the exploded spatial seal abruptly paused, followed by a deafening roar. A violent force of spatial energy, potent enough to terrify even a 4-star Do Emperor, surged forth like a tempest, engulfing everything in its path. Those who had rushed forward were the first to be consumed, vanishing in the blink of an eye, their screams resonating amidst the inferno. Not a trace remained of those who were devoured. The terror of this spatial seal was unfathomable. The violent ripples of space swept through the front lines like a scythe through wheat, obliterating all in their wake without a shred of mercy. Upon reflection, some of the previously confident strongmen finally sensed that something was amiss. Consequently, the once relentless throng of individuals abruptly turned in disarray to flee, creating a scene of utter chaos outside the stone gate. Countless figures darted about, for if they did not escape, what awaited them would be death. No matter how greedy they might be, one must possess the life to enjoy such desires, thus leading to the current spectacle. Bang! What a terrifying spatial seal. Having endured countless ages, yet still possessed such formidable impact. Truly, it was the relic of a peak Do Emperor. Witnessing the devastation wrought by this spatial fluctuation, even the esteemed figures from the 5 great cities displayed expressions of astonishment. Let us go. These fools were too hasty and brought misfortune upon themselves. Xiaoyan remarked with a smile, gesturing with his hand as his figure transformed into a streak of rainbow light, dashing towards the interior of the stone gate. Simultaneously, several other powerful figures who had previously evaded the spatial disturbance also swiftly executed their movements, morphing into indistinct shadows as they surged into the stone gate. At last, the Emperor's cave was unveiled. As they drew nearer, the gray mist within the stone gate gradually thinned, revealing the colossal structure that now lay before Xiao Yin and the others. Upon entering the stone gate, they beheld a vast hall at its deepest point, an immense chamber nearly 1,000 feet high, reminiscent of a small mountain. Compared to this grandeur, the Soul Palace Xiao Yin had once encountered on the Duki continent seemed diminutive. Gazing up at this towering edifice amidst the heavens, a profound sense of insignificance washed over them. Surely, the so-called great fortune must reside within. The gathered individuals comprehended this truth. The entire hall was a deep crimson, appearing as though it were ablaze, standing out starkly in the grayish-white expanse, an eye-catching sight indeed. Hiss! Gradually, figures began to slow their pace, halting a few hundred meters from the stone gate. From this vantage, the hall appeared even more immense, its apex seemingly piercing the clouds. It was no wonder that a spatial seal was employed to conceal such a grand structure. Its scale rendered it conspicuous wherever it stood. Xiao Yin mused in astonishment. Over here, I sense the aura of dragon-type magical beasts, Xiao Yin urged, pulling Yuru along. Are we not going to the main hall? What about the great fortune? Yuru inquired, her curiosity piqued. Though she held little hope for the great fortune, she was nonetheless eager to see it. If it were so easily obtained, it wouldn't be great fortune, Xiao Yin replied, understanding that their immediate priority was to locate the dragon-type magic cores. Chapter 43, The Bloodthirsty Magic Dragon Lizard. It seemed they had lost their wits, forsaking such a splendid opportunity. Nonetheless, this meant one less opponent for them. Let us go, declared the undead who had stolen the fake crescent jade fruit from Xiao Yin and his companions. Miss, we should depart as well, he suggested. I refuse. I want to stay with them. Feng Yi retorted stubbornly. Xiao Yin and his companions landed atop a towering tree of ashen hue, their gazes fixed ahead. Before them lay an expansive forest, densely populated with trees that alternated between shades of gray and white. These trees stood bare, devoid of leaves, their stark trunks reminiscent of a formidable phalanx of spears, evoking a sense of chill. However, Xiao Yin and his companion did not linger long in this place. Their focus was drawn directly to the heart of the forest. There, a suffocating aura of death permeated the air, where a grayish shadow lay snoring, akin to a specter of nightmares. According to the Golden Dragon King, this was the lair of a dragon-like beast. Xiao Yin unleashed his formidable soul power, which surged forth like a tempest, piercing through the thick miasma of death. Instantly, the scene deep within the forest crystallized before his eyes. Beneath a colossal tree, a dark figure coiled, resembling a lizard. This shadow was clad in black armor, which was entwined with the very essence of death. The fluctuations of this deathly aura caused Xiao Yan's expression to grow noticeably somber. The dark beast's spirit exuded a level of deathly energy, far surpassing that of the undead they had encountered previously, clearly indicating it was a creature capable of rivaling a 5-star Do Emperor. Mu Chun, utilizing the clan's markings to scrutinize the powerful beast spirit, suddenly gasped softly. He noticed the armor adorning the beast's body appeared quite battered, with deep scars revealing the grayish-white bone beneath. Furthermore, there were several fresh wounds, suggesting it had recently sustained injuries, and its deathly aura was somewhat disordered, as if it had recently endured a fierce battle. What is it? Yuru, observing Xiao Yan's slightly furrowed brow, inquired in a hushed tone. This beast seems to have suffered some trauma, Xiao Yin replied, a hint of perplexity in his voice. He had previously probed the area with his soul power and found no other teams nearby. From whence, then, did this beast's injuries originate? Xiao Yin was taken aback by his own thoughts, but soon a smile broke across his face. It appears we are favored by fate. A wounded beast is certainly easier to contend with than one in its prime. He chuckled lightly, dismissing excessive concern, his gaze shifting back to the forest shrouded in deathly energy. Yuru regarded Xiao Yin and remarked, the number of beasts in this region is considerable. However, judging by the footprints, they seem to have been driven away by this dragon, which likely accounts for its injuries. Let us proceed. I shall envelop you in my soul power as we venture in, Xiao Yin proposed. He sensed that matters were not as straightforward as they appeared and deemed caution prudent. For this beast was formidable enough to rival a 5-star Do Emperor. Indeed, had it not been for the creature's wounds and the presence of the Golden Dragon King, Xiao Yin, by nature, would not have dared to approach. Though the dragon-blooded lizard possessed immense strength, its sensitivity to soul power was notably diminished. As long as Xiao Yin and his companions did not provoke the dragon lizard intentionally, it was unlikely that the creature would detect their presence. As Xiao Yin and his companion hastened toward the direction of the bloodthirsty dragon lizard, they found that a throng of individuals had already gathered at the lair of the magical creature, causing an atmosphere of intense agitation. A multitude of figures cloaked in white stood at the entrance of the dragon lizard's cave, emanating a chilling aura that permeated the surroundings, significantly lowering the temperature of the air. At the forefront of this assembly were two slightly stooped elderly figures, whose mere presence radiated a formidable and malevolent icy energy, creating an oppressive ambience. Among them, the most striking was the elder in the center. His hair and beard were completely white, and he leaned on a staff resembling a dragon's head, crafted from what appeared to be white jade. The dragon's fierce maw was agape, and its cold, sinister eyes conveyed a sense of foreboding. In stark contrast to his companion, this elder seemed remarkably unremarkable, devoid of any detectable energy emanation, his weathered face appearing exceedingly parched, with squinted eyes that held a murky gaze, resembling an ordinary old man. What was astonishing, however, was that this seemingly inconspicuous elder occupied the central position within the group, even outpacing the imposing white-clad elder beside him, who regarded him with a hint of reverence etched upon his brow. Surrounding the gorge were numerous onlookers, and upon witnessing the spectacle before them, they were taken aback, particularly when they recognized the distinctive snowflake patterns adorning the garments of these individuals, which incited a wave of commotion among the crowd. Could they be from Solomon? Yuru exclaimed. Solomon was one of the most formidable factions on the Xianling continent, and while seldom were there any favorable or unfavorable rumors about them, their strength and reputation were undoubtedly formidable. Let us not rush to conclusions. We should first ascertain their intentions, Xiao Yin remarked, equally astonished that Solomon had set its sights on the bloodthirsty dragon lizard. There is an unusual aura surrounding these individuals, the Golden Dragon King observed, having taken a moment to assess the presence of Solomon's members. I can't shake the feeling that their strength seems somewhat unstable. Could it be merely my illusion? The Golden Dragon King pondered aloud. We have come merely to borrow your dragon blood, the lead elder with white hair declared to the bloodthirsty dragon lizard, which was coiled at the cave's entrance. Boom, boom, boom. The bloodthirsty dragon lizard, filled with indignation, swung its massive tail in agitation. Despicable humans. Had it not been for your ambush previously, I would surely annihilate you. The dragon lizard roared. These individuals had dared to poison it during its meal, rendering it momentarily dazed. Although the dragon lizard was powerful enough to rival a 5-star Doe Emperor, it was now severely injured, and those two elders were at the peak of 4-star Doe Emperors, making them formidable adversaries. Moreover, it was evident that the dragon lizard harbored a deep-seated fear, even dread, of the dragon-headed staff wielded by the white-haired elder. Yet, despite its grievous injuries, a dragon beast was not one to yield easily. A resounding roar erupted from the forest. Thunderous sounds reverberated as a multitude of magical beasts surged forth from all directions. Among them 3 formidable creatures rivaling the peak of a 4-star Doe Emperor. This was dire. The beast had summoned its minions. The white-haired elder at the forefront exclaimed in alarm, believing that wielding the dragon-headed staff would easily subdue the dragon. Prepare for battle. You all hold back the other magical beasts. Second, you shall join me in slaying this dragon lizard, instructed the elder. Chapter 44. The Dual-Chained Dragon Restraining Pillar. Onward. Since this beast shows no gratitude, let us not hesitate to be ruthless, the elder, Ice Heaven, declared to another. Ice Mist, having heard Ice Heaven's words, swiftly flew towards his location, continuously altering his hand seals as if concocting something. Ice Heaven raised the dragon-headed staff high, murmuring strange incantations. An extraordinary scene unfolded as the staff emanated wisps of white mist. The bloodthirsty dragon lizard, observing the humans before it, particularly the 2 leading elders, recognized their formidable prowess as peak 4-star Doe Emperors. Although the dragon's strength was comparable to that of a 5-star Doe Emperor among humans, these despicable creatures had attacked it while it rested, leaving it battered and weakened. Its body quivered with rage, its eyes fixated on the 2 who were forming an array. We cannot afford to lose. We shall fight to the bitter end. A shared resolve ignited within both elders. They hastened their movements, and the previously overcast sky began to swirl with clouds and mist. The bloodthirsty dragon lizard sensed the shifting skies and realized the impending danger. Yet the indomitable spirit of the dragon lineage would not allow such a proud creature to flee. Taking a deep breath, the dragon lizard unleashed a furious roar towards the cave. This seemingly simple roar concealed a formidable sonic attack. Waves of sound surged forth from the cave, targeting the disciples of Solomon. The dragon lizard understood that its assault would not significantly affect Ice Heaven and his companions. Its only aim was to diminish their numbers, thus allowing its minions to engage in a war of attrition. Boom, boom, boom. The disciples of Solomon, occupied with resisting other magical beasts, remained oblivious to the dragon's sonic assault. Casualties exceeded 1/3. Ice Heaven and Ice Mist, at the forefront, were infuriated. You beast. Initially, we intended to procure some of your blood for a grand experiment, but now you have enraged us. Thus, your demise is inevitable today. Ha! Despicable, shameless humans. You wish to exploit my blood? Our noble dragon lineage's essence is beyond your reach. Moreover, you were the first to plot against me. Their deaths are but a penance for you. Rest assured, you shall soon join them. The bloodthirsty dragon lizard, a sovereign in its own right, bellowed back at Ice Heaven. Disciples of Solomon, heed my command. From the array, Ice Heaven's eyes blazed with fury upon hearing the resonant cold shout that echoed through the cavern. The majority of the remaining disciples of Solomon were momentarily taken aback. After a brief hesitation, they responded in unison, slowly closing their eyes. Moments later, wisps of white energy began to seep forth from above their heads. A steady stream of white mist ascended into the air, eventually obscuring the entire sky. Resembling a vast sea of clouds, with the icy figure and mist at the center commanding the formation. Everyone, lend me your strength. Ice Heaven called out again, surveying the enveloping energy of mist. The bloodstains on his face, a result of the sound wave attack from the bloodthirsty dragon, had now congealed into gruesome scabs, rendering him particularly fearsome. As Ice Heaven's command echoed, around 10 disciples in white robes promptly rose from the stone platform, leaping swiftly apart and scattering among the towering trees surrounding the square. As they formed hand seals, the misty sky began to tremble violently, and in the heart of the cloud sea, the energy swiftly coalesced, swiftly enveloping the entire cavern. This is disastrous. The bloodthirsty dragon, initially dismissive, could not help but roar upon witnessing the formation's completion. Even with its formidable strength, it sensed waves of destructive power emanating from the formation. Oh, it is the twin-chain locking dragon pillar. The Golden Dragon King remarked to Xiao Yin. What is the twin-chain locking dragon pillar? Xiao Yin inquired. Observing the battle's epicenter where Ice Heaven and the mist seemed to have become integral to the formation, while the dragon found itself in a precarious situation. The so-called twin-chain locking dragon pillar is a sealing formation, but it yields unexpectedly potent effects against dragon-type beasts. In other words, it is the nemesis of dragon creatures. The Golden Dragon King elucidated. Xiao Yin furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Fear not, I regard such a sealing formation with disdain. Dealing with a bloodthirsty dragon of impure lineage is manageable. To seal me, they would find me capable of annihilating them with but a single finger. The former is a beast with a mere trace of dragon blood, while the latter is the genuine Golden Dragon King. However, I can't shake the feeling that these so-called Solomons are rather peculiar, the Golden Dragon King muttered in a tone only he could hear. Xiao Yin harbored no doubts about the truth of the Golden Dragon King's words and subsequently directed his gaze back into the fray. He deliberately reinforced the soul energy enveloping himself and Yuru, fearing detection. Although those present possessed weaker soul energies than his, a cautious approach could never be amiss. How strange, Xiao Yin has clearly arrived, yet I can no longer sense his presence, remarked a girl in a colorful dress. Uncertain of the situation, she pondered why this young lady, who had everything to gain, sought out Xiao Yin, while her entourage's sole duty was to safeguard her, leaving them hesitant to inquire further. Let us go. Xiao Yin, you cannot escape my grasp. The girl playfully made her way towards the cavern. This playful maiden was none other than Fengyi. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the grand formation commanded by Ice Heaven and the mist reached its completion. A thick veil of mist enveloped the entire sky, and amidst the swirling clouds, 2 towering beams of light pierced the heavens, springing forth from the center of the Grand Seal array. The bloodthirsty dragon lizard sensed an overwhelming dread emanating from these radiant pillars. This was soon followed by its frenzied roar. A sealing array? The twin-chain locking pillars were thought to be lost to time. How could they possibly be in your possession? Chapter 45. The final gambit of the bloodthirsty dragon lizard. You need not concern yourself with this. We are adequately prepared to deal with you. Ice Sky, wielding the celestial beams, directed them towards the dragon lizard with a fierce howl. In an instant, Ice Sky, accompanied by the 2 radiant pillars, flashed before the bloodthirsty dragon lizard. Bang, bang, bang. A series of chain-like beams surrounded the dragon lizard entirely. Realizing the perilous situation, the bloodthirsty dragon lizard felt its power waning rapidly under the encircling beams. Boom, boom, boom. The fervent roar of the dragon resonated as the dragon lizard's tail thrashed violently. The cave trembled, transformed by the chaos, no longer resembling its former self. The tail of the dragon unleashed a terrifying force, rivaling that of a peak 4-star Do Emperor, as it charged towards Ice Sky. Die! Ice Sky bellowed, promptly launching an attack against the dragon lizard. Clearly, Ice Sky recognized that the dragon lizard's strength was being fiercely suppressed by the locking pillars. If not now, then when? The celestial beams, seemingly possessing a form of sentience, adeptly countered the dragon's assault, and under the influence of ice skies enveloping white mist, they surged toward the dragon lizard. The bloodthirsty dragon lizard, noticing the cunning pillars, attempted to evade, only to discover that the space surrounding it was firmly sealed by the twin chain locking pillars, rendering its cave an exceptionally confined battleground. At that moment, a crimson hue enveloped the dragon lizard's eyes, lending it an eerily enchanting appearance. It understood all too well that these twin chain locking pillars, renowned as the nemesis of dragon-like beasts, were indeed formidable. If ensnared by these chains, it might very well meet its demise today. The thought of being driven to such desperation by mere humans was in itself a profound humiliation for one with dragon blood coursing through its veins. The potential consequences of its defeat were dire. Dragons have always been proud beings. Even the bloodthirsty dragon lizard, with its diluted lineage, was no exception. Had the bloodthirsty dragon lizard truly relinquished its struggle? Yuru gazed, astonished, at the dragon lizard, which remained motionless before the locking pillars. It cannot be. Have you noticed the change in the dragon's pupils? The mightier the beast, the harder it is to vanquish. And the more formidable creatures often possess three distinct forms: a lurking form, a battle form, and a berserk form. Observe the dragon closely. The bloodthirsty dragon lizard's berserk form may be linked to its bloodlust, Xiao Yin remarked slowly. Yuru gazed at Xiao Yin with a hint of surprise, for he not only possessed remarkable strength, but also exhibited exceptional alchemical skills. Most notably, he was a person of audacity and meticulousness, staring vacantly at Xiao Yin. Lost in thought, Xiao Yin, aware of these insights from the Golden Dragon King, would not have discerned such secrets otherwise. He then lifted his gaze towards the bloodthirsty magic dragon engaged in battle, intrigued by his master's mention of its frenzied form, completely oblivious to Yuru's presence. The combat raged fiercely. Bingwu observed the magic dragon lizard as if it had surrendered, with two towering beams of light gradually entwining around its tail and claws. Ha! Bingwu couldn't help but laugh heartily, envisioning the completion of their mission upon sealing this magic dragon, and exhaled a long sigh of relief. Not good. Though Bing Tian lacked knowledge about the various forms of magical beasts, the sight of the magic dragon trapped by the dragon-locking pillars caused his expression to shift dramatically. How is this possible? Humans, I warned you that you would pay the price. The magic dragon lizard glared fiercely at the individuals in the cave. The innate talent of the bloodthirsty magic dragon lizard, bloodthirst. A series of crimson protective membranes formed around it, granting not only remarkable defensive capabilities, but also a substantial short-term boost to its offensive power. It could be said without hesitation that even though the bloodthirsty magic dragon lizard was restrained by the dragon-locking pillars, its strength was suppressed to that of a human-level 3-star Do Emperor. Yet the dragon's defensive membrane was impenetrable even for a combined effort from Bing Wu and Bing Tian. Furthermore, at this moment, the dragon's attacks were not diminished, but rather intensified. 5 minutes. The bloodthirst could be sustained for 5 minutes. It is well known that even a second could determine the outcome of the battle. Every magical beast is born with innate talents, yet few succeed in cultivation. Bing Tian and his companions were clearly aware of this. Yet they had not anticipated that this bloodthirsty magic dragon lizard had truly succeeded in its cultivation. Even though the bloodthirsty magic dragon lizard was confined by the dragon-locking pillars, it raised its proud head under the bloodthirsty frenzied form. Channels of scorching energy brewing within its maw. Dragon's breath. The dragon's breath of the bloodthirsty magic dragon lizard, in its current state, was something even Bing Tian and Bing Wu felt no confidence in withstanding. Damn it, a miscalculation. Bing Tian growled fiercely. What do we do now? Bing Wu furrowed his brow, for the bloodthirsty magic dragon, although trapped, possessed a defensive membrane so formidable that even a 5-star Do Emperor would need to exert themselves fully to break through it. We cannot flee. Bing Tian calmly analyzed the situation. Then, observing the swirling clouds and the remaining disciples of Solomon, a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. There is only one way left. Disciples of Solomon, heed my command. Blood sacrifice. Bing Tian bellowed. As soon as he shouted for the blood sacrifice, the remaining dozens of disciples of Solomon scattered in panic, for they understood that a blood sacrifice involved using blood to coalesce power in one individual, unleashing tremendous strength for a brief moment. In other words, it is akin to sending the disciples of Solomon to their demise without distinction. Come to me, death. The frigid sky transformed into a colossal and grotesque visage, its smile contorted, ready to devour those fleeing disciples of Solomon. Whoosh! Ice Mist hastily retreated, for he understood that the ice sky before him was no longer the original. Thud! In an instant, Ice Mist was unable to escape, being directly consumed by Ice Sky. Without exception, All of Solomon's disciples were devoured by Ice Sky. At that moment, Ice Sky's power surged dramatically. Early stage of the 4-star, Do Emperor. Mid-stage of the 4-star, Do Emperor. Late stage of the 4-star, Do Emperor. This sovereign is indeed formidable. The prowess of the late stage of the 4-star Do Emperor is so heavily suppressed that I fear I can only endure for a minute here. Yet, a minute's time is sufficient to eliminate you, little beast. Ice Sky glared at the bloodthirsty form of the demon dragon, a wicked grin twisting his features, appearing exceedingly bizarre. Chapter 46. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow bird awaits. Ice Sky is truly less than a beast. Even his own brothers and sect disciples were entirely consumed. Truly reminiscent of the vile Soul clan on the Duki continent. Indeed, pests exist everywhere. Xiao Yin gazed at Ice Sky, shrouded in dark Do Qi, and remarked, "A person devoid of emotions is no different from a lowly, wild beast. The distinction between humans and these inferior beasts lies in their capacity for emotion." Xiao Yin could not help but clench his fists. Such individuals deserve to be eradicated. The Golden Dragon King silently observed Xiao Yin's every move, nodding in satisfaction, affirming that he had not erred. He then murmured to himself, "A blood sacrifice, indeed deeply ingrained in sin. It seems this so-called Solomon harbors some issues. To compel me thus, you live up to your title as a bloodthirsty demon dragon." Ice Sky, engulfed in black Do Qi, appeared exceedingly strange, and then bellowed in fury. His murderous intent resonated with a thunderous roar throughout the cavern, momentarily silencing the entire space. As a myriad of astonished eyes from the lurking beasts turned toward the source of the sound, this roar naturally reached the bloodthirsty demon dragon above the cavern, prompting a cacophony of astonishment among the beasts, halting their movements. They understood that this was a clash between two formidable powers, their gazes following the sound until they settled upon Ice Sky. "It seems you, Solomon, have coveted my blood for quite some time," thought the demon dragon coldly. The dragon's breath and Ice Sky's assault brewed with urgency. They both recognized that there was no longer any need for concealment in this battle. The final blow would determine the victor. The bloodthirsty demon dragon was enveloped in a striking crimson protective layer, perfectly encasing its entire form as if it were a divine creation, while the temperature at the dragon's maw intensified, causing the surrounding space to tremble and fracture slightly as Ice Sky completed his consumption. The bloodthirsty form of the dragon displayed a terrifying breath. With a resounding whoosh, the dreadful dragon breath erupted from the maw of the bloodthirsty dragon, launching an assault upon Ice Heaven. This fearsome breath harbored the force of annihilation. Even a typical 4-star Do Emperor would suffer severe burns from mere contact. Surrounding Ice Heaven, the black Do Qi instantaneously coalesced into an ominous, ebony beam of light, within which echoed the wails of despair. Numerous arms extended from the periphery of the beam, reaching out towards the dragon's breath. With unwavering resolve, Ice Heaven, having devoured all his companions, found his strength immensely augmented. Now brimming with confidence, he intended to withstand the dragon's breath head-on. Such audacity from Ice Heaven was indeed remarkable. Yet he possessed the prowess to back it up, as Xiao Yin silently marveled. However, observing the current battle, it was evident that the bloodthirsty dragon had unleashed its berserk form, fully employing its bloodthirsty talents. In stark contrast, Ice Heaven had consumed every member of the Solomon faction, significantly enhancing his power and breaking free from the constraints of this otherworldly space. Yet, the limitations of this realm merely prevented 4-star Do Emperors and above from easily entering or exiting. A breakthrough to the 4-star level within this space would yield different circumstances. The most pressing concern remained their desperate struggle, leading inevitably to exhaustion and demise. "Yu, wait for my command to act," Xiao Yin whispered quietly. "Do not rush." "Xiao Yin, I sense several auras approaching, likely those who have crossed paths with you before," the Golden Dragon King remarked, not only observing the battle within the cave, but also attentively scanning the surrounding space, then locking his gaze onto Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin felt vexed. There was no time to concern himself with anything else. His priority was to secure the dragon core. Thus, he proceeded with utmost caution, stealthily lurking. The dragon's breath indeed rivaled the might of a 5-star Do Emperor. Even with Ice Heaven's exponentially increased strength from devouring numerous allies, he struggled to contend with it. Boom, boom, boom. The dragon breath collided violently with Ice Heaven's black beam of light. The two blinding beams clashed fiercely. Using another's power is ultimately taxing, is it not? The bloodthirsty dragon bellowed. The path of treachery is destined to yield inferior results. Suddenly, before the dragon could finish its words, the terrifying breath swiftly engulfed the black beam emitted by Ice Heaven. With a thud, the area where Ice Heaven had stood was struck by the dragon's breath, sending scorching ripples radiating outward from his center. Ice Heaven had faltered midway. Was he truly annihilated in an instant by the dragon's most formidable attack? Humph. Our dragon race is not something you lowly-blooded humans can compare with. Truly, a death unworthy of lament. Though the dragon spoke thus, it unleashed several more breaths to guard against any unforeseen changes. Boom, boom, boom. In that instant, the dragon plummeted, crashing forcefully to the ground. Clearly, the dragon's breath and bloodthirsty talent have drained the dragon's immense power and vitality, rendering its survival a Pyrrhic victory. The dragon now closes its eyes slightly, utterly weakened. At this moment, even a mere 2-star Doe Emperor human could easily vanquish it. Suddenly, a dragon-headed staff silently pierces the beleaguered, bloodthirsty dragon's skull. It is only now that the end has arrived. Experience prevails. The once vanished Ice Heaven reappears, its form ragged and stained with dark blood, looking even more grotesque. As the bloodthirsty dragon begins to plummet, the protective membrane enveloping its body automatically dissipates, not due to the passage of time, but rather because of the dragon's extreme frailty, as maintaining this bloodthirsty form exhausts its life force. However, the dragon has clearly underestimated the cunning of humans, until the dragon-headed staff strikes a fatal blow. Its pupils remain wide open, seemingly unable to believe that Ice Heaven could survive beneath its dragon breath. I never expected to find you here, Ice Heaven. Prepare to die? The girl in the colorful skirt declares, addressing the fearsome Ice Heaven before her. The lord of their Wind Thunder City, Wind Yi's father, had lost an arm and a leg due to the unwarranted pursuit by several elders of Solomon. This has always been a source of shame for Wind Thunder City. Moreover, her father had cherished Wind Yi above all else, leading her to vow that she would never coexist with Solomon in this life. Just having concluded a fierce battle, Ice Heaven finds itself in a weakened state, and upon seeing the girl in the colorful skirt and her companions, it is engulfed by despair. 5 3-star Doe Emperors. Chapter 47. The weakened 4-star Doe Emperor self-destructs. So, it is a remnant of the Wind Thunder family. If your father had not fought to protect you, you would have surely met a far worse fate. Ice Heaven greedily observes the girl named Wind Yi. Today marks your demise. Wind Yi replies with calmness. Yet the fervor in her eyes is unmistakable. At long last, she is about to exact revenge on her enemies. Father, I shall avenge your disgrace. Wind Yi silently roars within her heart. The attendants responsible for protecting the young lady, witnessing her emotional turmoil, rush to intervene. However, they soon notice a dark figure charging toward Wind Yi. I may not survive, but none of you shall live either. Ice Heaven hastily approaches Wind Yi, its form rapidly expanding and exuding thick black mist, a clear indication of its intent to perish alongside her. Though the girl in the colorful skirt feels a surge of excitement, she maintains her composure. As she gazes at the approaching Ice Heaven, engulfed in swirling black mist, her brow furrows slightly and her delicate lips bite down. Even in its severely injured state, Ice Heaven emanates a terrifying aura from the dark mist. With a sudden movement, Wind Yi's feet propel her swiftly into the air, while her palm opens to reveal a glimmer of silver spatial power. Spatial lock. As the melodic voice of the girl in the colorful skirt faded, a violent disturbance suddenly erupted in the space surrounding Ice Sky, transforming the ethereal realm into a tangible prison that ensnared him completely. The manifestation of such a substantial spatial confinement is a feat that even a typical 4-star Doe Emperor would find arduous. Yet, the girl, Feng Yi, harnessed the formidable power of the Wind and Thunder attributes to execute this extraordinary feat. Crucially, the Wind and Thunder attributes inherently possess a trace of spatial power, enabling her to manipulate the errant forces of space within the universe. Moreover, while Ice Sky's recent battle with the bloodthirsty dragon appeared to be easily managed, he had sustained severe injuries. Despite having consumed the essence of all his companions from Solomon to replenish himself, he had underestimated the bloodthirsty dragon. Ultimately, although he triumphed over the dragon, the creature's final assault had left him grievously wounded. Under such dire circumstances, Ice Sky beheld Feng Yi and her companions, for formidable 3-star Doe Emperors. He recognized that he was destined to perish here, yet he was unwilling to accept defeat without dragging them down with him, resulting in the current scenario. As the spatial prison took shape, Ice Sky's body suddenly swelled to a terrifying extent, followed by a cataclysmic explosion that reverberated through the air. Boom. A dreadful wave of black energy surged forth like a tumultuous tide, sweeping uncontrollably in all directions. Meanwhile, Xiao Yin, witnessing Ice Sky's self-detonation, unleashed his spiritual power, enveloping the dragon's body in an instant, rendering it as if it had never existed, unnoticed amidst the chaos of the explosion. Fortunately, he intervened just in time. Otherwise, this horrifying self-detonation would have left him severely injured. Feng Yi urged her companions to retreat from the impending energy storm. In the face of such a terrifying tempest, she and her allies could only evade its wrath, swiftly ascending to the distant skies, their expressions grave as they gazed down at the ravaging energy waves. With Ice Sky's reckless actions, it seemed that this entire mountain range would soon be reduced to ruins. In the far distance beyond the mountains, a crimson aura howled forth like a blazing cloud, atop which stood a tall figure, arms crossed, exuding an air of superiority. He paid no heed to the multitude heading towards the main hall, directing his gaze instead towards the location of the bloodthirsty dragon. Clearly, this prodigy of the martial city had sensed the terrifying energy storm, and his expression shifted dramatically. The two old men, Ice Sky and Ice Mist, had resorted to self-detonation. To be driven to such extremes by a single individual was truly remarkable. Wu Huan suddenly tasted a bitterness in his mouth. He was acutely aware of the strength of Ice Sky and Ice Mist. For someone to compel them to this extent was indeed a true paragon among the heavens. Wu Huan was acutely aware of the situation, and he was not a man of indecision. A glint of ferocity flickered in his eyes as he recalled that so-called Xiao Yin had headed in that direction. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Indeed, Xiao Yin is quite peculiar. Even though you are a pill master of the imperial rank, having slain both Bing Wu and Bing Tian, you cannot expect to emerge unscathed. Solomon will undoubtedly not stand idly by while an elder is killed." At that moment, he chuckled coldly and decisively turned away, hastening his pace towards the main hall. In a certain part of the mountains, among the three attendants of the girl in the colorful skirt, an elderly man in white was momentarily taken aback by Bing Tian's reckless actions. He quickly seized Feng Yi and, like a bolt of lightning, darted through the forest. Ultimately, he landed atop a mountain peak, looking down from a lofty position at the raging energy storm in the mountains, involuntarily inhaling a breath of cold air. This old fellow has truly gone mad. Feng Yi, too, was somewhat pale, frightened by the destructive energy below. The self-detonation of a Dou Emperor was not something one encountered casually. To have forced a Dou Emperor to such a desperate measure, the bloodthirsty demon dragon lived up to its fearsome reputation. The elderly man in white slowly raised his head, gazing at the indistinct figure that had collapsed in the distant sky, sighing softly. Strange though, that dragon's body was just here. Why can I not find it? It must have vanished due to the self-detonation. What a pity, but let us prioritize our destiny. He then urged, "Let us go, Mississippi." His self-detonation would leave not even a trace of his soul. We must head to the main hall. The girl in the colorful skirt swiftly departed. Is she all right? Xiao Yin scanned the horizon, but his vision was far inferior to that of his ancestor, and he could not see Feng Yi's figure. What could possibly be wrong with her? That spatial seal directly extinguished Bing Tian's intent to drag her down with him. The Golden Dragon King shook his head with a smile and continued, "However, having killed Bing Tian, she has likely truly made an enemy of Solomon. Given Solomon's modus operandi, he will undoubtedly send powerful individuals to hunt her down." Chapter 48. The Harvest of the Bloodthirsty Demon Dragon's Core. The howling winds swept through the mountain range, stirring up yellow dust. The once lush forests and the lair of the bloodthirsty demon dragon had now transformed into a wasteland of shattered soil. As the final wisps of the energy storm gradually dissipated, Xiao Yin and Yuru finally opened their eyes, their gazes sweeping over the chaotic mountains below, before gently descending. They approached the site of Bing Tian's self-detonation, where a massive pit, dozens of feet wide, had formed, its depths shrouded in darkness, seemingly unfathomable. As Xiao Yan's gaze scanned the pit, his footsteps suddenly quickened, leading him into the abyss. There, he spotted a faint glimmer of light. Cough, cough, cough. Fortunately, I brought a tortoise resting pill with me. Such a self-detonation could deceive the remnants of the Feng Lei clan. Apologies, but you may not have this opportunity any longer. Xiao Yan appeared like a specter at the source of the light. The palm gently brushed against the radiant light, and a cold smirk suddenly appeared at the corner of Xiao Yan's lips. A terrifying flame erupted violently, causing the ground to shatter, and amidst the flying wood shavings, a phantom-like soul anxiously fled, ultimately soaring towards the sky. However, as it began to move, the surrounding space abruptly solidified. The Ice Elder, cunning in his strategy, self-destructed, relying on the special effects of a medicinal pill to permit a thread of his soul to escape. Regrettably for him, Xiao Yan gazed at this ephemeral soul with a smile and softly uttered, "Xiao Yan, please do not kill me. We can have a proper discussion. You surely do not wish to offend our Solomon, do you?" The soul, trapped, transformed into the ethereal visage of Ice Elder, whose eyes now reflected genuine terror. If this thread of his soul were to be obliterated by Xiao Yan, he would be utterly finished. I never wished to reach this point. But a person who would not spare even their own brother is truly lower than a beast. Xiao Yan sighed softly, extending his hand to grasp the Ice Elder's soul. "Little brat, Solomon will not spare you. Await your demise." Feeling the murderous intent radiating from Xiaoyan, Ice Elder cursed with venomous bitterness. Bang! With an impassive expression, Xiaoyan clenched his fist, causing Ice Elder's soul to shatter violently, dispersing into countless specks of light, vanishing without a trace. Observing those dissipating soul fragments, Xiaoyan understood that Ice Elder, a senior of Solomon, had completely bid farewell to this world. Such meticulous thought, leaving no retreat for the enemy. Very well. The Golden Dragon King remarked approvingly. In a distant, tranquil wooden house, amidst hundreds of plaques, one plaque suddenly exploded with a deafening roar. An elder, who had been meditating with closed eyes, slowly opened them, revealing a deep black hue that exuded an eerie aura. "You dare to kill a senior of Solomon. Issue orders to thoroughly investigate this person." "Yes, master." The elder's voice was laden with fury, and before his words had fully settled, individuals outside sprang into action. Beside him, Yuru blinked in confusion, having not witnessed Xiaoyan's obliteration of Ice Elder's soul. Yet, she felt that her father, who usually held lofty standards, had an exceptionally high regard for Xiaoyan. A soft laugh suddenly echoed from the peak of the mountain, and Xiaoyan's figure gradually materialized before Yuru. "Xiaoyan." Upon seeing him, Yuru exclaimed joyfully, "The body of the bloodthirsty demon dragon still remains. Do you understand the preciousness of this beast's carcass?" Xiaoyan was evidently startled by Yuru's inquiry. Observing the massive yet strangely rigid body of the bloodthirsty demon dragon before him, he gently grasped it to feel its form. With a delicate wave of the ancient fire measuring ruler from his back, the somewhat stiff head of the demon dragon split as if it were tofu, revealing a smooth, mirror-like fracture from which dazzling light emanated. "It is the demon core." "Splendid." Yuru beamed at Xiaoyan with delight, relieved that her concerns were unfounded. Had the dragon lacked a demon core, causing Xiaoyan to make a fruitless trip, she would have felt quite remorseful. However, Yuru too is flustered by her concerns, having surpassed the 8th level. She possesses the strength to rival that of a saint-level beast. It is certain that a magic core will be produced. Let us proceed. Since we have obtained the magic core, we might as well visit the main hall. Yuru is not greedy. Having secured both the crescent green fruit she requires and the magic core needed by Xiaoyan, there is little left to worry about. Wait. This bloodthirsty dragon is a treasure trove in itself. Xiaoyan perceives its grand form with scrutiny. Its claws are remarkably sharp, causing Xiaoyan to draw in a sharp breath. "What are you staring at? Do you have so much time that you neglect to seize greater fortunes?" "The blood of this dragon holds some utility. If you refine this blood, I sense it contains the innate talent for bloodthirst. I believe the refined essence can also be unleashed." The Golden Dragon King is equally captivated. Xiaoyan, with a furrowed brow, reflects on the fact that the bloodthirsty dragon is undeniably a dominant being. Its blood and body contain many valuable components, yet, in the eyes of his ancestor, they have been reduced to mere refuse. However, considering his ancestor's stature, it is no surprise. Xiaoyan, having recognized the uniqueness of the dragon's blood from its bloodthirsty form, immediately sets about extracting the dragon's blood. As he breaks open the dragon's body, a wave of sanguine odor assaults him. Yuru's expression slightly falters within the dragon. The crimson hue intensifies with the flame's incineration, ultimately coalescing into a single drop of scarlet blood, which seeps through the flesh and, after traversing the flames, drips downward. Upon witnessing the drop of blood falling to the ground, Xiaoyan's reflexes kick in. He swiftly retrieves a high-quality jade vial from his spatial ring, capturing the drop of crimson blood within it. With the blood secured, Xiaoyan breathes a sigh of relief. He gazes up at the burning milky flames and notices that, with the drop of blood's descent, the surrounding flesh is reduced to nothingness, leaving not even a trace of ash. Gazing into the jade vial, he sees 7 drops of crimson blood, each distinct and separate. Xiaoyan can only shake his head in resignation. With a wave of his hand, he extinguishes the flames before grinning broadly as he stores the jade vial back in the spatial ring. He had not anticipated that from the blood dragon's body, which had gone unnoticed by Feng Yi and the others, he could procure such a treasure. In Xiaoyan's estimation, the value of these 7 drops of blood is certainly not inferior to that of the dragon itself. In fact, from a certain perspective, they may even surpass it. This blood harbors the exceedingly turbulent power of the dragon, which must be handled with care. Recklessness could lead to disastrous consequences. However, for Xiaoyan, this presents no significant challenge. As an alchemist, he possesses considerable expertise in harmonizing the volatile elements of such energy. Given enough time, he is confident that he can safely absorb all of this blood. Thus, this time, Xiaoyan not only obtained the demonic core of the magic dragon, but also acquired 7 droplets capable of manifesting the bloodthirsty dragon's protective membrane. which rivals the full-force strike of a 5-star Do Emperor, leaving him thoroughly satisfied. Let us proceed to the main hall. Xiao Yan and Yu Ru transformed into a streak of shooting stars, heading towards the grand hall nestled within the deep mountains. Chapter 49. The Guardian Array within the hall. The hall, clad entirely in a copper-gray hue, bore the weight of countless years, rendering this color even more profound. An ancient aura seeped from beneath each stone slab, evoking a sense of the desolation that had endured through the ages. Gazing at this gray behemoth, Xiao Yan could not help but shake his head, gently descending with Yu Ru 100 meters away. The fact that such a grand relic was constructed by an emperor implies that it harbors considerable treasures. This journey has indeed proved worthwhile. At this moment, outside the Grey Hall, numerous powerful individuals arrived in a continuous stream, yet none dared to step within the 100-meter radius. Those who reached this place at such a time were either from significant factions or possessed remarkable abilities. The area surrounding the hall was adorned with numerous mysterious runes that flickered in and out of visibility, seemingly forming an array. The onlookers outside the hall had evidently noticed the formation as well and exhibited no haste. Xiao Yan, too, remained calm. With such abundant treasures, it would be foolish to assume there were no defensive measures in place. As Xiao Yan crossed his arms, patiently awaiting, he suddenly sensed a chilling gaze directed towards him. Raising an eyebrow, he shifted his focus to the source of the icy stare. The owner of that frigid gaze was a man clad in resplendent attire, his noble aura making him difficult for ordinary people to behold directly, while his flowing long hair added an air of arrogance. Observing this unfamiliar face, Yu Ru could not help but rub her fingers together with Xiao Yan, astonished to encounter her here. "This is Wu Huan from Martial City," Yu Ru whispered. "Oh, so he is the one acclaimed as the most promising candidate for great fortune?" Xiao Yan mused, his brow furrowing slightly. At the pinnacle of a 3-star Do Emperor, he was indeed 3 levels above Xiao Yan. Though this difference may seem trivial, the gap between each level is insurmountable, and the disparity is immense. Even with Xiao Yan's current strength, he would find it somewhat challenging to contend with Wu Huan, as he sensed waves of dangerous energy emanating from him. Nevertheless, Xiao Yan felt no fear and turned his gaze to observe those surrounding Wu Huan. Beside him stood a throng of individuals, including members from Wind Thunder City, who had clearly noticed Xiao Yan and his companions, their eyes glinting with a cold intensity. Had it not been for the young lady's insistence on following Xiao Yan, they would not have encountered that Solomon, which had left her in an unstable emotional state. The self-detonation of that formidable Solomon was clearly not to be underestimated, fostering a sense of resentment towards Xiao Yan among them. Xiao Yan's gaze swept over the crowd, then suddenly fixated beside Feng Yi. There stood a tall, elegantly clad man with white hair, whose strikingly handsome visage and affable smile exuded an air of nobility, indicating he was no ordinary figure. "Here, is this the individual you mentioned who might possess an imperial-level soul?" At that moment, the white-haired man cast a fleeting glance at Xiao Yan and remarked with a gentle smile, "Indeed, and I can sense that his soul power is at least as formidable as mine." Feng Yi bit her silver teeth, filled with a sense of reluctance. The Fenglei city had long been known for cultivating wind and thunder attributes in their fighting spirit. In Feng Yi's generation, as the sole daughter favored by the city lord, she had developed an exceptionally strong soul power from a young age, becoming a powerful 9th-tier alchemist. Thus, her primary focus had been on soul cultivation, resulting in her fighting spirit being somewhat weaker. Having finally left Fenglei city for this relic, she was immediately intrigued upon encountering Xiao Yan. Even with her impressive soul power, she could discern that Xiao Yan was also an alchemist, and surely of considerable rank. Given the scarcity of alchemists in the Do-Di continent, coupled with Feng Yi's infrequent excursions from Fenglei city, her admiration for Xiao Yan had grown, prompting her desire to find an opportune moment to test her skills against his. "Haha, could it be that you are an alchemist of imperial caliber? Should fortune favor you, it may not be impossible for you to advance to an imperial-tier alchemist in the future," the white-clad man said with a faint smile. Feng Yi nodded slightly. Although Xiao Yan piqued her interest, her focus was evidently more on the marvels within the main hall. "What is that?" Xiao Yan, initially indifferent, suddenly felt a jolt of excitement and fixed his gaze intently upon the hundreds of individuals within the gray colossal hall. Those who had lingered outside the grand hall were astonished at the sight. Someone has entered the formation ahead of time. Within the gray hall, the hundreds of figures were being ravaged by the onslaught of raging fire dragons and black winds. They had initially gone unnoticed by Xiao Yan and the others outside the formation, as they were desperately resisting the formation's encroachment. It was only when they could no longer withstand its force that they appeared within the sight of the onlookers, instantly consumed, leaving not even a trace of their souls behind. The reckless souls who dared to enter the formation were led by a peak 3-star Do Emperor. How terrifying this formation must be, for even those at the pinnacle of 3-star Do Emperor were utterly devoured without a trace. This must be the last line of defense for the Grand Hall. What's this? Damn it. As Xiao Yan spoke, the power within the formation coalesced and surged toward him. A milky white petal descended, landing gracefully before him, just as the raging fire dragons and black winds bore down with unmatched ferocity. Boom, boom, boom. The sky trembled with violent fluctuations of spiritual energy. However, as the fire dragons and black winds dissipated, everyone's pupils constricted in astonishment. The milky white petal that shielded Xiao Yan remained utterly unscathed. As the assembly of individuals reached a substantial number, the time had come to collectively dismantle this formation. For fortune is solely determined by strength. Wu Huan gazed at the formidable figures gathered outside the main hall and proclaimed. Xiao Yan's palm trembled slightly. Even this minuscule assault inflicted upon him a pain that was nearly unbearable. Amongst the multitude outside the formation, why was he the only one subjected to its wrath? However, this was not the moment for inquiries. With his ebony eyes ablaze, Xiao Yan fixed his gaze upon the powerful formation in the sky, which was ablaze with fierce flames. His slender fingers glimmered with a soft, milky light as he gently tapped the air, his murmured incantation resonating. Yuru, come with me. Once his words fell, the immense and enigmatic milky white petals surrounding him radiated a wave of pure energy, enveloping Yuru in an instant, propelling them both towards the formation. The vast milky white surged forth, emitting a blinding white light as it sliced through the heavens at an astonishing speed, causing Xiao Yan and Yuru to vanish before the eyes of Wu Huan and the undead outside the hall. The milky white lotus petals began to rotate gently, each petal unfurling gradually, and the entire realm seemed to dim as spiritual energy converged towards the milky white lotus in overwhelming abundance. The intensity of this wave was astonishing. A flicker of unease crossed Wu Huan's blood-red eyes as he sensed a deathly aura emanating from the ethereal milky white lotus. Moreover, he perceived that Xiao Yan had seemingly discovered the means to unravel this formidable formation. Follow them, Wu Huan exclaimed, transforming into a shooting star racing towards the formation. Subsequently, Feng Yi and the others exchanged glances. Let's go? The undead also began to follow suit, along with an enchanting maiden who trailed behind. This was becoming increasingly intriguing. The throng that had originally stood outside the hall surged towards the formation, for all understood that they were merely a step away from the Emperor's grand fortune. Within the formation, flames and black winds raged, gathering frantically within its gaping maw, warping the surrounding air in response. Chapter 50. Breaking the Demon Lotus Fire Dragon Formation. Cursed be it. Where had that wretched Xiao Yan gone? Upon realizing that something was amiss with Xiao Yan and Yuru, Wu Huan had followed closely behind, making him the third to enter the formation. Yet, curiously, as soon as Wu Huan stepped into the formation, he lost all sense of Xiao Yan's presence, as if they had never entered at all. Thud, thud. A series of sounds echoed as the once mighty throng outside the hall began to enter the formation one after another. Damn it, we can't escape. Those who had just entered the formation soon realized its peculiarities. Cursed be it. Following that brat Wu Huan leads only to a dead end. We should have never entered. Indeed, discontented murmurs arose, clearly indicating that these formidable beings were beginning to reconsider their reckless decision. Gentlemen, do not let chaos ensue. Since we have all gathered in search of this so-called great fortune and treasure, we find ourselves within this peculiar formation, akin to grasshoppers on the same boat. Engaging in excessive quarrels serves no purpose. Instead, let us temporarily form an alliance to break through this formation. Wu Huan, possessing remarkable intelligence, observed the crowd. An alliance necessitates a leader. Who shall assume this pivotal role? At that moment, the undead stepped forward with a cold grunt, clearly indicating his intent to compete, as he, like Wu Huan, was at the late stage of a 3-star fighting emperor's strength. Why not allow me to take the lead? Wu Huan replied with a slow smile. And then an aura of terror emanated from him. A late-stage 3-star fighting emperor. Many present regarded this with furrowed brows. Indeed, he was formidable. Just as the undead was about to speak, a fleeting yet familiar aura akin to his own suddenly emerged from the crowd, causing the undead to begrudgingly fall silent. The presence of this individual instilled profound fear in him. The undead trembled at the thought. Let us proceed, he commanded the others. Among those who had entered the formation, there were also several powerful individuals at the late stage of the 3-star fighting emperor level, yet none chose to contest Wu Huan, understanding that such a conflict would bear little significance at this moment. All within the formation watched the scene with palpable tension, aware that the colossal fire dragon above harbored an ominous intent. Fire-killing palm. Wu Huan's fighting spirit surged within him, and from his menacing maw, flames and black winds expanded to an immense size. In the next instant, a roar filled with murderous intent erupted from him. Having become the leader of the alliance, it was imperative for him to take the forefront against the immense fire dragon. Boom. The sky within the formation seemed to tremble at that moment, and the crowd behind Wu Huan witnessed two colossal dragons of fire and black wind soaring from his palm. The two dragons ascended into the sky, intertwining as they converged, with fire borrowing the strength of the wind. Their ferocious fighting spirit swelled at an astonishing velocity, evoking sheer terror. Everyone gazed, awestruck, at the entwined dragons, which carried an overwhelming fighting spirit, hurtling directly towards the eerie black lotus above, leaving a long, luminous trail in their wake. At that moment, the eerie black lotus began to unfurl its final petal. A dark glow, reminiscent of encroaching shadows, swiftly gathered at the center of the black lotus, where it appeared as if a black liquid was dripping down. The profound darkness intensified suddenly. Whoosh! Everyone could see the eerie black lotus tremble violently, and a 100-foot black beam shot forth silently from its center. This black beam, seemingly devoid of rampant fighting spirit, resembled a bolt of black lightning descending from the heavens. Streaking across the sky, under the watchful eyes of the anxious crowd, it collided with the roaring twin dragons of wind and fire. Boom! A colossal wave of fighting spirit, nearly 1,000 zhang in circumference, spread forth from the point of collision, causing the very space within the formation to tremble. Roar! The twin dragons unleashed their might, surging forth with an overwhelming ferocity, as torrents of chaotic fighting spirit sought to disperse the descending black thunder. Yet, to their astonishment, no matter how fiercely the twin dragons charged, the black beam remained utterly unmoved, standing like an unyielding pillar piercing the heavens. Wu Huan, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of unease swell within him. Though the black beam exuded no formidable presence, it instilled a chilling sensation deep within his heart. In the distance, Feng Yi gazed calmly at the confrontation above, and with a subtle motion of her fingers, the black lotus suspended in midair shattered, transforming into a stream of black liquid that merged with the black beam. Wind thunderstrike. With Feng Yi's action, as the black lotus dissipated, immense black lotus patterns manifested on the surface of the beam, revealing the hidden grandeur within. A profound and eerie black light erupted from the beam, and the demon lotus emitted a mournful wail. Many were left aghast as the twin dragons of wind and fire ruthlessly surged towards the exposed demon lotus, causing cracks to appear upon it under their assault. Wu Huan's pupils constricted in shock. Boom! An earth-shattering sound resonated as the demon lotus's black beam was pierced through by the twin dragons, utterly penetrated by their might. Wu Huan, filled with dread, roared in disbelief, never expecting the seemingly inconspicuous Feng Yi to wield such power. He then steadily summoned the fighting spirit within him, forming a colossal barrier of spiritual energy around his body. Boom! The demon lotus erupted violently. The black beam, however, remained undeterred, shooting straight forth and ultimately striking the barrier of fighting spirit. Amidst the shrieks, the black beam was repelled by Wu Huan's barrier, then soared towards a distant mountain, which was obliterated in an instant, reduced to ashes amid the earth's tremors. A profound silence enveloped the entire formation as they witnessed the aftermath. Upon the demon lotus's destruction, the black beam swept through and vanished completely, leaving not a single remnant behind, as if it had been utterly vaporized from existence. The tumultuous waves of fighting spirit in the sky swiftly receded, and the previous cataclysmic battle seemed to dissipate entirely. "We must go," Wu Huan declared, striding boldly to the forefront. At that moment, the formation shattered, revealing the true visage of the Grand Hall. A figure bearing a heavy weapon and a slender woman suddenly appeared before the crowd. Chapter 51. The 7 Light Orbs and 7 Stone Statues. Xiaoyan. Wu Huan glowered fiercely at Xiaoyan, who had inexplicably breached the formation with some arcane method. Xiaoyan had previously been perplexed as to why the formation chose to attack him rather than others. However, upon his initial encounter with the fiery dragon within the formation, he sensed an inexplicable fear emanating from it towards Xiaoyi. Following in her footsteps, he and Yu Ru traversed the formation with ease, guided by Xiaoyi. The flames and the demon lotus within the formation yielded to their passage, leading to the current scene. The Grand Hall was vast, making those who stood within appear as mere ants. At the center, 7 enormous orbs of light floated in midair, radiating a blinding brilliance from which one could faintly discern scroll-like objects within. These were celestial-grade combat techniques and skills, their terrifying aura alone enough to convey their formidable nature. As Xiao Yan's gaze swept across the orbs, it suddenly halted at the center of the 7, where a stone pedestal and an unassuming stone coffin lay. The coffin was quiet and nondescript, but beside it rested a skeletal figure, entirely grayish-white, seated in a meditative posture with its hands forming seals, the remains of an emperor. Gazing upon the skeleton, Xiao Yin felt a dryness in his mouth. This was the first time he had laid eyes upon the remains of a Dou emperor since the dawn of the Dou emperor continent. Although it was merely a skeleton, the oppressive aura that permeated its very bones was akin to that of a 1,000-pound weight, instilling a sense of suffocation in Xiao Yin and his companions. This is indeed the main hall of the ruins, Yuru whispered. Xiao Yin nodded slightly, his attention shifting from the orbs and the skeleton to the exit of the formation behind him. There, numerous figures stood, each exuding an imposing presence. Among them were Feng Yi and Wu Huan, whom Xiao Yin recognized once more. Well, they certainly arrived promptly. A cold smile flickered across Xiao Yan's face. He had learned from his well-versed ancestor, the Golden Dragon King, that the formation prior to the hall would not hinder them for long. Curiously, it seemed to lack a crucial element. Within the expansive hall, figures were scattered about, with the majority being prominent powers from the 5 major cities. Aside from the formidable Wu Huan of Wu City and Feng Yi from Wind Thunder City, forces from the Corp City, Yulan City, Beast City, and others had also gathered here, their intentions evidently clear. Once the formation was breached, they hastened directly to this location, fearful of missing out on opportunities that might be seized by others. As Wu Huan and his companions entered the hall, Xiao Yin, burdened by a heavy weight, naturally drew considerable attention. Numerous gazes, some wary, some hostile, and others friendly, were directed toward him. Xiao Yin merely smiled in response, casting a sidelong glance at Wu Huan and his group, who wore grim expressions, likely still haunted by their prior misfortunes within the formation. A cold smile crept onto his lips at this sight, and amidst the multitude of scrutinizing eyes, he advanced slowly into the hall alongside Yuru, eventually coming to a halt within its confines. As Xiao Yin stepped into the grand hall, he soon discovered that 7 figures were seated in a circular formation around the towering stone pedestal. These figures were entirely devoid of color, resembling lifeless stone carvings from a distance, their eyes tightly shut, a testament to the countless years they had remained in this position. Despite their stillness, an aura emanated from them that instilled a profound sense of trepidation in all who approached, compelling them to refrain from venturing within a 10-jong radius of the pedestal. Guardians? Moonru uttered in astonishment, her voice barely above a whisper, upon witnessing these stone-like figures devoid of any life force. Indeed, and they are likely formidable guardians. Xiao Yin replied, his expression grave. From the very presence of these statues, one can sense their strength. If my instincts are correct, these 7 figures must possess the might of Dou emperors. Given that this is the fallen domain of an emperor, it stands to reason that these beings were once protectors of the sovereign. Xiao Yan's gaze darkened with solemnity, though the stone figures appeared motionless. It was merely a sign that they had yet to be activated. One could easily imagine that should these statues be awakened, it would result in an extraordinarily fierce and brutal battle. Furthermore, the fact that these figures could guard this main hall indicated that they were once powerful entities in life, perhaps even subordinates of the emperor. We must exercise caution, he thought, as he detected a hint of peculiarity. Upon hearing his words, Moonru's expression shifted slightly. 7 Dou emperor-level guardians, while their exact strength remained uncertain, could hardly be ordinary beings if they once served the emperor. The prospect of confronting such a formidable assembly was daunting. Even if the other powerful figures present coordinated their efforts, the ensuing losses would undoubtedly be significant. Truly, this is a relic of an emperor's might, Moonru remarked, awe evident in her countenance. If a confrontation were to arise, it would be nothing short of terrifying. Let us be vigilant and remain together, Xiao Yin cautioned, his demeanor serious. However, he soon turned his gaze, a smile quickly gracing his features as he acknowledged someone in the distance. It was a member of the Alchemist Association from Qingcheng. Ah, young friend Xiao Yin. Your timing is fortuitous. You have arrived at the main hall, and as you can see, the gray-white aura is gradually diminishing. It may soon dissipate entirely. Elder Baishan remarked with a smile as he approached alongside the powerful alchemists. Elder Baishan, is this the objective of our expedition? Why are there as many as 7? Xiao Yin inquired, amusement flickering in his eyes. Baishan held the esteemed position of an elder within the Alchemist Association, and among those present, he had a closer relationship with the association, being a nominal elder, while others were either unfamiliar or adversarial. Indeed, it seems likely. However, I believe those 7 luminous orbs are connected to the 7 stone figures before us. While their precise relationship remains a mystery, acquiring them will depend solely on fortune and strength, Baishan replied, nodding with approval, clearly impressed by Xiao Yan's insight. It was evident to Baishan that few could penetrate the depths of this relic's grand hall without exceptional abilities. No wonder the association's leader had advised him to look after Xiao Yin during their journey. Indeed, I share that sentiment, Xiaoyan concurred. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan meticulously focused on the 7 stone sculptures, his gaze peculiarly sweeping over the 7 luminous orbs. Indeed, the treasures within this imperial relic were manifold. At this final juncture, the situation had escalated to such a level that acquiring even one of these orbs would not be an easy task. Ah, Xiaoyan, my young friend, Baishan remarked with a smile, his eyes scanning the surroundings of the Grand Hall. It appears that there are quite a number of individuals here with intentions directed against you. It's merely a minor inconvenience, Xiaoyan replied with a chuckle. Among those present, the only one harboring animosity towards him was Wu Huan. While the reason for Wu Huan's hostility remained a mystery, Xiaoyan felt no fear, even in the face of Wu Huan, who was in the late stages of the 3-star Do Emperor. Additionally, there was Feng Yi. The representatives from Wind Thunder City could hardly be considered hostile, their intentions leaning more towards a friendly competition. Lastly, there was the undead who had pilfered the moon jade fruit from Yuru. Although it was a counterfeit, he could not be overlooked. Chapter 52. The 7 Stone Sculptures. The Guardians awaken. Xiaoyan spoke softly to Yuru. Once this grayish-white barrier is dispelled, do not rush to act. Although these items are priceless treasures, they are akin to hot potatoes. Securing them first might lead to calamity. Yuru nodded slightly, understanding that whoever gained possession of those treasures would instantly become a target in this hall brimming with formidable individuals. A single strike from one of them could very well cause even a powerhouse like Wu Huan to suffer grievous defeat. Xiaoyan not only possessed extraordinary talent in cultivation, but also exhibited remarkable prowess in alchemy. Most importantly, despite his youth, he lacked the impetuousness often associated with the young. His future accomplishments were bound to be extraordinary. Fortunately, the association president had recognized his potential early on, a decision that proved to be astute. Let us lend our assistance. If this grand opportunity were to fall into Xiaoyan's hands, it would not be unwelcome. No wonder the president has been so attentive to this young man. Even I can sense an unusual aura emanating from him. Truly remarkable. Seeing Xiaoyan remain composed in the face of temptation, Baishan nodded, his regard for Xiaoyan increasing significantly. Unbeknownst to him, Xiaoyan's display had indeed garnered Baishan's admiration. At this moment, Xiaoyan's gaze was firmly fixed on the orbs suspended in the air of the Grand Hall, clearly reflecting the luminous glow of the orbs in the eyes of those around him. Wu Huan's eyes were locked onto the 7 luminous spheres, his gaze darting rapidly as if deep in thought. Meanwhile, Feng Yi and her companions furrowed their brows, observing the 7 orbs. With nearly 500 individuals present in the Grand Hall, it was indeed a case of many wolves and scant meat. The seal is about to vanish. Xiaoyan's expression turned grave upon suddenly hearing his ancestor, the Golden Dragon King, speak softly. Ancestor, what do you mean by that? Do not inquire. I too am not well versed in the intricacies of these powerful relics. We shall take it one step at a time, the Golden Dragon King reassured. Having perceived Xiaoyan's apprehension, the grayish-white barrier has disappeared, someone exclaimed, and a wave of intense greed surged in the eyes of many within the Grand Hall. Before me, the grayish-white mist gradually dissipated, followed by a shattering of a translucent wall of fighting spirit, akin to glass. As the words hung in the air, an impatient figure swiftly darted towards one of the 7 luminous orbs, evidently intent on seizing it first. As this silhouette drew near, the 7 orbs trembled violently, erupting with an even more blinding radiance than before. Within this brilliance, the faintly discernible scrolls transformed into ancient scrolls visible to the naked eye. An aura of antiquity gradually emanated from the lofty hall. The entire chamber erupted in fervor. The allure of celestial-level combat techniques possessed an irresistible charm. The shadowy figure sped towards the orb radiating a powerful aura, and with a flicker, appeared before one of the 7 luminous spheres. Ha! The celestial-level combat technique is mine. The dark-clad man laughed heartily, as if already envisioning the coveted technique beckoning to him. The power of celestial-level combat techniques was unparalleled. Typically emblematic of noble families and treasured possessions, acquiring such a scroll could herald a meteoric rise to prominence. The dark figure could no longer contain the smile on his face as he reached out toward the orb hovering less than a foot away. Outside the hall, the crowd erupted in excitement, yet none dared to move. Instead, they keenly observed the dark figure's attempt to grasp the orb. They understood that whether this individual succeeded or failed, someone had to pave the way in this grand hall. Success would yield a celestial-level combat technique, though the risk of it being snatched away later remained. Failure, however, would lead to dire consequences. Bang, bang, bang. The moment the dark figure made contact with the orb, he was instantly engulfed. Rather than being consumed by the orb, it was as if he shattered into countless specks of light upon touching the orb that contained the essence of celestial-level combat techniques. It must be noted that this dark figure was, after all, a formidable early-stage 3-star Doe Emperor, yet he crumbled so easily before this mysterious orb. For it was not merely his physical form that shattered, but even his soul was instantaneously obliterated, leaving no time for escape. Desperation leads to downfall. The fate of the dark figure exemplified this truth. Then, piercing sound waves emanated from the orb, resonating throughout the grand hall, causing many powerful beings to change their expressions slightly, for they sensed the extraordinary strength behind that sound. Just as everyone was engulfed in astonishment, a rush of wind suddenly roared within the hall, and a dense mist surged forth, ultimately converging in the air above the hall. As the mist dissipated, faint outlines of 7 figures could be discerned beside the luminous orb. All eyes were raised, neglecting the vanished dark figure. For the 7 stone statues that had originally occupied the hall were nowhere to be seen. Cursed be this fate. The guardians have remarkably awakened? Upon witnessing the disappearance of the 7 stone sculptures, a palpable tension gripped many hearts, their brows furrowing in concern. The prowess of these 7 stone figures was well known among those present. Should they awaken, the already scarce competition for the 7 luminous orbs would intensify significantly. Xiao Yan's gaze remained fixed on the space above, his expression composed as he observed. At the forefront of the 7 figures stood an individual clad in grayish-white garments, flanked by the other 6 figures on either side. Initially, the 7 stone sculptures were enveloped in a rocky exterior, yet upon closer inspection, it had vanished, revealing the sculptures now resembling ordinary humans. Moreover, Xiao Yan sensed an overwhelming power emanating from the 6 formidable beings beside the white-clad figure, rivaling that of the martial phantom. The aura of the central white figure was subdued, appearing as one devoid of fighting spirit. However, Xiao Yan understood that this individual was undoubtedly the most formidable among them. Within the grand hall, the white mist gradually dissipated, unveiling the true forms of the 7 stone sculptures. The previously tranquil and tense atmosphere of the hall erupted as if a heavy bomb had been detonated, causing a tumultuous fervor to engulf the chamber in an instant. Simultaneously, the 7 beams of light from the scroll transformed into radiant orbs, infusing the 7 guardians with newfound energy. In this moment, the 7 figures abruptly opened their long-closed eyes, a wave of intense murderous intent enveloping the space. Invaders, show no mercy. Chapter 53. The Proud Sons of the 7 Great Cities. Boom, boom, boom. The spectators witnessed terrifying sound waves coalescing into formidable streams of fighting energy, erupting from the mouths of the 6 figures beside the white silhouette, launching an assault on the numerous powerhouses within the hall. The vicious streams of fighting energy surged forth, illuminating the surroundings, sending shards of stone crackling through the air. The sheer force contained within was such that even a peak 3-star Doe Emperor would hesitate to face it alone. Upon witnessing this terrifying spectacle, the many powerhouses within the hall acted swiftly. They recognized that having entered this final grand hall, their only chance to contend for the celestial tier techniques and even more precious treasures lay in defeating the 7 guardians before them. Otherwise, all prior struggles would be rendered futile. The crowd emanated a dazzling array of fighting energy, a kaleidoscope of colors converging into a colossal barrier of light before them, striving to withstand the oncoming torrent of terrifying fighting energy from above. Bang, bang, bang. The ferocious sound wave of fighting energy collided violently against the massive barrier formed by the collective power of the gathered fighters. The 2 forces locked in a tense standoff, producing a cacophony of piercing sounds. Fire killing palm. Break for me. Wu Huan, observing the impasse between the 2 streams of light, furrowed his brow and shouted. He then summoned all his fighting energy, an astounding aura erupting at that moment. Wu Huan was acutely aware that the stalemate of light beams would surely shatter with any intervention. The terrifying sonic wave attack and the immense aura forming a light barrier instantly disintegrated. Everyone understood that they were now in a situation akin to being in a formation, all in the same boat. Only by collectively resisting the 7 guardians could they dare to ponder other matters. As the crisis of the sonic wave attack approached, the individuals within the great hall slowly raised their heads, gazing at the 7 figures above. Upon the dais, 7 figures stood tall. At the pinnacle was a skeletal throne, ominously accompanied by an ordinary-looking coffin. Descending from the dais, on the stone steps beneath the skeletal throne stood a figure clad in white robes. Upon closer inspection, this individual appeared to be middle-aged, devoid of any discernible aura. With his back turned to Xiao Yan and the others inside the hall, he gradually lifted his head, eyes filled with profound reverence as he gazed at the throne that had long since become a mere skeleton. Beneath the figure in white, 6 imposing silhouettes stood in an arrangement resembling in shape. Strangely, These 6 individuals faced Xiao Yin and his companions, standing resolutely like soldiers awaiting orders. Yet their eyes betrayed a menacing intent. At that moment, the eyes of those within the hall widened in shock. The figures before them were a stark contrast to the stone sculptures they had just witnessed. They now appeared as ordinary beings. Damn it! Wu Huan silently cursed upon witnessing the scene. After years of arduous training, he had finally achieved a modicum of strength, intending to showcase his prowess within this relic. Yet now he felt as if he were a skilled artisan unable to craft without materials. Even with Wu Huan's formidable strength as a late-stage 3-star Do Emperor, he felt utterly powerless against any of the 6, let alone the enigmatic figure in white. However, Wu Huan showed no signs of retreat. His gaze fiercely fixed upon the stone steps. Cursed be this situation. Feng Yi clenched her delicate hands, the vibrant colors of her dress intensifying at that moment. This is truly vexing. The intelligence was flawed. The figure exuding a strong aura of death gazed anxiously at the formidable lineup on the stone steps. Even if everyone in the hall exerted their utmost, they would likely struggle against these 6, not to mention the mysterious figure in white. This is precisely the opportunity to hone my sword. A young man clad in a gray robe, his eyes obscured by a black cloth, emanated an aura that instilled fear, yet could not conceal the fervor within his gaze. Before he could finish speaking, one hand reached for the black sword at his back, while the other moved to adjust the black cloth over his eyes. Such a scenario was undeniably the perfect ground for refining his swordsmanship. How could the gray-robed youth possibly falter? Hee, Xiaohan, are you afraid? Upon the delicate shoulders of an exquisite maiden, a small ice-blue bird gazes intently at the formidable figures upon the stone steps. Yet, upon hearing the maiden's words, an astonishing chill emanates from the bird, as if to signal that it harbors no fear whatsoever. Truly, this is the realm of relics. Ha! A towering figure stands resolute, his physique reminiscent of an iron tower. His gaze piercing through the 6 individuals above, each exuding a menacing aura. The very blood coursing through his veins boils with fervor, his eyes brimming with a fervent thirst for battle. The scene becomes infinitely more intriguing. A woman clad in a flowing black gown accentuates her alluring figure, slender yet voluptuous, her curves capturing the attention of all within the grand hall. Wu City S. Wu Huan, a late-stage 3-star Do Emperor. Fenglei City S. Feng Yi, a mid-stage 3-star Do Emperor. The City of the Underworld S. Living Dead Ginseng, a late-stage 3-star Do Emperor. Sword King City S. Wang Zhong, a mid-stage 3-star Do Emperor. The Snowy Domain S. Family of Enchanting Demons, a late-stage 3-star Do Emperor. Wan Beast City S. Luyin, a mid-stage 3-star Do Emperor. Berserker Sun Ming, a late-stage 3-star Do Emperor. Gathered here are the finest prodigies from the vicinity of Qingcheng, each now declaring their stance. Yuru, when the battle commences, stay close to me. This relic is fraught with peril, and the guardians are far from simple, Xiao Yin asserts, observing the formidable prowess of the 7 before him, acknowledging their status as true paragons. Yet, he remains undaunted. Yuru replies softly, her delicate hand touching her forehead, as if something is gathering strength within. The others in the hall exchange glances, contemplating the 7 who have stepped forth, clearly deep in thought. Then let us engage in battle. The remaining members of the Alchemist Association and various sects proclaim after a moment of deliberation. It is evident that after a brief reflection, those who had yet to express their intentions realize that having approached the treasure, they cannot return empty-handed. They understand that defeating these guardians will naturally grant them access to celestial tier combat techniques. The 7 prodigies from around Qingcheng are already well acquainted with one another. After a brief exchange of glances, Wu Huan leads the charge, roaring, "Then let us battle." Chapter 54. The 7 Great Prodigies and 6 Guardians. In an instant, the crowd within the hall erupts with overwhelming momentum, pressing towards the 6 figures upon the stone steps. We have offered you a chance. It is you who have squandered it. Therefore, you shall perish. A figure clad in white, unfazed by the fierce aura emanating from the multitude of strong individuals below, remains steadfast, fixated upon the skeletal throne, calmly stating, as if recounting the most mundane occurrence. The crowd, taken aback, realizes that the 6 figures had refrained from action to afford them an opportunity to withdraw from the hall, which they have now forsaken. However, the crowd remained undaunted, fully aware that opportunity and peril coexist. What lay ahead was the true battle. Yet, the 6 guardians before them, each at the pinnacle of the 3-star Do Emperor realm, were not easily vanquished. Esteemed companions, now that we have entered this grand hall, the celestial-ranked combat techniques and treasures lie before us. Any lingering doubts should be set aside. Our foremost task is to defeat these guardians. Moreover, I trust you have sensed their formidable strength. None among us can rival the peak of the 3-star Do Emperor realm. Wu Huan, observing the numerous powerful individuals within the hall, remarked that concealing one's intentions in this dire situation could very well lead to demise at the hands of the guardians. These 6 guardians, possessing the strength of 3-star Do Emperors, had yet to regain their full power. Should they recover, their might could escalate to 4-star Do Emperors or beyond, leaving no one in attendance with an escape route. As the words of the figure clad in white faded, the 6 imposing silhouettes surged toward the assembly within the hall. Charge! These guardians, having just awakened and not yet restored to their full prowess, presented an opportune moment for us. Feng Yi had been keenly utilizing her soul power to discern this truth. The true strength of these 6 guardians undoubtedly surpassed the peak of 3-star Do Emperors, which explained the faint sense of vulnerability they exuded. Upon hearing Feng Yi's words, the assembled powerhouses felt a sense of relief. Just as the discussion unfolded, the 6 guardians spread out, fists clenched, launching their assault upon the 7 paragons within the hall. The air was charged with a terrifying gale as the 7 paragons swiftly concentrated their Do Chi for defense. Disperse. Each of us shall face 1 guardian. We must first subdue one before offering our aid to the others. The remainder can be entrusted to the other strong individuals present. Wu Huan spoke slowly. Having realized that in a one-on-one confrontation, even the paragons from the 7 great cities could not contend with a single guardian, whose strength remained overwhelmingly potent. No need. I can handle one on my own. I am eager to test the might of this guardian, declared a figure in a gray robe, his voice brimming with fervent desire. Akin to a parched soul in the desert discovering a source of water. Precisely my sentiment. A robust figure responded with a grin, exuding a powerful aura that, intriguingly, emanated not from Do Chi, but from his formidable physique. Those present, possessing keen insight, recognized that one was Wang Zhong, the paragon of the Sword King city, and the other, the extraordinarily gifted berserker, Sun Ming. Both possessed the requisite prowess. Wang Zhong against 1 guardian, Sun Ming against another guardian, Qin Su and Wu Huan against 1 guardian, Feng Yi and Yao Mei against another guardian, Lu Yin, Xiao Yan, and Yu Ru confront a formidable guardian, while other powerful figures within the Grand Hall contend with the final guardian. Xiao Yan, feeling somewhat helpless, had initially intended to navigate through the chaos unnoticed, only to find himself ensnared by these prodigies of the heavens. They are now akin to grasshoppers on the same string, unable to extricate themselves from this predicament. Yu Ru joins Xiao Yan and the others in their battle against the guardian. Although there are 3 formidable warriors facing 1 guardian, it is evident that Lu Yin and Yu Ru are both mid-tier 3-star Do Emperors, while Xiao Yan himself is merely at the peak of early 3-star Do Emperor, just a step away from the mid-tier. Boom. As the numerous powerful individuals within the hall organized themselves, the once tranquil arena erupted in a cacophony of colors, with thousands of diverse Do Chi surging forth in a dazzling display. With the sound of muffled explosions echoing, figures darted swiftly, encircling their designated guardian with fervor. Within the hall, witnessing the immediate eruption of battle, fierce streams of Do Chi were visible everywhere. Once the roles were clearly defined, everyone dispersed to launch their attacks against the guardians. Xiao Yan, with the ancient fire behind him, slightly angled his stance. A green-haired maiden and a frosty blue figure, exuding a terrifying chill, stood beside him. Though she could not fathom why someone as powerful as Wu Huan would take such an interest in Xiao Yan, Lu Yin distinctly remembered that Xiao Yan possessed a creature whose strength rivaled that of a 3-star Do Emperor, surpassing even her own abilities, despite her possessing a trace of the Ice Phoenix bloodline. Moreover, she was puzzled as to how Yu Ru from Qingcheng, a mere mid-tier 3-star Do Emperor, could stand alongside her as an elite among the talented. However, now was not the moment for such contemplations. The pressing concern was to eliminate the guardian. Other matters could be addressed later. Thus, Lu Yin focused intently on the guardian before her, casting a glance at Xiao Yan, standing at the edge of the Grand Hall. Xiao Yan and Yu Ru faced the guardian that Lu Yin had targeted. Yu Ru radiated azure Do Chi, with a luminous aura emanating from her forehead, while Xiao Yan exuded a crimson Do Chi, enveloped by a milky white flame that appeared utterly fearsome. The 2 potent auras gradually enveloped them, their formidable essences permeating the air. At that moment, they refrained from plunging into the chaotic fray within the hall, aware that such tumultuous conditions would not last long. Once the individuals present succeeded in defeating a guardian, the chaos would gradually evolve into a state of equilibrium among the strongest. Under such constraints, the disorder would indeed diminish significantly. Once they could free their hands, the guardians would become their true adversaries. Yet, there existed another possibility. If any of the guardians were to overcome even a single team among them, their situation would become increasingly precarious. Those present were well aware that a peak 3-star Do Emperor Guardian could alter the entire battlefield's dynamics. What should be done now? The emerald-haired maiden bit her lip slightly, sensing the overwhelming intent to kill emanating from the guardian before her. What else could they do? Fight. Xiaoyan shrugged helplessly and was the first to launch an attack against the guardian before him. Chapter 55. Confrontation with the peak 3-star, Do Emperor Guardian. Casting a glance at the increasingly swift movements of Wu Huan and others engaged in battle, Xiaoyan exhaled slowly, perceiving that they were managing to maintain the upper hand. The colossal ancient flame measuring rod was retrieved from behind him, enveloped in a milky white Do Qi. The formidable energy caused the space around the heavy rod to ripple subtly. Xiaoyan lifted his gaze, gripping the rod tightly, and turned to Yu Ru and Lu Yin, stating calmly, "Make it swift, do not prolong the fight." Yu Ru and Lu Yin nodded slightly. The former's azure Do Qi surged forth from her body, radiating a brilliant blue light, making her as conspicuous as a towering tree on the ground. The latter, not one to be outdone, summoned her full Do Qi, unleashing waves of ice blue energy that erupted from within her, with the small cold entity on her shoulder emanating a chilling aura. "Xiaoyan, give me a few minutes." Lu Yin looked at Xiaoyan, evidently scheming something. Sensing the ferocious Do Qi surging behind her, Xiaoyan acknowledged Lu Yin with a nod. Truly, these two were indeed prodigies, their prowess remarkable. He then slightly lifted his foot and stomped down, causing a resounding explosion of energy beneath him, which transformed into a milky white flame shadow, hurtling towards the cold-faced guardian before him. The fierce gust of energy pressed against the guardian's gray robe, clinging tightly to his skin. Yet his expression remained unfazed as he let out a derisive laugh. Suddenly, a silver-long spear appeared in his hand. With a fierce tremor, the spear shimmered with electric light, and the silver Do Qi coiled around it like serpents. Gripping the spear tightly, the guardian bellowed, and the spear transformed into a streak of silvery light, ruthlessly aimed at Xiaoyan's neck. Clang! The massive gray figure struck down, the silver light colliding with the intricately patterned ancient flame measuring rod. The force contained within the silver spear made Xiaoyan's arm tremble slightly as he held the rod. Unfazed by the thwarted strike, the gray guardian's expression remained unchanged. With a sudden jolt of his arm, silver energy surged forth from the spear, morphing into several illusory silver spear shadows that bizarrely bypassed the defense of Xiaoyan's ancient flame measuring rod, targeting his head instead. The terrifying silver Do Qi spear shadows crackled through the air, producing a hissing sound. The power of the lightning attribute's fighting spirit is indeed formidable. Xiaoyan had sensed this long ago during his sparring sessions with his second brother, Xiao Li, on the Do Qi continent. Thus, he approached it with the utmost seriousness. Several silver spear shadows surged forth like enraged dragons, rapidly magnifying in his dark pupils. With a sudden tremor, Xiaoyan unleashed a torrent of robust milky white fighting spirit, which instantly solidified before the trio into a tangible wall of energy. This wall enveloped Xiaoyan and his companions completely, just as the silver spear shadows violently exploded against the energy barrier he had conjured. Boom, boom, boom. The energy wall shattered under the onslaught of the silver spear shadows, emitting a shrill sound akin to shattering glass. Anticipating this outcome, Xiaoyan understood that the formidable strength of the 3-star Do Emperor Guardian before him would easily breach his energy defense. Yet, this was not his intent. With a commanding shout, he invoked the flame-splitting wave ruler. The ancient ruler in his grasp extended slowly, and the terrifying milky white fire energy enveloping him intensified, causing the very space around him to warp slightly. In an explosive surge, the substantial white flames erupted from Xiaoyan, pouring relentlessly into the ancient ruler. As this tremendous energy infused the ruler, it transformed from its original dark hue into a dazzling display of 23 peculiar colors, creating a mesmerizing and eerie spectacle, as if surrounded by myriad flames. "Ah, this fire possesses a certain peculiarity," remarked the gray figure wielding the silver spear, intrigued by Xiaoyan's unique flame. It was rare to encounter someone with such extraordinary fire, sparking a newfound interest in the young fighter. A figure clad in white upon the stone steps turned to glance at the flames and ruler in Xiaoyan's possession, seemingly exchanging words with the gray guardian before him. Clearly, Xiaoyan's assault harbored an immense power of flame, piquing even the interest of the formidable gray guardian. With a gasp of surprise, the gray figure summoned the full force of his lightning attribute fighting spirit into the silver spear, launching a fierce counterattack against Xiaoyan's ruler. Thud, thud, thud. The collision of the ruler, radiating a terrifying power of flames, and the silver spear, entwined by swirling silver serpents, resulted in a cataclysmic clash. The air crackled with the terrifying fighting spirit emanating from the battlefield where Xiaoyan and the gray figure faced off. Indeed, Xiaoyan was a force to be reckoned with. The other talented individuals engaged with their respective guardians, felt the intensity of Xiao Yan's attack and couldn't help but furrow their brows. The initial strength of a 3-star Do Emperor, capable of unleashing such a powerful assault, was already remarkable, especially considering the might of the milky white flames enveloping him. They dared not lose focus and promptly resumed their battles with their own partners, contending with their guardians. As the shadows of silver serpents faded away, Xiao Yan stepped forward, his heavy ruler soaring through the air with tremendous force, creating a sharp sonic boom that tore through the atmosphere as it struck fiercely at the guardian's head. The terrifying energy generated by the swing of the ruler made Yu Ru's eyes twitch involuntarily, having witnessed Xiao Yan's battle prowess firsthand. She now understood the sheer magnitude of his strength. Suddenly, a silver radiance emanated from beneath the feet of the Grey Guardian, causing its body to sway. With a thud, it was propelled backward nearly 5 or 6 meters, its speed astonishingly swift. "Excellent, it's frozen." An excited voice rang out from behind Xiao Yan. He turned to see Lu Yin, who had been brewing something since earlier. At that moment, some icy blue shards appeared beneath the feet of the Grey Guardian, evidently the result of Lu Yin's icy blue fighting spirit. "Xiaohan, go." Lu Yin's words had barely left her lips when she sprang forward, landing atop the icy blue Xiaohan. Strangely, the originally diminutive Xiaohan seemed to swell several times in size, now capable of accommodating 5 standing individuals. She extended her hand, pressing it against the back of the icy blue bird. With a cry, the bird's eyes sparkled with a hint of intelligence, taking flight as it flapped its wings, unleashing a torrent of fighting spirit that transformed into countless icy feathers. These feathers were sharp and extraordinarily frigid. "Let us go." Chapter 56. Advancement in Battle. At this moment, Xiao Yan did not rush to address Lu Yin or the Grey Guardian before him, for he realized that the fighting spirit within him had become exceedingly turbulent after their previous seamless exchange. A stream of exceptionally pure fighting spirit surged through his body, while the space around him trembled rapidly, as a wave of refined energy seemed to flow into him, indicative of a breakthrough in progress. Surprisingly, Xiao Yan had fortuitously reached a pivotal moment for advancement during that reckless onslaught, causing his fighting spirit to circulate autonomously. His strength was naturally poised to ascend. This development was merely a matter of course, as Xiao Yan was already at the pinnacle of the early stage of a 3-star Do Emperor. A breakthrough was merely a question of time. However, the circumstances surrounding this elevation seemed rather precarious. The commotion caused by Xiao Yan's actions did not escape the notice of the keen-eyed individuals within the Grand Hall. Consequently, gasps of astonishment echoed throughout as they realized that Xiao Yan was actually advancing during the battle. Hundreds of eyes stared in disbelief at the figure enveloped in milky flames. It was evident that such a breakthrough was unwise, with the guardians within the hall watching closely. One misstep could lead to failure, and the consequences could be dire. At this crucial moment in the Grand Hall's battle, an unexpected advancement befell him, leaving one both amused and baffled by his sheer luck. It is well known that during an ascension, one cannot be subjected to significant disturbances. Otherwise, the consequences could be grievous, even life-threatening. Under ordinary circumstances, Xiao Yan would have evoked envy from others in such a scenario, but who would consider this setting suitable for an elevation? Goodness, could it be true? Xiao Yan, unable to restrain his exasperation at the sudden turn of events, uttered a curse. He understood that in this situation, achieving a tranquil advancement was nearly impossible. Yet this time, the elevation came unbidden, compelling him to embrace it, which was indeed the most ironic aspect. Previously, he had fervently sought such a state, and now, when he wished to avoid it, it had come rushing to him. The Grey Guardian observed Xiao Yan, frowning as if deep in thought. Suddenly, its power surged significantly. Noticing the immobile Xiao Yan and the commotion around him, the Guardian quickly grasped the situation and raised its silver spear, transforming it into a shadow that shot towards Xiao Yan. Damn it! Witnessing this absurd scene, Xiao Yan instinctively cried out in alarm. Yet he could not channel his fighting spirit for defense, lest he squander the opportunity to break through. Xiao Yan, complete your advancement. I shall temporarily hold him off. A delicate azure figure suddenly appeared before Xiao Yan, smiling reassuringly. At that moment, the Grey Guardian also sensed something amiss with Xiao Yan and hastily prepared to strike. With its peak 3-star Do Emperor strength, it was not intimidated by Xiao Yan's impending breakthrough. Grant me 10 minutes, Xiao Yan replied after a brief hesitation, gritting his teeth and nodding before swiftly sitting cross-legged, focusing on controlling the rampant energy within him. In that instant, a sharp glint flashed in Lu Yin's eyes as she slowly unfurled, exhaling a swirl of ice-blue source energy. The energy erupted like a frigid wind, howling forth. As the icy gust swept across the ground, it was instantly frozen. Just as the Grey Guardian prepared to channel its source energy for defense, its body abruptly stiffened, and a wave of cold erupted from within, culminating in an explosive transformation. In mere moments, the Grey Guardian was encased in a lifelike ice sculpture. Phew, that was exhausting. Xiao Yan, focus on your breakthrough, Lu Yin said, recognizing Xiao Yan's state. Although they had only met once, there was no ill will between them. Moreover, it was well known among those present that Xiao Yan had successfully passed the first-tier imperial alchemist assessment, making it unwise to offend a first-tier imperial alchemist. Be careful. Yuru quickly summoned her azure fighting spirit to launch an attack against Lu Yin. What are you doing? Lu Yin thought, having just temporarily frozen the Grey Guardian, only to find Yuru attempting to strike her while she was vulnerable. How despicable. The little bird perched on Lu Yin's shoulder was evidently no ordinary creature. Upon witnessing the impending attack from Yuru towards her master, it hurriedly chirped in beast language, signaling Lu Yin. The Grey Guardian was not, in fact, encased in ice. It seemed as though the icy blue Xiao Han was conveying this message. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted as a formidable bolt of lightning-infused fighting spirit, accompanied by a gleaming silver spear, hurtled towards Lu Yin with great ferocity. Swift as a flash, just as the terrifying energy was about to strike Lu Yin, Yuru's verdant fighting spirit arrived in the nick of time. The spear, infused with silvery energy, collided violently with the emerald aura emanating from Yuru. Boom. Waves of shock reverberated from the epicenter of the clash. The energy emanating from this young girl appeared oddly familiar. The Grey Guardian observed Yuru with keen interest. It had been in slumber for an indeterminate length of time and had only recently awakened, its memories somewhat fragmented. In the face of the Grey Guardian's assault, even someone as formidable as Wu Huan dared not slacken their efforts, compelling Yuru to envelop her entire palm with azure energy as she rushed to meet the challenge. The impact of their palms meeting shattered the stone beneath Yuru into dust. Suddenly, just after her confrontation with the Grey Guardian, a fierce gust of wind surged from behind. Yuru furrowed her brows, her right hand igniting with a surge of vibrant azure light as she countered the onslaught. The battle raged on. Yet it was evident to the discerning eye that the intensity of the clash between the Grey Guardian and Yuru was not as fierce as it had been against Xiao Yan. Was the Grey Guardian beginning to tire? Once the barrage subsided, Lu Yin expressed her gratitude towards Yuru. Even the recent exchange had left her with bruises, and she had initially misjudged her, though she could not comprehend the words spoken by the Grey Guardian. Her attitude towards Yuru had undergone a complete transformation. Lu Yin now scrutinized the Grey Guardian before her, astonished that it could shatter her ice seal with such ease. Its strength undeniably formidable, truly a peak 3-star, Do Emperor Guardian. She also observed with intrigue the emerald energy radiating from Yuru, from that very aura. She sensed a reverence-inducing presence. What secrets did Yuru harbor? The green-haired girl Lu Yin found herself intrigued, yet she was not idle, plunging into the fray alongside the little Xiao Han on her shoulder. Chapter 57, The Status of All Parties. Yuru's azure fighting spirit clashed fiercely with the Grey Guardian's silver lightning-infused energy, curiously maintaining an equilibrium with each exchange. Yuru and Lu Yin circled continuously around the Grey Guardian. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan sat cross-legged, his fighting spirit surging wildly, the very fabric of space around him crackling with the sound of fractures. He was acutely aware that he had reached the pinnacle of the early 3-star Do Emperor stage. Merely a step away from the mid-stage, his energy reserves at their peak. The next phase would be crucial for his breakthrough. Reflecting on the other 5 battles, the first involves Wang Zhong facing a formidable guardian. It is evident that the black cloth over his eyes has vanished without a trace. Aware of the guardian's prowess, which surpasses even the pinnacle of a 3-star Do Emperor, Wang Zhong unleashes his full strength from the very outset. As he gradually removes the black cloth from his forehead, an overwhelming aura emanates from within him, revealing that he too has reached the peak of a 3-star Do Emperor. At this moment, the black sword behind him radiates a terrifying power. Wang Zhong has long been referred to as the Sword Madman, infamous for his lack of control during duels, which has led to the demise of numerous opponents. In other words, this so-called Sword Madman is prone to losing control. The black cloth over his eyes serves as the core mechanism for regulating his temper, and now that it has been removed, it signifies that Wang Zhong stands on the precipice of potential chaos. Sword King City S. Wang Zhong, I seek your guidance, he proclaims to the guardian before him. The guardian furrows his brow, clearly sensing the terrifying power emanating from Wang Zhong's intense gaze and the colossal sword in his grip. A fierce clash is imminent. The second confrontation features the Berserker Sun Ming. His title is well-earned, as he possesses the bloodline of a berserker from a young age, allowing him to unleash his physical form's primal rage, elevating his strength to unprecedented heights. Sun Ming immediately enters a state of frenzy, his garments exploding away to reveal his imposing physique, with bulging veins signifying the surge of power coursing through him. He too has reached the peak of a 3-star Do Emperor. The essence of a berserker lies in their raw physical strength, symbolizing the ultimate manifestation of power. The third battle involves Qin Su and Wu Huan. The living dead gazes grimly at a guardian before him. Wu Huan takes the role of the primary attacker, while he himself acts as support. However, after an intense confrontation with the guardian, they find themselves at an impasse. Yet, the living dead remains cautious, aware that the guardian's fire attribute Do Qi imposes a significant restraint upon them, particularly as fire energy is a natural adversary for him. Damn it, the living dead exclaims, feeling severely suppressed, with his strength limited to a mere fraction. I will attack from the front. You take the rear, Wu Huan suggests, recognizing the precarious situation of the living dead. The fourth scene features Feng Yi and Yao Mei. This battle stands out as the most captivating, combining Feng's finesse with Yao Mei's enchanting allure, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. However, the guardian is no pushover and shows no mercy to these beauties. Yao Mei employs her agile techniques to deftly evade and exhaust the guardian, while Feng Yi emanates a terrifying Do Qi, using soul attacks to support Yao Mei. The fifth confrontation involves Xiao Yin and his allies, while the sixth consists of other powerful beings within the Grand Hall. Although surrounded by a multitude of adversaries, it was evident that this guardian was the most formidable among the six, even though he had only recently awakened and had yet to fully restore his strength. The guardian before them possessed a power equivalent to that of a half-step 4-star Do Emperor. It is crucial to understand that the peak of a 3-star Do Emperor and a 4-star Do Emperor are realms apart. If the peak of a 3-star Do Emperor represents the strongest contender for fortune, then a half-step 4-star Do Emperor could easily contend with 10 peak 3-star Do Emperors. Despite the presence of 100 combatants in this final skirmish, including several exceptionally talented individuals, none dared to provoke the guardian. They merely circled around him, seeking to outmaneuver him. Boom, boom, boom. Wrapped in azure Do Qi, Yu engaged in a relentless dance with the Grey Guardian. Curiously, since the emergence of Yu's azure Do Qi, the Guardian's silver spear seemed to vanish entirely. Clearly, Yu, a mid-stage 3-star Do Emperor, found it somewhat challenging to contend with the peak 3-star Do Emperor represented by the Grey Guardian. Lu Yin was equally astonished by the Grey Guardian's prowess. After all, her ice Do Qi had previously managed to encase even peak 3-star Do Emperors in frost. How could she fail to delay the Grey Guardian for even a moment? In truth, Lu Yin's strength was also remarkable. As her ice Do Qi seeped into the Guardian during the onslaught from Xiao Yin and the Grey Guardian, the latter, possessing extensive battle experience, swiftly broke free from the impending frost, demonstrating a suppression of attributes rather than a flaw on Lu Yin's part. Puff, puff, puff. Lu Yin placed her hands upon the ice blue bird, causing it to expand instantaneously, its body growing several times larger, its aura surging to rival that of a peak 3-star Do Emperor. Simultaneously, Lu Yin's own aura appeared to wane, her complexion pale. The ice blue bird radiated a chilling essence, causing the surrounding space to exhibit signs of freezing. Xiaohan, go. Attack alongside this elder sister, Lu Yin urged, her weakened body straining under the command. Lu Yin, a paragon from the Beast City, harnessed the power of magical beasts, either borrowing their strength or lending her own to them, thus unleashing formidable might. Clearly, her current strategy was to transfer all her strength to Xiaohan, endowing the latter with the capability to rival the Guardian. She understood that even if her own power surged, it would be futile against this Guardian. Conversely, by empowering Xiaohan, she hoped that the latter's chilling aura and offensive capabilities might buy them some time. Moreover, Lu Yin harbored no concerns that Xiaohan would retaliate after absorbing her strength, for they had shared a lifelong bond, their synergy unparalleled. The sincerity of their connection transcended that of mere humans. Chapter 58. The Radiance of the Moon. How infuriating. The strength of this Guardian is truly formidable. As Yu continued to engage with the Grey Guardian, she began to discern some peculiarities. Each of the Guardian's attacks appeared somewhat feeble, and it refrained from targeting her vital areas. Moreover, there was a crucial question that lingered. It seemed that the Guardian grew stronger with each confrontation. Typically, one would expect that with the prolonged duration of battle, a normal individual would weaken, so why was this Guardian an exception? Before Yu could fully contemplate this enigma, the Grey Guardian launched another wave of assault. In the midst of Yu's struggle with the Grey Guardian, Lu Yin, utterly exhausted, collapsed onto the ground. A massive ice behemoth, with eyes that shimmered with a hint of compassion, seemed to empathize with its master. It unfurled its wings and directed its attack towards the Grey Guardian. Shards of ice-blue feathers cascaded from the wings of the ice behemoth, hurtling towards the Grey Guardian with ferocity. Yu found herself in a standoff with the Grey Guardian. And at that moment, the terrifying ice-blue feathers also struck. Boom, boom, boom. The Grey Guardian paid little heed to the behemoth's assault, quickly enveloping itself in a silver luminescent shield. The Guardian presumed that the ice-blue feathers would simply come to a halt upon contact with its lightning-infused shield, resulting in the energies clashing and dissipating. However, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. As the ice-blue feathers accelerated, they grew exceedingly sharp, exuding an astonishing chill. Remarkably, they pierced through the Grey Guardian's shield and struck directly at its form. Upon impact, the areas where the feathers landed were instantly adorned with shards of ice. Bang, bang, bang. The Grey Guardian was evidently taken aback by the unexpected potency of the ice behemoth's feather assault, which had breached its defenses. Instantly, its aura surged, shattering the feathers that had adhered to its body, which had become as sharp as arrows. Puff, puff, puff. The ice shards crystallized from the ice-blue feathers were obliterated by the Grey Guardian's force. Unbeknownst to the Guardian, the remnants of these shattered feathers transformed into delicate fragments that floated within the vast hall. As time passed, even breathing became somewhat laborious, and the gathering and utilization of energy slowed. This little creature was indeed extraordinary. Observing keenly, Yuru was momentarily pushed back by the Grey Guardian's force. Regaining her composure after taking several steps back, she recognized the formidable prowess of Lu Yin's beast. Subsequently, she turned her gaze towards Xiao Yan, who was at a critical juncture. She pursed her lips, and the mysterious runes on her forehead began to glow softly. It seemed that this was the only recourse available. Xiao Yan, I am immensely grateful for your assistance thus far. I entrust you to break through now. Yuru cast a gentle smile at Xiao Yan, her beautiful eyes sweeping across the surroundings. She noted that each battle circle was erupting with overwhelming momentum. They were aware that as time progressed, the strength of the Guardians before them was nearing full restoration. Once these Guardians regained their power, they would possess the might of 4-star Do Emperors, and at that point, the terrifying prospect of relinquishing this grand opportunity would loom large. The disparity between 4-star Do Emperors and their 3-star counterparts was indeed profound. Yuru appeared to be murmuring something, and the mysterious runes on her forehead began to glow at that moment. With her hands spread wide, circles of pure, jade-like energy emanated from her brow, exuding an aura as pure as the moon in the heavens, imbued with an ancient essence. In the arena, the Grey Guardians and the ice-blue behemoths were relentlessly attacking, suddenly drawn to Yuru's astonishing presence. The radiance of the crescent moon? How could this be? The Grey Guardian's pupils constricted, a look of fear etched across its face as it fixated on Yuru. It immediately recognized the source of her power. What could that be? Lu Yin, feeling weak, gazed at Yuru, puzzled by the terrifying and potent energy she harbored within. The radiance of the crescent moon? The Golden Dragon King regarded Yuru with astonishment. Master, what is the radiance of the crescent moon? Xiao Yan inquired, even amidst his breakthrough, curiosity getting the better of him. The myriad enigmas of this Do Emperor continent perplexed him, compelling him to seek answers from his master, the Golden Dragon King. The radiance of the crescent moon, it is said, is a power left behind by the moon goddess in the mortal realm, possessing the potential for certain inheritances. And if fortunate enough, one might even receive the true legacy of the moon goddess. However, such occurrences are exceedingly rare. Not everyone can obtain the moon goddess's inheritance through mere trinkets, the Golden Dragon King remarked with a hint of discontent. The moon goddess? Xiao Yan was taken aback. Anyone associated with celestial beings was undeniably a formidable force, a true pinnacle of influence in the world of Do Xian. Astonishment aside, Xiao Yan resolved to maintain his composure. Realizing that one should not aspire too grandly, it was imperative to first break through to the mid-phase of 3-star Do Emperor and address the immediate challenges. Xiao Yan, my boy, first the Angel Clan, and now the Moon Goddess. It seems all of this is corroborating certain truths. The Golden Dragon King muttered in a tone only he could hear. A constant stream of pure white radiance emanated from Yuru's forehead, her pristine light embodying an essence as flawless as that of a newborn infant. Yet, the Guardians present understood that the seemingly pure light concealed a terrifying power that even at their peak, they would struggle to contend with. As the moonlight enveloped Yuru entirely, her aura underwent a profound transformation. The previously demure and silent Yuru now radiated a gentle presence. But since the light enveloped her, she exuded an aura of cold, pure power. With her delicate lips slightly parted, she was enveloped in a radiant glow as pure as moonlight, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens, untouched by the mundane world. With a single motion, she uttered a simple phrase, and then transformed into a luminous figure, gliding effortlessly through the Grey Guardian. A sudden splatter of blood erupted from the Guardian. indicating it had sustained grave injuries, before it dissipated into 3 streams of light that infused into Xiao Yin and Yu, as well as Luyin. The 3 were aware that this was an otherworldly technique, yet there was no time for contemplation. At that moment, those within the Great Hall understood that the battle had reached its conclusion. Just as Yu was about to collapse from exhaustion, a gentle voice resonated, and a figure appeared to support her. It was evident that utilizing such power, which did not rightfully belong to her, would lead to significant repercussions. Yu gazed at the young man before her, surrounded by flames and burdened with an immense weight. Chapter 59. Defeating the 6 Guardians. Seeing Yu in her weakened state, Xiaoyan carefully moved her to a place where she could rest. In the astonished gaze of the onlookers, he produced a handful of elixirs. Consume these. They will expedite your recovery, and you need not rely on such power again. Xiaoyan felt a sense of helplessness. He had witnessed Yu's sacrifice to protect him. Their fleeting acquaintance had inspired a touch of emotion within him. However, Xiaoyan was not one to linger on sentiment. He knew that although they had vanquished 1 guardian, 5 others remained, and he devoted himself to caring for Yu. You scoundrel, come assist me, Wu Huan shouted, realizing that Xiaoyan's battle had concluded. Yet, Xiaoyan had no intention of engaging with Wu Huan. In such a tumultuous conflict, it was wise to avoid unnecessary risks. Caution was always prudent in unfamiliar territory. Meanwhile, in the other 5 locations, battles were also unfolding under unfavorable circumstances. As for the Grey Guardian they faced, it was not due to its weakness, but rather the formidable power of the mysterious rune upon Yu's forehead. The light of the moon instantaneously confined all the spiritual energy surrounding the Grey Guardian, even causing the fighting spirit within it to momentarily solidify, which allowed Yu to manifest as a radiant moon and pierce through the Guardian. After all, anything related to the realm of celestial beings was undoubtedly extraordinary. As Xiaoyan's battle concluded, those present recognized the moment and prepared for their final assault. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying force emanated from Wang Zhong, gradually infusing into the ancient black sword he wielded. The sword appeared as an ancient giant blade, and peculiarly, even as Wang Zhong fervently channeled vast fighting energy into it, the sword displayed no sign of power being released. Was there an error somewhere? The formidable warriors present could not help but ponder, yet soon reconsidered. For the renowned sword madman of the illustrious Sword King city would surely not behave in such a manner. With fervent battle intent still emanating from his eyes, Wang Zhong had gained significant insights into sword intent from his recent skirmish with the Guardian. Receive my strike, Wang Zhong declared, a fierce glint flashing in his gaze as he raised the black sword in his hand. Once elevated, the black sword radiated an overwhelming aura, conjuring countless sword shadows that howled towards the Guardian. Sword destruction. At that moment, madness gleamed in Wang Zhong's eyes, and the black sword unleashed astonishing power. This was undeniably the realm of the unity of man and sword. Those with discerning eyes in attendance immediately recognized that. Although Wang Zhong had only just begun to grasp this unity, he stood unparalleled among his peers. The unity of man and sword merges the might of the individual with that of the sword, creating a force of terrifying potency. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of battle energy reverberated outward, causing the Guardian to cough violently several times before spitting out a mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, at the third battleground, Sun Ming exuded an overwhelming air of superiority, and despite his numerous wounds, his assault on the Guardian remained undeterred. With each punch and kick, the relentless combat only intensified the effects of his berserk state. The Guardian, too, succumbed to the sacrificial ferocity of Sun Ming's onslaught. Recognizing her lack of practical combat prowess, Feng Yi seized the opportunity to unleash a terrifying soul attack upon the Guardian. Even with the Guardian's peak strength at the 3-star Do Emperor level, facing Feng Yi, who had devoted herself to the mastery of alchemy and soul power, proved to be quite uncomfortable. After all, Feng Yi possessed an imperial level soul, and combined with her formidable soul attack, the Guardian found himself momentarily stunned, allowing the enchantress to strike decisively and defeat him. Thus, the 4th Guardian fell. As for the 5th Guardian, the confrontation between Wu Huan and the undead was palpable. The undead emanated a chilling and dark aura, evoking a sense of bloodthirstiness, yet found himself severely suppressed by the fire attribute of the Guardian, rendering him only capable of supporting Wu Huan from the sidelines. Observing the outcomes unfolding elsewhere, Wu Huan, undeterred, summoned all his fighting spirit and unleashed a desperate strike to vanquish the Guardian. The 5th Guardian was defeated, turning to the 6th Guardian, who astonishingly possessed the strength of a half-step 4-star Do Emperor. It was no wonder that hundreds were struggling against him. Boom, boom, boom. Fierce torrents of fighting spirit surged from all directions towards the Guardian. Yet, maintaining his composure, The guardian waved his hand dismissively, shattering the seemingly formidable torrents of energy. As other battles concluded, only their 100-strong battalion remained engaged in combat. Esteemed comrades, this guardian is now at the end of his tether. If we unite our strength for a decisive strike, we shall surely defeat him, Baishan proclaimed, stepping forward at that moment. At present, the final guardian stands before them. Vanquishing this guardian would grant access to celestial-level combat techniques, and even the so-called Grand Fortune. Upon hearing Baishan's words, the crowd resonated with understanding, igniting their fighting spirit. The vibrant energies of the 100-strong team converged, transforming into a colossal dragon that roared fiercely as it charged towards the guardian. The terrifying force shattered the guardian's defenses and struck ruthlessly against him. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of explosive energy erupted, causing the guardian to stagger back several steps under the onslaught. Thus, the 6 guardians had been defeated, and those who triumphed over them received the radiant, celestial-level combat techniques from their fallen foes. Having passed the trials, this grand fortune rightfully belonged to the younger generation. Slowly, a figure clad in white turned to face the unstable crowd within the grand hall. "You there, come forth." The figure in white beckoned to Xiao Yan with a gesture, summoning him to stand before him. Before Xiao Yan appeared a delicate visage, a slender form clad in white, exuding remarkable charm. Had he not been so close, he would hardly believe that such exquisite beauty existed in the world. The figure in white then gestured again into the void. "Since you have arrived, why lurk in the shadows?" Crack, crack, crack. The space shattered, revealing a girl adorned with a conical hat, standing upon a green lotus. Chapter 60. The Mysterious and Stunning Beauty. As the figure in white reached into the void, a hidden girl emerged. "Truly, you possess keen insight," remarked the figure in white, as the void before him ruptured to unveil a girl beneath the conical hat. A brief haze enveloped Xiao Yan's mind upon hearing her silver bell-like voice. It was known that he possessed an imperial-level soul, and such a phenomenon could only arise from absolute suppression of power. A sense of trepidation washed over Xiao Yan as he contemplated his next move. He quickly raised his gaze, witnessing a burst of green-red light shatter before the figure in white, culminating in the emergence of a green-red lotus. Upon this lotus rested a figure with an enchanting silhouette, her forehead adorned with a conical hat, and though veiled by a thin fabric, her crystalline eyes shone brilliantly, dimming the entire expanse of the grand hall. The girl wore a light-colored scholarly robe. Her brows resembled emerald feathers, her skin as white as snow, and her waist as slender as silk. Beneath the veil, her countenance radiated elegance, exuding an aura of sanctity that rendered the very heavens and earth pale in comparison. Such a woman, with such exquisite grace and power, was indeed a rarity in this world. Within the somewhat boisterous hall, an unexpected silence fell. Although the woman's face was partially concealed beneath a gauzy veil and a wide-brimmed hat, the contours glimpsed through the fabric revealed an almost flawless curve of her cheek, inciting a fervent desire among all present to tear away the veil and behold her beauty, which could overshadow even the most radiant of blossoms. What a strikingly beautiful woman! Xiao Yan's gaze was fixated on the woman in a scholarly gown, her bare feet gracing a lotus, and he could not help but draw a breath. For among all the women he had encountered, Kai Lin was the most enchanting, yet even she paled in comparison to this enigmatic figure. Though her voice rang sweetly like a silver bell, there was no trace of gentleness to be found in her crystalline eyes. Rather, they exuded an imposing coldness that suggested a deep-seated aloofness. It was evident that she was the type who appeared warm on the outside but harbored a frosty demeanor within, much like a resplendent flower that has never bloomed in a land of perpetual ice and snow. Such a woman is far more formidable than one who merely presents an icy exterior, especially when beauty and strength are intertwined. Who is this woman? Xiao Yan turned his head to glance at Yuru, whispering softly. Yuru's delicate brows furrowed slightly, her eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. Even she felt a twinge of envy at the woman's allure and grace. This lady seems to possess a significant background. However, the particulars of her identity are beyond my reach to discern. Baishan interjected, noting that a person capable of concealing herself under the watchful gaze of someone clad in white cannot possibly be of ordinary status. Xiao Yan nodded slightly, musing within himself. The young woman is named Su Shuiying, and she has come solely to acquire the blood of the emperor for her purposes. The breathtaking figure descended gracefully from the air, her jade-like feet gently landing upon the lotus platform, resembling an ethereal being untouched by the mundane world. I did not expect that you, denizens of the Tianyuan continent, would also show interest in the treasures of my Xianling continent. Wu Huan gazed at the mysterious woman with unabashed fervor. Such a beauty would stir the heart of any man, and he made no effort to conceal his attraction. It is merely coincidence, Su Shuiying replied with a smile. then turned her gaze towards the man in white, softly stating, "Since you have guarded for millennia, it is time to hand over the responsibility to us, so we may explore this vast world. We have safeguarded the Hall Master for countless years. How can it be so easily relinquished at your behest? Yet, your words hold merit. Those present who lack the protection of flame energy should depart swiftly." The man in white laughed heartily. Wu Huan, along with the other prodigies like the living dead and Feng Yi, glanced towards Xiao Yin, clearly recognizing that he possessed an extraordinarily potent flame energy. "Curse it! Do we truly abandon our quest here?" Some present voiced their discontent. Entering this perilous relic was akin to walking on the edge of a blade, and now, having ventured so far into the hall, only a few steps away from the most coveted treasures, it seemed unthinkable to surrender at this juncture. A group of formidable individuals within the Grand Hall were clearly unwilling to depart empty-handed. They surged towards the skeletal figure clad in white, hoping to seize even the slightest fragment of treasure. However, before they could ascend the stone steps, they were instantaneously obliterated into crimson mist by the terrifying might of the figure in white, their very souls unable to escape. The figure, enveloped in a shroud of fighting spirit, emanated an overwhelming power that swiftly permeated the hall. A 5-star Do Emperor? The onlookers gasped in astonishment, realizing that the strength of this figure surpassed even that. The disparity between a 3-star and a 4-star Do Emperor was monumental. Even the elite from the 7 great cities would find it nearly impossible to contend against a 4-star Do Emperor. After a brief moment of contemplation, the instinct for survival triumphed over greed. After all, no matter how precious the treasure, it would be of little use without life to enjoy it, merely benefiting others. Furthermore, this relic harbored various rare materials, and the 7 great talents had also acquired a celestial-level combat technique, marking a significant gain. Reluctantly, they chose to withdraw from the Grand Hall. "Let us depart." Xiao Yin observed the 6 injured guardians within the hall and the striking figure in white, who was indeed a breathtaking woman. At this juncture, he pondered why she would go to such lengths to suppress her own strength to enter this relic. The figure in white, having witnessed everyone vacate the hall, turned to the woman on the Qinglian platform and inquired. For this, the woman raised her delicate hand slightly, revealing a plain token that materialized within her grasp, which she then sent flying towards the figure in white. The moment the unadorned token appeared, the pupils of the 6 guardians contracted sharply. The figure in white slowly caught the token, feeling a surge of intense energy coursing through her hand, and gradually unfolded it. Fire, emblazoned upon the token, was a single, prominent character. The figure in white gently closed her eyes. Is she well? She has been awaiting someone. Moments later, she opened her eyes once more, her expression one of disbelief. Is it true? Whether it is true or not, Senior, you shall know if you go and see. The woman replied serenely. Chapter 61. The Departure of the Guardians. Xiao Yin listened to the cryptic exchanges occurring before him, entirely perplexed and unable to comprehend their meaning. Nonetheless, he gleaned some information amidst the confusion. Although entry to the relic was forbidden for 4-star Do Emperors, the enchanting woman standing on the Qinglian platform had evidently suppressed her own strength, remaining concealed in the void, awaiting the moment when Xiao Yin and his companions would dispel the crisis within the hall to make her move and seize fortune. Moreover, Xiao Yin sensed an aura of danger emanating from the woman on the Qinglian platform. Xiao Yin, already possessing mid-level 3-star Do Emperor strength, coupled with formidable perception from the Emperor-level ordinary realm and the might of the Heavenly Fire 3 Mysteries transformation, could hold his ground against an early-stage 4-star Do Emperor. Yet, in the presence of the woman standing upon the Qinglian platform, he was overtaken by a profound sense of dread. Even the he had relied upon trembled in response. Even though the enchanting woman before him had suppressed her power, she currently possessed only the strength of a peak 3-star Do Emperor. Yet, her true prowess was indeed beyond Xiao Yan's estimation. The Qinglian woman was significantly more formidable than Xiao Yan, which explained his heightened awareness. This woman was truly extraordinary. The Golden Dragon King within the ring had been observing Xiao Yan since entering the formation, witnessing both his battle with the Guardian and his subsequent breakthrough. The aura emanating from the woman was intensely fiery, rivaling that of Xiao Yan himself. Naturally, Xiao Yan remained oblivious to these subtleties and then heard a voice from within the hall, belonging to a figure clad in white, conversing with the Qinglian woman. Sighing softly, the figure in white remarked, "Indeed, the events of the past were my fault." Gazing into the distant void, he continued, "Since you are fated to be with her, I shall lend you my assistance. Before you stands the skeletal remains of the master of this relic. Due to certain dealings between us, I am bound to protect him, ensuring that his legacy continues. The vital essence you require should reside within his bones. However, this lad possesses some merit himself. Being chosen by the fire spirit is no trivial matter. Thus, I cannot assist you further. Fortune favors the worthy, otherwise, it may yield adverse effects. The figure in white spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan felt his heart, which had been suspended in uncertainty, suddenly settle. He had anticipated that the figure in white might obstruct him. However, the power of this figure was genuinely terrifying. He had effortlessly discerned Xiaoyan's secrets. Even the fire spirit, which Xiaoyan had concealed upon entering the hall, had been detected. At that moment, little E emerged from within Xiaoyan, perching on his shoulder and chattering incessantly. The Qinglian woman, standing gracefully upon her lotus, observed little E with keen interest. The fire spirit was a rare entity of heaven and earth. Acquiring one required not only tremendous fortune, but also a heart of integrity. For the fire spirit would not recognize anyone unworthy. My task is complete. From here on, who seizes the opportunity depends on your own capabilities. We shall take our leave. With that, the figure in white soared out of the great hall, followed closely by the 6 guardians, the formidable protectors of the relic. Strangely, the injuries of the 6 guardians visibly healed at an astonishing rate under the influence of the white figure's aura. Within the hall, only Xiaoyan and the Qinglian woman remained, and the atmosphere grew eerily silent. After the departure of the 7, a simple bronze door gradually closed behind them. Although neither of them was particularly concerned about the sudden appearance of the bronze door, Xiaoyan cast a glance at the Qinglian woman, a slight heaviness settling in his heart. If his intuition was correct, the ultimate adversary in this grand fortune would likely be the enigmatic woman standing upon the Qinglian. The Qinglian woman surveyed her surroundings, clearly assessing the main hall. The stone hall was devoid of ostentatious adornments, exuding a striking simplicity and an air of emptiness. There were few furnishings, and the gaze of the Qinglian woman swept around the hall before settling in the center, where a tightly wrapped stone coffin lay. Above this coffin, something seemed to linger. Go. With a slight raise of her delicate hand, the Qinglian woman unleashed a surge of fiery energy directed toward the skeletal figure on the throne. The flame-infused energy gradually encircled the skeletal hands of the throne, illuminating them with 2 dazzling orbs of light. Xiaoyan squinted, his focus narrowing on these 2 luminous spheres. He then discerned that atop the skeletal throne, each hand harbored a pulsating orb of light. To the left, a black bead, seemingly formed of radiant energy, pulsed gently. To the right, a white bead emitted an equally formidable power. As these black and white orbs vibrated, the energy within the hall seemed to resonate in response. Having ventured this far, retreat was not an option, although Xiaoyan sensed an overwhelming danger emanating from the Qinglian woman. The terrifying energy contained within the 2 beads made it apparent that they represented the true treasures of the ruins. With such riches within reach, surrender was simply out of the question. While the Qinglian woman surveyed the hall, Xiaoyan hesitated momentarily before swiftly ascending the stone steps towards the throne. The Qinglian woman, clearly aware of Xiaoyan's intentions, raised her hand, and an invisible barrier of energy isolated his reaching hand from the throne, ensnaring him within a cage of intangible force. Observing this sudden confinement, the small creature on his shoulder gasped, unleashing a torrent of terrifying milky white flames aimed at the energy cage. With a series of explosive sounds, the milky flames collided with the Qinglian woman's barrier, which was instantly vaporized into nothingness. Yin-Yang Heart. The voice of the Golden Dragon King resonated in Xiaoyan's mind, tinged with astonishment. Is this truly the legendary Yin-Yang Heart? His gaze fixated on the 2 orbs, shock evident in his eyes, and his feet began to move once more. However, just as Xiaoyan was about to take another step, a faint voice imbued with an ethereal quality echoed through the stillness of the stone hall. This is not a place for you. Even with the little creature upon your shoulder, you cannot hope to contend with me. So, take your fire spirit and leave. The Qinglian woman regarded Xiaoyan with icy disdain. Xiaoyan's stride abruptly halted as he slowly lifted his head, narrowing his eyes to gaze at the air above. There. The Qinglian woman floated, her figure partially obscured by her hat, but her serene visage, akin to a lotus in tranquility, was visible. She stared at him with a pair of clear, untroubled eyes. Chapter 62. The Black and White Yin-Yang Heart. Gazing intently at the enigmatic woman, whose delicate feet tread upon the azure lotus, Xiaoyan was struck by her extraordinary beauty. Her slender silhouette resembled a graceful willow, with long hair cascading like the Milky Way, shimmering brilliantly. Adorned with an azure dress inscribed with lotus motifs, the hem glimmered with a cerulean light, swaying gently in the breeze, reminiscent of a blooming lotus. Concealed beneath her wide-brimmed hat, her visage must surely be strikingly beautiful, her fair complexion radiating a luminous sheen, with rosy lips slightly curved in a playful manner. However, what was most captivating were her eyes, clear and serene like the azure lotus, possessing a purity that seemed to peer into the very depths of one's soul, enchanting all who dared to meet her gaze. Her neck, elegant and swan-like, gracefully led to exquisitely sculpted collarbones and a bosom that accentuated her allure. Descending further, her waist tapered delicately, embodying a perfect proportion akin to divine craftsmanship, invoking admiration for the creator's artistry. Truly, she was a girl infused with the ethereal essence of heaven and earth. Upon first encountering her, that thought echoed in Xiao Yan's mind, his eyes reflecting profound astonishment. This woman appeared as if she had descended from a celestial realm, untouched by the mundane world. Not only did she possess breathtaking beauty that could captivate the masses, but her allure also evoked a sense of awe, a beauty so transcendent that it felt unattainable. As the saying goes, she was a vision to be admired from afar, as pure and pristine as the azure lotus beneath her feet. Xiao Yan's gaze lingered on this mysterious woman, his astonishment persisting for some time before gradually dissipating. What are you staring at, young man? It would be wise for you to leave promptly, the woman, with her feet upon the azure lotus, remarked, noticing the peculiarity in Xiao Yan's eyes. Master, do you think I could defeat her? He pondered. It would be difficult. This woman appears youthful, yet her strength is formidable, likely on par with the head of the Yu family. Even with all your cards laid out, victory is uncertain. The solemn voice of the Golden Dragon King resonated within him. Were it in its prime, or if it were to bond with Xiao Yan, it would not be concerned. However, the current circumstances left them no choice. Master, what if you were to possess me? Xiao Yan inquired, clearly unwilling to concede. You must realize that the previous possession took a significant toll on you. It cannot be repeated in the short term, lest you risk your very essence. The Golden Dragon King cautioned gravely. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan could only manage a wry smile, his gaze drifting with a hint of resignation. Though the treasure is enticing, one must also have the life to enjoy it. Thus, he addressed the mysterious woman with a respectful bow. I am Xiao Yan, and I harbor no intentions of contesting with the lady for treasures. I merely stumbled upon this place to witness what relics the Emperor has left behind. You possess some skill to have ventured here, especially since even the pride of Tianji City has been expelled, the woman replied, her veil fluttering gently beneath her hat. Her voice ringing like jade droplets, imbued with an inexplicable tone. Clearly, she had been observing Xiao Yan as he subdued the bloodthirsty dragon and vanquished the guardian, rendering her skeptical of his claims of accidental intrusion. This woman, blessed not only with unparalleled beauty, also possessed a keen intellect. My name is Su Shuiying. Since young Master Xiao Yan has no intention of vying for it, I shall take my leave and express my gratitude in advance. I am not one to impose upon others, so I kindly ask that young Master Xiao Yan does not misconstrue my intentions. In midair, Su Shuiying performed a graceful bow to Xiao Yan. Although her tone was exceedingly polite, there was an implicit warning that Xiao Yan clearly understood. In response, Xiao Yan could only shrug his shoulders. This woman was frightfully formidable. Unable to confront her directly, he decided to temper his demeanor and bide his time. Moreover, Xiao Yan was acutely aware that one should not be deceived by her outwardly amiable appearance. He was certain that if he dared to disrupt her plans, she would show no mercy. The breathtaking beauty before him, despite her gentle demeanor and soft-spoken words, likely harbored a heart as cold as ice, ready to strike at the slightest provocation. However, Su Shuiying did not overly concern herself with Xiao Yan, having encountered countless young talents before. Her confidence remained unshaken. Even with Xiao Yan present, should he make any sudden moves, her strength would easily subdue him. Although she had expended significant resources to temporarily seal her own powers to access this relic, she felt more than capable of dealing with Xiao Yan. Thus, her failure to forcibly dismiss him could be interpreted as a subtle form of disdain, for she was assured that no matter his intentions, he would pose no threat to her. Su Shuiying's gaze shifted from Xiao Yan to the luminous orb atop the throne's skeletal remains. She also noticed the two hidden yin-yang hearts nestled within its grasp. Yet, even in the presence of such treasures, her countenance revealed only a slight ripple of intrigue. No trace of surprise crossed her features, demonstrating her remarkable composure. It was truly unexpected to encounter a yin-yang heart here. The human body is said to possess only one attribute, either yin or yang. And whether the legends of the yin-yang heart serving as a stepping stone for powerful beings are true remains uncertain. A hint of astonishment colored Su Shuiying's melodious voice. She then delicately raised her slender hand, a beam of azure light shooting forth from her fingertips, transforming into a hand that grasped the white orb firmly. Buzz. As Su Shuiying seized the orb, it trembled violently, exuding an immense force of resistance. Break. Witnessing the orb's fierce struggle, Su Shuiying pointed again, and a petal fell from the azure lotus beneath her feet, morphing into a faint azure rainbow that crashed heavily into the protective light surrounding the white orb. Buzz. With the impact of the azure radiance, the light quivered intensely, revealing minute fissures. It was evident that it could not withstand Su Shuiying's destructive force. As the light shattered, the white orb was unveiled, and with a casual motion, the azure lotus woman summoned the orb directly into her hand from the throne's skeletal remains. Strangely, since the moment the azure lotus woman acquired the white yin-yang heart, the space around her seemed to shift ever so slightly before falling into a serene silence once more. Xiaoyan stood in a daze, feeling an unprecedented surge of formidable power emanating from the white pearl. Suddenly, the enchanting woman, her feet graced by the azure lotus, radiated a potent fire attribute Douqi. To Xiaoyan's astonishment, wisps of delicate azure flames began to unfurl from her form. Where has the black yin-yang heart disappeared to? The azure lotus woman pondered aloud, scrutinizing the skeletal throne, yet finding nothing. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. She then turned her attention to refining the yin-yang heart. As Xiaoyan observed the azure flames enveloping the woman, his pupils constricted sharply. With his current soul perception, he sensed a terrifying temperature from the azure flames that rivaled that of Xiao Yi. At that very moment, Xiao Yi, resting upon his shoulder, felt a wave of seriousness wash over her. This fluctuation is Saint Flame. Xiaoyan's exclamation echoed throughout the Grand Hall. Chapter 63, the 23rd Saint Flame, Ethereal Blue and Frosty Flame. The instant the azure flames manifested from the azure lotus woman, the air within the hall experienced a significant drop in temperature, an intense heat mingling with a chilling cold. Upon closer inspection, Xiaoyan noticed that the white yin-yang heart in the woman's grasp had begun to crystallize into ice under the flame's scorching embrace. Oh, you have a discerning eye. To recognize the Saint Flame, the azure lotus woman remarked, astonished. Saint Flame, a miraculous entity born from the forces of heaven and earth, is something an ordinary person would never encounter in a lifetime, much less comprehend through soul perception. While it is rumored that Saint Flame possesses immense fiery power, its true nature is far more complex. It is a congealed form of the spiritual essence of the vast world, not solely defined by its fiery strength. The genuine Saint Flame embodies a fundamental fire power, accompanied by other mysterious energies. Legends of the Saint Flame speak of its ability to purify evil and expel malevolent spirits. However, the occurrence of such flames in the world is exceedingly rare, with scant records to document their existence. Naturally, Xiaoyan could not identify that the azure lotus woman wielded the Saint Flame. Long before she summoned the flames to refine the white yin-yang heart, the voice of the golden dragon king resonated in his heart. Xiaoyan gazed blankly at the breathtaking woman, her feet poised upon the azure lotus. Recalling the words of Yao Lao during their first encounter on the Douqi continent, in this vast expanse of the world, there exist certain extraordinary fires. Perhaps a flame born from a fallen meteorite, or the molten earth fire forged deep within a volcano over millennia. These extraordinary fires possess a strength far superior to that of flames catalyzed by Douqi, enhancing the potency of medicinal concoctions. Yet, such celestial fires are notoriously ferocious, seldom encountered, and even when met, are exceedingly difficult to harness. Many alchemists spend their entire lives in pursuit of the elusive, yet few ever achieve their desires. To master, one must channel the flames into their own body, and these flames are notoriously violent and destructive. Even the renowned metal cannot withstand the scorching of, let alone the frail human body. Such an endeavor is undoubtedly akin to playing with fire. Thus, only a fortunate few, through serendipitous circumstances, manage to refine a small cluster of, nurturing it into their own flame seed. These individuals are unequivocally the elite within the alchemical realm. Master, is this truly the? Xiaoyan, visibly calming his emotions, gazed with excitement at the delicate flames emanating from the, contemplating a comparison between the and. There could be no doubt. This was one of the 36 of the world. The flames surrounding the young girl shimmered in shades of blue, imbued with an aura of extreme cold. Likely the legendary 23rd, ranked 23rd on the list, is born from an ancient land of unrelenting cold, a fusion of searing heat and absolute zero. This frigid realm is a veritable death zone for humanity. Even the blood of strongholds would rapidly freeze, rendering it impossible to remain for even 10 minutes. Let alone subdue the born from the essence of heaven and earth. To gain the power of, one must not only conquer it, but also earn its recognition, a daunting task in itself. The briefly elaborated, moreover, the is undeniably more formidable than your, and subduing it is an even greater challenge. Xiaoyan, astonished, regarded the with newfound respect, realizing that he had encountered a wielder of so soon after arriving in. However, this bore a striking resemblance to his mentor's bone spirit cold fire, albeit with a stark contrast in the potency of their flame powers. If the bone spirit cold fire is the pinnacle of the fusion of fire and ice among, then reigns as the sovereign of flames and extreme cold. Xiaoyan's pupils constricted tightly, fixating intently on the origins of this appeared exceedingly mysterious, as previously mentioned by, she was not from among the 4 continents of the other 3, aside from, possess formidable strength. Furthermore, the at her feet is no ordinary entity. Her breathtaking beauty, immense power, and the most enigmatic collectively indicate that this woman is undoubtedly extraordinary. Initially, Little, resting on Xiao Yan's shoulder, exhibited a flicker of fear upon witnessing the followed by a surge of excitement, leaving Xiao Yan utterly perplexed. Consequently, he remained curious about the connection between, and, turning back, the summoned her to gently envelop the white in her hands, as the blue flames continued to dance and burn. As the azure flames flickered, a radiant glow trembled above the white yin-yang heart, resembling a protective aura. However, being a sacred flame, the trembling did not last long. With a resounding pop, the glow erupted, revealing a white orb of energy, condensed from the lifelong essence cultivated by the emperor. With the exposure of this yin-yang heart, the stone chamber erupted with a cacophony akin to a surge of fighting spirit, producing a chorus of crisp sounds akin to rushing water. Xiao Yan lifted his gaze, his eyes ablaze with fervor as he beheld the luminous white energy orb, indeed, the most precious treasure within the hall. Yet, his yearning was swiftly tempered upon noticing the figure atop the blue lotus. Furrowing his brow, he reluctantly acknowledged that his chances of success in taking action were slim. Moreover, he doubted that the woman, who treated even a 5-star Do Emperor in white with utmost seriousness, would novelly trust him to remain here unguarded. Thus, she would undoubtedly be vigilant towards his every move. In midair, Su Shuiying gazed at the floating white yin-yang heart, her delicate hand gently clasping. From the azure lotus beneath her feet, several streams of azure flames shot forth, bathing the yin-yang heart in their light. With a hissing sound, as the azure flames enveloped it, wisps of white mist began to rise from the heart's surface, showing signs of melting. Surprisingly, Su Shuiying was unfazed by this spectacle. With a graceful lift of her hand, even more azure flames surged forth from the blue lotus, ultimately converging upon the yin-yang heart. As the azure flames multiplied, the melting accelerated, and within mere minutes, the heart had completely transformed into a mass of white liquid. The liquid flowed slowly through the air, emanating an extremely terrifying aura, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure that radiated from the substance. Below, Xiao Yan felt his body burdened by the oppressive force, as if weighed down several times over. Even the flow of his do qi slowed, causing his expression to grow grave. Observing the white yin-yang heart in Su Shuiying's hand and the black orb on the throne, a bold conjecture formed in his mind. Chapter 64, A Comical Scene. This tremendous pressure that weighed upon Xiao Yan posed no hindrance to Su Shuiying. Her clear eyes fixed on the white liquid, she elegantly unveiled a corner of the thin veil beneath her hat with her jade-like hand. As she parted her lips, the mass of white liquid surged forth, whistling down into her rosy mouth. Xiao Yan scarcely had the luxury to savor the fleeting glimpse of Su Shuiying as she lifted a corner of her delicate veil. Upon witnessing her unhesitatingly consume the yin-yang heart, his fists instinctively clenched, his gaze flickering with the weighty contemplation of the merits and demerits of engaging in conflict, as well as the prospects of victory and defeat. After a moment of this tumultuous introspection, his restless eyes finally settled into a semblance of calm. Yet, his expression was tinged with dissatisfaction, a reflection of his inner turmoil. Ultimately, reason prevailed, and he chose to refrain from action. Perhaps influenced by the potency of his own soul power, he could not shake the feeling that the woman hovering above was acutely aware of his every movement. Enough, he mused inwardly. Though the yin-yang heart is invaluable, it is not worth sacrificing my life for. Yet, he found himself puzzled as to why this woman did not seize the black orb. Was it truly the sight of Su Shuiying preparing to refine the white yin-yang heart that stirred his doubts? With a resigned sigh, Xiao Yan comforted himself, albeit with lingering frustration at the situation's lack of favor. Engaging in a head-on confrontation seemed futile. Just as he resolved to withdraw, Su Shuiying, having absorbed the liquid form of the yin-yang heart, turned to face him, her eyes locking onto his. A gentle laugh escaped her lips. Young Master Xiao Yan is indeed a man of his word. I shall now proceed to refine the energies of the yin-yang heart, and I kindly request that you do not disturb me. In response, Xiao Yan managed a dry chuckle, one that barely masked his discomfort, yet he ultimately nodded in acquiescence. His suspicions regarding Su Shuiying's intentions solidified. She seemed unfazed by the sincerity, or lack thereof, in his smile, gracefully settling herself upon the blue lotus. Her beautiful eyes slowly closed, and soon, a luminescent green aura enveloped her, encasing her entire form. Alas, what wretched misfortune! Xiao Yan muttered under his breath, vexed at the sight before him. After striving tirelessly to reach this pivotal juncture, He found himself with nothing to show for his efforts, a stark contrast to the previous bounteous rewards. Nevertheless, despite his grumbling, he recognized that the blue lotus was undoubtedly a formidable treasure, and it was clear that Su Shuang was on high alert against him. With a resigned huff, Xiao Yan scanned the stone chamber, his gaze settling on the stone coffin. After a moment's hesitation, he approached it, reasoning that since he had come this far, it was wise to explore for any additional treasures. Observing this sequence of movements, it seemed that the vigilance of the blue lotus maiden had diminished somewhat. Perhaps relinquishing his intentions was for the best. Otherwise, she would have remained focused on the white energy before her. Xiao Yan, sensing her relaxed scrutiny, made his way toward the throne, taking deliberate steps closer. Only he understood that his actions were but a ruse, intended to deceive the blue lotus maiden. As he neared the stone coffin, he discovered it to be securely sealed. With no intention of causing offense, he waved his hand casually, and the lid of the coffin flew open. Upon opening the stone sarcophagus, one discovers a skeletal remains lying peacefully within, surrounded by a plethora of gold and silver ornaments, suggesting that in life, this individual was likely a woman. The proximity of her burial to the throne indicates a connection between her remains and those resting atop the throne. A glance around reveals nothing beyond the bones and the scattered trinkets, prompting a deep sigh of disappointment. Moments later, as the ethereal Qinglian woman begins to absorb the white yin-yang heart, she directs her gaze towards another hand upon the throne. Sensing a resonance akin to that of the white heart, a black yin-yang heart, the instant Xiao Yan grasps the black heart, the space surrounding the Qinglian woman fractures. What? A formation? The Qinglian woman is taken aback, realizing a formation has silently manifested around her. Is it that young man? With his mid-level 3-star, Do Emperor strength, he could not have approached unnoticed. Slowly, she shifts her dark eyes towards Xiao Yan, only to spot a black orb in his hand, exuding an aura identical to that of the white orb she had just refined. Give it to me. The Qinglian woman unleashes a terrifying azure flame, hurtling towards Xiao Yan. Evidently, she has realized that she had unwittingly fallen into the trap of the relic's master, which explains her failure to notice the black orb. Otherwise, her nature would never allow her to overlook such a treasure. Damn it! Xiao Yan is well aware of the extraordinary nature of the azure flame. In an instant, he swallows the black orb, and with a surge of power, he escapes behind the throne's skeletal remains. Boom, boom, boom. Despite her focus on absorbing the white yin-yang heart, the Qinglian woman's attacks remain formidable. The skeletal throne is assailed by the azure flames, emitting a series of crackling sounds. In the aftermath, the throne remains motionless. Yet faint glimmers of light begin to emanate from the vertebrae, resembling something akin to a scroll. Xiao Yan, with his keen eyesight, notices the faint glow atop the skeletal throne. Swift as lightning, he sweeps his hand across the vertebrae, claiming the object into his spatial ring. The Qinglian woman is evidently startled by the presence of another object akin to the yin-yang heart. However, she senses that the energy emanating from the black orb mirrors that of the force before her. At this critical juncture of her absorption, she concentrates fully, dismissing any distractions. After all, within this relic, Xiao Yan cannot escape, and once she has refined her energy, she will retrieve the black orb. The orb's hardness is such that even after being swallowed by Xiao Yan, it will not be easily refined, compelling her to devote her entire effort to absorbing the energy before her. The Azure Lotus Maiden remained oblivious to the fact that within Xiao Yan resided 23 distinct types of, which, although inferior to the sacred flames, still bestowed upon him a formidable fire attribute and energy that could rival her own. The black orb, too, was in the process of being gradually refined and decomposed by the after Xiao Yan had ingested it. Observing that the Azure Lotus Maiden was preoccupied and unable to attack him, Xiao Yan descended to the ground and approached the stone sarcophagus. These two esteemed predecessors have certainly amassed quite a collection. As a junior, I shall pay my respects, he remarked, casting a glance at the skeletal remains within the coffin and then at the bones upon the throne. With a hint of resignation, he pondered aloud. What could this black orb possibly be? Why does it seem to elicit no reaction? Without further concern for the black orb he had just consumed, he bowed deeply to the two skeletal figures. However, at the very moment Xiao Yan straightened, his gaze was unexpectedly drawn to a section of the inner coffin wall beside the bones, where he discerned some faint inscriptions, prompting him to rush closer. In my lifetime, I draw strength from the power of the sun, my beloved draws strength from the power of the moon, and after death, we transform into the dual hearts of yin and yang. He then bowed again to the skeletal figure upon the throne, for there were several conspicuous characters inscribed above the remains. Such a creation can only be obtained through the union of yin and yang. These two brief sentences left Xiao Yan momentarily stunned, furrowing his brow as he contemplated their meaning. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him. and he cast a swift glance at Su Shuiying, who was hovering above on the azure lotus, his expression transforming into one of profound intrigue and peculiarity. Yet, within Xiaoyan, a surge of terrifying power began to flow. Chapter 65. The Enigma of the White Yin-Yang Heart. Xiaoyan's gaze shifted, becoming increasingly intense. He was not naive enough to believe that the so-called yin and yang powers within the sarcophagus and upon the throne referred to the natural yin and yang of the universe. In conjunction with the azure lotus maiden's acquisition of the white yin-yang heart, which was obscured by a mysterious array, it became evident that this so-called yin and yang likely pertained to male yang energy. This phenomenon, which could be euphemistically termed the power of yin and yang, could also be unflatteringly referred to as the dual cultivation force. Xiaoyan had indeed heard whispers of individuals enhancing their own abilities through such means, but to witness this despised practice unfold before him was utterly astonishing. Thus, when Xiaoyan realized that the master of this tomb and their beloved practiced their cultivation through the union of yin and yang, his expression grew increasingly peculiar. His gaze then shifted to Su Shuiying, who remained seated upon the azure lotus high above. From the small characters, it became clear to Xiaoyan that the tomb's master had deliberately left these clues. Who would casually examine such inconspicuous markings in the corners of a coffin? A common person, unaware of the intricacies, might recklessly attempt to refine the yin-yang heart, ultimately leading to the fate described on the coffin wall, a fate of being consumed by flames. Even in death, the master of the tomb seemed intent on ensnaring those who came after, leaving Xiaoyan somewhat speechless, as he observed Su Shuiying, poised serenely upon the azure lotus. The foretold consequence of being consumed by flames had yet to manifest, casting doubt upon the authenticity of the inscriptions. Could it be that these markings were merely a trap? Due to the prolonged duration, the yin-yang heart seems to have lost its efficacy. Xiaoyan murmured in disappointment. Suddenly, a surge of energy echoed through the air, prompting him to look up. To his astonishment, violent waves of energy erupted from within the Qinglian, emanating from Su Shuiying. Indeed, witnessing this scene, Xiaoyan's heart raced. The conical hat atop Su Shuiying was flung aside, revealing her fair skin, which blushed softly beneath her scholarly attire. He sensed a powerful and pure energy surging from her, causing the luminescent barrier of the Qinglian to ripple. At that moment, Su Shuiying seemed to realize something was amiss. A chill coursed through her, and her delicate hands danced elegantly, unleashing a strong azure do qi from within her, attempting to suppress the rampant cold energy. The Qinglian shimmered as waves of fierce azure energy continuously emanated from Su Shuiying, indicating that she was embroiled in a fierce internal struggle. Xiaoyan below couldn't help but secretly marvel at Su Shuiying's ability to temporarily subdue even the energy of the yin-yang heart. Her strength was indeed formidable. However, despite the standoff, it was only a matter of time. The yin-yang heart represented the culmination of a lifetime of cultivation by a powerful figure at the peak of the seven-star Do Emperor. Regardless of how astonishing Su Shuiying was, her current strength was still limited. Thus, after several minutes of confrontation, the luminous barrier of the Qinglian suddenly shattered, enveloping Su Shuiying in an extremely pure layer of yin energy. Under normal circumstances, this would be a tremendous boon for Su Shuiying, yet if taken to excess, it could transform into a lethal poison. If she could not dispel this pure yin energy, its accumulation would ignite into pure yin flames, incinerating her from within. You've done a fine job. Though Su Shuiying was an innocent maiden, she understood her precarious situation. It was utterly shameless. Rising abruptly from the Qinglian, her voice was frigid as she raised her hand, a powerful azure do qi erupting forth, forming a colossal palm that struck down upon the skeletal throne and stone coffin. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as the coffin and its contents were reduced to rubble, while the bones upon the throne remained intact. Observing this, Xiaoyan's lips twitched. This woman was undeniably fierce. Just moments ago, she had claimed the yin-yang heart, and now she ruthlessly obliterated the remains of another's spouse. Cautiously, he stepped back, sensing that this woman was on the verge of a violent outburst. Approaching her now could very well lead to his untimely demise. In the unobserved moment shared between the two, amidst the shattered dust of the stone sarcophagus, faint glimmers of red began to flicker. After shattering the sarcophagus in a fit of anger, Su Shuiying's delicate form trembled once more. She could sense a flame gradually taking shape within her, a flame that was not scorching, but rather exuded an endless chill and frost. However, under the influence of this flame, the profound fighting energy within her started to exhibit signs of rigidity. Given her current strength, it was indeed quite challenging to resist the remnants left by a peak seven-star Do Emperor. Su Shuiying's gaze flickered rapidly, and after a moment, she suddenly bit her silver teeth and shifted her focus to the only person present. Upon meeting Su Shuiying's gaze, Xiaoyan's expression twitched slightly. and he began to retreat slowly, forcing a smile as he said, "Miss Su, I believe it is best for us to leave this place. I shall take my leave now." With those words, he darted towards the bronze door. Seeing Xiao Yan's swift escape, Su Shuiying could not help but feel a mix of amusement and irritation. Why didn't you act more sensibly before? Xiao Yan ultimately did not escape as he had wished. Just as he was about to reach the bronze door, an overwhelmingly powerful gust of wind surged from behind him. With a flash of inspiration, he evaded. But the mighty wind crashed heavily against the already closed bronze door. Noticing that the tightly shut bronze door remained closed despite the fierce assault, Xiao Yan could only turn helplessly to face Su Shuiying, who floated gracefully before him on her blue lotus, his brow furrowing as he asked, "What do you intend to do? Your predicament is not my concern. Hand over the black Yin-Yang heart," Su Shuiying declared fiercely, having sensed a peculiar shift within her body. "Apologies, but I have already consumed that item," Xiao Yan replied, his mouth agape at the blue lotus maiden. He understood the immense power contained within the Yin-Yang heart, crystallized by a peak 7-star Do Emperor, and recognized that he could not defeat this woman. Thus, he had swallowed it the moment he obtained it. "Spit it out." The blue lotus maiden's complexion flushed with a hint of pink, her tone softening. "Once it has entered my body, how could it possibly be expelled?" Xiao Yan replied indifferently. Chapter 66, Seeking the Yang? You were already aware that the Yin-Yang heart was problematic? Upon hearing this, a glint of cold light flashed in Su Shuiying's eyes, her melodious voice suddenly turning frigid. At this moment, she did not wish to fall out with Xiao Yan, even though she was not intimidated by him. "The inscriptions within the sarcophagus, I only discovered them after you consumed the Yin-Yang heart. Did you not notice?" Xiao Yan hastily clarified. Realizing that this woman was no longer as amenable as before, a mere disagreement could lead to a swift strike. Su Shuiying's expression fluctuated, clearly furious. She certainly would not have inspected the sarcophagus walls for any messages without reason. If there had been any, she would not have endured such turmoil. Su Shuiying also understood that to absorb the power of the Yin-Yang heart, apart from the union of yin and yang, there existed another method, simultaneous refinement of the black and white beads. Young Master Xiao Yan. As the expressions on Su Shuiying's cheeks shifted, the ethereal aura surrounding her became increasingly intense. She fixed her gaze upon Xiao Yan, and her previously frigid tone unexpectedly softened considerably. "What is it?" If an ordinary person were to receive such gentle words from a celestial beauty, they would likely find their very bones turning to jelly. Yet, Xiao Yan sensed something amiss and immediately grew wary. "The young lady wishes to borrow the black orb within you. Should we extricate ourselves from this predicament, I assure you, I shall provide you with ample compensation." Su Shuiying spoke softly. "That might not be advisable. My master has instructed me that until I attain the rank of 7-star Do Emperor, I must preserve my purity," Xiao Yan replied with a forced smile. This was, of course, a fabrication. He had no mentor guiding him, nor was there any rule forbidding the loss of innocence before reaching 7-star Do Emperor. His underlying message was a clear refusal. "Xiao Yan, exercise caution. This woman likely intends to forcibly extract the black Yin-Yang heart from within you, since you have consumed it. The formidable flame power within you has already refined it. Moreover, to fully absorb the essence of the Yin-Yang heart, a perfect union of yin and yang is essential. If she extracts the energy from that black orb, it will undoubtedly harm your foundation and result in severe aftereffects." The voice of the Golden Dragon King resonated gravely in Xiao Yan's mind. If this were to be acquired through conventional Yin-Yang means, both parties could reap tremendous benefits. However, this woman is evidently quite proud. Even the likes of the youthful and talented Wu Huan would struggle to catch her eye. It is unlikely she would engage with you in such a manner, so do not delude yourself into thinking she will entrust her purity to you. Thus, it is highly probable that this woman intends to directly extract the black orb from you. Damn it, this woman is ruthless. Upon hearing the Golden Dragon King's words, Xiao Yan felt a chill run down his spine and immediately declared, "Miss Su, perhaps you should seek assistance from others. I truly find myself unsuitable for this." "You." Upon hearing this, Su Shuiying's gaze instantly turned furious. Xiao Yan's words were far too cutting. "Young Master Xiao, I have stated that regardless of your losses, I shall offer you multiple times in compensation." Although anger surged within her, Su Shuiying exhibited remarkable composure. Even at this moment, she took a deep breath, striving to soften her tone. "Not interested. Farewell." Xiao Yan ignored her pleas, clasped his fists, and retreated, simultaneously summoning a heavy measuring rod beneath his feet, while his hand grasped the ancient fire measuring rod that gleamed into existence. Bang! As Xiao Yan retreated, the fiery power surged forth, crashing heavily against the bronze door. Yet the formidable force failed to budge the tightly sealed portal. Damned! Xiao Yan was taken aback, realizing the door's hardness far exceeded that of ordinary stone doors. It seemed unlikely he would escape anytime soon. He remained vigilant, observing the changing expressions of the azure lotus woman. Witnessing this scene, Su Shuiying's gaze turned icy. The state of her being left no room for further delay. With a swift motion, she unleashed a torrent of azure light from the azure lotus beneath her feet, which surged forth like a skyward cascade, hurtling toward Xiaoyan. Since young Master Lin Dong is unwilling to cooperate, I must take my leave. As Su Shuiying finally took action, Xiaoyan's expression darkened slightly. The fighting spirit within him surged violently, and from the ancient fire ruler, a luminous white glow erupted, with the shape of the ruler swirling and striking heavily against the approaching azure vines. Clang! Sparks erupted in midair, and with each collision with the azure vines, Xiaoyan felt an overwhelming force of recoil surging towards him. Although much of it was mitigated by the ancient fire ruler, the residual power still forced Xiaoyan to retreat rapidly, a sweetness rising in his throat. Even though the strength of the azure lotus woman was suppressed by the imperial attack, the disparity in power between him and Su Shuiying was still too great. Swish! In the air, the azure shadows danced wildly, and before he knew it, they transformed into azure light, completely enveloping Xiaoyan, constricting his range of movement. Hiss! As his mobility was restricted, the ancient fire ruler could not be fully unleashed. With a moment of carelessness, the azure vines surged forth, ensnaring Xiaoyan tightly. Once Xiaoyan was subdued, Su Shuiying gracefully approached atop the azure lotus. She gazed at Xiaoyan with a fierce look in her eyes, yet remained silent, extending her finger to lightly touch his limbs. At that moment, Xiaoyan felt his body rendered immobile beneath the binding of the azure flames. Damn it! His eyes flickered with madness as he silently roared within, simultaneously preparing to slowly merge the massive fire lotus seed in his hand. The azure flames danced upon the jade hands of the azure lotus woman. Observing Xiaoyan's confinement, she once again condensed the azure flames and directed them straight into his body, offending the young master. A chilling aura gradually emanated from the azure lotus woman. How is it possible? The black yin-yang heart has actually been refined by you. As the flames entered Xiaoyan's body, the azure lotus woman sensed the absence of beads within him, only to find a mass of terrifyingly potent black liquid. When the azure flames penetrated Xiaoyan's body, they suddenly encountered the obstruction of 23 types of strange fire within him, as if something deeper inside him was on the verge of exploding. The black liquid, long refined within Xiaoyan, seemed irresistibly drawn toward a fatal attraction about to burst forth. Wait, what is this fluctuation? What is that on your forehead? The azure lotus woman suddenly came to her senses, her delicate brows furrowing as her sparkling eyes widened in astonishment at Xiaoyan. Upon the azure flames entering his body at the forehead, she seemed to discover something familiar about him. Chapter 67, Clan Mark? Su Shuiying's hat had long since fallen away, and the veil could not conceal the surprise in her eyes. She vividly recalled her master's warning, stating that during her journey, if she encountered someone with this mark on their forehead, she must not become adversarial. Su Shuiying frowned slightly, for from her previous contact with Xiaoyan, she distinctly sensed the essence of that mark emanating from the man before her. Moreover, while concealed within this ancient ruin, I had already learned the name of the man before me. Xiaoyan. He bears the same surname. Could it be the clan emblem? Su Shuiying and her sect have long preserved a remnant of this clan insignia. Thus she is well acquainted with the pattern and the power it emanates. What exactly is that upon your forehead? After a brief moment of astonishment, Su Shuiying gradually regained her composure and addressed Xiaoyan. This is my personal secret. There is no need for me to divulge it to you, Xiaoyan replied nonchalantly. Su Shuiying forcibly suppressed the unusual sensations coursing through her body. Channeling her azure fighting spirit into her jade-like hands, she launched an assault towards Xiaoyan. Just moments ago, she sensed that the faintly visible object on Xiaoyan's forehead might indeed be what her master had spoken of. Thus, there were certain matters she needed to clarify. Boom, boom, boom. The azure fighting spirit harbored a terrifying power, as searing as molten lava and as frigid as ice. Damn it, what is this woman thinking? Is she truly intent on extracting my black yin-yang heart? Xiaoyan inwardly cursed, realizing that this woman was indeed formidable. Her unpredictable tactics caught him off guard. Confronted with such a terrifying force, even Xiaoyan's composure faltered, for he distinctly felt waves of destructive energy emanating from her fighting spirit, indicating that she was evidently prepared to fight with all her might. Although Su Shuiying had currently suppressed her strength to the pinnacle of a 3-star Do Emperor, her true prowess was overwhelmingly superior to Xiaoyan's at this moment. Thus, even facing a suppressed Su Shuiying, Xiaoyan found himself without any chance of victory. It was an absolute suppression. A milky white flame gradually enveloped Xiaoyan's body and the everlasting fire ancient ruler. while Xiaoyi glared with a slight frown at Su Shuang before her. Bang, bang, bang. The terrifying azure palm prints of fighting spirit clashed violently against the milky white, everlasting fire ancient ruler. After the encounter, Xiaoyan spat out a mouthful of blood. Cough, cough. This madwoman is indeed powerful. The sheer magnitude of her fighting spirit far surpasses my own. After spitting blood, Xiaoyan hastily retrieved a handful of high-grade pills from his ring and consumed them without a second thought, disregarding the pain of wasting such precious elixirs, and then cast a fleeting glance at Su Shuang. Oh, Su Shuang was evidently taken aback, not expecting Xiaoyan to be so formidable. That seemingly ordinary palm strike, unbeknownst to others, was wielded with the combined prowess of her fighting spirit and holy flame. Its might would compel even a 4-star Do Emperor to retreat. The fact that Xiaoyan merely spat out blood and was forced back a few steps genuinely astonished her. Master Ancestor, what did you mean by familiar fluctuations? During their recent exchange, Xiaoyan sensed an overwhelming suppression. Even with Su Shuang's strength curtailed, his chances of victory were virtually non-existent. This woman before him is truly extraordinary. Channel your clan emblem with all your might. If my deductions are correct. The Golden Dragon King scrutinized Su Shuang intently. Did not my master instruct us not to activate the clan emblem until we reach the Do Immortal stage? Surely, there must be some secret behind this. Xiaoyan concurred with the words of his esteemed ancestor, the Golden Dragon King, choosing to remain silent. Heavenly Fire 3 Transformations. First transformation. Second transformation. Third transformation. In an instant, Xiaoyan's hands formed seals with lightning speed, and within mere seconds, the Heavenly Fire 3 transformations were completely activated. Concurrently, a powerful surge of energy erupted from within him. 3-star Do Emperor, late stage. 3-star Do Emperor, peak stage. Half-step 4-star Do Emperor. The blazing and ferocious Do Qi surged rapidly within Xiaoyan, emanating intense heat that gradually seeped out, ultimately invading his blood vessels. As this high temperature permeated, the blood flowing through his veins quickened significantly. With his exceptional spiritual perception, Xiaoyan sensed a peculiar force swiftly traversing his blood vessels, seemingly aiming for the center of his brow. As this strange energy coursed within Xiaoyan, a radiant glow began to flicker at his brow in the external world. Gradually, an intricate pattern, seemingly born of nature itself, emerged, followed closely by additional lines. Su Shuang observed a purplish-red line gradually materializing at Xiaoyan's brow, forming a small point. Witnessing this scene, even Su Shuang, with her ordinarily calm demeanor, was momentarily taken aback, her eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. What is this sensation? Since Xiaoyan had unleashed the Heavenly Fire 3 transformations, Su Shuang felt an increasingly potent fluctuation emanating from his forehead. This fluctuation bore an uncanny resemblance to the mysterious patterns worshipped within her sect. As Su Shuang marveled in disbelief, the unusual pattern at Xiaoyan's brow descended with a slow yet resolute trajectory, exhibiting a beauty reminiscent of flowing clouds and flowing water. I have truly encountered it. Su Shuang gently bit her lip, suppressing her surprise. Amid her astonishment, the final trace of the pattern gradually completed its formation. As this last surge of energy settled, an arcane purplish-red clan emblem appeared upon Xiaoyan's forehead. Buzz. At the moment the clan emblem took shape, the flow of blood within Xiaoyan accelerated dramatically. A unique sense of euphoria coursing through his veins and throughout his body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the clan emblem solidified, Xiaoyan abruptly opened his tightly shut eyes, a brilliant purplish-red light radiating from them. After a brief moment, the brilliance became more refined, and the clan emblem at his brow seamlessly merged with his forehead, as if it had always belonged there. Xiaoyan exhaled deeply, recalling the words of his ancestor, Xiaoxian. Even if the clan emblem were to vanish, he could still feel an extraordinary energy shimmering beneath his brow. With this emblem, the Heavenly Fire 3 transformations would no longer need to be activated anew. With merely a thought, the emblem would transform into an exquisite secret technique. However, the Do Emperor continent was indeed different from the Do Qi continent. He still needed to invoke the Heavenly Fire 3 transformations to subsequently activate the clan emblem. Are you a member of the Xiao clan? Su Shuang, with her delicate lips slightly biting, addressed Xiaoyan, who had activated the clan's emblem. The cold indifference that had previously characterized her demeanor had dissipated. How could she possibly know about the Xiao clan? A hint of surprise flickered in Xiaoyan's eyes. It seemed she had some connection to their lineage. The Golden Dragon King also began to speak slowly. The 68th family guardian? What do you mean by that, Su Guiyang? Xiaoyan furrowed his brow. It was peculiar that he had felt no trace of other clan powers since his arrival in the Do Emperor continent. Logically speaking, his ancestors from the Xiao family had broken through to the Do Emperor level on the Do Qi continent millennia ago. So why was he unable to sense any trace of bloodline power upon arriving here? Was it possible that the clan had gone into hiding or had been annihilated? When he received the true inheritance of the burning decision guarded by the ancient Emperor Tuashi, he recalled that the founder of the burning decision, who was also the master of his master, had once stated clearly, "Do not activate the clan emblem until you reach the Docian level." Xiaoyan had no doubt about the authenticity of this statement, for he sensed that there were undoubtedly hidden secrets within those words. The ring left by the ancient Emperor Tuashi and his master, the Golden Dragon King, surely held some knowledge. Yet they would not divulge it easily due to his insufficient strength. "It's nothing. I merely wish to clarify a few matters," Su Shuang said. Her gaze fixed intently on Xiaoyan's forehead before releasing a faint azure do qi towards him. "Do not worry. This flame can heal some of your injuries." Noticing the slight wounds on Xiaoyan, she spoke reassuringly. "What is happening here?" Xiaoyan was utterly bewildered. This ethereal beauty, powerful in her own right, had moments ago sought to directly eliminate him to seize the black Yinyang heart. Now, her attitude was a world apart from before. "What are you doing, Su Guliang?" Xiaoyan asked in astonishment. "Since you are of the Xiao clan, we need not regard each other as foes," Su Shuang expressed, her emotions veiled beneath her delicate veil, as if she were deep in contemplation. "I recall that your Xiao clan is a formidable presence on the Do Emperor continent, with several sects affiliated with your family. In this realm, many transcendent or exceptionally powerful races maintain strong subordinate clans to bolster their strength, while also delegating certain covert tasks to them when direct intervention is inconvenient. This woman before him was likely one of those guardians. In other words, she was a protector of their clan," the Golden Dragon King affirmed. "Master, why can I sense no trace of the clan's power?" Xiaoyan inquired, perplexed. "Indeed, your Xiao clan is powerful on the Do Emperor continent. Yet this has also drawn unnecessary troubles and numerous enemies, leading to the subsequent fate of your family. It seems I have spoken too much. Rest assured, your Xiao clan is indeed quite formidable in the Do continent. Your ancestors, those ancient beings, are not so easily perished. When your strength reaches a certain level, I shall divulge the truth to you. For now, there is no need for you to know more." The Golden Dragon King coughed, evidently having inadvertently revealed something about the Xiao clan, as his current strength was insufficient for him to share such secrets. Upon hearing his venerable master, the Golden Dragon King, speak thus, Xiaoyan contemplated his course of action. In light of this, he decided to first enhance his strength before embarking on the quest to uncover the mysteries of his family and to find Sun Air. The Do-Di continent is vastly different from the Do-Chi continent. Here, the prodigies and powerhouses are even more exceptional, without formidable strength as a safeguard. Seeking out loved ones and family would be an arduous journey. He then fixed his gaze upon Su Shuang, the furrows on his forehead deepening with concern. Su Shuang scrutinized Xiaoyan intently, and when her eyes fell upon the fire sprite resting on his shoulder and the markings on his forehead, she bit her lip thoughtfully. Her mentor had once imparted wisdom, stating that during her travels, if she encountered someone bearing such markings, she must not engage them as an enemy. Xiaoyan's pupils constricted sharply as he noticed a familiar pattern slowly manifesting on Su Shuang's delicate hand. How could this be? Xiaoyan gasped in astonishment, for he sensed a resonant wave emanating from the mark on her hand, akin to his own. With every step Su Shuang took, a chilling aura followed her, and she approached Xiaoyan gracefully, the markings on her hand growing increasingly radiant. "How do you possess this clan mark?" Xiaoyan exclaimed. He was acutely aware of what his ancestor, Xiao Xian, had articulated. Their clan's markings were not merely birthed from bloodline strength, but rather were a product of the fusion of the heavenly fire 3 profound transformations and the bloodline power. Since it was deemed a clan mark, it naturally required a bloodline source. Yet, the woman before him seemed devoid of any Xiao clan bloodline. How could she bear such a mark? "This is my secret. You need not know. Just understand that we are not adversaries," Su Shuang replied coolly, her lips parting slightly. Xiaoyan gazed at her in surprise, noticing that when she first beheld the clan mark on his forehead, she exhibited a mix of astonishment and a hint of reluctance. His discerning eye caught the subtle indication that perhaps he, or the Xiao clan, was not particularly favored by her. "Rest assured, the things we protect are not for you to claim. When I have attained sufficient strength, I shall naturally shoulder that responsibility," she continued, her lips pursed. Although Xiaoyan had many enigmas he wished to inquire about Su Shuang, it appeared that she harbored significant bias against him. Thus, he ventured to ask, "Are you all right, Su Guliang?" Upon hearing his question, Su Shuang's enchanting eyes, shimmering beneath her veil, seemed to glisten with moisture. She remained transfixed, gazing at the clan mark on Xiaoyan's forehead, as a surge of azure flames erupted around her, rendering her previously composed demeanor slightly flushed, her breathing becoming uneven. At this moment, Xiao Yan was merely a few steps away from Su Shuiying, and he immediately sensed her unusual state. Damn it! I can't hold it back any longer. Xiao Yan, disregarding other questions, felt the terrifying energy of the black yin-yang heart, which he had long since consumed, erupt uncontrollably under Su Shuiying's influence. Even the immense Do Qi and could not contain it. Strands of black energy radiated from Xiao Yan's body, and his pupils constricted tightly as a wave of fiery restlessness surged from below. Considering the words of the relic's master he had just witnessed, Xiao Yan cursed. Could it be this intense? Su Shuiying, lost in thought while gazing at the clan pattern, was unaware of her surroundings. However, upon sensing the overflow of energy from the white yin-yang heart, she realized something was amiss. After suppressing it for so long, she could no longer contain it, and pure white yin energy emanated from her entire body. As her body weakened and she was on the verge of collapsing, a broad hand appeared, accompanied by a surge of pure yang energy. Are you all right? Xiao Yan asked, steadying Su Shuiying by her waist to prevent her from falling. Feeling the almost palpable yang energy so close to her, Su Shuiying, an innocent maiden, blushed deeply under the influence of the white yin-yang heart. Her sparkling eyes clouded with a misty haze, even her breath becoming heavy. Xiao Yan, if you ruin my purity, I will surely kill you. Su Shuiying, now aware of the yin-yang heart's implications, bit her delicate lip, struggling to maintain her last thread of rationality as she glared at Xiao Yan in anger. Observing the celestial beauty in his arms desperately struggling, Xiao Yan knew time was of the essence. Without hesitation, he directed his fingers toward the hem of Su Shuiying's elegant skirt. I apologize for this. Chapter 69. The explosive outburst of the black and white yin-yang heart. However, after the terrifying energy of the white yin-yang heart erupted, a sense of helplessness spread throughout Su Shuiying's body, making even the control of her limbs a challenge, let alone launching an attack. The Qinglian beneath their feet suddenly burst forth with dazzling light, seemingly striving to dissolve the pure yin force within Su Shuiying. If Xiao Yan truly ruins my purity, I will undoubtedly kill him, even if he is from the Xiao clan. After all, that is how they are. Su Shuiying thought to herself, struggling to gather her Do Qi, her eyes betraying a flicker of resolve. The energies of the white and black yin-yang hearts converged, seemingly producing a peculiar reaction, akin to poison. Yet, just as Xiao Yan sought every means to resist the blazing evil fire raging within him, a slender, lotus-like arm suddenly wrapped around his neck, and a body as delicate as a water snake clung to him, a waft of fragrant aroma invading his senses. Boom! The scent emanating from Su Shuiying's skin, as soft as that of an infant, enveloped Xiao Yan. And the softness in his arms ignited his senses like a fuse on dynamite, causing his eyes to redden instantly. The rationality he had desperately clung to growing ever more tenuous. The enchanting beauty lay helplessly in Xiao Yan's embrace, a celestial being who, in this moment, transformed into a beguiling enchantress with seductive eyes. As she leaned against Xiao Yan, her breath came in soft gasps, yet beneath the delicate veil, inaudible sounds still managed to escape. Damn it, I can't hold back any longer. Xiao Yan, disregarding all else, directed his fingers towards Su Shuiying's core. With her eyes shut, tears began to cascade down her sparkling gaze, and in that instant, the veil vanished entirely, revealing a visage that could render the world speechless. Su Shuiying's eyes flew open, staring at Xiao Yan in a moment of bewilderment. Evidently, she had not anticipated such boldness from him. Mother, did you not say that the Xiao clan we protect is filled with ungrateful wretches? Yet he is nothing like you described. Xiao Yan. Such a beauty truly is a boon for you, now that you too are under the influence of the yin-yang heart. Neglecting to balance the two could lead to dire consequences, the Golden Dragon King teased, observing Xiao Yan's discomposure. Master, please do not provoke me. I have a family. Moreover, while Su Shuiying possesses an unparalleled beauty, from her earlier words, I can ascertain that she is a guardian of our clan and seems to harbor significant resentment towards us. Though I am a man, I cannot take advantage of another's vulnerability. She has been our family's protector for so long, it must have been arduous, and I still have many mysteries to unravel. I cannot bear to hurt her, Xiao Yan replied, cradling Su Shuiying tenderly. Upon closer inspection, it would not be an exaggeration to declare Su Shuiying breathtakingly beautiful, even after the veil's disappearance. As she gasped for breath, her cheeks and body flushed with warmth. Master, please, do not toy with me. How am I to resolve this? Xiao Yan implored, feeling a stirring within himself, prompted by Su Shuiying's state, and sought assistance from the Golden Dragon King. Are you certain you do not wish to? This woman's strength is formidable. If you were to accept her now, she might very well become obedient to you, the Golden Dragon King continued, maintaining his playful tone as he regarded Xiao Yan. Master, please stop jesting. Su Shuiying is certainly not that type of person. From her recent emotions, I can tell that if I were to tarnish her purity, she would pursue vengeance. With her strength comparable to that of a 5-star Do Emperor, or even greater, the thought alone fills me with dread, Xiao Yan exclaimed, staring in disbelief at his master. Very well, very well. Channel your remaining Do Qi into your fingertips, and apply 3 successive touches to this woman's lower abdomen. This should temporarily help her control her power. Then, stimulate the within you. By utilizing its unique properties, you can postpone the eruption of the yin-yang heart for a time, the Golden Dragon King instructed slowly. However, despite the temporary suppression of the white yin-yang heart's energy, it was destined to resurge eventually. Su Shuang bit her delicate lips, clearly at a loss for what to do. Xiao Yan had not committed any egregious acts. He had previously contemplated extracting her yang energy. Su Shuang could not help but fall into deep contemplation. Xiao Yan, feeling helpless, reflected on the irony of his good intentions leading to a tarnished reputation as a villain. Master, what shall we do now? This suppression cannot last long. When it erupts again, Xiao Yan furrowed his brows, acutely aware of the precarious situation he found himself in. If the legendary yin-yang heart was this formidable, one could only imagine the power of the rumored blood of the relic's master. Originally, the yin-yang heart required a harmonious union of yin and yang, a task beyond his reach. However, I can sense a faint presence of both yin and yang energies within you, albeit weak, yet sufficient to dispel this yin-yang heart. The Golden Dragon King slowly articulated. I possess such faint energies? Xiao Yan murmured, pondering his master's words. Could it be? That must be it. The Golden Dragon King, though unaware of the origins of the yin-yang power within Xiao Yan, recognized it as a potential solution to the imminent crisis, for the Azure Lotus Maiden was indeed formidable. What shall we do now? Su Shuang asked, her demeanor having softened, devoid of the earlier chill. Chapter 70, Solutions. What else can be done? Did you not intend to kill me to claim my yang? Go ahead. I cannot possibly defeat you now, Xiao Yan replied, a sense of resignation in his tone. Su Shuang's delicate brows furrowed. She had not anticipated Xiao Yan to harbor such a grudge. Yet, recognizing her own missteps, she fell silent. Xiao Yan merely vented his frustrations. The woman was not only strikingly beautiful, but also possessed overwhelming strength, making it unwise for him to pressure her too much. He recalled a time on the Duki continent, in the Black Domain's vast plains, when he had obtained the 3,000 thunderous movements alongside a 7th-grade pill, the Yin-Yang Xianlong pill, crafted by his infuriating senior brother, Yao Feng. It was said that when this pill was forged, celestial phenomena would manifest, as the 2 dragon souls of Yin and Yang would soar skyward, entwining before solidifying into a pill. Moreover, the Yin-Yang Xianlong pill did not merely enhance one's strength, it offered a chance for rebirth. Should anyone consume this pill, and then find themselves grievously injured or on the brink of death, fortune might grant them an opportunity for a resurgence. This rebirth would shatter previous limitations, allowing a transformation of body, soul, and even Duki, elevating one to new heights. Thus, anyone who ingested it would have no reason to fear for their life after suffering a fatal blow, for this could signal a complete metamorphosis. Subsequently, when he ventured to rescue his master, Yao Lao, he was grievously wounded by the full force of the Starry Sky Old Ghost's attack. Yet, leveraging the miraculous effects of the Yin-Yang Xianlong pill, he achieved rebirth and ascended to Dozun. Though he had exhausted the pill's effects, remnants of Yin-Yang energy lingered within him. Xiao Yan came to a realization. Master, how can I draw forth that faint thread of Yin-Yang energy within me? Xiao Yan gradually unraveled the reasons behind the situation and then inquired. According to your words, Xiao Yan, you have consumed a 7th-grade pill, the Yin-Yang Xianlong Dan, thus acquiring a trace of Yin-Yang energy. The most effective course of action now is to absorb a drop of the blood you just obtained from the bloodthirsty demon dragon lizard. Being another dragon-type beast, it stands to reason that it should evoke the Yin-Yang power within you. The Golden Dragon King pondered for a moment before responding. Xiao Yan observed that the originally cautious Su Shuang seemed to gradually lower her defenses, her dark eyes gazing at him with uncertainty. Rest assured, Miss Su, I possess a method to resolve the issue of the Yin-Yang heart without the need for their combination, Xiao Yan stated, feeling somewhat helpless as he regarded the Azure Lotus woman before him. From her words and the knowledge imparted by his master, he understood that she must have significant ties to his family. Gently, Xiao Yan withdrew a jade vial and captured the crimson blood with his palm wreathed in milky white flames, exhaling a sigh of relief as he glanced down at the scarlet liquid igniting in the flames. On his shoulder, the little Eat babbled incessantly. Ever since merging with 23 kinds of, her intelligence mirrored that of an ordinary person, yet upon arriving at the Dodi continent, her speech had significantly diminished, leaving Xiao Yan both puzzled and intrigued. Su Shuang contemplated how to address the issue of the Yin-Yang heart. Although it was currently subdued, Failing to seek a solution would lead to a repetition of past mistakes. After Xiao Yan spoke, her gaze remained fixed on him, as if he possessed a solution. She then noticed the drop of crimson blood on Xiao Yan's palm slowly igniting. With her keen eye, she immediately perceived the extraordinary nature of this blood. Recognizing the terrifying power contained within, it was undeniably the blood of a dragon-type beast. Her beautiful eyes flickered with curiosity, wondering what Xiao Yan intended to do. Xiao Yan watched as the drop of crimson blood began to melt away in his palm, his heart soaring with delight. This blood harbored the violent power of the demon dragon, a substance not to be recklessly consumed, lest it lead to a catastrophic explosion of his body. However, for Xiao Yan, this presented no formidable challenge. As a pharmacist, he was well versed in harmonizing the volatile elements within such energies. Given sufficient time, he was confident he could safely absorb all of this blood. Moreover, this ignited blood of the bloodthirsty demon dragon lizard was intended to awaken its innate talent, bloodthirst. Only in this manner could it stir the trace of yin-yang power within Xiao Yan. Boom! Under the embrace of Xiao Yan's milky white flames, the drop of blood from the bloodthirsty demon dragon lizard was swiftly refined. The crimson liquid began to flow from his palm, enveloping his entire being. Subsequently, a visibly vibrant crimson shield emerged around Xiao Yan, encasing him seamlessly. Upon witnessing Xiao Yan's transformation, Su Shuiying felt a sudden shock in her heart. Despite her current prowess, she found it quite challenging to contend with the luminous shield encasing Xiao Yan. She sensed the immense power radiating from it. Although she would have been untroubled in her prime, the present circumstances left her lacking that strength. As a single drop of blood from the bloodthirsty dragon lizard was refined by Xiao Yan, a scarlet glow enveloped his body, and a resounding dragon roar echoed forth, not merely from him, but distinctly from the shield itself. With the reverberation of the roar, certain powers within Xiao Yan stirred, awakening and gradually manifesting. Boom, boom, boom. A pure force of yin and a pure force of yang materialized within Xiao Yan's palm. Though faint, they were sufficient to address the predicament he faced. Su Shuiying gazed in astonishment at the two forces in Xiao Yan's hand. One bore resemblance to the pure yin energy she had just devoured, while the other was identical to the pure yang energy from the black yin-yang heart that Xiao Yan had absorbed. He had succeeded. The path ahead seemed promising. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Xiao Yan reflected on the potential failure of his endeavor to resonate the bloodthirsty dragon lizard's blood with the yin-yang profound dragon pill he had consumed. Should he falter, he would be left with little recourse. Fortunately, he had triumphed. He then directed the pure yang force towards Su Shuiying, for many mysteries of his lineage remained unsolved. Xiao Yan calculated quietly, believing that if his ancestral master, the Golden Dragon King, was reticent, Su Shuiying might provide the answers he sought. Chapter 71. Refining the yin-yang heart. Su Shuiying, oblivious to Xiao Yan's thoughts, was taken aback upon witnessing the two forces in his palm. How had he acquired such power? A question stirred within her mind. Although Xiao Yan possessed the means to resolve the yin-yang heart dilemma, she hesitated to voice her intentions, let alone attempt to seize it after her previous treatment of him. As the pure yang force approached her, a flicker of doubt crossed Su Shuiying's eyes. Why would he offer her this after how she had treated him? Yet, she was not one to linger indecisively. She extended her delicate hand to receive the energy. Upon grasping the orb, she was greeted by a series of dragon roars, indicative of the pure yang energy being derived from the seventh-tier pill, the yin-yang profound dragon pill. However, she was unaware of the intricacies. The echoes of the roars posed no threat to her. Thus, she slightly elevated her hand, enveloping the orb in a verdant flame. Feeling the pure yang energy before her, Su Shuiying, wary of repeating her earlier misstep, summoned a green lotus atop her jade foot, and in an instant, azure flames enveloped her entire being, signifying her intent to absorb and merge the two forces. Observing Su Shuiying's actions, Xiao Yan felt a sense of relief as she commenced her absorption. He too knew he could not lag behind. Though Xiao Yan was unaware of the connection between his ancestors of the Shao clan and Su Shuiying's lineage on the Dodi continent, he understood that since Su Shuiying's clan served as protectors of the Shao clan, he would not shy away from offering assistance. Observing that Su Shuiying did not flinch, the Golden Dragon King nodded and said, "If you are prepared, then absorb it into your body and refine it." With a deep breath, Xiao Yan fixed his gaze on the pulsating, lifelike orb of pure yin energy that had been extracted from the yin-yang Xianlong Dan. After a moment's hesitation, he clenched his teeth and inhaled sharply, drawing the luminous sphere into his mouth. Boom! As the orb entered his body, a surge of nearly frenzied emotions erupted from within him, turning his eyes blood red in an instant. Damn it! The pure yin orb from the yin-yang Xianlong Dan has fused with the aura of the bloodthirsty demon dragon lizard. Xiao Yan gritted his teeth. Although the yin energy derived from the yin-yang Xianlong Dan was inferior to that of the heavens and earth, it was the only option available. The Golden Dragon King observed Xiao Yan and remarked that this was a process that could not be assisted by others. He must endure it alone. What a terrifying dragon aura! Xiao Yan's eyes blazed crimson, yet he maintained a semblance of rationality. Gritting his teeth, he managed to utter a few words, and then, with a mental command, streams of milky white flames surged from within him, enveloping the invading pure yin orb like a tidal wave. The milky white flames roared upwards, akin to the crashing of ocean waves, attempting to wash away the ferocity contained within the pure yin orb. Hiss! Upon contact, the milky white flames erupted into clouds of white mist, swiftly evaporating the fighting spirit, yet the ferocity of the dragon aura within the pure yin orb remained undiminished. Indeed, a formidable challenge. Seeing the persistence of the pure yin orb, Xiao Yan furrowed his brow, then urged forth more streams of milky white flames, launching continuous assaults against the orb. Each impact caused his internal fighting spirit to engage with the pure yin orb, melting away like snow meeting molten lava. Fortunately, the relentless onslaught continued, wave after wave. As the milky white flames raged in their relentless refinement, the pure yin orb finally began to exhibit some fluctuations. The dragon aura, now bolstered by the bloodthirsty demon dragon lizard, bore an even more violent presence. As the milky white flames gradually dissipated, the ferocity within the orb quietly weakened. Although the pace was slow, it at least offered Xiao Yan a glimmer of hope. However, just as Xiao Yan felt a surge of joy from this progress, he failed to notice that the ferocity expelled from the pure yin orb was gradually spreading within his body. At a certain moment, when feelings of agitation began to rise within him, he suddenly realized that this ferocity was eroding his consciousness. How could I possibly fear the dragon aura of a mere dead entity? Upon perceiving the situation, Xiao Yan's expression subtly shifted, yet he remained composed. As long as his heart was steadfast, this external force was merely a manifestation of death, ultimately devoid of utility. With a shift in thought, a vast surge of soul power emanated from him, releasing an array of peculiar luminescence that permeated both within and around his being. This radiance, undeniably a manifestation of Xiao Yan's soul, aimed to dispel the violent aura attempting to seize control, which was derived from the yin-yang profound dragon pill. Regardless of how tyrannical your dragon aura and dragon soul may be, you are now but a formless entity. Let us see how long you can endure. Stealing his resolve, Xiao Yan focused, summoning torrents of milky white flames from within, which surged forth from the storage stone. This time, amidst the pure yin energy, flickers of lightning danced subtly. With a crackling sound, the lightning-tinged milky white fighting spirit once again washed over the pure yin energy. To Xiao Yan's astonishment, changes began to manifest. Under the pulsating arcs of lightning, the violent essence, resulting from the amalgamation of the yin-yang profound dragon pill and the bloodthirsty demon dragon lizard, dissipated at an accelerated rate, as if encountering its nemesis. Initially reserved for gathering the 9 profound golden thunder, Xiao Yan had retained some of its power within his body. It was unexpected that this formidable lightning energy would prove to be the most effective antidote against such negative emotions. Witnessing this, Xiao Yan's spirits soared. This acceleration in the refining process was indeed promising. With this thought, the Yuan fighting spirit within him quivered vigorously. Waves of milky white flames infused with lightning surged forth like a relentless stream, continually cleansing the pure yin energy. As this intense purification continued, the once fractured pure yin energy began to cleanse itself, with the violent aura rapidly diminishing. The refinement, under the combined effects of fire and thunder, progressed more smoothly than Xiao Yan had anticipated. However, even so, he gradually sensed a waning of fighting spirit within. Just as he intended to hastily consume a pill to sustain the refining process, the pure yin energy within him began to tremble subtly, and faint glimmers of light emanated from it. Gazing at the warm glow radiating from the pure yin energy, Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, followed swiftly by an overwhelming surge of elation. He had finally succeeded in completely refining the violent aura that had fused from the yin-yang profound dragon pill and the bloodthirsty demon dragon lizard. The next step was to devour it. Chapter 72. Devouring the energy of the yin-yang heart. Within the grand hall, Xiao Yan suddenly opened his eyes, which sparkled with unrestrained joy. Had he succeeded? Observing him closely, the Golden Dragon King was momentarily stunned by Xiao Yan's expression, then chuckled softly. The amalgamation of the dragon aura from the yin-yang profound dragon pill and the essence of the bloodthirsty demon dragon lizard had indeed been formidable. Yet Xiao Yan had persevered through sheer will. It seemed that refining the violent aura had not proven to be as arduous as he had initially feared. The Golden Dragon King, contemplative, observed the formidable effects of the combined flames and thunder. After a moment of reflection, it spoke slowly, revealing its surprise at the unexpectedly potent power contained within the flames and thunder, which had such a profound ability to suppress negative emotions. Contrary to its expectations, it had anticipated that Xiao Yan would require several days of arduous training to refine the violent energy from the fused pure Yin energy sphere. However, the current process had remarkably accelerated the timeline by several folds. Xiao Yan nodded slightly, having sensed the overwhelming effect of the 9 profound golden thunder on the violent emotions during the earlier refinement. Were it not for this factor, accomplishing this step would have been far from effortless. With the pure Yin energy sphere now refined, he was poised to proceed to the next stage of fusion. Yet, he was uncertain how effective this somewhat inferior Yin-Yang fusion would prove to be. The Golden Dragon King continued. The so-called Yin-Yang heart is a treasure forged from the lifetime efforts of a powerful individual, rivaling even the essence of blood in its potency. Its greatest efficacy lies in assisting individuals in breaking through their current limitations. Xiao Yan understood that he was now at the final step of devouring the Yin-Yang heart, allowing the energy within his body to merge with it, forming a harmonious connection. He pondered what heights he might reach with the power of the Yin-Yang heart, condensed by a 7-star Do Emperor. As he contemplated this, anticipation welled within him, and he closed his eyes once more. Within his body, 2 spheres of light, one black and one white, radiating a gentle power, coiled and moved as if imbued with life. The pure Yin energy released from the Yin-Yang Xinlong pill no longer resisted Xiao Yan's control. With a mere thought, the previously suppressed black Yin-Yang heart sphere floated forth, and the 2 energies collided fiercely. Boom! The pure Yin energy from the Yin-Yang Xinlong pill and the pure Yang energy from the black Yin-Yang heart met with an immense attraction, merging seamlessly. Within the sphere of light, black intertwined with white, and the entire mass then surged forth, transforming into countless threads of blood that raced towards every blood vessel within Xiao Yan's body. Sizzle! The pure energy enveloped the blood vessels, gradually permeating through, merging with the blood in an instant. Crackle! At the moment of this fusion, Xiao Yan distinctly felt his body swell as if injected with a growth serum, becoming remarkably robust. Beneath his skin, torrents of formidable power surged like coiling dragons, desperately yearning to break free, unleashing terrifying destructive force. Xiao Yan's eyes, now tinged with crimson threads, retained their calm amidst the blood-red gaze. Suddenly, his body surged upright, and a pearlescent glow emanated from his shoulders, giving him the appearance of a fearsome blood-soaked warrior rising from the depths of hell. A formidable power enveloped Xiao Yan, as he felt the immense force of Yin and Yang gradually nourishing his entire being. In that moment, his inner strength surged dramatically. He ascended to the pinnacle of the mid-stage 3-star Do Emperor, then to the late stage, and ultimately reached the true zenith of the 3-star Do Emperor, standing merely a step away from the 4-star Do Emperor. As he sensed the wildly flowing pure energy within him and the overwhelming surge of power, a jubilant smile graced Xiao Yan's face. He realized that with his current physical prowess, he could rival the might of a 4-star Do Emperor. Should he unleash his and combat techniques, he felt confident to confront even a 4-star Do Emperor in their initial stage. Indeed, the power of the peak 3-star Do Emperor, when genuinely harmonized with Yin and Yang, would evidently surpass the 4-star level. The Golden Dragon King remarked with a smile. Boom. Damn it. How is there still so much power? Xiao Yan was taken aback, not anticipating the terrifying energy contained within the Yin-Yang heart, condensed by a 7-star Do Emperor. Even with his physical constitution, he struggled to contain it. Cursed be it. His body could not absorb such formidable strength, teetering on the brink of explosion. After the fusion of the Yin and Yang heart, Xiao Yan sensed something amiss. His body had reached saturation in energy absorption, yet an excess remained. If he continued to absorb more, his physique would undoubtedly shatter. Although a Do Emperor was not fearful of bodily destruction, after all, they could simply forge a new body. Continuing down this path would inevitably harm his soul. Should the soul sustain injury, it would jeopardize its very essence. As Xiao Yan desperately endeavored to suppress the overwhelming power threatening to overflow within him, a voice emerged from his shoulder, where little E chirped eagerly, "Share the excess energy with me." Startled, Xiao Yan had little choice but to channel the vast energy outward. The immense black and white energy surged from his body, and as it emerged, little E eagerly absorbed it, relishing what appeared to be the purest form of yin-yang energy, a veritable feast for her. Little E, resembling an infant with a milk-white physique, was enveloped by swirling tendrils of black and white energy. Whoosh! Once the last vestige of energy was consumed, Xiao Yan calmed himself, though concern knitted his brow as he observed little E. Would absorbing such a massive amount of energy pose a risk? After a moment of watching her regulate the absorbed energy, he turned his attention to his own body. Xiaoyan abruptly pivoted and delivered a powerful kick, shattering the stone steps behind him into a cloud of dust. Following that, he unleashed a series of punches, causing the air in the grand hall to explode. Invisible air cannons formed beneath his strikes, crashing against the surrounding stone walls with resounding echoes. Bang! As Xiaoyan unleashed a punch. The bronze door blocking the entrance did not yield like tofu. However, that was to be expected. For the guardian stone door of a 7-star Do Emperor was no ordinary barrier. With a flicker of his form, he allowed a faint beam of sunlight to cascade over his body. Overwhelmed with exhilaration, he could no longer contain himself and let out a howl that resonated like sound waves, cracking the nearby rocks with tiny fissures. Master Ancestor, what has happened to Xiao Yi? Xiaoyan turned his head to see the drowsy Xiao Yi and exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 73. Xiao Yi in slumber. The Golden Dragon King regarded Xiao Yi, appearing to ponder something. Xiaoyan furrowed his brow. Xiao Yi was not only a significant ally in battles, but also a close companion. The excess energy that Xiao Yi had absorbed was now manifesting in this peculiar state. If something were to happen to Xiao Yi, Xiaoyan would. Could this be the legendary advancement? The Golden Dragon King mused, observing Xiao Yi for a while. Advancement? Xiaoyan echoed, perplexed. It was said that every time a fire sprite advanced, it required immense energy as a foundation, and each advancement would result in a qualitative change in strength. The final tier of advancement was rumored to even attract heavenly tribulations. It seemed this was indeed true. However, the advancement of fire sprites was somewhat unique. The absorption of such formidable power necessitated a gradual process of assimilation and transformation. The Golden Dragon King noted the increasingly vast energy within Xiao Yi. Xiao Yan was astonished. He knew that even for powerful magical beasts, advancement typically involved overcoming tribulations to break through their current limitations and attain a higher realm. He had never heard of a situation like Xiao Yi's. Sleeping transformation? Although surprised, Xiao Yan did not inquire further and intended to approach and lift Xiao Yi. Generally, fire sprites, even in their infancy, could articulate speech and possessed intelligence akin to humans. Yet something about this fire sprite seemed amiss. It appeared as though its intellect had been erased. The Golden Dragon King, too, sensed something unusual. He swiftly formed hand seals. An luminous orb of memories materialized before Xiao Yan. Pure Lotus Demon Saint, how I grow is my own concern. You meddle too much. The demon lotus emitted a faint glow, its furious roar resonating from within. I merely wished to prevent your ultimate self-destruction. I transformed you into this state. Thus, let me bring an end to it all. The shadow gazed at the demon lotus, altering its hand seals. The immense formations enveloping the heavens and earth surged, and a colossal curtain of fire erupted from the core of the formations, swiftly forming a square prison of flames that ensnared the demon lotus. I will reclaim the intelligence and memories I bestowed upon you. You will once again possess the purity of when I first discovered you. In the twilight of my existence, I had contemplated erasing your memories but could not bring myself to do so, hence sealing you away, hoping you could resolve the turmoil and murderous intent within your heart. Yet now, it seems that millennia of sealing have only intensified your hatred. With a gentle sigh, the pure lotus demon saint gazed at the frantically struggling pure lotus fire, altering the hand seals once more. Astonishingly, the vast formation enveloping tens of thousands of feet began to collapse from the outside inward. Yet as the perimeter of the formation crumbled, the fiery pillars sealing the pure lotus fire grew increasingly solid. Boom, boom, boom. The ancient heavenly array severed. The ethereal hand of the pure lotus demon saint waved gently, and within the fiery curtain, a multitude of fire lines erupted violently, weaving into a net of flames that imprinted deeply within the essence of the demon lotus. Gradually, this fire net was lifted, and strands of crimson mist were slowly expelled from the core of the demon lotus. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, the sphere of light shattered with a resounding crash, and the Golden Dragon King began to comprehend certain truths. The fire spirit, a miraculous entity of heaven and earth, reflects the purity or darkness of its master. Since the malevolent aura of the fire spirit's original form had been stripped away, it was time to nurture it properly anew. This time, it must not be allowed to stray from its path. The Golden Dragon King spoke softly. Xiao Yan, upon hearing this, understood that while the power of the fire spirit was indeed formidable, if it were to embark upon a path of evil, it would become uncontrollable. He nodded in agreement and approached Xiao Yi. Master, what shall we do now? Xiao Yan inquired, gazing at the increasingly potent energy within Xiao Yi. Originally, your body contained a storage stone capable of accommodating the fire spirit. However, as it seeks to advance, it requires a tranquil place imbued with the essence of fire. This advancement will awaken an intellect comparable to that of humans, and the process will be gradual, taking anywhere from several months to several years, the Golden Dragon King explained. Observing the drowsy demeanor of the fire spirit. The most tranquil place? Xiaoyan pondered, surprised. Having just arrived in the Do-Di continent, he was unfamiliar with the surroundings. Where could he possibly find a serene location for Xiao-Yi to slowly evolve? Moreover, even if he found one, he would not feel at ease leaving Xiao-Yi behind. In that case, your body possesses an abundance of fiery energy, which makes it the ideal sanctuary. The Golden Dragon King discerned Xiaoyan's concerns. However, your storage stone is no longer sufficient to accommodate the current fire spirit. You must carve out another space within your body for the fire spirit to slumber and transform. Focus and close your eyes. Use your Do-Chi and soul power to concentrate at the site of the storage stone. The Golden Dragon King's voice echoed slowly in Xiaoyan's mind. Bang, 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 with 3 low thuds. Through the diligent efforts of Xiaoyan's milky white Do-Chi and immense, formless soul power, he successfully opened a space for the fire spirit to reside. Now you can advance without worry. Xiaoyan cradled Xiao-Yi with both arms, as if they were the closest of brothers. Xiao-Yi made an effort to open her eyes and gazed at Xiaoyan. Upon hearing his words, her innocent gaze flickered momentarily and without hesitation. She transformed into a radiant orb of light that surged into Xiaoyan's body. Xiaoyan sensed that within the newly created space inside him. Xiao-Yi began her gradual transformation. Now we shall simply wait, the Golden Dragon King remarked, observing Xiaoyan complete this series of actions. Xiaoyan felt his body and realized that the concern he had about being unable to wield a term referring to a unique fire, due to Xiao-Yi's advancement was unfounded. After all, Xiao-Yi was the fire spirit born from the fusion of, and was the essence he had consumed. Thus the two were harmonious and did not conflict. Therefore, no issues arose. Boom, boom, boom. After successfully managing the situation, the azure flames enveloping the figure in the distance gradually dissipated, revealing a Qinglian. Atop the Qinglian platform stood Su Shuiying, who emanated an aura even more terrifying than before. Had she completed the devouring? Su Shuiying slightly parted her delicate lips, astonished by Xiaoyan's astonishing speed. With a slight furrow of her elegant brows, she spoke. What lies ahead is the greatest treasure of this ruin, the essence of a peak 7-star Do Emperor. Chapter 74, The Master of the Ruins. As soon as Su Shuiying's words fell, Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing both Su Shuiying and the skeletal throne. Boom, boom, boom. Su Shuiying gracefully raised her jade hand, and the azure flames surged forth toward the skeletal throne. Despite the formidable azure sacred flames blazing fiercely against the throne, the bones remained utterly unmoved. A mere illusion, shatter. Upon witnessing this, Su Shuiying's jade hand flickered with a glimmer of light, and a delicate jade vial materialized in her grasp. Within the vial, an unknown liquid pulsed gently. And with a gentle command from Su Shuiying, the vial shattered explosively, sending the liquid racing toward the skeletal throne. This woman is quite clever. It seems a thrilling spectacle is about to unfold. However, just as the Golden Dragon King's words echoed, a voice laced with mockery suddenly rang out in the empty stone hall, startling both Xiaoyan and Su Shuiying, who promptly turned their gazes. Above the shattered stone coffin on the throne, a flicker of red light ascended, eventually coalescing into an ethereal figure, smiling down upon the two. The apparition appeared entirely illusory, clearly not a physical entity. This figure seemed to be of middle age, exuding an air of youthfulness, with a smooth visage and an elegant demeanor. Have you appeared at last? You are indeed fierce, shattering both my beloved's bones and the coffin, yet you hold grievances against me, the refined man remarked, glancing down at the shattered coffin beneath the throne with a slight smile. Upon hearing this, both Xiaoyan and Su Shuiying's expressions shifted dramatically. Is this the master of the tomb? No need to be anxious. It is indeed true that I have perished. This is merely a remnant of my soul, sealed within the bones. If you do not resonate with power, I would remain concealed, the refined man said with a smile. Matters of men and women conform to the principles of yin and yang. How can one speak of impropriety? As long as there is mutual affection and complementary cultivation. Is it not better? The refined man continued. Such nonsense, Su Shuiying retorted. However, it appears that the yin and yang forces within you two are somewhat imbalanced, which may squander the fortune I bestowed upon you, the refined man remarked with a slow smile. With his strength, he could easily discern the discord within their beings. You, young man, judging by the power of your flames and soul, must be a highly ranked alchemist. No wonder you were able to unravel my death trap. The heart of yin and yang is meant to facilitate unity, yet you, young man. The refined man's gaze fixated intently on Xiaoyan. Even under the gaze of such a lingering remnant soul, Xiaoyan could not help but tremble slightly. Indeed, the formidable presence of a peak 7-star Dou Emperor was truly deserving of its reputation. Su Shuiying, upon witnessing the elegant gentleman's intense scrutiny of Xiaoyan, could not help but reassess him. A figure who could be regarded as a formidable alchemist by a peak 7-star Dou Emperor must undoubtedly possess immense power. Nevertheless, since I have inherited his legacy, it is indeed a matter of fate. Originally, this grand hall merely served as an illusion to conceal the yin-yang heart. Now that the heart has been retrieved, it has lost its purpose. You too shall follow me to the true main chamber. With a casual wave of his hand, the elegant gentleman conjured a passageway in the air before them. A peculiar smile graced his countenance as his gaze swept over Xiaoyan and Su Shuiying. Xiaoyan's expression morphed into one of bewilderment. Was this individual mentally unhinged? What was his intention? Upon hearing his words, Su Shuiying's eyes turned cold. Her melodious voice tinged with a hint of sharpness. You have desecrated my beloved's remains. Thus, I shall ensure your annihilation in return. However, since you have acquired the yin-yang heart, it seems you are indeed destined for this encounter. I can discern certain clues from you. And I presume you are in dire need of essence blood, am I correct? Therefore, allow me to assist you in your quest. If you desire the essence blood, follow me. Su Shuiying snorted softly, clearly unfazed by the fact that her secrets had been unveiled by the master of this relic. Subsequently, she and Xiaoyan exchanged glances before proceeding onward. Upon breaching the threshold of the passageway, they found themselves in a dark cavern, within which a narrow, obsidian path stretched into the unknown. The elegant gentleman moved slowly at the forefront, observing the two of them. Before them lay an expanse of impenetrable darkness, with only one path available to tread. Let us proceed, the gentleman urged, leading the way. Xiaoyan and Su Shuiying, after a moment's contemplation, resolved to follow him. Having reached this final juncture, retreat was not an option. As they traversed the quiet, shadowy cavern, a chill enveloped them. The stillness punctuated only by the soft sound of their footsteps. After approximately 10 minutes of walking through this maddening silence, the youth ahead suddenly halted. Boom, boom, boom. The elegant gentleman unleashed his fighting spirit upon the stone door, which trembled violently before crashing open. As the door swung wide, an intoxicating fragrance burst forth, causing Xiaoyan to feel as though he had encountered the most delectable delicacy. Rare medicinal materials, such as the myriad spirit herb and fire-nourishing fruit, appeared before his eyes, exceedingly precious alchemical ingredients that were seldom seen in the outside world. For a high-level alchemist, nothing could ignite excitement more than these invaluable materials. For even the most skilled practitioner would find their craft futile without the necessary ingredients. Su Shuiying's enchanting gaze swept over the herbs scattered on the ground, and she gracefully tilted her neck, revealing her alluring collarbone, exclaiming, "At last, I have found you, the essence blood of the sovereign." Xiaoyan turned his gaze towards the stone door, drawn by the haunting silence of Su Shuiying. As a few drops of crimson blood circled languidly around a skeletal hand suspended in midair, he felt an unprecedented pressure emanating from it. "This is where I must part ways. I wish you both the best of luck," the elegant man remarked before shattering into a myriad of luminous particles, vanishing from this realm. Chapter 75, The Emperor's Remains. As the figure of the refined gentleman gradually faded from sight, a formidable aura radiated from the jade-white bones within the stone chamber. Could this truly be real? Xiaoyan murmured, recalling the myriad of deceptive formations and the ominous yin-yang fusion concocted by the master of this relic. Cautiously, he surveyed his surroundings, wary of any unforeseen developments. Gazing around the stone chamber, he beheld an expanse of medicinal flora flourishing upon entering through the stone door, with a narrow path leading deeper into the recesses of the chamber. At the far end, on a slightly elevated platform, lay a skeleton of jade-white hue. A majestic throne emerged before them, upon which the skeletal figure bore an uncanny resemblance to that from outside. Xiaoyan's eyes narrowed sharply, even in its desolation. The might of this once legendary emperor was formidable, a 7-star Dou Emperor. For Xiaoyan and Su Shuiying, this posed an imminent peril. Instinctively, they remained vigilant, their gazes fixated on the meditative skeleton. With their heightened senses, they understood that this was the innermost sanctum of the relic, the resting place of the emperor. The allure of a 7-star Dou Emperor was irresistible, even to them, yet they were acutely aware that such temptation coexisted with grave danger. A 7-star Dou Emperor might stand as a solitary powerhouse on this mystical spirit continent, yet the chasm to true supremacy remained vast. Nonetheless, the value contained within the remains and essence of a 7-star Dou Emperor transcended monetary measure. Furthermore, the leap from Dou Emperor to Dou Immortal represented a qualitative transformation, a gap so profound that no material wealth could bridge it. Is this truly the remains of a being as powerful as a seven-star Do Emperor? Xiaoyan pondered. For even through mere perception of aura and soul energy, the strength and resilience of this skeleton dwarfed any adversary he had encountered thus far. This is it. Su Shuiying's gaze fixated on the blood-red droplets upon the skeleton, her eyes shimmering with fervor. The Emperor's essence. That was the very objective of her expedition. Xiaoyan inhaled sharply before meticulously exploring the stone chamber. The spacious expanse was filled with abundant medicinal plants upon entry, yet curiously, not a single sprout dared to flourish near the skeletal remains at the chamber's core. Gazing at the ever-increasing array of medicinal herbs, and then observing the barren bones near the entrance of the stone chamber, a sense of foreboding suddenly surged within Xiaoyan. He then felt as though he had stepped upon something beneath his feet, and, in an instant, seized Su Shuiying by the arm, urging her to flee deeper into the chamber with a grave tone. Retreat quickly. Su Shuiying was left bewildered by Xiaoyan's peculiar behavior. However, she chose to adopt an attitude of cautious belief in his words, despite her confusion regarding his sudden actions. Thus, she promptly followed his lead. As Xiaoyan hastily retreated, Su Shuiying sensed something amiss. Channeling her azure fighting spirit, she picked up a pebble and, with a flick of her wrist, sent it flying towards the vicinity of the bones. As the stone made contact with the space near the skeletal remains of the Emperor, it halted abruptly as if it had collided with an impenetrable wall. Then, Xiaoyan beheld a subtle quivering emanating from the once desiccated bones. As the surrounding space seemed to collapse, transforming into countless razor-sharp spatial spikes that viciously impaled the pebble. Boom! The terrifying force obliterated the stone into mere dust. At that moment, Su Shuiying recognized the extraordinary nature of the bones, her eyes fixated intently on the skeletal remains of the Emperor, as she noticed several droplets of crimson liquid, which had been swirling around the skeletal hand, gently cascading onto the seated figure. The essence of that blood appeared to merge with the bones. Su Shuiying's mouth fell agape, and as she gazed upon the blood soaking into the ivory-white bones, a wave of profound unease silently unfurled within their hearts. Xiaoyan's gaze was fixed on the blood that fell upon the bones. At that instant, he perceived that these droplets, as they glided, seeped in quietly, akin to water meeting cotton. As the blood fully permeated the skeletal remains, Xiaoyan's pupils dilated, and he abruptly sensed a resurgence of vitality within the long dry bones that had lain in repose for countless years. This is bad. Retreat. Su Shuiying reacted swiftly, her urgent roar escaping her lips as she felt the surge of life. With a stomp of her foot, she propelled herself backward with lightning speed. Just as they intended to withdraw, the jade-white bones seated upon the stone platform trembled slightly, and in that fleeting moment after the crimson blood merged with the pale form, faint glimmers of blood-red light flickered to life within the hollow skull. Creak! Just as the two retreated from the stone chamber, a subtle sound of bones shifting broke the silence within. Under the influence of this sound, Xiaoyan and Su Shuiying exchanged a glance, their eyes locking onto the jade-white skeleton as a miasma of blood mist began to permeate the depths of the chamber. The stench of blood expanded, saturating the air with increasing intensity. Creak, creak. The sound of bones touching the ground grew closer, a subtle noise that weighed heavily upon the hearts of the listeners, as if they were treading upon the very essence of dread. Be cautious not to separate, Xiaoyan urged gravely, tilting his head to whisper to Su Shuiying and the others. The situation had spiraled beyond their control. The resurrection of the Emperor's skeletal remains was indeed a terrifying spectacle. Su Shuiying nodded in agreement. She had come equipped with ample intelligence, yet she had not anticipated that the master of this ruin would be revived. If things went awry, both of them might find themselves entombed here. Within the stone chamber, a blood mist pulsated under their watchful gazes. Gradually, a skeleton, its form tainted a deep crimson by the blood mist, emerged with slow, deliberate steps. Victory for the living, demise for the fallen, it declared in a raspy, ancient voice. Halting a few meters before them, its hollow eyes gleaming with a blood-red light. As the skeletal figure spoke, they observed that the blood which had merged into its form seemed to coalesce once more in its chest, where a few drops of red blood pulsated, radiating an unparalleled power. This blood likely served as a core, akin to a machine, providing the vitality necessary for the skeleton's temporary revival, thus guarding the Emperor's essence. However, if they could seize control of the skeleton or procure the blood, it would be rendered powerless. Su Shuiying's eyes glimmered with realization. Indeed, such treasures were not easily acquired. Damn it! Xiaoyan cursed under his breath, acutely aware that this skeleton's strength far surpassed that of a 4-star Do Emperor, making defeat seem an insurmountable challenge. As the ancient voice of the skeleton faded, the expressions of the two outside the stone chamber shifted once more. It was evident that unless they vanquished this Emperor's skeleton, they would not be able to depart unscathed, let alone obtain the emperor's essence. Moreover, Xiao Yin recalled the words of his revered ancestor, the Golden Dragon King, who had mentioned the immense value of the essence possessed by a being comparable to a peak 7-star Do Emperor. The ivory skeleton also held other secrets, though the Golden Dragon King had only alluded to this without elaboration. Yet, there was no need for panic. Within the skeleton resided a remnant of the powerful being's soul, left behind during its lifetime. Even when activated by the blood's power, it did not embody the true strength of a 7-star Do Emperor. Defeating it was not impossible, provided they united their efforts. Otherwise, they risked total annihilation. Xiao Yin spoke solemnly, and Su Shuiying concurred vehemently. Had the ruins not exerted such oppressive force, she would not fear the skeleton. However, in the current circumstances, she urged, "Where's your fire spirit? Summon it. I have a plan to deal with this skeleton." 3 minutes. Encircled by azure flames, Su Shuiying stood poised, clearly engaged in some incantation. "It has just fallen into slumber." Xiao Yin frowned, frustration evident. "Damn it. This complicates matters. Give me 5 minutes." Su Shui's delicate brows furrowed, her lips gently biting down, as azure flames erupted forth. Su Shuiying gazed intently, and indeed, the crimson hue on the surface of the emperor's skeletal remains grew increasingly dim, while the sanguine essence within radiated a formidable power, swiftly coursing through every part of its being. Xiao Yin shared the same apprehension as Su Shuiying, realizing that action could no longer be delayed. If the blood continued to spread unchecked, the skeleton's power would inevitably surge. With a fierce shout, Xiao Yin declared, "We must act now." As his voice echoed, Su Shuiying grasped the urgency of the moment. The azure lotus platform emerged slowly, enveloping her in a mantle of sacred flame. The instant the holy fire manifested, the pervasive stench of blood in the air diminished significantly, affirming the renowned potency of the sacred flames. Xiao Yin, undeterred by the unfolding events, transformed into a blurred shadow, darting towards the jade-hued skeleton within the stone chamber. A vast torrent of milky white fighting spirit erupted from him like a volcano, overwhelming the chamber and causing the precious herbs within to wilt under its might. Witnessing Xiao Yin unleash such incredible force took Su Shuiying by surprise. It seemed he had not held back. The jade-hued skeleton's eyes flickered with a crimson glow, fixated on the shadow propelled by the immense fighting spirit. Its jaws clenched slightly, and it took a step forward, its dark red skeletal hand reaching out to seize Xiao Yin. With a resounding crash, the skeleton's speed was nothing short of terrifying. As its hand rose, the very fabric of space tore apart before it, the arm penetrating the shattered void, reappearing directly before Xiao Yin. The overwhelming velocity of the jade skeleton sent a chill through Xiao Yin's heart. He clenched his fist tightly, concentrating all his fighting spirit into his right arm, and then unleashed a sudden, powerful strike. The impact reverberated as his fist collided with the skeleton's palm. However, what appeared to be a fragile structure proved to be harder than steel. Even with Xiao Yan's full force, the skeleton merely staggered back a step, while he himself was forced to retreat a dozen paces, looking somewhat disheveled. Yet, Xiao Yin was not one to show mercy. Regaining his footing, he surged forward once more, re-engaging with the emperor's skeleton in a fierce battle. Sparks flew as Xiao Yan's fists and kicks rained down upon the skeletal form, each powerful blow causing the crimson hue to fade incrementally. The red glow in the skeleton's eye sockets began to wane. Xiao Yin observed that although the jade skeleton possessed immense strength, even he struggled to withstand it, yet it exhibited a certain sluggishness. With the aid of his spiritual prowess, he adeptly evaded its attacks, allowing him to counter with precision. Encouraged by the effectiveness of his assaults, Xiao Yin felt a surge of determination and intensified his offensive. Simultaneously, the azure flames surrounding Su Shuiying flickered wildly, echoing the escalating intensity of their confrontation. A flash of silver light radiated from Xiao Yan's foot, propelling him directly within half a zhang of the emperor's skeletal remains. A milky white flame enveloped his palm, which he then struck fiercely against one of the ribs on the skeleton's back, as it ignited a dazzling spark. The crimson hue that had tainted the rib was entirely dispelled, restoring it to a pristine jade white, resembling an utterly ordinary rib. Having successfully landed his strike, Xiao Yin was about to retreat when his gaze abruptly fixated on the now jade white rib. It appeared to emanate an unusual power, subtly manifesting itself. Boom, boom, boom. To his astonishment, the rib that had been struck by Xiao Yin suddenly radiated an even greater hardness and formidable strength. Furthermore, it seemed that something was on the verge of erupting from that rib. The power of regeneration. Cursed be it, Xiao Yin silently exclaimed, gazing at the skeletal rib. This was merely an imprint of a soul. One could only imagine the horror of a complete emperor. He felt a slight strain, clearly shaken by the combat prowess of the skeleton. Is it ready yet? There seems to be something amiss with this emperor's skeleton, Xiaoyan inquired. Chapter 77. The Aura of Corpses. 1 minute. Su Shuang bit her delicate lip, beads of crystalline sweat forming on her forehead. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, numerous dark brown emanations surged forth from the blood-red rib of the skeleton, resembling molten bubbles. The sinister aura of corpses? The Golden Dragon King gasped at that moment. It appears that the cultivation technique of the relic's master is rather peculiar. There must have been some transformation upon death. Xiaoyan, be cautious. Although this aura does not belong to the malevolent alien race, it should not be absorbed. The Golden Dragon King hastily cautioned. The terrifying aura of corpses radiated from the skeleton's rib, forming a colossal mass. Despite the timely warning from his revered ancestor, Xiaoyan could not have anticipated the astonishing speed of the sinister aura, inadvertently absorbing some of it. As the dreadful aura entered Xiaoyan's body, it was met with fierce resistance from a unique flame that sought to thwart the ongoing invasion of the corpse aura, resulting in a standoff between the two forces. The sinister aura soon realized something was amiss and unleashed a violent surge within Xiaoyan. In an instant, his eyes turned a deep crimson, and a frenzied urge to kill surged from the depths of his being, threatening to obliterate his reason. Nevertheless, Xiaoyan's resolve remained steadfast. Even in the face of such terrifying circumstances, he managed to retain a semblance of clarity. He swiftly activated the burning decision, summoning the fighting spirit and the power to resist the invading sinister aura. He understood that if his will were to be overrun by this aura, he would undoubtedly become a mere puppet, driven solely by the desire to kill. Cursed be it. Xiaoyan's heart roared with fury as he fought desperately against the encroaching corruption of the sinister aura. He clearly had not anticipated that the rib of the skeleton would possess such a hidden mechanism, catching him completely off guard. As Xiaoyan faced an unexpected calamity, he found himself in dire straits, while Su Shuang observed his sudden halt. She was taken aback to see him drenched in crimson, his body trembling uncontrollably. Xiaoyan, what has happened to you? She exclaimed anxiously. This individual could very well be the one her master had mentioned, regardless of his meager strength or flawed mentality. Su Shuang was resolute in preventing him from encountering peril. The aura of death is overwhelming. Su Shuang's delicate features shifted, her thoughts racing. Could it be the deathly energy emanating from his ribs? Has he been infected by this malevolent essence? The potency of this energy was astonishing. Xiaoyan, however, stubbornly fought against it. Although the served as a counter to such sinister forces, the deathly aura exuded by a 7-star Dou Emperor was formidable. And even if it did not match the strength of a 7-star Dou Emperor, it was not significantly weaker. Thus, under the weight of its power, the natural elemental resistance was rendered less effective, leading to Xiaoyan's current predicament. Leave. Just as Xiaoyan was on the brink of succumbing, a melodious voice resonated in his ears. Upon hearing that voice, Xiaoyan felt an immense sense of relief. Had it finally come to an end? With that gentle call, he regained some clarity and was astonished to see the deathly aura within him being drawn towards Su Shuang. The azure lotus under Su Shuang's feet seemed to be gathering an even greater force as she raised a blue vial. The malevolent energy from the skeleton and the deathly essence surrounding Xiaoyan were instantly attracted to this vial. Boom. An eruption of azure flames surged forth from Su Shuang's body like a tidal wave, clashing violently with the scarlet deathly aura. Both sides began to frantically erode one another. The tide of encroachment was finally somewhat alleviated. However, before Xiaoyan could breathe a sigh of relief, Su Shuang's grave voice rang out. Be cautious. This deathly aura is extraordinary. Even I might struggle to withstand it. What? Xiaoyan's heart jolted. Even Su Shuang, who possessed the holy flame, found it challenging to contend with this. What manner of creature was this skeleton? Xiaoyan was perplexed by the nature of the deathly energy, clearly encountering such a phenomenon for the first time. Regardless of its nature, his situation was far from favorable. Boom. As the two retreated, the malevolent aura that had already been subdued by Su Shuang's vial surged forth from the skeleton's ribs, rushing towards them with a vengeance. The source of this deathly energy emitted a resonant hum, transforming into a streak of black light. Under Xiaoyan's tense gaze, it charged directly into his body, imbued with overwhelming malevolence. Whoosh! Within the stone chamber, the sound of rushing wind echoed. Seeing this, Su Shuang hurriedly dashed forward, supporting the crimson-faced Xiaoyan, whose eyes were tightly shut. Curse it! She murmured, her hand resting on Xiaoyan. The azure flames of the azure lotus, which were infused with formidable power, began to channel into his body, attempting to dispel the deathly energy within him. As the thought flitted through her mind, Xiaoyan's pallid countenance suddenly changed dramatically, and he exclaimed urgently, Be careful! Boom, boom, boom. A fierce, blood-red streak, composed of ominous corpse energy, erupted suddenly from the skeleton ahead, dashing towards Su Shuiying with the swiftness of lightning. Upon witnessing this formidable assault, Xiao Yan raised the ancient flame staff, summoning forth a torrent of milky white flames that surged from his hand, forming a protective barrier before them. With a resounding crash, the crimson streak collided violently with the wave of flames, unleashing a powerful surge of spiritual force that scattered the water waves into mist, suspended in midair. The onslaught emanating from the skeleton was significantly weakened after breaching the flame barrier, yet it still surged forth relentlessly towards Xiao Yan and Su Shuiying. Realizing that the barrier could not withstand the force for long, Xiao Yan hastily moved to retreat, with Su Shuiying in his arms, acutely aware that the repercussions of being struck by such an attack would be dire. Moreover, Su Shuiying was currently channeling the sacred flame's power and could not afford any distractions, compelling him to hold her tightly as they fled. Boom! A massive pit suddenly appeared before them, and Xiao Yan scrutinized the jade-white skeleton intently, while beneath Su Shuiying's delicate feet, the azure lotus seemed to gather an even greater force. Their figures appeared quite disheveled at that moment, their expressions grim as they gazed upon the skeleton ahead, where a figure resembling a harbinger of death regarded them with an indifferent stare. Su Shuiying bit her crimson lip, her eyes glistening with moisture as she nodded slightly. Just moments ago, in the face of imminent danger, Xiao Yan had swiftly embraced her and retreated, narrowly evading the attack as they landed outside the stone chamber. Xiao Yan anxiously observed the skeleton within the chamber, particularly the ribs that had been struck by his own assault. Chapter 78. The Source of Sacred Flame Power. As the terrifying corpse energy surged into Xiao Yan's body, it initially thrashed violently before settling into a corner of his being, falling silent. Even with Xiao Yan's extraordinary flame power, it could not be dispelled. The corpse energy within you has been temporarily suppressed and will not resurface for a short time. However, retaining it poses a threat. It is best resolved after we exit. For now, we must address the immediate situation, the Golden Dragon King spoke slowly. Now, they could only rely on the young woman's mastery of the sacred flame. The Golden Dragon King hoped her grasp of this power was not too shallow. Examining the azure lotus that radiated terrifying flames with a contemplative gaze. Boom, boom, boom. The dreadful corpse energy erupted from the skeleton's ribs, sweeping relentlessly towards Xiao Yan and Su Shuiying. Damn it! Xiao Yan cursed vehemently, having just suffered a grave setback against this ominous energy. He hadn't anticipated its ceaseless emergence, as if it were an inexhaustible abyss. Turning his gaze towards Su Shuiying, he noticed that the azure lotus beneath her feet emanated an intense heat mingled with a chilling aura, and faint runes began to materialize around them. At present, I possess only a singular strike of power. Should I falter, both Su Shuiying and I would have achieved something extraordinary, yet my spirit wanes in an instant. I shall take the offensive, while you await the opportune moment to strike. In this moment, Xiao Yan and Su Shuiying are akin to two peas in a pod, sharing both glory and misfortune. Confronted by such a formidable skeleton, they must unite their strengths. The terrifying, milky white flames swiftly envelop Xiao Yan's entire form as he slowly retrieves the black heavy ruler from his back. As the ruler is drawn, Xiao Yan's aura surges dramatically, astonishingly reaching the pinnacle of a 3-star Do Emperor. Faced with the ominous aura emanating from the motionless skeleton, Xiao Yan scoffed softly, channeling his Do Qi, infused with the power of flames, into the ancient fire ruler. The once black ruler transforms into a brilliant spectacle as it absorbs the immense flame energy. Observing closely, one would see that the ruler now gleams with 23 intertwining colors, appearing as a singular entity. Be swift, for I cannot sustain this for long. Xiao Yan urges Su Shuiying beside him, his gaze fiercely fixed upon the menacing aura. 3 steps of the wandering ruler. 1 step. As the ominous aura draws near to Xiao Yan and Su Shuiying, he firmly plants his left foot and channels all his strength into his arms, bellowing with fervor. The terrifying fire energy is fully infused into the ancient fire ruler as Xiao Yan roars, the ruler absorbing this tremendous force. Under his command, he swings it toward the imminent menace, unleashing a torrent of flaming energy that surges forth. Boom, boom, boom. The assault initiated by the ancient fire ruler radiates with brilliance, striking fiercely at the intangible, malevolent aura. Bang, bang, bang. The fiery energy and the ominous aura collide violently upon their initial contact. The flames disperse a portion of the malevolent aura, yet it retaliates with a fierce onslaught, forcefully suppressing the fiery strike. Xiao Yan observes the dissipating flames in the air. Though not surprised, the power of the skeletal emperor is indeed formidable. However, he understands that should the malevolent aura launch another attack, the once subdued malevolent energy within him would erupt once more, leading to dire consequences. Thus, he grits his teeth resolutely. 2 steps. As Xiaoyan's voice booms, the ancient fire ruler erupts in a dazzling display of 23 vivid colors, launching an even more potent flaming strike toward the malevolent aura in the air. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying flaming torrent, with an intensity rivaling before, collides with the ominous aura. This time, even the first tier of the celestial grade Do technique, the 3 steps of the wandering ruler, proves inadequate against the malevolent aura. As the flaming energy connects with it, a fierce clash ignites a shower of sparks and ripples of combat energy, causing the surrounding space to tremble with palpable vibrations. Frozen Throne. With a sharp exclamation, Su Shuiying summoned forth flames that surged around her. Xiaoyan, with his keen gaze, discerned that when Su Shuiying executed this technique, her entire aura had waned significantly. Remarkable. It is indeed the power of the sacred flame's origin. The Golden Dragon King laughed heartily at that moment. Hearing such praise from his formidable ancestor, Xiaoyan felt a fervent excitement within him and murmured to himself, the power of the sacred flame's origin. Is it? The azure flames, emanating from Su Shuiying's jade-like feet upon the green lotus, formed a mysterious triangular rune. In an instant, as Xiaoyan's fiery attack began to deflate like a punctured balloon, the azure flames, intertwined with the enigmatic rune, unleashed a force directed towards the malevolent corpse energy floating in midair, while the mysterious triangular rune surged directly towards the skeleton. Boom, boom, boom. The previously overwhelming malevolent corpse energy sensed something amiss upon encountering the azure flames. The current azure flames and the previous fiery force were clearly of different realms, akin to a small flame confronting a vast ocean. In an instant, the malevolent corpse energy fled in a frenzy. After all, the sacred flame is the sacred flame. It would not allow such malevolent energy to escape and scathe and wreak further havoc. At Su Shuiying's command, the azure flames erupted explosively, and to Xiaoyan's astonishment, the once dominant malevolent corpse energy was entirely encased in ice by the azure flames. In contrast, the skeleton, having lost its luster after being attacked by Xiaoyan, quickly healed and emanated a tremendous malevolent corpse energy, becoming numb and motionless. The azure flames, accompanied by the mysterious triangular rune, gradually enveloped the skeleton, intent on sealing it in ice. The scorching energy of the flames contained a terrifying force, despite the skeleton's desperate resistance. It could not withstand the might of the sacred flame. As the chilling energy enveloped a portion of the skeleton, it began to dim. A fine sheen of sweat appeared on Su Shuiying's beautiful brow as she lifted her weary gaze towards the skeleton. Observing the skeleton, now tightly encased in ice, he noticed a few drops of crimson blood slowly coursing through its chest. Chapter 79. The Resolution of the Skeleton. Although Xiaoyan had learned from his ancestor, the Golden Dragon King, that Su Shuiying had just wielded the power of the sacred flame's origin, he was nonetheless astonished. It is well known that exotic flames are forces born within this world. Even the top 3 flames on the Do-Chi continent's exotic flame ranking do not possess such a terrifying origin power. The fearsome origin power of the azure sacred flame truly exemplified its extraordinary strength. Even within the depths of this ruin, in the imperial stone chamber, where a terrifying restriction suppressed the power of a 4-star Do emperor, the azure flames surged forth like a deluge, instantly encasing both the malevolent corpse energy and the skeleton in ice under extreme temperatures. The fact that even the formidable imperial skeleton could be sealed in ice was enough to send shivers down Xiaoyan's spine. The ominous and malevolent aura emanating from the bones of the emperor, albeit not reaching the formidable strength of a 7-star Do emperor, was nonetheless formidable. Xiaoyan had anticipated that the holy flame would be extraordinary, yet he was astounded to discover that its primal power could even encase the sinister aura. It is worth noting that the malevolent aura was originally formless and colorless, only taking shape in the air due to its overwhelming presence, forming a radiant energy sphere comparable to that of a 5-star Do emperor. The holy flame's ability to encapsulate such a sinister essence indeed validated its illustrious reputation. Xiaoyan pondered whether there existed any distinctions or similarities between his and the holy flame. He murmured to himself, harboring numerous questions, yet maintaining a firm confidence in his own. However, he couldn't voice these uncertainties to Su Shuiying, lest he be met with a gaze that deemed him foolish. As the terrifying azure flames surged towards him, Xiaoyan felt the surrounding space suffused with blistering heat, the searing temperature rivaling, if not surpassing, the flames he wielded. The once ferocious sinister aura was instantly encased in ice, materializing a long, ice-like structure in the air, firmly sealing the skeleton within. From beneath this terrifying heat, Xiaoyan could sense a penetrating cold seep into his bones. Even his Do-Chi began to condense into icy mist but fortunately, he swiftly circulated his energy to prevent the azure flames from invading the mist. This was the true manifestation of the holy flame. However, had that young girl been at her peak, the scope of the ice confinement would have been even more formidable. While Xiao Yin marveled at this spectacle, the voice of the Golden Dragon King suddenly echoed within the ring. According to his ancestors, there were unresolved matters in this place. And upon hearing the Golden Dragon King's words, Xiao Yin felt a burgeoning anticipation towards the holy flame. As Su Shuiying unleashed the power of the holy flame, the imminent threat dissipated, and a wave of weakness surged within her. Her once vibrant red complexion now appeared pallid. Clearly, the exertion of her holy flame's primal power had taken a considerable toll on her suppressed strength. Beneath her feet, the green lotus erupted with brilliant light, seemingly restoring her do qi. Noticing the change within her, Su Shuiying, amidst her weakness, finally exhibited a flicker of emotion. "I did it," she weakly proclaimed to Xiao Yan. Fully aware that while her holy flame's ice-sealing power was indeed formidable, her success hinged on Xiao Yan's feigned assault. Since entering this relic, her strength had been excessively suppressed. Her peak at the 3-star Do Emperor level was insufficient to unleash the true power of the holy flame, rendering her current ability merely a facsimile of its true form, yet it imposed a significant burden on her body. "Are you all right?" Xiao Yan inquired. Concern etched on his face as he observed Su Shuiying's pallor. With a flick of his finger, several high-grade medicinal pills materialized and flew towards her. Su Shuiying, displaying no pretense, accepted the elixir and opened her delicate mouth to swallow it whole. Immediately upon ingestion, a gentle wave of energy emanated from the pill, permeating her slightly weakened body. With her keen perception, she discerned the high quality of the elixir, especially as they were deep within the ruins, where numerous mysteries awaited. Restoring her strength was of paramount importance. Oh, such a treasure that serves both offense and defense suggests that this young girl possesses a formidable background. As the pure energy from the Qinglian enveloped Su Shuiying, the Golden Dragon King, residing within Xiao Yan's ring, expressed surprise, followed by a smile. With a mere flick of his finger, he conjured a beam of light that enveloped Xiao Yan entirely. Buzz. As the light encased him, Xiao Yan felt a potent force mending his previously depleted do qi. Although the imminent crisis had temporarily subsided, uncertainties lingered regarding the potential tricks of this emperor. Thus, he exercised utmost caution. The azure flames emitted by the Qinglian, upon which Su Shuiying stood, surged into her body, causing her to radiate an ethereal blue light. As her do qi gradually replenished, the binding light around Xiao Yan dissipated, prompting him to resolutely advance towards the location of the skeleton. Unexpectedly, even the long-deceased peak 7-star Do Emperor revealed itself. It was prudent to seize the items and depart from this ominous place without delay. With her do qi nearly restored, Su Shuiying observed Xiao Yan's actions and followed closely behind on the Qinglian. The two disregarded the already frozen malevolent aura and proceeded directly towards the skeleton. Upon nearing the skeleton, about 10 paces away, Xiao Yan felt a chilling cold pierce through him. Instinctively, he summoned his to envelop his body, shielding himself from the residual power of the sacred flame's freezing force. 10 steps, 3 steps, 2 steps, 1 step. As Xiao Yan gazed closely at the tightly encased skeleton, his pupils constricted in response. The originally white bones appeared even more crystalline and translucent after being frozen, and the blood-red mist emanating from the skeleton's essence was also encased in ice. Exercise caution. There may be unforeseen complications. Xiao Yan suddenly turned to Su Shuiying, signaling her to be on guard, for the emperor's ruins were unpredictable. "Very well. You may extract the essence. I shall remain vigilant," Su Shuiying replied slowly, her voice revealing that she was still somewhat drained from utilizing the power of the sacred flame. Xiao Yan, taken aback, noted her unexpected willingness to cooperate, having previously perceived her as cautious towards him. However, he recognized that this was not the time for contemplation. He fixed his gaze on the few drops of blood at the chest of the frozen skeleton. "Now, let us see where you can escape." Chapter 80. A drop of the Emperor's blood. Xiao Yan gazed at the skeleton, encased in layers of ice, with a single drop of blood pulsating at its chest, seemingly imbued with life. It was indeed peculiar that this imperial blood could still throb vibrantly beneath the freezing grasp of the sacred flame's essence. Although the power of the sacred flame was considerably suppressed, it remained genuine. This astonishing phenomenon underscored the strength of the imperial blood. Xiao Yan, his expression a mix of shock and awe, recognized that this singular drop of blood was the culmination of the life force of a peak 7-star Do Emperor. The sheer terror emanating from this blood spoke volumes of the formidable prowess of its former owner. Yet, it was strange. Upon his initial glance at the skeleton, there appeared to be several drops of blood. Why did only one remain now? After scrutinizing the skeleton, Xiao Yin reached out for the blood at its chest, only to be met with a wave of intense heat radiating from the icy shell. As he made contact with the outermost layer of the blood mist ice, he sensed an overwhelming aura of death penetrating through the frozen barrier. Frowning, he intensified the force of his white flames, only to feel a surge of searing heat emanating from the blood mist ice. It was as if his hands, enveloped in milky flames, hesitated in trepidation. Yet he pressed on with even greater fervor, disregarding the terrifying temperature. Xiao Yin relentlessly broke through the outermost layer of the blood mist ice and surged toward the drop of blood nestled at the skeleton's chest. Upon his milky hands touching the inner layer of the ice seal, an icy chill gripped him, instantly freezing his fingers into solid ice. Damn it, it actually disregarded my... Xiao Yin exclaimed in astonishment. Although Su Shuiying's sacred flame ranked 23rd among the myriad of flames, his own flame was a fusion of 23. Thus its might should not have paled in comparison to hers. As his hands, enveloped in milky flames, began to crystallize, he found it curious that the flames did not extinguish. They continued to flicker with life. Go! Su Shuiying cast a fleeting glance at Xiao Yin, her voice commanding. And in an instant, the azure lotus beneath her feet transformed into a radiant orb that hurtled toward him. I apologize for not mentioning this sooner, but my sacred ice-sealing power will ensnare all but myself. She spoke gently, tinged with a hint of regret. As the luminous orb from Su Shuiying slowly enveloped Xiao Yan's frozen hand, he felt the penetrating chill dissipate instantly, causing him to furrow his brow. Dismissing the sacred flame's influence, he lunged for the imperial blood at the skeleton's chest. Suddenly, Xiao Yan's pupils contracted in disbelief as he glanced at Su Shuiying. How is this possible? He marveled. His intent in wrapping his hand in milky flames was to shield himself from the sacred flame's power while reaching for the blood. Yet, bewilderingly, his hand passed straight through the drop of blood without resistance. Su Shuiying's beautiful eyes fluttered, clearly deep in thought. Master Ancestor, what's this? Xiao Yin exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. Yet, he remained composed and quickly sought the counsel of his master, the Golden Dragon King. You impetuous lad, one cannot rush to devour hot tofu. If the blood of an emperor were so easily obtained, it would cease to be called emperor's blood. This is the essence drawn from a peak 7-star Do emperor. After all, the Golden Dragon King chuckled, observing Xiao Yan's bewilderment. The blood essence from such a powerful being possesses an intelligence akin to that of alchemical elixirs. Did you not notice several droplets of blood when it first merged with the skeleton? That was a protective illusion it conjured for its own defense. But do not be hasty. I sense that this young girl possesses something that greatly requires this drop of blood, he remarked, scrutinizing Su Shuiying. Upon hearing his master's words, Xiao Yan's gaze instinctively shifted toward the droplet of blood nestled in the hollow chest of the skeleton. The crimson liquid flowed languidly in the empty cavity. Xiao Yan, undeterred, reached out toward the blood essence, only for his hand to pass right through it. Allow me to give it a try, Su Shuiying said, stepping forward gracefully, her delicate foot gracing the azure lotus. She raised her slender hand toward the blood droplet in the skeleton's chest. Boom, boom, boom. Contrary to Xiao Yan's expectations of passing through, a peculiar scene unfolded. As Su Shuiying's hand approached, the blood essence pulsated violently before settling peacefully in her palm. It seems we are indeed fated, Su Shuiying remarked, a faint smile gracing her lips as she gazed at the blood droplet, which radiated a mesmerizing glow as if resonating with her essence. Master Ancestor, what is happening? Xiao Yan furrowed his brow, noting Su Shuiying's demeanor. It was evident that a clash over this blood essence was imminent. Would it ultimately lead to conflict? Xiao Yan understood that his master, the Golden Dragon King, had his best interests at heart. Some mysteries were best left unsolved without sufficient strength, lest they invite calamity. He deliberated, feeling that confronting Su Shuiying now would be futile, as he was uncertain of his ability to match her. Especially after witnessing the power of the sacred flame's origin. The Emperor's blood contained the entirety of this elder's strength. If he could absorb it, his power would undoubtedly surge. Xiao Yan's mind stirred as he beheld the blood droplet in Su Shuiying's palm. The moment it appeared, the surrounding energies of heaven and earth stirred violently. He could distinctly feel that, centered around Su Shuiying, the energies within a 100-jong radius of the stone chamber were retreating in haste. Truly, the Emperor's blood exuded such dominance. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Yan couldn't help but smile. It was his first encounter with such overwhelming energy that even the natural forces seemed to yield. Though it may seem somewhat presumptuous, I must acquire the blood of the Emperor. Su Shuiying, recovering her resolute demeanor, gazed at the slightly pained expression on her face. However, as a price, I can make a pact with you regarding the agreement of the Shao clan that you wish to learn about. Chapter 81, The Century Agreement. Although Xiao Yin had long been informed by his ancestor, the Golden Dragon King, that the blood of the emperor was an absolute necessity for Su Shuiying, he could not help but feel a twinge of frustration as those words fell from her lips. Since defeating the Seven Guardians, they had both been entangled in the troubles arising from absorbing the Yin-Yang heart, and now, in this terrifying relic of the stone chamber, it was evident that all their joint efforts had ultimately benefited Su Shuiying, which made Xiao Yin's expression darken. What? Initially feeling a pang of discomfort, Xiao Yin's spirits lifted upon hearing that Su Shuiying intended to take the emperor's blood but required a pact with him. Why was there no trace of the Xiao clan on the Dodi continent? Moreover, what exactly were the things that Su Shuiying and her companions were protecting? A myriad of unresolved mysteries had long perplexed Xiao Yin, and now, hearing Su Shuiying's words, he could not help but fix his gaze upon her intently. She must know something. What is your family's connection to mine? Xiao Yin inquired fervently. Understanding this relationship would undoubtedly simplify his journey across the Dodi continent, sparing him from wandering aimlessly like a headless chicken. I'm sorry, but I cannot disclose that at this moment, Su Shuiying replied directly. It seems that is not possible after all, Xiao Yin murmured to himself, his fervent gaze now calming. Then what is the pact you speak of? Xiao Yin inquired, returning to a more composed demeanor as he addressed Su Shuiying. Having completed her initial statements, Su Shuiying continued. However, the things we guard are entangled in far too much. At your current strength, you are unable to contend with them. Su Shuiying's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, while her words were undeniably disheartening for Xiao Yin. The truth remained that he was still too weak, and some matters were better left unknown. Damn it, what do you mean by that? Xiao Yin retorted angrily. What scheme is Su Shuiying concocting? She had previously leveraged her strength to suppress him, and now she was taking the emperor's blood on her own, leaving the mysteries surrounding her connection to the Xiao clan unresolved. Xiao Yin felt a surge of frustration. Su Shuiying seemed to notice the abrupt change in Xiao Yan's expression and spoke again. However, I believe that only those acknowledged by the fire spirit as their master are truly exceptional. If you have not reached that point, it merely indicates that you lack the ability to protect it. I shall naturally bear that burden for you. You may continue to live your carefree life as a wandering libertine. As she spoke, Su Shuiying stepped onto a green lotus platform, which descended gracefully, carrying a lotus leaf directly toward Xiao Yin. Upon receiving the lotus leaf, a chilling sensation washed over him, and he carefully placed it within his ring, pondering the implications of Su Shuiying's words with great scrutiny. The lifespan of an ordinary person is a century, discounting the inevitabilities of aging and mortality. In contrast, the lifespan of a Dou emperor is remarkably prolonged. 100 years merely represents 1/5 of their existence. The visage of a Dou emperor remains unchanged until they reach the age of 400, at which point they begin to age. It is said that a Dou emperor possesses an impressive lifespan of 500 years, and upon transcending to the level of a Dou immortal, this duration may extend to a millennium. For an ordinary individual, achieving a breakthrough from a Dou emperor's foundation to the realms of 4 or 5 stars within a century would suffice to reign supreme over others. However, this is merely a perspective applicable to the average person. The ascent for a Dou emperor is fraught with challenges. Each level gained may take anywhere from several years to several decades. Currently, Xiao Yin stands at the pinnacle of a 3-star Dou emperor, yet still has a considerable distance to traverse before reaching the realm of a Dou immortal. Thus, a century's promise to a Dou emperor equates to but 1/5 of a fleeting moment, destined to pass swiftly. At merely over 30 years of age, even 100 years would leave Xiao Yin still in the bloom of youth, a prime opportunity for cultivation. Perhaps he should indeed acquiesce to the proposal. Xiao Yin is acutely aware that for him, transitioning from the pinnacle of a 3-star Dou emperor to a Dou immortal within a century is not mere folly. After all, he practices the burning decision, harnessing the power of the sacred flame to facilitate continuous advancement. The Golden Dragon King, belonging to the dragon lineage, possesses a lineage of unparalleled purity. For him, a century is but the duration of a brief slumber. Hearing the words of his ancestor, the Golden Dragon King, Xiao Yin couldn't help but feel a pang of exasperation. Indeed, the lifespans of the beast and dragon clans are astonishingly lengthy. What are your thoughts? Su Shuiying inquired, observing the myriad emotions that flickered across Xiao Yan's face. I accept your terms. A century's promise, Xiao Yan replied, smiling as he regarded Su Shuiying. Some things necessitate sufficient strength to protect, a truth Xiao Yan is well aware of without needing to be reminded by Su Shuiying or his ancestor. He certainly does not wish to endure the same tribulations he faced on the Dou Emperor continent again. Then it is settled. Su Shuiying, pleased with his response, recognized that had Xiao Yan insisted on contesting for the essence of the imperial blood, it would have inevitably led to a fierce confrontation. Although she harbored no fear of Xiao Yan, He was still of the Shao lineage, and even a slight disparity in strength could prove consequential. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the stone chamber trembled as if on the verge of collapse. Since that is the case, I shall take my leave first. Until we meet again, Su Shuiying declared, her jade-like feet stepping onto the azure lotus that exuded wisps of azure flames, enveloping her entirely. With a wave of her hand, she tore through a minuscule rift in space and vanished into its depths, leaving the stone chamber behind. Farewell. A century to transcend to a Do immortal seems fantastical. Nevertheless, I shall bear that burden for you, Su Shuiying murmured as she slipped through the spatial tear. However, her words did not escape the keen ears of the Golden Dragon King, who relayed them verbatim to Xiao Yan. Damn it, is this a trick? Xiao Yan exclaimed in anger upon hearing this. Ha ha ha, rest assured, Xiao Yan. What I affirm, you shall achieve, and in due time. This proud woman will be compelled to reassess her view of you. The Golden Dragon King laughed heartily. Xiao Yan felt a flicker of anger, which soon transformed into calmness through his training. The previously unsightly expression on his face blossomed into a radiant smile as he gazed at the spot where Su Shuiying had vanished, slowly uttering. Since you believe I cannot achieve it, I shall prove you wrong. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Do not underestimate the young and impoverished. And what of a century? Chapter 82 Hope. Master Ancestor, let us depart. With the imperial blood already extracted, this relic is on the verge of collapsing. Xiao Yan observed the soon-to-collapse space, then with a wave of his hand, he collected numerous precious herbs into the spatial ring on his finger. Depart? Xiao Yan, you dare leave such invaluable treasures behind? The Golden Dragon King chided with a smile. Hearing this, Xiao Yan scanned the barren stone chamber before shifting his gaze towards the frozen skeleton. The once-encased skeleton began to gradually melt away after Su Shuiying's departure. The imperial blood that provided energy had been taken, leaving the skeleton lifeless and dim, its entire jade-white bones emanating an intangible power. Indeed, the bones of a peak 7-star Do Emperor will prove immensely useful in the future, not to mention the possibility of resurrecting a physical form. This imperial skeleton is a rare treasure, and combined with other formidable materials, success in crafting could yield terrifying power. The Golden Dragon King regarded the complete jade-white skeleton thoughtfully. Resurrection? Upon hearing his master ancestor's words, Xiao Yan was momentarily stunned, then recalled an important matter from his time in the Doqi continent. At present, I am merely a remnant soul, and from a certain perspective, not even that. Had it not been for the peculiar circumstances of the heavenly tomb, I would have long since dissipated into the void. As for resurrection, it seems utterly impossible. Is there truly no way? At least, I am unaware of any means to restore my existence. Perhaps those legendary Do Emperor figures could accomplish such a feat. Xiao Xin shook his head with a smile. His gaze fixed on Xiao Yan, his expression softening. Without relying on the power of bloodlines, you have achieved such remarkable accomplishments. Frankly, it brings me great joy. The sons of the Shao clan are indeed extraordinary. Xiao Yan recalled the moment he encountered his ancestor Shao Xian in the heavenly canopy, where, with the latter's assistance, he regained the power of the Shao clan's bloodline and subsequently ventured into the realm of the Emperor's soul with his guidance. Master Ancestor, during my time on the Doqi continent, one of my ancestors fell. If I wished to resurrect him, I would trust you, Master Ancestor, without reservation. Xiao Yan recounted in detail. The events of ancient times are shrouded in mystery. No one comprehends why it is so arduous to cultivate to the level of a Do Emperor today. When ancestor Shao Xian reached the pinnacle of the 9-star Do Saint, he had once attempted to breach that elusive threshold, but ultimately returned empty-handed. However, through those repeated failures, he did make some discoveries. In those days, the prowess of my ancestors was sufficient to truly challenge the Do Emperor. However, each time they were on the verge of breaking through that barrier, a sensation of emptiness would surge from the depths of their soul. This feeling of void made my ancestors realize that during the process of striving for the Do Emperor level, they seemed to lack something crucial. This elusive element was of utmost importance. If it could be attained, the breakthrough to Do Emperor would not be merely a fanciful notion. Upon hearing this, the Golden Dragon King felt the weight of the information and furrowed his brow in contemplation, his mind filled with the words recently spoken by Xiao Yan. This young man, like the ancient Tuo Shi, hails from the same realm. Given the deep bond between the Golden Dragon King and Tuo Shi, he understood that the Doqi continent was devoid of the primordial energy necessary for ascending to the Do Emperor level. Although such foundational power did not exist in a higher realm like the Do Emperor continent. Furthermore, the Doqi continent is a lower realm where all cultivation begins from the most fundamental Doqi, progressing through various ranks: Doqi, Do Shi, Do Shi, Do Ling, Do Wang, Do Huang, Do Zong, Do Zun, Do Sheng, and finally, Do Emperor. Among these numerous tiers, the ancestor Xiao Xian managed to reach the pinnacle of the Do Qi continent, the late stage of the 9-star Do Sheng, and discovered that the critical source energy for breaking through to Do Emperor was still lacking. This alone is sufficient to demonstrate his exceptional nature, earning him the respect of even the discerning Golden Dragon King. Resurrection is not beyond the realm of possibility. Crafting a body is indeed a skill that belongs to you alchemists, the Golden Dragon King remarked slowly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's gaze ignited with fervor. As his ancestor Xiao Xian had bestowed upon him a certain grace, he invoked the heavenly fire transformation. The terrifying power of flame emanated from within Xiao Yan, who then urged the bloodline within him, causing a mysterious rune to gradually manifest upon his forehead. The enigmatic symbol of the Xiao clan appeared, and a diminutive gray light point drifted from Xiao Yan's forehead down to his palm. Gazing at this mark of life, Xiao Yan exhaled softly, lowering his head to observe the presence of the venerable Golden Dragon King before him. This gray mark of life was the very essence Xiao Yan had once murmured about while gazing at the place where Xiao Xian had vanished in the celestial expanse. He had then extended his hand toward that void, gently grasping it. With that gesture, an invisible gray light point, imperceptible to ordinary eyes, appeared in his palm. This was Xiao Xian's mark of life, visible only to those whose souls had transcended to the realm of emperors. Otherwise, even if one's Do Qi reached the late stage of 9-star Do Sheng, they would remain oblivious to such an enigmatic existence. Within his palm, the intangible mark of life slowly ascended before eventually merging into Xiao Yan's brow, safeguarded by his soul's vast and boundless power. Perhaps, in the distant future, this elder, who had sacrificed everything for the Xiao clan, would once again grace the world with his presence. This is always a glimmer of hope, albeit distant. Yet it ignites an unquenchable fire within the heart. Though initially, Xiao Yan lacked the ability to resurrect his ancestor, Xiao Xian, he has since transcended the constraints of the Do Emperor realm, successfully advancing to the rank of Do Emperor. His spiritual power has also seen a significant enhancement, leading him to believe that resurrecting his ancestor, Xiao Xian, is no longer a far-fetched notion. Master, what materials are required to forge a body in this Do Emperor continent? Xiao Yan pondered, recognizing the peculiarities of this land compared to the Do Qi continent. Suddenly recalling his promise to his ancestor, he spoke directly. Chapter 83. For materials for the resurrection of ancestor Xiao Xian. Xiao Yan vividly remembered that although he had once forged a body for the heavenly fire lord under his master, the medicine sovereign, it required 3 types of unique flames to amalgamate. The elixirs needed were of a remarkably high grade, and the blood of magical beasts was exceedingly potent, essential for successful crafting. However, their strength paled in comparison to that of his ancestor, Xiao Xian. The greater the power of the soul, the stricter the requirements for the body. Otherwise, the body would fail to contain such formidable strength and would shatter explosively, rendering the effort futile. After all, only a robust body could restore peak power upon resurrection, with the strength of the body directly influencing future cultivation potential, making this endeavor of utmost importance. The pinnacle strength of your ancestor, Xiao Xian, at the late-stage 9-star Do Saint level, signifies his extraordinary talent. Thus, the body crafted must not be ordinary. Now that the imperial skeleton is available, in conjunction with various medicinal materials, the resulting body is destined to be exceptionally refined. The Golden Dragon King stood before Xiao Yan, eyeing the imperial skeleton with satisfaction. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's eyes brightened. If the imperial skeleton serves as the foundation, combined with numerous high-grade elixirs, the resurrection of his ancestor, Xiao Xian, could very well allow him to transcend the Do Saint level and attain the pinnacle of 7-star Do Emperor. Even if his ancestor's soul only possessed the power of a peak Do Saint, the body would undeniably embody the peak strength of a 7-star Do Emperor. A genuine powerhouse at the pinnacle of the 7-star Do Emperor level. Even in the Xianling continent, he could stand as a formidable force, a character capable of dominance. As Xiao Yan fervently contemplated this, he also directed his gaze towards the jade-white skeletal remains before him. His excitement did not escape the notice of his master, the Golden Dragon King, who rolled his eyes and remarked, "Look at you, so pleased. It's merely a 7-star Do Emperor powerhouse. It's nothing to boast about." Xiao Yan felt a wave of frustration, while he vaguely understood that his master, the Golden Dragon King, was undoubtedly powerful. The 7-star Do Emperor level still represented a symbol of formidable strength. Being belittled by his master made him momentarily speechless. "All right, you should first store this imperial skeleton. I'll explain things in detail later. Remember to envelop it with your flames," the Golden Dragon King instructed. Hearing this, Xiao Yan's pupils constricted. Realizing that while the imperial skeleton was indeed powerful, continuously subjecting it to his unique flames might risk damaging it. Although the eye possessed may not rival the sacred flames of the Do Emperor continent, its potency is nonetheless formidable. Such a precious skeletal remnant is indeed a rare find. Naturally, Xiao Yan's distraction did not escape the discerning gaze of his revered master, the Golden Dragon King, who spoke with a tone of disdain. "Humph. Do you truly believe that your flame can harm this imperial skeletal remains? Do not be foolish. Even if you unleash your flames with all your might, you would not leave a mark on this skeletal structure." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Xiao Yan scratched his head, and in an instant, the milky white flames enveloped the imperial bones. "I apologize, esteemed elder," he suddenly declared, bowing deeply before not hesitating any longer. The milky white flames transformed the skeletal remains into a beam of light that entered the ring on Xiao Yan's finger. Having completed this, Xiao Yan nodded and chuckled. "Master, I have now fused 23 types of and have attained the rank of a first-tier imperial alchemist. With the skeletal remains of a peak 7-star Do Emperor in my possession, might this be sufficient to forge a vessel capable of containing my ancestor's soul?" Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, the Golden Dragon King was taken aback for a moment, then felt a sense of comfort as he patted Xiao Yan's head. Changing his earlier demeanor, he smiled and said, "Creating an ordinary body is indeed straightforward. However, the materials required to forge the body of a Do Emperor are exceedingly rare and, frankly, quite daunting. Thus, we must not rush this endeavor. Even a being as powerful as I yearn for rebirth, though Xiao Yan is still quite feeble, I firmly believe that he will one day grant me a new lease on life. After all, no soul wishes to linger in the endless darkness. And I have my own unfinished business. What materials are needed? As I hold the title of elder in the Qingxing Alchemist Association, and with the assistance of the Yu family, perhaps they could assist in the search." Xiao Yan inquired eagerly. "These items cannot simply be acquired through a search," the Golden Dragon King replied with a wry smile. However, upon witnessing Xiao Yan's earnest gaze, he reluctantly nodded and said, "To forge a body that can harbor your ancestor's soul and resurrect him, only 4 essential items are required." As the Golden Dragon King extended 4 fingers, Xiao Yan quickly focused, leaning in to listen intently. First, the life-forming blood pill. Second, the essence bloodline of a 7th-tier imperial beast. Third, the skeletal remains of a Do Emperor. Fourth, the soul of the resurrected individual, even a fragment of their essence, provided it possesses soul energy, will suffice. As the 4 items were revealed from the mouth of his esteemed master, Xiao Yan's previously fervent expression began to shift towards one of astonishment. The life-forming blood pill. This is something that even I, as a first-tier imperial alchemist, am entirely unfamiliar with. Fortunately, I have learned from my well-informed master that it is a pinnacle treasure of the 3rd tier, capable of reaching the zenith of imperial-grade elixirs. It is said that even a living dead person can be revived with but a single drop of its essence. The 1st-tier imperial elixirs are categorized into 3 grades: heaven, earth, and profound, followed by the 2nd tier, and then the 3rd-tier imperial elixirs. The advancement of an alchemist is inextricably linked to the strength of their soul, and this initial hurdle has left Xiao Yan utterly perplexed. The essence of a 7th-tier Emperor-class magical beast? This is a power that rivals that of the peak 7-star Do Emperor standing before him. In the presence of such a formidable foe, even fleeing would prove to be an arduous task, let alone the prospect of slaying a beast that stands on par with a human at the pinnacle of 7-star Do Emperor. Who could say who would emerge victorious in such a confrontation? Beasts of this caliber are typically dominators of their realms, far beyond Xiao Yan's current capabilities. An Emperor-class magical beast of the 1st tier is akin to a human 1st-tier Do Emperor. However, in a true contest, the distinction between strength and weakness remains uncertain. Magical beasts possess tough hides and thick flesh, coupled with an inherently suspicious nature, while humans are cunning and adept at schemes. A skeleton of a Do Emperor? Fortunately, one is readily available before him, sparing Xiao Yan considerable trouble. Otherwise, would he have to slay a peak 7-star Do Emperor? The soul imprint of his ancestor, Xiao Xian, is something Xiao Yan already possesses, although he still has a considerable distance to cover to obtain the essence blood of the magical beast and the life-rejuvenating blood pill. He has already acquired 2 of the 4 necessary materials, prompting a slight nod of approval from him. Having a clear objective is far preferable to aimlessly searching. His revered master, with vast experience, will surely prepare according to these materials, and the day of his ancestor Xiao Xian's revival is not far off. Observing Xiao Yan's astonishment, the Golden Dragon King spoke slowly, feeling a sense of gratification. This young man truly possesses a thoughtful disposition. Chapter 97, Sun Air. Within the tranquil wooden cabin, Xiao Yan sat cross-legged, closing his eyes in deep contemplation. The crafting of this foundational nurturing pill necessitated a careful regulation of his do qi. as the medicinal materials were limited, and failure would be catastrophic. "Let us begin," the Golden Dragon King stated, noting that Xiao Yan had restored his energy to its peak state. Indeed, beyond the Xianling continent, amidst a mist-laden, steep mountain range comprising 7 peaks, a peculiar formation emerged. On one of these peaks, within a solitary pavilion, a slender figure elegantly sat before a stone seat, lost in thought. Surrounding the exquisite pavilion were ethereal wisps of mist, and the young woman's delicate waist, akin to a willow leaf, could be grasped with but a gentle hand. Her cascading hair, bound casually with a pale purple ribbon, danced in the gentle breeze, imbuing her with an otherworldly grace. Seemingly sensing a subtle disturbance within the pavilion, the young woman gently closed her eyes. Moments later, she slowly opened them, and as her gaze fell, the surrounding mist swiftly dissipated, revealing the clarity of the mountaintop. With the sound of her voice resonating, a shadow beneath the pavilion began to shift unnaturally, transforming into a familiar figure. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Gu Yuan. "Your perception is remarkably keen. It seems your training has not faltered during these days," Gu Yuan remarked with a cheerful demeanor as he emerged. "Father, how is it? Have you received any news?" The maiden rose from the stone platform, shaking off her earlier state of bewilderment. She turned around, revealing a countenance imbued with the ethereal grace of a pure lotus, adorned with a smile that radiated an exquisite charm. At this moment, her voice, typically so steady and unperturbed, now bore an unmistakable urgency. This enchanting visage belonged, apart from the one who haunted Xiao Yan's thoughts, to none other than Suner. It had been approximately a month since Suner and Xiao Yan had parted ways. During this time, guided by the strength of their bloodline, Suner and her father had successfully arrived at the ancient clan upon the Dou Emperor continent. Ascending to the rank of Dou Emperor from the Dou Qi continent enabled one to continue providing the bloodline's power to the ancient clan, thus bestowing myriad advantages upon their kin on the Dou Qi continent and perpetually channeling fresh vitality. Upon their arrival, Suner and Gu Yuan were greeted with fervent enthusiasm. However, an unforeseen circumstance arose when the clan's overseers discovered Suner's divine bloodline and the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame within her. They were promptly accorded the highest honors. The 7 peaks of the ancient clan were renowned as the peaks of creation, where only those who had made extraordinary contributions could reside. The mere fact that this father-daughter duo occupied a peak was testament to the extraordinary nature of Suner's divine bloodline and the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame. The Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame, ranked 4th among the 23 types of extraordinary flames on the Dou Qi continent, was golden in hue. Although it lacked the mystique of the pure lotus demon flame, it had once held great renown in ancient times. This unique flame was a heritage of their ancient clan, and few had managed to subdue it before Suner, let alone possess a divine bloodline. It was said that this fearsome flame could even incinerate Dou Qi itself. According to legend, its first master had wielded it to reduce a space created by a Dou saint to nothingness, with no fruitful conclusions. Suner and Gu Yuan settled temporarily within the ancient clan. Yet, for reasons unknown, the clan imposed strict limitations on Suner's freedom, confining her to the peak for cultivation, forbidding her from descending or venturing outside. In contrast, Gu Yuan was not subjected to such stringent restrictions. Consequently, Suner implored her father to allow her to search for Xiao Yan. Gu Yuan regarded his daughter closely, compared to her time on the Dou Qi continent. She had matured considerably. The girl who once embodied youthful innocence now exuded a serene demeanor, one that emanated from the depths of her soul. However, despite her transformation, one aspect remained unchanged. Upon hearing news related to that name, her tranquil heart would ripple with waves of emotion. Perhaps, as Ling Ying had once predicted, a shadow would forever linger within Suner's heart, a presence that even the stern pressures of her clan's elders would struggle to eradicate. Sensing the urgency in Suner's tone, Gu Yuan sighed inwardly. It was only when matters concerning Xiao Yan arose that she truly resembled an ordinary girl, exhibiting a simplicity akin to the unyielding mountain. Despite her profound mastery, reminiscent of seasoned cultivators, she lacked a certain vivacity that was characteristic of youth. As these thoughts flickered through his mind, Gu Yuan's face bore a hint of indulgence, and he nodded with a gentle smile. "I searched for several days, but found no trace of Xiao Yan. Moreover, that old rascal Zhu Kuan and Medusa had also parted ways with us. I believe they are safe." Listening quietly to the news that flowed from Gu Yuan's lips, Sun Er slightly pursed her small mouth, her clear, expressive eyes shimmering softly. "Father, you have worked hard," she said, tempering her anxious gaze before bowing respectfully to Gu Yuan. "Do not worry, I will go out in search of him. However, Sun Er, you must be cautious. Although this is indeed the ancient clan, all the overseers and elder patriarchs seem to have vanished. The current overseer appears to harbor some intentions towards you. I can't shake the feeling that his aura is rather peculiar, Gu Yuan remarked thoughtfully. Father, rest assured. Sun Er knows her limits, she replied, gradually turning her gaze towards the mist-shrouded peaks beyond. The soul jade in her delicate hands quietly manifested, a slender beam of light dancing gently upon its surface. Brother Xiaoyan, are you well? Do you know that Sun Er is thinking of you? A chill flickered in her beautiful eyes as a crystalline tear rolled down her silken strands, her grip on the soul jade tightening. Chapter 84. The Essential Holy Flame for Body Refinement. Observing Xiaoyan's astonishment, the Golden Dragon King smiled knowingly, aware of the profound impact these four materials would have on him. Thus, he offered words of comfort. These items are exceedingly difficult to acquire, which is why I said there is no need to rush. Your ancestor would surely be proud of your determination. After all, we have ample time to gather them. The so-called life-forming blood-constructing pill is no trivial matter. It is a pinnacle-grade imperial elixir. Even the current president of the Qingqing Alchemist Association would find it impossible to guarantee success, let alone the collection of the rare and extraordinary materials required for its refinement, an endeavor fraught with challenges. Nodding with a pained expression, Xiaoyan sighed, realizing that reviving his ancestor, Xiao Xian, would not be a simple task. I will keep this in mind and seek opportunities to gather the remaining two materials. If it were merely a matter of refining an ordinary body capable of housing a spirit, it would not be so troublesome. However, the more powerful the soul's strength and the greater the prowess of your ancestor, Xiao Xian, during his lifetime, the more stringent the requirements for the body become. Oh, and I almost forgot to mention, the fundamental element for body refinement is the holy flame, the Golden Dragon King added with a slight smile. Holy flame? Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan's previously calm demeanor was once again stirred with astonishment. The most essential component for body refinement is, in fact, the holy flame? He gazed incredulously at his master, the Golden Dragon King, floating in midair. Indeed, for an ordinary Do Zun or Do Sheng level body, your inner flame would suffice for refinement. However, a Do D level body is an entirely different matter. To ascend to the rank of Do Emperor, one must absorb the essence of the Emperor, which refines the body and allows one to truly step into the realm of the Do Emperor. If we liken a body capable of accommodating a peak 9-star Do Saint to a 10, then a body that can house a Do Emperor's might is akin to 100, the Golden Dragon King solemnly proclaimed. Moreover, your current flame power is insufficient to refine the skeletal remains of a peak 7-star Do Emperor that you hold. The process of body refinement inherently favors speed. Otherwise, with the passage of time, the essence of the magical beast's blood will diminish, and the potency of the medicinal pills will fade, leading to failure. The Golden Dragon King stated in a calm tone. Indeed, given Xiaoyan's current power of merely refining the skeletal remains that rival a peak 7-star Do Emperor would take several days. This is due in part to the terrifying prowess of the Emperor's remains in life, which has endowed its posthumous form with immense strength. Additionally, although Xiaoyan possesses a new flame born from the fusion of 23, the refining process remains quite arduous. Damn it, truly a roller coaster. Upon hearing his ancestor, the Golden Dragon King's words, Xiaoyan could not help but curse. However, do not fret. Once the matters in Qingqing are resolved, I will gradually guide you in seeking the sacred flame that resides on this Xianling continent. I wonder how it is faring now, the Golden Dragon King said, casting a glance of concern at the somewhat dejected Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan immediately perked up at these words, his gaze ablaze with fervor as he looked at his ancestor, the Golden Dragon King. Don't think you can trick me into revealing secrets. I am aware of the sacred flame and your family's affairs, yet I will not disclose them to you, the Golden Dragon King teased. When your strength is sufficient, I shall tell you everything. As for now, it is best to leave this ruin. Observing the increasingly collapsing stone chamber, the Golden Dragon King remarked. Indeed, Xiaoyan acknowledged, understanding the truth in his ancestor's words. Despite the myriad of mysteries surrounding him, without strength, knowledge would be futile and might even invite peril. Boom, boom, boom. Massive stones began to tumble from the ceiling of the stone chamber. This chamber of the Emperor, with its blood essence extracted and bones claimed by the worthy, fulfilled the wishes of this venerable predecessor. As he pondered this, a milky white Do-Chi enveloped his entire being, and with a fierce motion of his right hand, a spatial rift appeared before Xiaoyan. Although this ruin was fortified with restrictions preventing any being stronger than a 4-star Do Emperor from entering, thus hindering the rift's formation. The loss of the Emperor's bones and blood essence gradually weakened these restrictions. It is time to depart. Without further hesitation, he transformed into a milky white meteor and surged into the spatial rift. Half a month had elapsed since the opening of the magical beast's ruin. After being dissuaded by a figure clad in white, The young prodigies from the 7 great cities dared not venture further into the ruins. Yet, everyone knew that Xiao Yan was destined to reap the greatest fortune within this ruin, making him the arch-nemesis of many young elites from the 7 great cities. Especially that Wu Huan from Wu City harbors ulterior motives towards Xiao Yan, rumored to be plotting against him. Roars of magical beasts can occasionally be heard echoing through the wilderness, a clear indication of territorial disputes. A somewhat frail youth, bearing a heavy black measuring tool on his back, traverses the treacherous terrain of the magical Beast Mountain Range. This expedition into the ruins has proven fruitful. As he possesses the peak strength of a 3-star Do Emperor, Xiao Yan can sense that the ancient fire measuring tool, forged from the fusion of 23 types of, is undoubtedly extraordinary. Previously, his limited strength hindered his understanding of its mysteries. Hand over that so-called great fortune. I might consider sparing your life. A figure looms before Xiao Yan, exuding a massive aura of crimson Do Qi, resembling a billowing fire cloud. From this fiery cloud, a tall figure stands with an air of superiority, directing his gaze towards the youth burdened with the heavy tool. Chapter 85, Wu Huan's Ambush. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yan's gaze shifted towards a towering tree where the source of the voice originated. A slender figure stood there, surrounded by a vortex of surging red Do Qi. What do you mean by that? Xiao Yan retorted coldly, recognizing the man before him as Wu Huan, the pride of Wu City as described by Yuru. Yet he was also a formidable 3-star Do Emperor at the late stage. However, from what Xiao Yan had observed half a month ago, the latter was merely at the late stage of a 3-star Do Emperor. Now, the fluctuations in his Do Qi indicated a significant advancement. He had evidently reached the peak of 3-star Do Emperor. This must be the result of acquiring some treasure within the ruins, which had elevated his powers to such heights. Otherwise, advancement through mere training is seldom so effortless. Despite Wu Huan's peak status, Xiao Yan felt no fear. Enough of the pleasantries. Regardless of your connection to that mysterious figure in white, this territory belongs to Wu City. Surrender the fortune you obtained. Wu Huan slowly descended from the tree, casting a chilling glare at Xiao Yan, as if he had already secured victory. Xiao Yan couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the situation. In retrospect, he realized that even though he had earned recognition from the figure in white, the so-called fortune did not necessitate any flame power for absorption. This was merely the one-sided assertion of that figure. Nevertheless, the power of the figure in white was overwhelmingly strong, rendering even the 7 great cities' prodigies powerless to challenge it, forcing them to retreat from the ruins. As for why the figure in white allowed Xiao Yan to remain, while the fire spirit within him certainly played a role, there seemed to be a personal sentiment from the figure as well. Though uncertain of the reasons, Xiao Yan felt an inexplicable connection between the figure and the fire spirit within him. Yet, with Xiao Yi caught in transformation, he could not inquire further. Wu Huan, you truly are a master of nonsense. This is clearly the magical Beast Mountain Range. How can you claim it as Wu City's territory? Moreover, why should I surrender the fortune I acquired through my own strength? Xiao Yan challenged. Have you lost your mind? Xiao Yan gazed at the lofty Wu Huan with a cheerful demeanor. While others might be wary of his status as the young master of Wu City, Xiao Yan remained unperturbed, for this Qing city was merely a temporary resting place for him. With a carefree spirit, what was there to fear? Ah, Xiao Yan, do you truly believe us to be fools? After laboriously defeating the 6 guardians of the emperor, you expect to reap the rewards? Wu Huan's smile gradually solidified into a stern expression. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan chuckled lightly, realizing that Wu Huan was indeed a man who harbored grudges. Since he refused to yield, let him perish. Being buried deep within the Beast Mountain Range would be a fitting end for him. Rest assured, I have scoured this area for miles around. Apart from you, there is no one else here, Wu Huan bellowed. Xiao Yan, initially concerned about the proximity to Wu City and the potential arrival of powerful adversaries, felt a wave of relief wash over him as he listened to Wu Huan's words. If you wish to kill me for fortune, then let us see if you possess the capability, he declared resolutely. Prepare yourself. Fire killing palm. With the shout, Wu Huan launched himself forward, appearing before Xiao Yan in a blink, unleashing a palm strike that tore through the air with ferocious winds, creating dark fissures in its wake. Faced with such a fierce onslaught, Xiao Yan's expression shifted, despite Wu Huan's penchant for revenge. His strength was not to be underestimated. The young master of Wu City was formidable indeed. Yet, Xiao Yan did not intend to meet this terrifying force head-on, for it was unnecessary. In an instant, Xiao Yan executed a peculiar twist of his body, leaving behind several afterimages. These phantoms were manifestations of the pinnacle of his mastery over the 3,000 thunder movements. Skillfully evading the powerful gusts, Wu Huan's speed diminished as he completed his attack. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yan darted forward, aiming to strike at Wu Huan's forehead. adhering to his principle of non-aggression unless provoked. Xiaoyan had no reason to show mercy now that Wu Huan sought his life, especially since they were alone. Fool, you seek death. Wu Huan's face contorted with fury as he was taken aback by Xiaoyan's ruthless nature. With a swift motion, he summoned a tremendous force from his palm, uprooting a large tree behind him, which he positioned as a shield against Xiaoyan's assault. Observing this, Xiaoyan deftly maneuvered, seizing the opportunity to grasp the colossal tree. However, before he could exert his strength, an intense gust of wind surged towards him from behind, threatening to strike his head. Sensing the perilous wind approaching, Xiaoyan smiled faintly and conjured a splendid 23-colored fire lotus seed into his palm. Thus, a vague suspicion lingered in Xiaoyan's heart, as if the within him had entered a dormant state since his arrival in the Do-Di continent, gradually depleting its power. In other words, it seemed as though something vital was missing from the. After all, both the and the were forces born from the world. So how could there be such a vast disparity between them? In the heat of battle, there was no time for distraction. He raised the in his hand and fiercely struck it towards the approaching Wu Huan. Swish, swish, swish. The whistled towards Wu Huan. Wu Huan's pupils constricted tightly, and a torrent of fiery erupted from his body in a desperate attempt to resist. After all, Wu Huan was a peak, and even he sensed a terrifying aura emanating from the exquisite. At that moment, a single thought consumed Wu Huan's mind. If he were to be touched by the power of this fire lotus, his fate would be sealed. Severe injury awaited him. Chapter 86. Offense and Defense. Damn it, I never expected him to be so formidable. Gazing at the approaching 23-colored exquisite lotus seeds, Wu Huan felt an overwhelming sense of crisis emanating from them. Gritting his teeth, his pupils narrowed, and he dared not afford any more delays. A low, thunderous roar erupted from his throat, and his fury surged forth in torrents, ultimately transforming into a massive crimson fire cloud spanning 100 feet. His figure was ensconced within the heart of the fire cloud, flames swirling around him, producing a thunderous roar akin to waves crashing against rocks in the ocean, instilling a sense of oppression in the hearts of onlookers. The sensation was akin to facing an endless sea alone, leaving one devoid of any courage to resist. The crimson fire cloud loomed overhead, enveloping the sky in searing heat. Yet, when compared to Xiaoyan's, comprised of 23, it paled in significance. It possessed the terrifying power to alter the very fabric of the world, and this was indeed no exaggeration. With full force unleashed, the surroundings of the depths of the Beast Mountain range instantly resembled a parched land, as if the moisture in the air had been completely evaporated. The dry air caused a painful dryness in the throat with each breath taken. Go! Fixating on the immense fire cloud that Wu Huan conjured, Xiaoyan flicked his fingers. The slowly rotating trembled slightly, then erupted with a sound that pierced through the fabric of space, transforming into a vibrant stream of light, suffused with an unparalleled scorching wind, sweeping towards the distant sea of flames. Fire cloud, converge, triple rebirth gate. With a grave expression, Wu Huan gazed at the vibrant stream of light hurtling towards him, not daring to hesitate for a moment. With a movement of his hand, he let out a fierce shout, and the massive fire cloud surged violently, flames howling and swirling, ultimately condensing into 3 gigantic light mirrors before him. The emergence of these 3 mirrors formed a formidable triple defense against Xiaoyan's onslaught. Although this caused Wu Huan's complexion to pale slightly, it was evident that the energy consumption for this endeavor was considerable. The mirror, large and square in shape, exuded a formidable power that was slowly gathering strength. Indeed, Wu Huan was worthy of being called a prodigy, demonstrating extraordinary capabilities. In a moment of astonishment, Xiaoyan observed as the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus, having already locked onto its target, moved without hesitation, almost as if it had teleported, swiftly closing the distance to Wu Huan. The terrifying gusts of wind generated caused even the fiery red clouds surrounding Wu Huan to ripple slightly. Defend. Wu Huan's expression grew exceedingly grave as he faced the approaching terrifying fire lotus. With a sudden change of hand seals and a low shout, the massive prism he had painstakingly formed emitted a light akin to the dawn's first rays, solidly positioning itself before him like an indestructible fortress. Seemingly unafraid as the fire lotus charged forward fiercely, in an instant, the distance between them vanished, and 2 streams of energy capable of incinerating mountains and boiling seas collided with a thunderous roar, sending shockwaves through Xiaoyan and Han Feng's taut nerves. Boom! Upon contact, the entire Beast Mountain range fell into a profound silence, only for the energies of heaven and earth to suddenly erupt. Vibrant energies swirling chaotically as if they were desperately fleeing from the impact zone. The sudden eruption of energy even caused the powerful beings far from the Beast Mountain range to halt their actions, gazing in astonishment at the distant battle. Observing the chaos, An elder remarked calmly, "Is that Wu heir? Did he not claim he would venture alone into the depths of the Beast Mountain range to hunt beasts? The fluctuations suggest he is engaged with someone. Fourth brother, take some people to investigate, just in case." Additionally, the one fighting Wu heir, that boy, a middle-aged man emanating an overwhelming aura, seated atop the tiger throne within the city of Wu, gestured toward a frail middle-aged figure beneath him, drawing his hand across his neck in a decisive manner. Understood. The figure beneath nodded in comprehension, recognizing the urgency in his lord's demeanor. This fluctuation, it's Xiao Yan. Father, we must leave at once. A towering figure and a familiar silhouette appeared, revealing Yu Ru and Yu Yu. Boom. The silence lasted but a fleeting moment before a cataclysmic energy storm erupted from a central point, akin to a tempest. The horrifying fiery energy storm expanded its reach nearly 100 meters. As the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus detonated, its terrifying force surged outward instantaneously. Boom, boom, boom. The fearsome power of the clashed violently with the defensive strength of the three-sided light mirror. Under Xiao Yan's command, the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus hurtled towards the light mirror. Upon touching the first mirror, Xiao Yan flicked it with his hand, and the dazzling Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus erupted spectacularly. Bang, bang, bang. At the moment when the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus erupted, a terrifying wave of intense heat radiated outward. This overwhelming force shattered the first layer of the light mirror, subsequently striking the second layer with relentless momentum. The fearsome high temperature of the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus, combined with its extraordinary destructive power, surged forward after breaching the first light mirror, ruthlessly colliding with the second. Circles of fierce fighting energy rippled outwards from their clash, extending hundreds of feet. Xiao Yan's Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus relentlessly pressed its attack, while Wu Huan mobilized all of his fighting energy, desperately concentrating it towards the remaining two layers of light mirrors of the triple samsara gate, attempting to defend against the onslaught of the terrifying flames. After shattering the first defensive light mirror, the power of Xiao Yan's Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus began to wane, clearly indicating the formidable strength of the purported triple samsara gate's defenses. However, Xiao Yan merely snorted coldly, and then the burning decision within him surged into action. A vast expanse of milky white flame energy pouring into the Fire Lotus that was slowly resisting in the arena. Having established a grudge, Wu Huan had only one fate awaiting him, death. Chapter 87. Confrontation with Wu Huan. The battle in midair continued unabated. Both Wu Huan and Xiao Yan evidently revealed their trump cards from the onset, exerting their full strength, wary of any misstep. The Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus detonated entirely, the terrifying flames first instantaneously shattering the first light mirror, with the remaining force surging towards the second light mirror with a thunderous roar, delivering a crushing blow. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive force following the detonation of the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus, under Xiao Yan's adept control, transformed into a colossal energy dragon enveloped in milky white flames. The dragon's head lifted slightly, then let out a furious roar, sending a torrent of flames crashing against the light mirror. Damn it, Wu Huan thought to himself. Recognizing the unfavorable situation he found himself in, he was acutely aware of his own condition. If his strength was truly the result of his arduous training, then the triple Solomon he unleashed would be impervious to Xiao Yan, even if he were a 4-star Do Emperor. However, this technique was indeed comparable to divine-level fighting skills. Yet, the young man named Wu Huan, despite his fiery red fighting energy, possessed an ephemeral quality. Even the triple Solomon, which could rival the might of a 4-star Do Emperor, could not withstand the power of this strange fire. The voice of the Golden Dragon King resonated within Xiao Yan's mind. Moreover, Wu Huan's aura bore a resemblance to the shadowy figure he had previously slain. Though it was deeply concealed, I had still detected a hint of it. Oh, go. Understanding the truth, Xiao Yan smiled faintly and flicked his fingers, sending several 7-colored fire lotuses soaring into the fray. Although it is merely the 7-colored fire lotus, its power should not be underestimated. However, it is not that Xiao Yan intentionally refrains from employing the 23-colored Buddha's Fury Fire Lotus. Rather, the immense energy consumption of this fusion of 23 different flames renders it impractical at present. Xiao Yan's Do-Chi technique is only at the high level of the heavenly stage, allowing him to use the fused Buddha's Fury Fire Lotus only a few times. He must conserve his Do-Chi for unforeseen circumstances and to guard against any hidden tactics from Wu Huan. The milky white energy dragon and the second light mirror remained locked in a stalemate for several minutes before shattering with a resounding crash, reminiscent of glass fracturing. Seizing the opportunity, the dragon surged toward the final light mirror, which was evidently the most formidable in terms of defense. "Ha! You, from the lower realms, are indeed remarkable," Wu Huan roared. witnessing Xiao Yan breach his 2 Solomon defenses consecutively. Yet, it was evident from his tone that he bore a sense of gravity. If this final Solomon were to be shattered, Wu Huan would undoubtedly face defeat. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's pupils constricted, and he gazed at Wu Huan in astonishment. Although he hailed from the lower realm, he had never divulged this secret to anyone. It was unlikely that Qing Tian, with his Dosheng prowess, would know, especially since he remained unconscious. Furthermore, being an elder of the Alchemist Association, they should be oblivious to his hidden truths. As for the Yu family, considering Yu Ru's willingness to protect him at all costs within the ruins, they would certainly not be privy to his secrets. Oh, Wu Huan, what do you mean by that? Xiao Yan inquired, perplexed. Ha ha ha, do not feign ignorance with me. Others may be unaware, but do you think I am oblivious? Was the power of the previous demonic shadow easy to absorb? Wu Huan's countenance twisted into a grimace, and fiery red do qi slowly coiled around his light mirror. Under such enhancement, that final Solomon became even more resilient. This man cannot be allowed to remain. Xiao Yan discerned a different undertone in Wu Huan's words, indicating that matters within Wu City were likely amiss. Dare you face my strike? Wu Huan, shielded by the resplendent Solomon, laughed heartily. Xiao Yan, possessing only mid-level strength of a 3-star Do Emperor, was no match for Wu Huan, who stood at the pinnacle of the 3-star Do Emperor realm. Thus, Wu Huan felt immense confidence in delivering a lethal blow. That is precisely what I seek. Xiao Yan concentrated a formidable surge of power into his flaming dragon, relinquishing control and allowing it to charge recklessly into the solid light mirror of Solomon. The milky white dragon, enveloped in flames, collided fiercely with the sturdy fire-red Do Qi mirror, causing brilliant sparks to erupt and sending ripples through the skies above the depths of the Demon Beast mountain range. Behind the milky white dragon, Xiao Yan observed Wu Huan intently, his left hand gently caressing the heavy ruler at his back. Meanwhile, protected by the fire-red light mirror, Wu Huan wielded a long sword, its tip directed menacingly toward Xiao Yan. The sword is named Prison Abyss, and it has previously claimed the lives of many prodigies before you. To perish at the edge of this blade would not tarnish your reputation as a first-tier imperial alchemist. Moreover, I am quite intrigued by the flames that envelop you. As he spoke, a ring of rapidly spinning wind blades materialized at the tip of Wu Huan's sword, resembling a cerulean sphere adorned with razor-sharp edges. Is that so? I did not expect you to possess such knowledge. I find myself somewhat intrigued by you as well. With that, Xiao Yan's aura surged, and the burning energy within him began to operate at an accelerated pace, enveloping him in a dense, continuous flame generated by his burning decision. Prison annihilation. A resonant voice echoed deep within the monster mountain range. As the words fell, Wu Huan's sword expanded exponentially, radiating a gray light and exuding an overwhelming aura. Without hesitation, he transformed into a shooting star, hurtling toward Xiao Yan's position. Die! Wu Huan arrived mere meters from Xiao Yan, only to find him motionless, seemingly resigned to his fate, prompting a cold snort from him. Although Xiao Yan was merely a mid-tier 3-star Do Emperor, his alchemical skills were of imperial caliber, and his soul power was formidable. Though the purpose of such power remained a mystery, observing the closed-eyed Xiao Yan, Wu Huan's unique sword trembled slightly in his grasp, releasing a slender beam of profound light, scarcely the size of a thumb, which shot forth in an instant. The moment the light appeared, the very fabric of space trembled. Swish! The terrifying beam darted toward Xiao Yan, who, sensing the imminent threat, abruptly opened his eyes. He swiftly retrieved his heavy ruler from behind, awakening a slumbering dragon within him. The immense power collided violently with the dreadful beam of light. Sevenfold sky-breaking ruler. One ruler to break the enemy. Break for me. Chapter 88. The Ultimate Strike. Facing Wu Huan's fearsome assault, Xiao Yan snorted coldly and raised the ancient fire ruler. As the milky white flames intensified around him, tangible waves of scorching energy began to seep from the void, coiling around Xiao Yan and spiraling madly. With the rotation of this energy, a tempest suddenly erupted, sweeping out in all directions, shaking even the towering trees beneath the monster mountain range. Flame-devouring wave ruler. With a mighty shout, the originally dark, heavy ruler burst forth in a dazzling array of colors. Xiao Yan lifted the ruler high, swinging it fiercely toward the incoming beam of light from the sword. A terrifying wave of scorching power emanated from the ancient fire ruler, coalescing into a towering shockwave that surged toward the approaching beam of light. Whoosh! As the heavy ruler and the beam of light collided, the latter faltered after a few seconds of resistance, visibly diminishing in strength. The shockwave continued its unstoppable advance toward Wu Huan, who now wore a grim expression. Previously, the true strength of Xiao Yan had been significantly underestimated. As Wu Huan discovered the moment Xiao Yan's imposing presence surged, His aura instantly soared to the pinnacle of a 3-star Do Emperor. The confident smile that once adorned Wu Huan's face evaporated in the wake of this unforeseen revelation. How could this be? Wu Huan gazed at Xiao Yin in disbelief. Yet, in that instant, he could afford no further hesitation. With a cold snort, he channeled all his fiery Do Qi into his long sword, unleashing an even more formidable beam of light towards Xiao Yin. Wu Huan understood well that facing an equally powerful 3-star Do Emperor like Xiao Yin, he had to fight with all his might or face dire consequences. Boom, boom, boom. Another wave of terrifying assaults surged forth, and once again, the beam emitted by Wu Huan's sword was dispersed by the fiery shockwaves. Following Xiao Yan's devastating onslaught, Wu Huan's arm trembled violently, and he angled his sword skyward. In an instant, with a fierce slicing sound, he directed the sword towards Xiao Yin. A menacing dark energy surged forth, cascading from the air to the ground, instantly reducing surrounding trees and boulders to mere dust. Prison bird. A thunderous roar erupted as the fiery Do Qi at the tip of the sword exploded forth like a mountain torrent. The overwhelming crimson light, accompanied by a piercing sonic boom, sliced through the space towards Xiao Yin. The air quivered as the blazing radiance swept across its path. Wu Huan's full-force strike was indeed terrifying. Within Xiao Yan's obsidian eyes, he found himself engulfed by the overwhelming crimson sword light. As the primary target, he could sense the terrifyingly fierce offensive contained within that fiery brilliance. Nevertheless, Xiao Yin remained resolute, confident that any assault would dissipate against his ancient fire ruler. Taking a deep breath of slightly heated air, Xiao Yin stepped forward with purpose, raising the ancient fire ruler above his head. His arm bulged with veins, resembling writhing serpents. In the next moment, with a powerful tremor, he brought the ancient fire ruler crashing down. Two fierce roars erupted simultaneously, and from the ruler surged a colossal, pearlescent beam, 100 feet long, shooting forth with an unstoppable momentum. As the beam was unleashed, the very fabric of space trembled, creating a vast fissure in the earth. 100 meters wide, rapidly spreading along the trajectory of the beam. The immense pearlescent beam shot forth with lightning speed from Xiao Yan's ancient fire ruler, causing the surrounding space to shatter under its minute energy overflow. In the sky, the dazzling crimson sword light, spanning 100 feet, occupied half the heavens, while the equally formidable pearlescent beam arched forth like a crescent moon, both radiating an extreme sharpness that rippled through the space, causing cracks to spread. Two exceedingly terrifying attacks were about to unfold, akin to a cataclysmic collision of meteors. In midair, the milky white beam and the fiery red sword light were poised to clash with ferocious intensity in the next moment. However, the collision in the sky did not produce the anticipated thunderous explosion. Instead, it bizarrely emitted not a single sound. Xiao Yan's gaze was firmly fixed on the two massive energy orbs suspended in the air. The immense force of the milky white beam, mere inches away, left him feeling utterly drained, his complexion pale as parchment, his form swaying precariously. Were it not for the heavy in his grasp grounding him, he might have plummeted from the sky. Evidently, utilizing the first level of the sevenfold heaven shattering had thoroughly extracted the last vestiges of Do Qi from within Xiao Yan's body. Fortunately, as a pharmacist, he quickly retrieved several pills from his ring and began to consume them ravenously, under the envious gaze of Wu Huan. In stark contrast, Wu Huan was less fortunate. He plummeted from the air in an instant, his face covered in dirt, equally pale and anxiously fixated on the two energy masses that incessantly devoured and eroded one another. At that moment, both their eyes remained locked on the spectacle above, as if the depths of the monster beast mountain range were holding its breath, anticipating the outcome of the clash between the two energy spheres, each harboring an unfathomable destructive power. The milky white beam and the fiery red sword light, entwined and consuming one another, suddenly began to fluctuate violently, akin to boiling water, before the two energy masses abruptly swelled before their eyes. Gazing at the inexplicably expanding energy orbs, an unsettling feeling washed over both of them. As the expansion reached a critical point, the colossal energy masses abruptly ceased all motion, emanating an unusually profound luster, akin to a tiny spark that surged forth. With the emergence of this peculiar glow, the very fabric of space trembled. Xiao Yin and Wu Huan's most formidable strikes seemed to hint at an anomaly amidst their mutual consumption, leaving them both bewildered and astonished. The spark within the two energy masses expanded rapidly, becoming increasingly blinding, while the spatial fluctuations intensified. A searing light cascaded from the heavens. And as the energies of the world raged violently, the milky white and fiery red energy spheres could no longer withstand the turmoil. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted, accompanied by an overwhelmingly terrifying storm that swept forth from the sky, shaking the very essence of space. Chapter 89, Blood Curse 7. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying milky white beam and fiery red sword light finally detonated in a cataclysmic explosion. Ripples emanated outward from the point of convergence, spreading far and wide. The once quiet monster beast mountain range erupted into chaos, with a cacophony of furious roars and howls resounding from all directions. Within the treacherous expanse of the demon mountain range, Xiaoyan's figure swiftly retreated. As he withdrew, a resplendent jade vial materialized in his grasp, containing several exquisite elixirs. He hastily consumed the pills, unleashing the formidable Buddha's Fury Fire Lotus and the dreadfully powerful Sevenfold Skybreaker. The exertion was considerable, and in a final desperate act, he harnessed his soul power to conjure the Yellow Spring's heavenly wrath. Taking advantage of Wu Huan's inability to perceive his surroundings due to the overwhelming assault of the destructive energy, he discreetly unleashed this power, detonating the full might of the Sevenfold Skybreaker. Amidst the fierce combat, the sudden manifestation of the Yellow Spring's heavenly wrath struck Wu Huan's soul with a vicious blow, momentarily incapacitating him. What should have been an escape from the epicenter of the explosion was thwarted by this soul attack, drawing Wu Huan inexorably into the most perilous zone of devastation. After executing these attacks, even a genuine 4-star Do Emperor would find themselves gravely wounded, caught off guard by the combined might of the Buddha's Fury Fire Lotus, the Yellow Spring's heavenly wrath, and the first strike of the Sevenfold Skybreaker. Xiaoyan was acutely aware of their terrifying potency, one specifically targeting the soul, another wielding annihilating destructive force. Together, their combined power was nothing short of horrific. The storm raged like a cataclysmic force of nature, unleashing dreadful heat and waves of destructive impact. Such a tumult was something Xiaoyan dared not approach lightly. Although the Sevenfold Skybreaker and the Buddha's Fury Fire Lotus were immensely powerful, Wu Huan's prowess was equally formidable, compounded by an inexplicable aura that made his defeat seem a daunting task. As Xiaoyan retreated rapidly, his gaze flickered with urgency. Roar! Just as this thought crossed Xiaoyan's mind, the colossal firestorm in the distance trembled violently, its rotation gradually slowing. A deafening roar, filled with murderous intent, erupted from the heart of the fiery tempest. Indeed, he had not perished. Hearing this furious bellow, a weight settled in Xiaoyan's heart. The ambition to slay a peak 3-star Do Emperor appeared increasingly fanciful. Although he too possessed the strength of a peak 3-star Do Emperor, he had not adequately stabilized his realm since his ascension, making his confrontation with Wu Huan exceedingly challenging. Boom! Shortly after the roar resonated, an enormous claw, spanning several dozen feet, forcefully emerged from the tempest. Subsequently, a bloodied figure staggered out, its grotesque form marked by crimson eyes gleaming with profound malice. Fixating on Xiaoyan from afar, this bloodied silhouette was none other than the once mighty Wu Huan, now appearing woefully disheveled. Blood flowed from his elongated frame like a meandering stream. Deep gashes marred his body, revealing glimpses of stark, white bone within. Clearly, although he had survived the terrifying onslaught of the Yellow Spring's heavenly wrath and the Sevenfold Skybreaker, it had come at an exorbitant cost. You insignificant pest, perish! Wu Huan's complexion twisted in agony as he coughed violently, expelling copious amounts of blood due to the overwhelming force. His arm transformed into a colossal energy palm that ruthlessly struck towards Xiaoyan's head. However, Xiaoyan could sense that Wu Huan was merely at the end of his tether. This attack was significantly weakened, and with a casual wave, he dissipated it effortlessly. Thanks to the efficacy of the medicinal pills, Xiaoyan had regained some of his strength. Though he was still preoccupied with the numerous wounds adorning his body as he slowly approached Wu Huan's location. Given the circumstances, Xiaoyan murmured to himself that there was no reason to let the tiger return to the mountain. Be cautious, Xiaoyan. I have a peculiar feeling about this, the Golden Dragon King remarked, observing Wu Huan intently. As Xiaoyan drew nearer to Wu Huan, the grotesque figure before him bore a pair of eyes that exuded a terrifying intensity, and something seemed to lurk ominously at his forehead. Suddenly, a dark beam of light streaked past, reflecting the shock in Xiaoyan's gaze, for he perceived that something ominous resided on Wu Huan's forehead. Is that a blood curse? The Golden Dragon King's voice echoed from within the ring, filled with alarm. Xiaoyan furrowed his brow tightly, evidently hearing of the so-called blood curse for the first time. What could it possibly be? Who would have thought to encounter a blood curse in this small martial city? The infiltration of the outer evil races runs deep, the Golden Dragon King continued in a somber tone. Master, although I am unaware of the nature of this blood curse, I am still a disciple of Tuashi and your nephew. That fact remains unchanged, Xiaoyan replied with a faint smile, gazing at his master, who seemed hesitant to speak. Haha, with your words, I find solace. The Golden Dragon King laughed heartily. To be marked by this blood curse is tantamount to a lifetime of servitude to the outer evil races, eternally bound. Even the soul will be compelled to obey. However, those afflicted can also attain their desires, whether it be immense power or other treasures. Yet ultimately, they cannot escape the fate of being consumed by the outer evil races. Moreover, observe the runes on Wu Huan's forehead. There are 3 distinct blood threads. The blood curse is divided into 7 ranks. The first and second ranks are the most mundane, while the third and fourth ranks possess a degree of distinction. The fifth and sixth ranks are trusted by the outer evil races, and the 7th rank has not been seen for a long time. The wielder of a 7th rank blood curse is near the pinnacle of the Do Emperor realm and holds a significant status even among the outer evil races. The Golden Dragon King intently regarded the 3-colored blood curse on Wu Huan's forehead as he spoke. Xiaoyan, do you truly believe you can kill me? How naive. Wu Huan, though on the brink of death, gazed defiantly at the sudden onslaught of flames, his face contorted in a sinister grin. As his words fell, the 3-colored blood threads on his forehead seemed to sense the impending threat, and a dense, dark radiance erupted forth. The black light surged, visibly healing Wu Huan's severely wounded body at an astonishing rate. Chapter 90. Is the Soul Clan making an appearance? Despite Xiao Yan's profound strength, the recent exertion had taken its toll, and he could not swiftly regain his peak condition. The seemingly formidable strike of his palm was effortlessly neutralized by the dark aura enveloping Wu Huan. Retreat. This demonic energy is beyond your current capabilities. A single misstep could lead to dire complications, the Golden Dragon King interjected urgently. Heeding this advice, Xiaoyan distanced himself from Wu Huan. It appeared that retreat was the only option. It was likely that the treasures within this relic had fallen into Wu Huan's grasp. However, having murdered and absorbed the soul energy collected by Zhuo Shi, it was only a matter of time before others from that faction sought retribution against this young man, thus sparing Xiaoyan the burden of dealing with him himself. As this thought crossed Wu Huan's mind, he resolved to disengage from the battle, glancing up at Xiaoyan, who seemed poised to charge once more. He swiftly retreated, aiming to vanish into the depths of the chaotic monster mountain range. Not so fast. However, just as Wu Huan began to withdraw, a chilling voice suddenly resonated behind him, accompanied by an overwhelming wave of scorching wind. The abrupt assault caused Wu Huan's expression to shift dramatically, prompting him to pivot instinctively, his palms enveloped in crimson energy, ready to brace against the onslaught. Boom, boom, boom. The ferocious winds erupted, forcing Wu Huan to stagger backwards several meters, his chest constricted. As he raised his gaze, he beheld a gaunt figure, burdened with a heavy weapon, standing where he had just retreated. Xiaoyan. Wu Huan seethed through gritted teeth. Though he possessed the 3-colored blood curse, he was acutely aware that utilizing its power would doom his future. The thought of being enslaved by those wicked beings filled him with profound unease. Xiaoyan's expression remained impassive, surrounded by swirling milky flames, giving him the appearance of a divine fire deity. He stepped through the void, advancing toward Wu Huan with deliberate intent. Damn it, don't force my hand, Xiaoyan, Wu Huan warned, his eyes narrowing as he spoke coldly. A sinister smile crept across Xiaoyan's lips as he concentrated the vast milky energy in his palms. With your current strength, barely at the mid-level of a 3-star Do Emperor, do you truly believe you can kill me? Wu Huan mocked, but before he could make a desperate attempt to counter, a fierce gust of wind surged from behind him, compelling him to turn and defend himself. His palms danced in the air, conjuring a dense barrier of energy. Boom, boom, boom. Xiaoyan disregarded all else, his fists swinging with ferocity, each strike producing a piercing sound that cracked the space around them, unveiling dark fissures. Boom, boom, boom. Confronted with such a relentless assault, Wu Huan silently lamented his predicament, retreating continuously. Xiaoyan's current prowess had effectively reduced him to a state of mere defense. If this continued, he would inevitably fall into Xiaoyan's grasp. It seemed that further entanglement was untenable. You insolent brat, mark my words. I will settle this score with you in due time. In his heart, Wu Huan let out a fierce cry as the force of his palm surged dramatically, forcibly repelling Xiaoyan's onslaught. With a nimble push from his toes against the void, he was propelled backward, just as he found a moment of respite in midair. An overwhelming sense of danger began to seep from the depths of his being, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Yellow spring finger, yellow spring palm. As the ominous feeling enveloped Wu Huan's mind, a faint, chilling voice whispered like a specter in his ear. Not good. Upon sensing movement behind him, Wu Huan's expression turned ashen. Xiaoyan's speed was astonishingly beyond his expectations. With a resounding thud, Wu Huan hastily summoned the scant remaining Do Qi within him, attempting to create a defensive shield. Yet, before he could fully form it, a palm-sized imprint of milky white descended silently upon his back. unleashing a terrifying force that surged forth like a raging river. Boom, boom, boom. To his horror, Wu Huan found himself pierced through by Xiao Yan's attack. Coughing violently, a debilitating sensation coursed through his body as he gazed at the gaping hole in his chest, blood streaming out like a meandering brook. This must come to an end. Since you have allied yourself with that malevolent extraterrestrial race, I shall send you to the depths of hell. Although Xiao Yan had never laid eyes upon the so-called extraterrestrial evil race, he was well aware from his ancestor, the Golden Dragon King, that they were irredeemable fiends, and thus showed no mercy towards Wu Huan. Raising the heavy ruler in his hand, he channeled the remnants of his Do Qi, then viciously swung it towards Wu Huan's position. With both combatants gravely injured, this strike was more than sufficient to annihilate Wu Huan. The radiant edge of the ancient fire ruler cleaved toward Wu Huan, who struggled desperately but, constrained by his grievous wounds, could only watch helplessly as the formidable beam approached. As the imposing strike drew closer to the ailing Wu Huan, a familiar aura materialized before Xiao Yan. Clang! A dark chain appeared directly in front of Wu Huan, instantly counteracting the advancing strike. Ha ha! Truly worthy of an imperial-grade alchemist. Your soul's essence must be quite delectable. A chilling laugh emanated from beneath a black cloak. The Soul Clan? Xiao Yan's pupils constricted tightly as he regarded the cloaked figure beside Wu Huan with grave concern. He could distinctly sense a bloodline power emanating from the figure that mirrored that of the Soul Palace inhabitants from the Do Qi continent. Chapter 91. Reinforcements. Curse it! How can the Soul Clan still exist in the Do Di continent? Wu Huan's resolve began to stabilize, regardless of the circumstances. As long as he refrained from unleashing the full might of the three-color blood curse, he would not succumb to demonic transformation. You are still of use. It is not yet your time to perish. The cloaked figure cast a cold glance at the barely breathing Wu Huan, uttering a chilling remark. You possess an abundance of knowledge. This is your sanctuary. Turning to face Xiao Yan, the eerie voice from beneath the dark cloak caused the surrounding space to tremble slightly. With a chilling command, the figure in the black cloak summoned countless dark chains, forged from an unknown material, which surged forth like a tempest from the black mist. They intertwined and crossed over each other before crashing down upon Xiao Yan's position, sealing off all avenues of retreat. Curse it! Xiao Yan cursed inwardly, realizing that the strength of this cloaked figure had likely reached the pinnacle of a 4-star Do Emperor, a level he would have struggled to contend with even at his peak, let alone in his currently injured state. Master, it seems I must fight with all my might. Xiao Yan stated solemnly. Do not rush. Hold on a little longer, the Golden Dragon King replied, satisfied. The intensity of this battle would greatly benefit the stabilization of Xiao Yan's strength. Boom, boom, boom. Confronted by the chains that ensnared him, Xiao Yan felt the cold, sinister power emanating from them. He unleashed the remnants of his strength, his emaciated body struggling fiercely to break free from their grasp. As milky white flames surged forth from within him, scorching the dark chains. These milky white flames were a fusion of 23 different types of, and as they wrapped around the chains, they elicited a cacophony of anguished wails, with tendrils of black mist pouring forth from the chains, desperately resisting the flames' onslaught. Upon the emergence of the figure in the black cloak, Xiao Yan understood that he was faced with a fight to the death. As his ring pulsed, he rapidly consumed high-grade pills as if they were inconsequential, while a drop of blood, imbued with terrifying power, was instantly enveloped by the milky white flames. This was the blood he had obtained from the bloodthirsty demon dragon lizard, which would summon the bloodthirsty defense shield, sufficient to withstand a blow, even from a 4-star Do Emperor at the pinnacle of their power. Crack! Under the relentless struggle of the milky white flames, some of the dark chains were scorched, revealing minuscule cracks. From these fissures, black mist surged forth, and faintly, grotesque faces emerged, appearing exceedingly eerie. Had Xiao Yan been at his peak, he would have had the strength to contend with the figure in the dark cloak. However, having been recently attacked and absorbing the energy from the Yin-Yang heart, he had not yet stabilized his realm after the fierce battle with Wu Huan, leaving him in a rather precarious position. Sensing the small cracks on the chains, the cloaked figure suddenly increased its power. Wu Huan's expression shifted slightly. He had indeed underestimated Xiao Yan's abilities. However, with the presence of his family members, he was confident that, regardless of Xiao Yan's strength, he would not escape today. Seal. At his fierce command, the figure's hand gesture changed, and a thick, viscous black mist erupted from his sleeve, transforming into countless grim-faced souls that shrieked in despair, surging towards the already ensnared Xiao Yan. Bang, bang, bang. The grotesque souls shrouded in black mist, upon mere contact with Xiao Yan's body, were immediately reduced to nothingness by his milky white flames. Yet, despite this, their numbers were alarmingly terrifying. Thousands upon thousands of souls, their minds ensnared by the dark entity, surged toward Xiao Yan with reckless abandon. Akin to moths drawn to a flame. These bastards, Xiao Yan cursed through clenched teeth, his expression a stormy shade of iron. It was evident that the figure in the black cloak had not exerted its full strength during their earlier encounter. Otherwise, given Xiao Yan's current predicament, he would have faced dire peril. Nevertheless, the situation still left Xiao Yan feeling as though he were on the brink of annihilation. Haha, are you desperately fighting back? But alas, it is too late. The cloaked figure cackled, observing the blood-red defensive shield enveloping Xiao Yan. With a flick of its robe, strange black mist surged forth from within, coalescing in the sky into a dense, ominous cloud that blocked out even the sunlight, casting a shroud of darkness over the Beast Mountain range. The sheer scale of the cloaked figure's power was enough to astonish even peak 4-star experts. Such strength was truly fearsome. As the black clouds swirled ominously, the figure seemed to vanish from sight, rendering the atmosphere eerily silent. In this chilling and uncanny environment, even 4-star Do Emperors felt a creeping unease. An eerie wind whispered past, and Xiao Yan, encased in vibrant milky flames, felt a sudden constriction in his pupils. Instinctively, he spun around and unleashed a fierce punch into the emptiness behind him. As his fist moved, the overwhelming soul energy surrounding him surged in tandem. His withered fist seemed to cause the very space around it to tremble, accompanied by a powerful gust of wind that struck out with ferocity. Boom! Upon impact, a shadow materialized, and when their fists collided, a tangible force rippled outward in all directions, resonating with a thunderous roar that echoed across the sky. Hiss! As their fists intertwined, both figures once again vanished under the watchful gaze of countless eyes. In an instant, they reappeared 100 meters away, the sky above rumbling with thunder as silhouettes darted across the expanse. Each emergence was accompanied by explosive sounds, a testament to the fierce collisions of their overwhelming powers, sending shivers of fear through the hearts of the onlookers below. Above, the dark clouds churned ominously, parting only when the force of their struggle caused ripples through the thick layer, allowing a sliver of sunlight to pierce through. Yet, even this sunlight felt devoid of warmth. Bang! 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 At that moment, the bloodthirsty dragon demon defense shield surrounding Xiao Yan shattered, and his fighting spirit was on the verge of depletion. Alas, it seems the heavens do not favor you. Prepare to meet your end, the cloaked figure declared. Its hand forming a seal as a massive chain imbued with terrifying power surged toward Xiao Yan, aiming to strike a fatal blow. Just as Xiao Yan prepared to confront this assault, a hearty laugh suddenly rang out behind him. A chilling gust effortlessly dissipated the assault of the chains. The one I seek to protect is not for you to meddle with. As the weather turns cold, do remember to dress warmly.